extended later, and perhaps we'll get to see him later on. He is now competing in the Masters division, so I don't know if he'll bring that Sylveon. I didn't expect to see it last year either, though. So hey, you know, maybe it'll break through.
Ooh, a spicy pick for the code giveaway. I love that. That's super exciting.
All right, so now I think we got this thing working.
Rewards as well. So what can people get if they're tuning in and watching the stream?
Yeah, for your TCG Live account, you can go ahead and insert this code, Outburst Worlds 24. That will get you a special illustration rare Pecharunt EX. Put it in your deck. You know, it's from the new Shrouded Fable expansion, one of the mascots of that expansion. So pretty exciting card with some cool artwork. So make sure you put in that code, get that card. But that's not the only thing we have for TCG. We also have Twitch drops. If you're watching throughout the weekend, you can earn some kind of exclusive cosmetics, you know, coin, sleeves, deck box, and some other stuff you can earn.
Okay,
so, yeah,
we should now be good and
cool
live.
Stuff for your Pokemon TCG Live account.
The magic word feels like exclusive sometimes, you know what I mean? So,
it wasn't properly connecting for whatever dumb reason.
And Pokemon Go, no exclusion here in the Twitch drops category. Yeah. So Amanda, what can people look forward to when they watch the Pokemon Go
Listen, I don't want to brag, but I think out of it all, we have the best Twitch drops. You're going to want to make sure that you're watching the Pokemon channel, because not only do we have Twitch drops, we have different ones for each day. So day one is going to be around its accent, our previous world champions, Sableye. So you can get some Sableye candy, XL candy.
All right, so before we get into this, guys, I have never ever streamed or done the World Championships, and everything I previously said didn't get recorded.
Very interesting.
However, everything originally, I just started playing doubles January.
Pokemon Go, that would be fantastic. Pokemon Unite as well, we are going to be jumping in with the Twitch drops, so you'll be able to earn some item enhancers if you were to...
I definitely know more about VGC than I do anything. So I actually thought I wasn't going to do this. However, my thing is, I'm not worried about it, because I was told that it's basically Regulation G, which I'm pretty familiar with. Still got it. Ooh, that's cool.
WCS 2024. You got to make sure you claim that by August.
Never messed with Unite though.
Sweet emblem. It's snazzy. Add that to your collection. You're going to be feeling a lot better in your ranked games. Trust me. I really like that look. It is awesome. But let's face it, I mean, those are exciting. But what we're all here for is the competition that is going to be amazing all weekend long. We got some players to watch.
I wonder who else is really good other than, like, Wolfie Glick.
For Pokemon Go.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad that we're getting into this, because we have trainers that are coming in from all over. We're just going to highlight 3 of them real quickly here. The first one I want to talk about is Rubik's Master. He came in, he actually got 2nd place in the World Championships last year, and he only lost to the world champion, It's Axon, the whole season. So this season, not only has he qualified for Worlds, he hasn't played that many tournaments, and I think he's going to really make a strong run. Our second person up is Palasha, a really well-known trainer in Europe, known for using Magnezone, which is like a pretty spicy pick, and she top cut 5 of the 8 tournaments that she...
That's interesting. I've never gotten into competitive Go. I feel like the button combination is just not something I could really get used to.
Is Yakobovic from Australia. He is a trainer. He was actually our very first trainer this season who won 2 regional competitions in 1 season. And we had a couple of them do it, but he can claim that #1 title.
Wow, okay, I mean, each of them champions in their own right already, but going for a brand new title in World Champion. That's exciting. There's a few players in the running for TCG as well, Puga, so who should we be looking out for in the card game?
Yeah, there's so many competitors in the TCG, and so many with a long history at the World Championships. But Andrew Hedrick is more of a newcomer to the Pokemon TCG scene, has really burst onto it in the last couple of years, has 3 regional wins in the last 2 years, plus just fresh off that NAIC victory. And a very,
I would love to someday, like,
the wire win with that Lost Box deck.
Be able to be at Worlds.
You know, for TCG, it's
but I just don't know.
He is the guy.
I don't know if it's something I could ever, like, get behind or do, or feel confident enough to do, or something like that. I have set the chat that if you guys want to chat, everybody is allowed and welcome.
He's got 2nd last year. He was just 1 turn away from winning. So, you know, he's going to be super focused for this event. I ran into him. He said he's been in Hawaii for 2 weeks, and he's just had his head down practicing the whole time. He has not done any vacationing, any sightseeing, just full practice the whole way. He is here to win. And the last player from Oceania is Brent Tunnison, who I believe is actually the #1 ranked player in TCG in the Masters division for the season. He's traveled the entire world this season, which is pretty difficult. You know, he's in Australia, and he's flying to tournaments all over the world, and he's placing in top 8 all over the place. So he's a player to watch for sure. He's been on a roll this season.
Amazing. I mean, all 3 of those players sound incredible. Definitely have a chance at that World Championship title. I mean, you're skipping vacation to be locked in for games. That is definitely a big showcase. Scott, for VGC, we also have some amazing competitors with storied seasons. Who are 3 players that you want to spotlight?
Well, I think perhaps this year more than ever we could see a surprise, but the big names are going to make it difficult. One I think that no one's going to be surprised to see here is Wolf Glick. It feels like he's been on stream every event. He's actually only played a few events this year. He won 2 different regional championships. He's actually coming off his weakest finish of the season, which was still 22nd at the North America International Championships. You know, he's the 2016 World Champion, the only North American.
Definitely, Glick is the only one I've ever watched. Definitely the one that I watched the most of.
And speaking of second place, poor Aurelian Sola always seems to wind up in that second place spot. Second place at the Lille Regionals, second place at the Utrecht Special Event, and second place at the North America International Championship.
Definitely be rooting
10
for him.
years ago on the stream, I kind of reverse caster cursed Seijun Park when I said that perhaps he was the best player who'd never won a world championship.
Oh,
I think Aurelian has earned being in that conversation now, so hey, maybe we'll see it again. And then finally, we see the Japan national champion on the other side of the screen. Never want to count out the winner of the Japan qualification system.
Hayumahara.
They always seem to wind up very deep in the tournament, and I think Japan in general is just going to be
The fact that he has the name of Seijun Park tied to him makes it all the more important.
Just as scary, and I believe Japan also has 4 other world champions competing in this event, including both of last year's Master and Senior Division world champions.
Okay, well, everyone is here. They've all gathered for this competition, the champions alike in their own right. But alchemy like silver into gold medal might be on the way very soon for some of these competitors. In the Pokemon Unite scene, we have 3 teams that I wanted to spotlight, but there is so many, like, tournament favorites, if I wanted to call it. But 3 teams I wanted to call out is going to be Fusion from LATAM South first. A region in LATAM South, a very exciting one, but Fusion have been a dominant force all season long. They haven't lost a single tournament, regional events and international events, including the AOS Cup at EUIC. They have won every single event they participated in. 100% win rate, pretty good.
That's crazy.
Sentinel from Japan is a somewhat newer squad, relatively, but they did win the Japan regional competition. Zeta Division coming in second place, but they did win the Asian Champions League, and they got second place at that AOS Cup for the international event. So with so many good squads coming out of Japan, it really does feel like it's their year, but right now, our only world champions we've ever had in Pokemon Unite come from North America, back-to-back champions, and now we're
That's
playing
crazy.
on that home turf, so maybe North America will make a showing as well. I mean,
They
who
definitely
knows?
wouldn't
There
let me
are
try
so
to play
many
with
exciting teams
some
to
of my
watch, so
favorites on
a
Unite.
lot
They got to be good in
look
something.
forward to in this event. I personally cannot wait. Any final thoughts before we close out here, Amanda?
I mean, I'm just really excited for Pokemon Go. I mean, obviously, no shade. I'm excited for all the games, but really, best Twitch drops, most exciting battles. You're gonna be watching Pokemon Go.
Fair enough. How about you, Puka?
You know, there's just such a long history for TCG at the World Championships. There's players like Ross Cawthon who have qualified for every one. He's taken second place twice. He's just every year trying to fight to get that World Championship victory finally. We actually have, I believe, 13 players who are in the running to be two-time world champion, which is really exciting. We've only had one multiple-time world champion in the TCG.
The card game
That's
for
something
me
I'm
is
gonna be watching as
very
well to see if
reminiscent.
any of those
Like,
players can,
I
put
resonate
into
with it
history books as
really
a
well.
two-time world champion.
I played back when the Rocket set
I'm
was
just
a
really
thing.
excited to see how players navigate this format. We've never really had anything like it, and with so many players competing this year, and a format where I think like the top team archetypes are better defined than in most years, I don't think it's going to work just to kind of like have nothing unique and just expect to win your way through.
That's one thing I like about this year. It's going to be all unique stuff. Like, unique stuff is going to win this year.
Do to give themselves a little bit better odds. I think whoever wins this tournament is going to have a really clever solution.
Oh, I love that. I think Unite's kind of in the same boat. I think this might be the tournament we've had the most parity of any World Championships yet. These teams feel very close together across the board. So I personally can't wait, and I know all of you can't either. So make sure to tune in and follow all of the channels, youtube.com/Pokemon, twitch.tv/Pokemon, and tune in. Sunday will be the grand finals for GO, TCG, and VGC. Pokemon Unite will be concluding on Saturday night, so make sure to tune in.
Saturday night.
Now, the next thing that you all are going to want to stay tuned in for is a pretty exciting event that I am personally pumped for.
Pretty exciting event.
Opening ceremony. So the opening ceremony will be happening very soon, and right after that, the competition. So tune in.
Let's do it!
Enjoy the World
I wonder if we're starting with VGC. It says VGC Day 1. So I guess we're starting with VGC. What do you guys think in the comment section below the best Pokemon in VGC? It's tied somewhere between Miraidon and Rillaboom. Rillaboom was really good. That was weird. About 9 minutes. Let's get excited. Let me post this surprise message in Discord. Surprise, with being out of work, I am streaming the Pokemon National Championships. Be sure to come by and stream and say hello, and it's good to see everybody. Thought it'd be a good surprise. I don't know if I got time to change titles. I need to, though. Go to Retro Night Kick and change the title for watching the World Championships for the first time. Oh, cool. Brand new people. What's up, people? Alright, so we're changing the title. Let me figure out how to do this. I don't use Kick. Creator dashboard. That's cool. I got people talking in Kick. That's really cool. Alright. Let's see. Edit stream info. This is what I wanted. So normally we're doing live team building, but today we're not doing live team building. We're watching the Pokemon National Championships. This gives me time to do this because I don't want the stream to get taken down from Kick and from Twitch because I don't have the proper wording on the title. One thing about the Atrium multi-stream, it's a little frustrating because of the way that you have to do the titling. I'm trying to edit it, being slow as dirt. There we go. View my channel. First time watching the Pokemon World Championships. Come watch them with me. Pretty excited, I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, I can't read, Corey. Hold on. I think Wolf is going to be great. Move it to the top left. Okay, I got it. I got to get the titles right on Kick and on everything else that I'm doing the stream on. First time watching the national championships. Come watch it with me. Alright, you said top left. Okay, top left, I got you, bud. So... Close the dockable window, it should be fine, though. I'm gonna close this one, too. Dockable windows are such a nice thing. You said move it to the top left. Okay, got it. Alright, I just gotta change the other stream title and we're good. Alright, now I just got to go to... Yeah, I got it. Thank you. I just gotta do Twitch real quick. That's it. I just gotta make sure I'm live on all platforms and we're good to go. Should be. Just gotta change the stream information. I'm actually using my phone so that I can stream just the Pokemon Worlds. Like, I'm talking on my phone from YouTube and stuff. If I recall, it's a lot more aggravating in here. Creator dashboard. Streaming tools. I don't know how to Twitch, just so you know. You know how to Twitch, but I don't know how to Twitch. It's alright, though. Where is... I just need to know how to freaking change the title on Twitch. Corey, teach me how to Twitch. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Hey, let's go. 3 to 5. Let's go. Okay. I'm having trouble here. I need to change the name of the stream in Twitch. God, I'm running out of time, dude. Creator dashboard, analytics, community content, video producer, settings, stream. Nope, that's streaming preferences, stream together, streaming tools. It has to be from the main, thing. Corey, I don't know if I mentioned this to you in passing, but I can't stand Twitch. I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to change my title. It's driving me crazy. Guys on Kick, I can't look at the chat right now. I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to change my title. I don't know how to do this. It's driving me crazy. That's chat settings. That's that. That's that other thing. I don't know how to change it. I don't know how to do this. It's fine. I'm just gonna have to change it after the fact. Oh, this says edit. You think that button does something? Oh, this says title. No way. Yeah, that does say title, doesn't it? First time watching. It's fine. I'm just gonna have to. I got it. 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 All right, we are. You think that button does something? I just want to press this button. This is 51 seconds. Come on, Twitch. Okay, it says Twitch. First time watching the championships. I don't care anymore. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah, bro. If I could get three people watching all day, we'll be good. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Let's go! It's VGC time, baby! Should be good now. I see the stream is like 14 seconds behind, but it's fine. Where's the sound? What? Let me refresh the page. There's no sound. That's weird. Okay, so it wasn't on my end. That was the... Oh, wow, it's another wait time. 2:54. If I change the quality, won't it, like, stop the entire live stream? What I'm saying is, if I change the quality, won't it, like, slow everything down and make it bad? That seems to have helped. Yeah, I am. That has to be on their end, not mine. Is that better? Okay, I can't. You know what? I got an idea for that actually. Because I have the app. I have both the apps in one browser, so I can look at what people are saying on different things, even if I don't type and reply. I can reply over voice. Alright, Twitch is good. I don't see anything on Twitch. Let me go back to Kick. I'm not actually logged in, but like I said, at least I can. It wasn't anything I needed to answer immediately. I changed the bit rate, but I also closed some windows. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. It's nice to see everybody. Are you guys excited? Dude, I think Rillaboom, like, I like Chi-Yu, and I think Chi-Yu is great. I think it's got a lot of really good Terra types. We're talking about the thumbnail. But I think Rillaboom is really, really important. I feel like Rillaboom is probably one of the most important. Um, I've still got a team. I'm still working on Master Ball rank, dealing with trying to overpower Rillaboom, in which I could just use Draco Meteor and Miraidon. But I'm a perfectionist and I don't like missing Draco Meteor in the key, so I like boosting my. It's that Bruxish team that I showed you. And yeah, this is good because I can see from my phone, and that way I can just read it that way. I think Rillaboom is really gonna come together. I think Trick Room variants with Indeedee as well. I think Indeedee Trick Room variants, putting up any terrain is just really good overall because it stops Miraidon's rain. I think what really separates Miraidon and what I haven't seen in Regulation G is Miraidon to go Fairy type. I'm gonna put up my food for later. For Miraidon to go Fairy typing, I'll be right back. Be right back, chat. I really Okay, we're good. Alright, here I am. I don't know what that's for, but we're good. This is so weird. There we go. Finally. The input in my computer was being stupid. Does the screen look a little off to you? Does the screen look okay to you, or am I just crazy? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. I can't click anything on it. There we go. That was weird. That should fix it, I think. I'm trying to fix it. Give me a second. Yeah, my whole OBS locked up. That was weird. A little bit up. Dude, I would have to take you if like, we'd have to go together. And before, you will never go with me until you play every Pokemon game. This is interesting. I think that's the best I'm gonna be able to get it. I don't even see the Lapras in the background. This is interesting. Never seen one of these opening ceremonies things, so that's pretty interesting to me. Hey, you know what this would have gone really good with? The Orange Islands. Although, I know why they didn't do the Orange Islands, because they did Alola. Do y'all remember the Orange Islands? That was, like, the coolest, like, lore-based anime ever. Like, when Tracy first had Meryl and Scyther, was it? He had something else, too, but I can't remember what the something else was.
And welcome to the 2024 never know. It could be you wanted to grow. Oh my, it's time to grow. Come on my and let the games begin. Come on my and let the games begin.
Oh yeah, Venonat! Scyther, Venonat, and Meryl.
Wow, let's hear one more big round of applause for Kylo, Moon, and our amazing dancers! That musical performance was one absolutely to remember, and that hula performance was such a great way to welcome all our trainers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. It's truly an honor to perform in front of a wonderful audience and Pokemon trainers. Thank you again.
That Hawaiian spirit.
My simply means welcome. Also, it represents a desire for all of us to come together as a community. So thank you so much for having us in the Pokemon community.
Yeah, we're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon, right? And we're so happy to be in Hawaii once again. So please, one more round of applause for that amazing Hawaiian welcome. Thank you so much. Now, hello, officially welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host this weekend here in the stunning city of Honolulu, Hawaii. We are honored to have over 3,000 trainers from around the globe joining us here this weekend. These talented trainers are ready to compete in Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet, the Pokémon trading card game, Pokémon GO, and Pokémon Unite. But before we dive into all of that excitement, let's hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokémon Company. Please welcome Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
That should clean it up a lot. Welcome everybody, welcome new people.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! World Championships 2024を迎えることができ、大変嬉しく思っています。I'm very happy to be here together with you for the 2024 Pokémon World Championships. この世界大会は、ポケモンのすべてを祝い、そして世界中から集まった皆さんが互いを支え合い、そして競い合う姿を見るのは、私にとって大きな喜びです。The Pokémon World Championships are a celebration of all things Pokémon, and I am delighted to see all of you from around the world come here to compete with and support each other.
So, as we were saying, Rillaboom. Basically just Rillaboom.
I look forward to cheering each and every one of you this weekend. Congratulations on making it here. And please give it your all and strive to become the world champion. そしてトレーナーの皆さんを支えてくださったご家族やご友人の皆さんにも感謝申し上げます。皆さんのサポートはトレーナーたちが目標を達成するかけがえのないものです。I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the family and friends who supported our trainers throughout the season. Your support is invaluable to helping them achieve their goals. また、私たちを温かく迎えてくださったホノルルの皆さんにマハロの気持ちでいっぱいです。このように再びハワイの地で世界大会をできたことに感謝いたします。
And mahalo to the community of Honolulu for the warm welcome. We are so happy to be able to host the Pokémon World Championships here in Hawaii once again.
This is exciting.
さて、トレーナーの皆さん、これから気持ちを引き締めて、いよいよ始まるバトルに集中しましょう。私が次に皆さんにお会いするのは、日曜日の閉会式の夕方の閉会式です。その時にポケモンの最新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。
For now, trainers, let's focus on the competition ahead, and I'll see you all again at the closing ceremonies on Sunday evening to share some special news for our Pokemon games.
What? Let's go! We're gonna get an announcement at Worlds. Let's go.
皆さんのご健闘を心より祈っています。それでは、大いに楽しんでください。
I wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
Of course they're gonna share news at the closing ceremonies.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara!
To be fair, Legends CA is the game they've kept the tightest throughout like ever.
To set the competitive stage, our casters and analysts will be diving into the players and storylines that we should keep our eyes on this weekend. But before you take your seats at the play table, we want to take a moment to honor and inspire those who made it to Worlds and are starting their journey down Victory Road. So in the next
To be fair, Wolf Glick is down on like his worst showing yet, but his worst showing wasn't his worst. It's still like 20 something.
Of Oahu's Kualoa Beach. Hiaka is a skilled fighter who uses her magical skirt and control of the elements to defeat enemies and clear her path. So let this performance become a part of your story and inspire you to become the best and achieve victory. Competitors, good luck. We can't wait to see who will be the next Pokémon World Champion.
These ceremonies are really cool. Especially like doing it with the culture of whatever the championship is based around. Oh, let's go. That was cool. That was really cool. I bet everybody like will be watching toward the end of it just to check out the news, because I don't normally ever do this. This is a first for me. It'll also get a lot busier once the competition starts, I think. Calyrex is another hard Pokemon to stop because of Trick Room and the Glacial Lance. I still don't see the Lapras. I must be really blind. Yeah, I still don't see the Lapras. You know what I find really funny? Watching the official page, right? And 600 people just dropped over this performance. But everybody will be back at the end when they release news.
Trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Lou Aktosh Chromie, and we are so excited to kick off the festivities for this year's Pokémon World Championships.
This is exciting.
That time is finally here. The pinnacle of Pokémon play at the Pokémon World Championships. These trainers have,
like I said, I'm also looking forward to the trading card game stuff because I really want to get good at the new Pocket game.
And it may even be somebody that has already won a World Championship in the past. It could happen, and if it's going to be any year, I think it's this year.
It could very well be. We've had it in the past as well with multiple world champions, but there's only been one in the form of Ray Rizzo. So I wonder who
Ray is so good. My God.
Or whether a newcomer will emerge and take that title.
Well, over the course of the 2024 season, we have had...
I like it because a lot of the Pokemon players that have played in the National Championships have played in there a long time. Ray Rizzo, Wolfie Glick. They were talking about Sejun Park earlier, talking about trying to see, you know, the next cool thing. You know, like you've seen Togedemaru, you've seen... I remember when that Pachirisu absolutely smashed everybody.
This is a very exclusive tournament in the fact that you have to qualify in order to be here. And you can see exactly what our competitors had to achieve in order to be invited to the World Championship. Depending on your region and your division.
I got you. So you just play online on Scarlet and Violet to get to get invited.
500 of those points.
It was a lot of points up for grabs, but that means that we have only the best of the best competitors here competing at the Pokémon World Championships. But what's in store for us this weekend? We've got a video to show you all about what to expect this weekend.
The 2024 Pokémon World Championship event will be showcasing the best Pokémon VG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $2 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required number of match points will advance to Day 2. Day 2, trainers who advance from Day 1 will continue with Swiss rounds, playing until top cut is determined.
Gotcha.
Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned.
Wow.
All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
So at the end of this weekend, we have
I feel like the stream would be better not off of YouTube. I didn't even think about that, to do it from their official website.
and it only goes up from there.
That's the thing, it's not just about the glory of being Pokemon World Champion. There is prize money on the line that makes that victory taste a little bit sweeter as well. In the #1 top spot, $30,000. I mean, that is an incredible feat and something that will make an incredible memory for years to come.
I mean, last time we were in Hawaii, that first place was $3,500.
That's the thing.
That sink in.
Yeah, like history is
3,500 and now it's 30,000. Good lord.
Up for is just incredible. I think one of the coolest things as well is the memories you can make along the way with your friends. Maybe there could be like a group that kind of get all in the top 16. That would be kind of cool.
You can get an idea of what that timetable is going to look like based on what is in front of you. We play those 8 rounds today. Our trainers that are able to withstand that competition and pressure.
I mean, I have to root for Wolf simply because of the fact he's the only one I know. But I might find other players that I like during the competition. I mean, I do feel like you do have to bring the best of the best. But I'm a lot more interested in seeing new strategies and new ideas. Though, I can't really say anything because my competitive ideas are always too...
So, you know, they have 1 round off on that first day, but the stakes are still really high. You need that X and 2 record to be able to advance into the second day of competition. You still carry, of course, that record over, so you need to make sure you do your very, very best from the first round.
And it doesn't get easier from there, because in day number 2, it is still going to be that X and 2 record that's going to get you into that top cut. So very, very high stakes on the line for our trainers. 3 strikes, you are out of competition. So we are going to be so excited to see which trainers can really make their way through that. But Lou, this is not the first time that we've been in Hawaii. We kind of teased that a little bit, and so let's take a step back through history. This is actually going to be the 3rd time we find ourselves in Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships of Pokemon.
Yep, they were here
in 2010.
Well, let's think 2010, then 2012, and now 2024. Like, it's definitely a hotspot for Pokemon trainers to come and try and become the world champion. But a lot has changed over that decade plus of Pokemon times. I mean, the event has grown, the spectator numbers, the competitor numbers are so much more. And one of the things that I think is really beautiful is there were some trainers who are battling today that were battling back in Hawaii in 2010, 2012. And they are now veterans of this video game. But back then, they had stories where they looked up at the world champions, the top cut players, and were inspired by them. And now possibly some of them have acquired big accolades of their own, and they're now here to inspire the future generations, the people maybe at their very first world championships. And I love that that kind of harmonious kind of inspiration from these trainers is allowed to grow year on year.
I mean, do you want to hear a throwback of some of those names from the top 8 of 2012?
Go for it. Make me feel old, Rosemary.
Okay, well, for starters, 2010 and 2012 in Hawaii is actually the bookend of Ray Rizzo's 3 World Championships back to back to back.
Amazing.
So such a special place for him. But even just looking at the rest of that top 8 from 2012, we got Wolf Glick in 2nd place, Sajin Park in 5th place. And those are 2 competitors you will see battling it out here this weekend. So we can't wait to see how far they are able to go.
And 2 previous world champions as well. Sajin Park actually winning it a decade ago in 2014. Wasn't in Hawaii, but still 10 years since his amazing victory with Pachirisu, as well as Wolf Glick winning in 2016.
Listen, that's just a credit to what you were saying, right? They ended up kind of starting their journey in Hawaii and then becoming inspirations for those around them.
Yeah,
who doesn't forget the Pachirisu that Sajin Park used to win that World Championships. So exciting. But even just to speak to the growth that we've had, 33 players in 2012 Worlds. We have 694 Masters players competing today. That is huge.
Yeah, like the growth of the game is incredible. And, you know, long live Pokemon. The fact that it keeps developing, it keeps growing, not only in the Masters Division, but juniors and seniors as well, picking up Pokemon maybe for the first time this season, and now getting themselves here to the World Championships is just amazing to see how many people are here. Not even just the competitors, but spectators, families here supporting as well. Pokemon Worlds is where it's at.
It really is. But with those 694 competitors we have here this weekend, it means that we have a lot of incredible trainers we are so excited to introduce to you. Maybe some players that you would love to kind of check out as their journey develops. First stop, though, is in North America. We've got to start with my home region, Lou, and we have some heavy hitters here. North America is definitely one of the larger regions that we have for competitors, and that means that the competition was very, very stiff this season. Riley Factura, though, heads above the rest. The most championship points throughout any of our North American players. In fact, he ended up earning 1594. That is 4 World Championship invites, actually, if you think about it, because it's 500 per North America. And then you also had Riley winning the Pittsburgh Regional Championships to kick off the season, which is also a World invite in its own right.
What an incredible player. And up there as well, you've got Joseph Ugarte, someone who is the king of consistency, 2 times Portland Regional Champ, as well as top cutting Worlds twice, has top cut International Championships 4 times, but still hasn't been able to get that international victory. Someone who I know has put a lot of effort into this tournament, is probably one of the best King Gambit players in the world. Whether or not it's the call for this championship, we'll have to see, but someone who's so consistent and ready for that #1 spot.
Also very good at Sun.
Oh
I'm just
yeah,
thinking
loves
back
the Sun
to that
team.
Portland Regional Championship win with the jump fluff. Very unique pick there. Last but of course not least, we've got Justin Burns. Now this is a player that has already proven himself in a restricted format. Looking back to the London Open in 2022, ended up getting a top 32 there with Palkia and Ice Rider Calyrex. That was when we had that double restricted format. But following through that Ice Rider train of hype, ended up top cutting every single Regulation G single restricted event this season. Indianapolis, Los Angeles, and North America International Championships, all leading up to here with Ice Rider Calyrex. Feel like there's a lot of magic behind that, and feel like a lot of maybe expectation behind what Justin Burns can bring to the table.
A lot of mastery for sure behind Justin Burns' plays. But if we kick it over the pond as well to Europe, this is another absolutely stacked region of competition. The one thing I love about Europe is the fact that they have kind of mini metas within the different communities. You know, Team Italy will be running something, Team Spain will be running something. But let's go straight away to Team Portugal in the form of Eduardo Cunha, the world champion from 2022. At the very beginning of the season, staked his claim to try and get that title again by becoming the Barcelona champion, as well as more recently getting a top 4 finish at NAIC. Previously, you know, in Worlds, it was a restricted format, was running that Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zacian, although Zacian may not be the cool, Calyrex Shadow Rider is definitely out there, so I wonder if history will repeat itself with Eduardo.
I feel like it absolutely could. I think there's a lot of similarities to maybe some of the double restricted types of teams that we ended up seeing with those restricteds and to what we can expect this weekend, but you also have to take a look at the rest of this graphic and notice that we've got 2 current international champions. Lou, you must be so proud that Europe almost had the clean sweep this year.
Europe was bringing it home for sure, and Nils Dunlop, when we saw him win in London, boy was he incredible. It was amazing to see him finally get that European champion title, running some really cool teams as well with things like Urshifu and Incineroar, very tried and tested combinations. He has been a multiple regional champion in the past and also has top 4 and top 8 worlds before. So it definitely shows that he's the player that has the caliber to make that top cut, and who knows, with the season he's had, he could go all the way.
Yeah, and right before that, we saw Marco Silva win the Latin America International Championships this season, and it didn't stop there for him, though. You know, top 4 at Stockholm, top 8 at Lille.
Wow.
He also got a 2nd at Malmö in 2023, and I just feel like in 2023 in general, also had such an impressive season with that top 8 at the North America International Championships as well. Has gotten so close, maybe even being able to capture the Infinity Gauntlet of international championships because he won OCIC in 2020. Maybe a Worlds to add on as the next one.
That's like the final gemstone in the gauntlet, right? And I think definitely someone with that consistency and level of play, Marco Silva, one to watch.
Absolutely, but you know, we can't forget, of course, our lovely neighbors in Latin America. This is a region that is just filled with so much passion. The community is so excited all the time that we end up having a lot of these players show up. Speaking of the Latin America International Championships, I feel like this is where we actually got a chance to see all of these players perform super well. Starting with Juan Salerno, though, he has absolutely taken Regulation G by storm. He won the Buenos Aires Regulation G event, which was the very first one with Ice Rider Calyrex. Very impressive to watch that. But since then has also gotten a top 8 at Sao Paulo and also a top 8 at the Santiago Regional Championships. So a lot of experience in this regulation and also just across the board for 2024.
Yeah, a younger player, but not one to be underestimated. Moving on to a player from Argentina, a personal favorite of mine is Sebastian Escalante. He was someone who I was so enchanted to watch in 2017, an absolute legend, being able to get top 8 at Worlds that year, as well as top 8 at OCIC and NAIC. 2017 was his season. He took a little bit of time off, but has come back with an absolute vengeance. First in Buenos Aires regionals as well as top 4 in 2 events recently this season. He has kind of favored the restricted choice of Terrapagos in this regulation so far, but I wonder if that's going to be his choice here at Worlds.
I remember taking a look at all the top cuts recently for these events. I'm like, oh, Juan Salerno, Sebastian Escalante. I feel like I'm always seeing them in these top cuts. And you mentioned a couple of similar events there, but last, of course not least, we have to look at Brazil's Gabriel Agati. This is a player that has just been consistent. Over the course of the last several years, you can always expect to see him in the top cuts of the international championships, but always that second place and never that first. So close, kind of like a Joseph Ugarte story, being able to get so close to that title, not necessarily able to grab it just yet. Most recently second at the North America International Championships in 2022 and second at the European International Championships in 2023. Maybe this is the weekend that Gabriel can get it done.
Honestly, these Latin American players are so ready to get the #1 spot. All 3 of them are worth watching. But let's go to completely the other side of the globe and take a look at the Oceania region, because this is a region I think a lot of players sometimes underestimate, and you really should not underestimate them. They can surprise you not only with their amazing accolades, but some of their really unique team building as well. First on this list, however, Nicholas Khan, a player who we have been able to see grow up. And sometimes I want to say, like, never grow up. You were such a fantastic junior, because if you look at the records here, world champion in 2017 in the junior division, then leveling up into seniors, getting top 16 at the 2019 World Championships, and then more recently, Brisbane champion. Fantastic player, has come from a family of amazing Pokemon players too. Nicholas Khan in Masters Division making waves out here in Hawaii.
Absolutely. And following suit, we've got Diego Ferreira, who has gotten a top 4 at the Melbourne Championships this season. But
oh, I had my mic muted this entire time.
At the European International Championships.
Oh my lord.
That I think are very exciting to see.
Sorry, TG, my mic was muted.
Really live up to this breakout season that he's had.
Yes, exactly. So much consistency from these players. And then Megan Rattle, last on this list, a player
sitting here talking the entire time.
At the World Championship, has top 8 back-to-back Worlds in 2019 and then the 2022 World Championships. And honestly,
it has Dazzling, TG, so Dazzling is a really cool ability. Definitely one of the teams I've built with the weirdest stuff on it with Bruxish. But it's definitely not my jankiest team. My jankiest stuff is going to be in Regulation H.
We'll get to that in just a little bit. We now turn our attention to Japan. And on this graphic, you are going to see a lot of familiar faces. Shohei Kimura, our reigning world champion in the Masters Division. Tomoya Ogawa, this reigning senior division world champion.
Oh boy.
And Mao Harada getting a top 4 at last year's World Championships. Japan had the clean sweep.
Oh, they did.
And there is very little secret why. They are just so good.
So dominant. And as well, Tomoya in the senior division winning last year really was kind of the story of us behind the desk here.
Oh, I'm focused.
I'm a big Gastrodon fan. And
I have the little piece that mutes the microphone right next to the chair. So I guess when I move my leg, I muted it. I guess. I don't know.
Shohei and Mao, they actually were playing the same team.
Yeah.
The Landers, the Urshifu, we had the Fluttermane, Qianpao, Mungus, and Iron Hands. A lot of pieces that we would consider making up a balanced team.
Yeah, none of that is an interesting team. That is cookie cutter, cookie cutter, cookie cutter, cookie cutter, and cookie cutter.
As players, but
I mean, I need to respect the better Pokemon. I really do, but I don't want to do that.
Japan has sometimes struggled in these restricted formats. 2016, when everything was this big 6 archetype, they kind of struggled around that. So I'm really looking forward to the fact that we've got a unique single restricted format, whether that might be their time to shine. But we can take a look as well at some other players from the Korea region who I think have a very unique kind of entrance to this tournament, because in Korea they haven't really been able to have a lot of the Regulation G tournaments. They've been playing primarily in Regulation F. So they might be kind of unexperienced in this format, but they are still formidable. Some incredible trainers here. Ju Young Hong has been the Trainers Cup champion this year, using the team that Nils actually used in EUIC, so taking some inspiration there.
Yeah, I agree with that. Huge disadvantage.
To get that victory.
Reg H is going to be so huge, though.
Song Jae-jung, who was
I don't think my janky, messy team can do anything, but I like the idea, and I'm streaming, building it, using the guide that you made.
And
so there you go.
Ended up getting that second place with Reggie Drago.
Yes, and finally,
hey, Reggie Drago! Respect to Reggie Drago.
So again, really really consistent, being able to, you know, use that Reg F knowledge to be able to pilot a team very effectively. And the one thing I want to say as well, like these were kind of like best of like closed team sheets, weren't they? I believe
it was a different format as well.
Oh, by the way, guys, this is the first format they're using closed team sheets or open team sheets, whichever one in the actual competition.
But even more exciting.
So that's pretty exciting.
Adapt and adjust.
Yeah, and Juyong as well, one thing I forgot to mention, was the senior world champion in 2017.
Yes.
So, again, leveling up, but knows what it takes to go all the way. So I would definitely keep an eye on these players if I were you at home, trainers.
Miraidon is broken, but like, okay, once Miraidon terastallizes, if it terastallizes into electric, you can still beat it with anything. You could hit it with dragon moves. I haven't seen a lot of Fairy Miraidon. I do agree with how good it is. But then, you gotta think about something. If you go Fairy Miraidon and you're facing Miraidon, you're only making your immunity stronger with Dragon types. They can still just hit you with Electro Drift after that.
National champion, again, Regulation F, so Regulation G is going to be a surprise. But hey, if you are a national champion, you are someone that, you know, you don't want to pair up against in those early rounds as well, because you know what it takes to win. You know what it
I thought
takes
they were starting competition at 45 after.
The very best of the best.
Yes, and in the middle here we have Chayawa Trawacha, who is from Thailand. So the Thailand
That's a huge name.
National champion.
Exactly. Again,
I mean, Miraidon, yes, but honestly,
and I hear as well that Chawa has just missed top cut in Worlds 2022, so he's going to be out here trying to, you know, get a little bit of redemption out there on the field and go all the way and get a top cut finish.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting to keep our eyes
I
on
also
these
feel like
players
Rillaboom
as
is
we
very
progress
cookie
through
cutter.
Day number 1, and hopefully into day number 2 for some of them as well. But that competition is definitely going to be very cutthroat as we look at that X and 2 record to make it through to the end of today into tomorrow. But before we get into the action, Lou, I think it's important to set the stage a little bit. This format that we have is going to be unique because for the first time ever,
single restricted format. This is so exciting.
Restricted Pokemon format. It's almost weird to think about because of how many
times cool. You play Generation 5.
Well, normally they come as a duo, right? Because they are kind of the titans, the powerhouses out there that you kind of would have two in a format where we have double battle style, right? And they would have a really good synergy amongst them. Whereas now it's a little bit like pick your big Pokemon and then put the little 5 little ones around it and try and support it the best way you can. And it's been really interesting to see which restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, Wolf does that really well, using stuff like Executor, Magmar.
Yes, and for anybody that is unfamiliar with what we mean when we say restricted Pokemon, we are talking about the Pokemon that you see on the box art for your favorite game. So for Scarlet and Violet, that's Koraidon and Miraidon.
I would be interested to see Gastro. I don't feel like it has a lot of offensive presence.
Restrict them and how much usage that we get the chance.
You know what I want to see?
Pokemon like the Calyrex as well, Calyrex Shadow Rider, Calyrex Ice Rider, both are going to be, I think, firm favorites in the usage this weekend, as well as a couple of other legendaries from many generations past. Pokemon like Kyogre, for example. I would say Groudon, but I'm not sure it's the call, but I know there will be some Groudon Pokemon trainers out there still using it, hoping their Precipice Blades connect.
Yeah, I mean, that's where
hoping their Precipice Blades connect.
Don't get me wrong, but I think that it can be a little bit tough when you have all of these other restricteds in the format that do have 100% accurate, very powerful moves, like the Ice Rider and Shadow Rider Calyrex that you mentioned.
Shadow Rider needs to go.
Kyogre, also, that's going to be present on this screen. I think that's...
Ooh, Dondozo, look at this screen, guys. The caster predictions, ditto.
The Gastrodon there as well, so...
I mean, of course, right?
Slitherwing,
it wouldn't.
Gastrodon, Dondozo, Clefairy, Ogerpon.
Okay, talk me through why you've also
Galarian, Weezing.
Pokemon like the Cornerstone Ogerpon?
Yes, okay, so, I mean, I mentioned it a little bit briefly when we were talking about some of the players to watch, but Ogerpon Cornerstone is one of the more popular Ogerpon forms that we have seen in the meta as of late. I think it's really...
Let's go, Cornerstone!
The opportunity to just get out some really big damage. You can fully train it in its attack as well as its speed to just make it a very powerful glass cannon type Pokemon, but you also have the sturdy ability on this particular Ogerpon form, which gives you sort of an almost focus sash in some ways, so you really can lean into its offensive power in that regard.
I love that, actually, bringing the ability through, and then you've got the kind of counter to abilities with the Galarian Weezing as well, using that neutralizing gas to just completely get rid of abilities and their potential to support a match on the field. For me, I've definitely gone the water types because the Fire Water Grass core is such a staple at the moment, a really balanced, consistent trio.
I don't feel like Dondozo, I mean, I guess defensive Dondozo kind of checks Kyogre a little bit.
Being able to
I don't know. Water Spout Kyogre is so powerful. Yeah, I would love to see Palossand. You're talking about Gastrodon, and I'm talking about Palossand with water compaction, shore up.
Dondozo, Tatsugiri.
It would just be a really cool.
One of my favorites. Yes, the games are long, but they can sometimes be so sweet, victorious.
Yes, I was gonna say. I feel like you can't have the Dondozo without the Tatsugiri right now.
Implied,
so
right?
You've got like 5 Pokemon here actually when you think
already in the
about
mouth
it.
rose. It's already like ready. Okay,
it's got fighting. It's ready to go. You're so right. But for the rest of our casters that are
Dondozo.
so excited to have them here as well.
We
do have the Miraidon as well from Sierra and Scott. The Shadow Rider Calyrex here from Lee. Gabby has gone the Ice Rider Calyrex as she loves that Trick Room mode with the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna. And then Joe, of course.
Oh my God, yeah, Trick Room alongside.
Smart Man.
Yeah.
Joe Smart Man.
I mean, Kyogre's strong, but like you've got Wide Guard and stuff like that.
Supportive Pokemon as well, like Farigiraf and Clefairy. Love those Pokemon.
I mean, I know we were talking about Grimmsnarl backstage. So that is a Pokemon that I have on my caster predictions. And it's really interesting to see how the meta has developed. The last time, if you had tuned into one of our official Pokemon events, it would have been the North America International Championships, where, you know, screens, not necessarily kind of the biggest star or spotlight of what I would say of the teams, but so important right now.
Exactly, and speaking of tuning in as well, if you are watching from home or anywhere in the world, please make sure to engage on our social medias as well. We would love to be able to hear from you, see all of your posts, see who you're, rooting for, which Pokemon you want to see. If you're maybe having a viewing party, please share that with us, and also share all your amazing
viewing
Pokemon
party.
your cats. I would love to see your cats, whether they're dressed up as a Pokemon or not. That is optional. But
we're just enjoying Pokemon, watching.
Yeah, exactly. Like cats watching Pokemon, that is definitely a thing. Dogs too. I think Rosemary would make me say.
I would love to see the dog photos.
Yeah, we just love to see how you are engaging with the broadcast and try and bring a little bit of the magic that we're feeling here in the arena home to you as well. So use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds to reach out and let us know how you're enjoying this event.
Yeah, King Gambit's terrifying.
Before we get into the action for the day, let's take a look back on what it takes to be a champion from this year's regionals and internationals.
This ought to be interesting.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
I definitely like seeing the intricate strategies a lot more than I do anything else.
Higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is it. Oh, wow.
Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional.
Okay, Riley's that dude I want to look for. Riley's that dude with the jump love. No, Riley's the dude with the 6 invites.
Here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion. And he takes it, the Charlotte Miracle.
Todd Ratcliffe is your 5-time international champion.
Urshifu, close combat, it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider
do it like Doombug.
I never back down. I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
I'm interested to see what Glick brings for sure. Glick is like one of the only cookie cutter people that I like watching because of how he intricately changes his teams around and his effort values.
It's going to be the biggest world so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good
I like that
shot.
TCG Masters guide too.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Reckless.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul. It's gotta be Gabriel Agati.
Dunebug.
Justin Tang.
Brad Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won, so that's like the last thing I need.
He
to
is, but Wolf is skilled though.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me. There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
It'll be interesting to see him come from 21st, his 21st place finish, to see what he can do this year.
Well, you've heard what it takes to win, and somebody out there right now will indeed win and become the
Let's go! Round 1, boys!
Get started. Trainers are set and ready for
Oh my god!
And round number 1, we have a doozy for you that we are bringing to you on broadcast. We have Adam Sherfui versus Shohei Kimura, our reigning world champion.
I literally can't sit still. I am so excited.
Literally 3 of the Pokemon are the same.
Exactly where we left them off in Yokohama to be able to see Shohei Kimura here.
And Shohei has also competed at other events this season, competed at the European International Championships, got a bit of experience.
3 of those Pokemon are the exact same on the team.
Tournaments leading up to the World Championships. We're focusing on Adam Sherfui though right now. Got a top 16 at Dortmund and Bologna this year.
Here we go. Astral Barrage, Draining Kiss, Calm Mind, Protect.
Really having a fantastic
Okay.
season for 2024.
Going Fairy type, okay. Assault Vest, Rillaboom, Woodhammer, Grassy Glide, U-Turn, Fake Out. Booster Energy with Tailwind, Acrobatics, Knockoff, Protect. Incineroar. Flare Blitz, Parting Shot, Will-O-Wisp, Fake Out. Clefairy, Follow Me, Helping Hand after you Protect.
But I think what's going to be very
And Surging Strikes with Water.
Is going to be the held item that they have, as well as their moveset. On Adams, you can see that he has a kind of a Terra Fairy with the Draining Kiss that has been very popular in terms of like North America and Europe, but he also is holding a Covert Cloak, which means that he's a little bit more kind of defensively focused, has the Calm Mind as well to boost up those special defenses.
Exactly, and you know, being able to have that kind of set up can give you
All right,
so much
looking at
momentum, but you
this
have to
team.
get through the reigning World
Spore,
Champions
Sludge
that
Bomb,
Shohei
Rage
Kimura
Powder,
running a very
Water,
similar
of
team
course,
again, running
very
that
similar,
Shadow Rider,
Water,
definitely more on the offensive here. Having
Life
that
Orb,
nasty
Astral
block to get
Barrier,
into
Psychic,
the
Nasty
special
Plot,
attack,
Protect.
make those astral barrages and the psychic
Assault
itself,
Vest,
that
Electro
single
Whip, Volt
target
Switch,
damage
Thunderclap,
deals so much.
Draco,
If you can get some of
and
those,
Rocky Helmet, Parting
Grim
Shot,
Naboo
Knockoff,
rolling
Helping
as
Hand,
well.
and Fake
And if
Out.
it's not going to be the Grim Nay boost, you can give yourself those boosts manually with the Nasty Plot. So on both sides, actually, we have Calyrex Shadow Riders that are very capable being able to boost up their own special attack and try to deal out damage that way. But it's about what Shohei has actually ended up piecing around this team that makes it so interesting.
So,
Instead
one of the teams are much more defensive. The first guy is much more defensive. His Calyrex is more defensive. His Rillaboom is Assault Vest.
Alongside that. And I love the Amoonguss as well, the adaptations here. We've often seen Amoonguss running something like the Rocky Helmet to be a nice switch in for the Surging Strikes of Urshifu, but this one's actually running the Mental Herb, being able to resist any taunts for one turn, which is exactly what Adam has adapted onto his own Urshifu here, dropping Aqua Jet for taunt to try and shut down Trick Room, Grimmsnarls, all those Amoongusses.
But that Rocky Helmet is actually still on the team. It just so happens to be on the Incineroar for both of our trainers. So it's still available, but I think what's really fantastic about the Urshifus is the fact that they are Stellar Terra. I mean, that is something we'll get into a little bit more as we...
Oh, they are Stellar Terra. I missed that.
...of this best of 3 set. But the Stellar Terra is going to be boosting up that first move of type that is used once that Urshifu is terrestrialized.
Oh, Urshifu, I'm sorry. I misread.
We're about to get into things for our very first match of the 2024 Pokémon World Championships between Adam Sherfui and Shohei Kimura.
Let's see the sparks fly on that battlefield as we kick off the Pokémon.
All right, Rillaboom and Shadow Rider versus Amoonguss and...
Shadow Rider paired up with that Rillaboom. And on the
okay.
opposing side, a tried and tested duo in the form of that Incineroar and the Amoonguss. There's a lot of fake out potential in the field right now.
There is a lot of fake out going on.
The Rillaboom and the Incineroar that are both going to be packing that move, but it's going to be that Rillaboom Rillaboom
There's
that's
a different
gonna be
language.
that
It's going to be hard to
attack
see it.
drop
Okay,
there from
Draining
the
Kiss.
Incineroar's Intimidate on the other side.
You're going to go
Right
Draining
away,
Kiss
though,
turn
the fact
1
that
onto the
Adam has led
Incin?
the Shadow Rider Calyrex, he has a lot of options on the table to just kind of bully through these Pokemon on Shohei's side with pure offense.
And I think as well, you want to try and remove that Amoonguss from play before it can maybe go for some spores and start slowing down the Pokemon in your team. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that being the target here. Something like maybe even just a big damage coming through from an Astral Barrage. Terrestrialization coming straight out on the field. This is what we want to see, some sparkling in the arena as the Calyrex Shadow Rider goes into Terra Fairy here.
The Terra Fairy is going to be so nice because Shohei's Incineroar actually does have knockoff. It's not going to be carrying a fire type attack like we normally see with something like the Flare Blitz. And so this Terra Fairy is going to be a very nice way to be able to protect itself.
Terra Fairy, okay.
Starts to get set up here with those Calm Mind.
Gonna go for the Calm Mind.
Right now could be
You have to fake out the Amoonguss.
Honestly, love to see this. The parting shot.
Ooh, good play.
Those drops here, but the synergy support from that Rillaboom, making sure that the Calyrex was in a safe position to get that Calm Mind off, doesn't have to worry about a potential score, as well as the fact that the Fairy Terror supports it against that Incineroar. The one nice thing for Shohei here is you have the utility to pivot something in. You've intimidated the Rillaboom, and now you can bring the Rillaboom of your very own in to now apply some pressure.
And
so now he
you're
can
not a
just
ghost
fake
type,
out.
You are vulnerable to fake out. That is a move that this Rillaboom has that you could be able to help actually try to get that fake
No, he's
out.
got the covert cloak, though. So he's not going to flinch to the fake out.
That's why Adam has made the adjustment to have a little bit more of a defensive item rather than an offensive component.
It's definitely a good trick to have up your sleeve.
Alright, so going for the Astral Barrage, it looks like, after a 1 Calm Mind. You're at neutral anyway, but you...
Absolutely. So no fake out on
Gonna
the field
U-turn,
to try
okay.
to shut down the Shadow Rider Calyrex. But that is not
Here
the
comes
same
Astral
for
Barrage.
Wait, there's no fake out though. It's just going to go for some
About
sort of
half.
attack as we see the Astral Barrage hit into both of these Pokemon. But thanks to that drop that we ended up seeing,
Amoonguss is going to be able to freely spore
this
that.
Rillaboom survive up until the point that it got knocked out to the U-turn.
Yeah, Rillaboom doesn't do many things better than Revenge, but it got intimidated, so it's like, I'm going to do a critical hit here with this U-turn and be able to KO the opposing Rillaboom while also enabling a little bit of pivoting on my trainer's side. You can see the
Oh, I
Pokemon
missed the
backing
critical
Adam,
hit.
bringing Pokemon in like the Roaring Moon that's going to have the potential to, help balance out a mirror match as we're seeing here, as well as a powerhouse like that Urshifu. He's taking his time to think about it, though.
Yes, I mean, because that's the thing, right? You really want this Roaring Moon on the other side of something like that Shadow Rider Calyrex, just to know that you're not going to end up wasting a booster energy as well. We don't know what that's going to end up amplifying because we could see an attack or a speed, but look at the Spore. Urshifu, kind of like an unfortunate target for that, knowing that maybe Shohei was kind of thinking that this Rillaboom was actually going to disappear from the field. What a call.
Yeah, really nice to be able to catch that there, because that could have gone very sideways if the Rillaboom decided to stay in play. But
Oh, that's nasty. This is not weakened by... Ooh.
Yeah. One of the interesting things now is when you take a look at the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Adam's side, it's not going to be able to KO the Amoonguss this turn with another Astral Barrage, which must be tempting to
No, it's not strong enough. It's not strong enough because it lost that special attack with Parting Shot.
Adam is just going to remove this Urshifu from the field and not going to try to get these wake-up turns.
Okay, gonna get the Roaring Moon in.
Going to switch in this Roaring Moon, which we can get a chance to see what...
I mean, I feel like he's just gonna spore the Shadow Rider.
The speed that we are seeing here for this Roaring Moon.
Yes, and this is what Adam needs.
The left side is in a really bad position.
Tailwind, in the next turn once Roaring Moon's allowed to move and get the speed boost up, or you can always go for your boost.
Here we go, Dark type.
Lost your item and try and remove this Amoonguss from play. The Dark Terrestrialization, though, very interesting onto that opposing Shadow Rider Calyrex. That's something that the Draining Kiss is going to be eyeing up.
It would absolutely do that, but I think
there goes the nasty plot. Really good play.
You might actually be able to survive that based on how you're trained, which provides a Shohei this perfect opportunity to go for the nasty plot here. That's going to be +2 to this Shadow Rider Calyrex's special attack on his side.
This is where things get very interesting, though, because we don't know exactly how these Calyrexes are going to match up in terms of speed. Depending if that speed boost is enough for the Roaring Moon, it can always try and get a Tailwind up and kind of remove the fear of which Calyrex is going to go first and then apply a huge amount of damage.
I do definitely think I set up the Tailwind here.
Just to go for it regardless, because you know that this Roaring Moon also has a super effective Dark type attack with that knockoff, so you just want to make sure that you are terrestrializing in a defensive way to also make sure that you can withstand one of those attacks.
But the Nasty Plot boost will be huge damage out here on the field.
Yeah, that Nasty Plot is going to be huge.
Generator ability to get a little bit of HP back, come back onto the field a little bit later on to threaten on the field as the Incineroar
goes back to Incineroar. That's a really good play to lower the physical attack of the Roaring Moon, just in case he wants to like go Tailwind into Acrobatics.
As you go into the Incineroar, take a look at that. It should be doing more damage, knowing that the Incineroar is actually holding an item. And that is such a little amount of
Oh,
damage.
this is gonna hurt.
They were able to tank that, also provide that attack drop, and now this is
wow.
Shadow Rider Calyrex at Shohei side to go. That is an Astral Barrage into both targets. Not
Okay,
necessarily
Astral
securing the
Barrage.
knockout, but you can see here on the return of this, that's very little damage.
Oh, the Draining Kiss. I was expecting the Draining Kiss there.
I have to say, though, the Roaring Moon going first in that match, very interesting to see the speed come through. But as you mentioned as well, little damage from that knockoff thanks to the Intimidate. And now that you also do not have a Ghost Calyrex opposing you, that knockoff is really not going to be doing too much. If I was Adam now, I'd probably be thinking, hey, my Roaring Moon isn't being damaged, let's use it for some support. Get a Tailwind up, ensure that my Calyrex is going to be able to outspeed and try and get some damage. But even then, the Calyrex is underwhelming in the pressure it's giving out.
I mean, you really want to try.
I think with the Nasty Plot, I don't think you live another Astral Barrage to set up a Tailwind.
A little bit bolstered, but because of that parting shot earlier, you're still at a neutral special attack, not able to secure a knockout. It means that you also aren't able to get that engine up and running to.
It's a revolving door of Pokemon.
Want to get the Grimnaze rolling through, and it looks like Shohei might be within range of getting one in this particular turn. A defensive play by the Roaring Moon as the Amoonguss joined the field here, so the Protect coming through as the Protect come through as well. Adam playing very defensively this turn.
Yeah, you saw Shohei actually go for a little bit of a pop-off here. Was kind of hoping maybe that he'd be able to get some type of attack off onto his Shadow Rider Calyrex, but unfortunately not going to be able to do the job just yet. This Amoonguss still being on the field is so problematic. There isn't really a great way for Adam to remove it at the moment. Maybe the acrobatics from this Roaring Moon could help out just to be able to deal that super effective damage, knowing that the Terra has already been used on Shohei's side, but that Intimidate, is it really going to be able to do enough here?
You're going to need another critical hit, I think, to be able to get through that Amoonguss, particularly at full health. And you also have the utility of your Shohei just to switch in the Incineroar again later. And
there goes the Rage Powder. That is such a good play.
Providing a little bit of protection, going for that Rage Powder and drawing in all of these attacks. But no, Roaring Moon going, I'm not targeting you, I'm going for the Tailwind. Let's get the speed on my side and see what my partner can do.
But you can see why this is so effective, because you do actually have that Draining Kiss heading into the Amoonguss. So the Rage Powder able to redirect it away from a super effective hit into that Dark Terra Shadow Rider Calyrex, as Shohei continues to go all out on the offense at a +2 special attack. It's plenty to get a double knockout. That's a sharp special attack increase. That's a +4 for this Shadow Rider Calyrex on Shohei's side.
This Calyrex is on Shohei's side. It's got all the boost, all the damage, and it's got the support. The one thing Adam has got going, though, is that Tailwind support, but whether it's going to be enough.
Well, I don't think it can be. You've got the Urshifu.
How do you stop it?
It hasn't been able to take one of its mandatory turns, so there's no opportunity for it to actually wake up on this next turn that it hits the field. You are able to buy yourself a little bit of time. You do have the fake out here from this Rillaboom that could help, and you do have the Assault Vest. So there is going to be a little bit of defensive capability from this Rillaboom to try to withstand some of these Astral Barrage, but you're +4.
The Assault Vest, I think, is going to be null and void at this point. The thing as well is you've got the Urshifu. You might love to be able to go for a close combat into that Dark-type Calyrex here, but you have to worry about the Amoonguss. You can't even taunt it because you have to taunt it twice.
I think that's game one.
It's redirectional support with Rage Powder, particularly when Incineroar just keeps doing the hokey pokey and getting in and out here.
Incineroar keeps doing the hokey pokey.
Urshifu taking a nap. Wake up, it's Worlds.
Wake up, it is Worlds. That Wood Hammer, though, it's going to take one more of those to be able to actually get the damage down onto the Shadow Rider.
Oh, that's not enough.
But before it's able to do that, it's going to have to take this Super Astral Barrage. It is just going to be a one-hit knockout there onto that Rillaboom, essentially, with the Focus Sash allowing this Urshifu to hang on. But now this
thing is
Incineroar
way
is
too
fresh
powerful
on the field. There's another fake out in hand. And Shohei is going to shore up this very first game of this best of 3.
Honestly, how many boosts does this Calyrex want to be able to get right now? I think if you're the opponent, you're going to be haunted by this image forever. Definitely a way for Shohei to kick off the tournament, and Adam knowing, hey, game 1's over, let's reset, let's focus, and go to game 2.
Yes. Wow.
Dang.
What a phenomenal
what a game.
So there by Shohei.
Yeah.
It was tough because at the very beginning, you take a look at Adam being able to get that calm mindset up early on by that Shadow Rider Calyrex. Felt like it was going to have a little bit more staying power with that special defense boost and the special attack as well. Okay, if you're able to stack up a couple more of those, then maybe you really have a good thing going for you.
I agree. I think the way that Adam was able to kind of get that calm mind up, put him into a good position, but Shohei just read him like a book, was able to go for that parting shot, not only then kind of negate the attack boost that it got, but then allow more pivoting in and out, particularly when it went for the Terra Fairy. It was then susceptible to, some damage coming through as well. I think for me, the key thing is that Dark Terror on Shohei's Calyrex. Because that meant that it was just so resistant to a lot of the damage that the Calyrex on Adam's side was putting through. Yes, you could go for the Draining Kiss, but just due to the low impact it was dealing out, I think you're going to have to do at least 2 to be able to get that knockout.
That's the thing, right? Is it's important to keep in mind that the base power of Draining Kiss is still very low.
Yeah.
And a lot of the instances that we've been able to see a Terra Fairy, Shadow Rider, Calyrex actually get a big knockout with Draining Kiss, it's already had a couple of special attack boosts stacked up to be able to try to get a knockout like that. So I think it's gonna be tough. Shohei was ready for that Calm Mind. You saw the parting shot immediately. That was a great way to pivot out the Incineroar, also keeping that special attack stat in check and allowed Shohei the opportunity to actually get his own out on the field. He had that nasty plot. He knew exactly when to be able to position that Shadow Rider Calyrex so he could get the nasty plot and just get more boosts.
Yep, and as you saw there as well, I think the Amoonguss was instrumental in that game 1. Getting the Spore down onto what was the Rillaboom slot and being able to catch that Urshifu just meant one of the big powerhouses on Adam's side was completely
Okay, so you're watching the recap. Basically, there was nothing stopping from the right side from setting up a nasty plot Calyrex and absolutely shut him down with Astro Barrage.
But how are you getting through this Amoonguss? I think you really have to rely on the Warring Moon and not allow it to get intimidated, because when the acrobatics is boosted up, once you lose the booster energy, you're able to deal a significant amount of damage because the damage increases without the item, right? And you do have the Terra flying on there as well to give it the extra boost. But are you ready to commit your Terra to that Roaring Moon? Is it worth it?
I think that's the question. We saw with
I'll
the
be right
Tailwind
back.
that the Tailwind was plenty for a lot of the pieces on Adam's team to actually be faster than the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Shohei's side. That's very important to consider, especially when it came down to like the Rillaboom's Woodhammer. It's still going to be a pretty offensive piece, especially if you can get that Woodhammer down with that same type of attack bonus damage on grassy terrain. A lot of those modifiers are going to add up, so you can actually start whacking away at some of this like big tanky damage and energy coming out from Shohei's team. But on the other side of things, where do you actually put that Roaring Moon in?
I would like to see pressure it needs, but
Tailwind's up.
That's true. Let's see what's coming out on the field. And it looks a little familiar here, Rosemary. We've got Incineroar and the Calyrex Shadow Rider out on the field for both these trainers.
It is looking like looking in a mirror.
Oh yeah, quite literally. They're even like matched across the field here. But you start to see the abilities coming through as well. The Intimidate's coming through. That's only really going to be able to affect the opposing Incineroars. And I wonder now if these Calyrexes are going to want to stay unterrestrialized.
I think it's really important to note the order of which these Intimidates actually go through. Adams and
I'd be almost tempted if I was Adam to just go for a parting shot here to just try and reduce the potential nasty plot coming through from the opposing side, particularly if it does want to terrestrialize, because if it goes into that Dark Terror, I really do not see a lot that Adam's Pokemon on the field right now can do to deal damage, other than the Draining Kiss, I guess.
Well, the Draining Kiss is nice too, because that secondary effect is that you restore some of the HP from the damage that you're dealt out. So maybe you are able to, after one Calm Mind or something, be able to try to outpace the damage that Shohei is putting on the field.
Exactly, and we're going to see the beautiful and bejeweled Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field once again going for that Dark Terror, making sure that it's not going to be taking super effective damage from an Astral Barrage here, wanting to make sure it's got its defensive capabilities in play to maybe go for one of those nasty plots, but it's going to be Sparkles all around, Rose.
It is, because that's going to be yet another terrestrialization onto Adams, and based on the terrestrialization, we can also get more confirmation that Shohei's Shadow Rider is faster. Yes, that's going to be the first to terrestrialize. We've obviously seen that move before Adams, and here's the nasty plot. We're going to get a lot of setup.
Not only does it look faster, but it looks pretty ferocious to me. It's setups on both sides here. The Calm Mind coming through on Adams here, making sure that special defense and special attack are boosted up. Really, really interesting to see if the Incineroars, yes, they are going to be able to follow the speed of the Intimidates here. So the parting shot comes through on Adam's side. I wonder if it's going to be a parting shot on the opposing side as well.
I think it would be a fantastic choice for Shohei to have made.
Yeah.
You expect that you're going to be doing some type of setup, then maybe you are predicting that Adam is trying to go for the same thing, and it would allow you to just make sure that you are keeping that opposing Shadow Rider Calyrex's stats in check. You'd be the only one with a boost in that case.
Exactly, and it's interesting to see, which Pokemon are going to come through here, because that Roaring Moon is primed to try and come out and set that Tailwind up so that your Calyrex Shadow Rider is able to gain that speed advantage here in this mirror. You don't currently have to worry about an Amoonguss on the field, so you're going to be able to, just focus in on supporting the Calyrex rather than having to deal out the damage. And there's the speed boost again from the booster energy.
Yep, and it is going to be a parting shot. So mirrored turn, sort of, on the same side, but what the Shohei actually tried to bring out to take this Incineroar's place. The fact that Adams was first, you now get a good idea of like, okay, well, I know there's a Roaring move.
Yes.
So how am I going to be able to counter that? I ended up bringing the Rillaboom in the last game. I want to say that does have the fake out. Oh no, the Amoonguss. Sorry, there was a grass type. I just had the wrong
They were
one.
both there. They were both there.
Yeah.
But I think the Amoonguss could be the really pivotal Pokemon here, being able to go for something like the redirection and draw in a potential Draining Kiss. But it is going to be that Rillaboom.
Rillaboom here makes a lot of sense. Now you have the opportunity to actually fake something out. You think that this Roaring Moon is going to be more of the problem, you could go for that, but you have to keep in mind that both of Adam's Pokemon on the field right now do have the opportunity and option to go for Protect.
Yes, be able to go for a defensive play, and we know that Adam isn't afraid of doing that. It's whether Shohei wants to read into that, make a really bold play, and go for something like a Null and Nasty Claw, but he doesn't need to. He's got the momentum right now. You could always just try and get some damage on the board with something like the Astral Barrage. Just try and get these Pokemon into a prime position to be KO'd, maybe even with a Grimnay boost. But you can also allow your Rillaboom to shine. There's no fake out coming through, that the Acrobatics comes through, not enough to be able to get the knockout, however, as the Astral Barrage from Shohei's is going to come through, connect on both the opposing Pokemon. No KO though, but of course, the Calyrex Shadow Rider is not going to be able to take another one of those in the next turn.
No, but I mean, the fact that we do see this Astral Barrage in return with the Rillaboom already taking as much damage as it has, we're not going to be able to see what move it is going for in this turn. It just gets knocked out for all of its troubles, and because of how low it was, it's actually going to give over a Grimnay boost to Adams. So we're kind of back up on par here, +1 for both of these Shadow Rider Calyx's special attack.
In both games 1 and 2, Adam has very kind of cleanly been able to remove the Rillaboom on the opposing side from the field. Shohei's Rillaboom really hasn't done much other than set up the terrain. The interesting thing in this next turn, we know that that Roaring Moon is faster. It can go for a Tailwind, try and get some speed up on Adam's side of the field, enabling that Calyrex Shadow Rider with its new Grimnay boost to be able to put some pressure onto the field. Maybe even get in range of a KO. But I think due to the Dark typing, it's going to be really difficult. Maybe a Draining Kiss here, particularly with the Terra Fairy boosting up this Fairy type move, you might be able to just get the knockout. But if an Amoonguss comes into that slot, the redirection is going to really put a thorn in your side.
It's going to be very close, though, to whether Adams actually even gets a chance to move. That was a lot of damage that came there from the Astral Barrage, just about half. So it could be a bit of a roll, maybe. And I don't even think you're particularly worried about... I think actually, if you're Shohei, you're not particularly worried about the amount of HP that this Shadow Rider Calyrex has. Despite the fact you might not actually be able to flinch the target, you're still faster. You could end up going for something like a fake out into the Shadow Rider Calyrex if you predict that maybe this Roaring Moon is not going to actually try to go for Tailwind.
You know what I like? Is the Incineroar on Shohei's side is running Helping Hand. That could potentially be what the Calyrex needs to be able to get the knockout on the opposing side. But not today on the Calyrex on Adam's side. It has gone for the Protect. The fake out actually going down into the Roaring Moon, allowing the Calyrex on Shohei's side to try and go for another one of these Astral Barrages.
Oh, the Roaring Moon. We saw how much it took that turn prior. It does not have any additional boost on Shohei's side, but it's not actually going to be enough to secure the knockout onto this Roaring Moon. That Protect, though, is going to be very beneficial for the Shadow Rider Calyrex to get a little bit of extra terrain healing. Yes. So maybe you're a little bit more confident for Adam that you would survive another Astral Barrage.
I think if it's a regular Astral Barrage, fine. Yes, Adam's Calyrex is going to be able to hang on there. But if there is the potential for that Helping Hand, that's where the momentum could really swing in Shohei's favor, particularly as we know that Calyrex Shadow Rider is currently the faster at the moment. It all depends if Roaring Moon wants to go for that Tailwind.
All right, man, I'm missing one heck of a game. Okay.
Here, do you try to go for another combine to see
this
if
round 2 is huge.
With the Helping Hand.
Sorry about that, guys.
Tailwind. Oh, there's actually
opportunity
here.
Yeah,
good Protect. Good Protect.
Adam, whether he's going to be able to capitalize on it, let's see the Tailwind.
Tailwind, let's go! Come on, Adam!
You can get that special defense and the special attack boost out with the Calm Mind. It is now in play. Incineroar might go for a parting shot, might try and bring down the special attack, but that special defense is staying where it's at, boosted.
Yeah, even though you do see that parting shot come through, you are able to continue to mitigate some of the Shadow Rider Calyrex's special attack. You still have to deal with the fact that it's under Tailwind now. Yeah. It is going to be faster than you. That Roaring Moon also going to be faster. And there's no additional
This is huge.
Fake out that Shohei can switch in. That Rillaboom has already gone down.
Yeah, Rillaboom is down. This is huge.
Final Pokemon for Shohei in this game too.
Going to be good information for Adam so he can pivot the Pokemon around to see which formidable threat is there. It's got to be something to support this Shadow Rider Calyrex. And it's going to be
That's exactly what I thought it was.
It has the potential to go for these Rage Powders, draw in some attacks. Obviously, we know the Roaring Moon's been intimidated and it's kind of on its last legs. Another Astral Barrage will be able to KO it. But the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Adam's side,
Yeah, he could just acrobatics the Amoonguss for free.
Like, don't think it's getting the knockout into the opposing Calyrex here.
No, I mean it's gonna be really close, right? Maybe this Amoonguss is able to hang on through something.
Okay, protect. Good play. Good play.
Protect from the Amoonguss, and because it's slower, there's actually not gonna be a protect coming through from this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Oh, that was a good play.
Moon was trying to target down this Amoonguss, but can this Astral Barrage actually do it? Shohei is banking on the fact that it will not, as the Astral Barrage +1 is not
enough.
Nearly enough to secure the knockout. So an Astral Barrage in return, we know it should not be able to knock out this Shadow Rider Calyrex with those
And it
+2
does
combat
not.
boosts, but it's enough to get this Roaring Moon and yet another special attack boost with that.
Ooh, the
Grenade.
+2 Calm Mind.
Roaring Moon did its job in terms of setting up the Tailwind, but by going down, you give the Grenade boost to the opposing Calyrex. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Even if you have +2 special defense, it's still going to hurt coming through with the boosts. And how do you
that boost definitely is probably way too much. He's still got the Assault Vest Rillaboom in the back. I feel like you have to throw that right now.
You could always go for something like the Flare Blitz here, but there's still the Incineroar in the back for Shohei as well that can apply Intimidates and make it more difficult for the Incineroar on Adam's side.
Yeah, it's also important to note though too that we do actually have kind of difference in strategy here from Adam. He ended up opting to leave the Urshifu at home. That would have been really nice just to have as an extra.
Still nothing, Rosemary.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little too early for that Urshifu at the moment.
Oh, come on, Adam.
Physical attacker and having that close combat would be
Ooh, bringing the Rex back.
It makes it very difficult for Urshifu.
Interesting.
Really nice adjustments.
That's actually a really good play.
Getting rid of those boosts and going, I need to intimidate this opposing Incineroar, and that's exactly what Shohei is doing, knowing that the
Great
Calyrex
play.
Shadow Rider, and when Tailwind is ended, can come back and be formidable. But here we go, the Astral Barrage, decent damage into the Amoonguss.
But not enough.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is that you do have the opportunity.
Oh, and it's still enough even after the Intimidate. Let's go.
Attack, you know your own Shadow Rider is not
Ooh,
able to withstand
that's
that.
touchy.
Instead, you get rid of the boost. It's a very big risk.
Because now you don't have fake out potential.
And the Tailwind is going to expire. But the Amoonguss, getting knocked out for its troubles. So means that Shohei is on his final 2 Pokemon for this game too.
I like that though. You've dealt with the Amoonguss. It's gone. You're now forced.
He's still got Assault Vest Rillaboom, man. I think Adam's got this.
Its boosts here at this point as well. That nasty plot, the Grimnay, is gone.
It is gone, and it is.
Adam is holding up incredibly well right now.
I'm worried a little bit about this Incineroar. Maybe you're still able to survive a Flare Blitz, but there's still one more turn of Tailwind. Little bit predictable, I think. Maybe Shohei, knowing that he might have to go for something like a Protect on this Calyrex.
I would go Draining Kiss into Calyrex.
But the Incineroar.
He's going to protect, though. He's going to protect the Calyrex. He has to because he outspeeds you in Tailwind.
It has the Helping Hand again, like you mentioned. So Helping Hand at the end of the day might still be beneficial, but Shohei
Okay.
last 2 Pokemon here is a very tough ask as you take a look at
I just don't think I would have sacked Incineroar.
Yeah, bringing that terrain back to the field.
I don't think I would have brought that in. I would have brought that in at full health because the Incineroar.
Because I think Shohei might protect it. Exactly
Yep.
what we're seeing. Stall out the last turn.
That's what I thought would happen.
Faster, but then the fake out in the next turn is
Astral Barrage is the right place so you can hit both, but
Astral Barrage obviously only going to be able to target down into that opposing Incineroar, do a little bit of damage, but a little is a lot at this point.
a little is a lot. That did a lot of damage. And he still has fake out, and they lived to knock off.
It all adds up. Even just a little bit of chip damage coming through from the knockoff, it does remove this Covert Cloak. Not really a big deal anymore in this matchup because they don't have fake out available.
He actually gave up the Protect, so you could fake out the... Yeah, you could fake out the Calyrex. And he can't answer that.
Yes, it kind of looks telegraphed. You can put the fake out down into that opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider, go for another Astral Barrage. The Incineroar on Shohei's side doesn't have Protect either, so it's going to have to take the full brunt force of one of these attacks. Looks like the double Protect failed there on the opposing side.
That was a good try with the double Protect.
And stops it in its tracks. The double damage.
Here comes another one.
Pokemon going to be able to get a knockout.
Ooh, Rillaboom is on its last leg.
Time for the little kitty cat.
Grassy Glide definitely finishes it from here.
All of this, there's no Flare Blitz on Shohei's Incineroar, so no way to hit this Rillaboom for super effective damage. And
He did, though. He really did.
For a knockoff here, still just not quite enough to distribute that damage across the board. So that is 1-1 we're going into game number 3 here for our very first match of the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, he adapted really nicely.
Absolute mastery caliber of play from these trainers, particularly the way Adam was able to adapt in that game too. Shohei locking on the forfeit, saying, let's go to a game 3 and see who is going to win this set.
Nice play, Adam.
There from Adam, leaving the Urshifu at home, meant that he just had so much more opportunity to try to weave in those fake outs, make sure that you can get those intimidate drops. A lot more pivoting potential as well with something like the parting shot as well as the U-turn, which in tandem kind of follows a very similar vein.
I'm not sure.
Shohei was going for
What's he got? Parting shot, Darkest Lariat, fake out, helping hand?
The Rillaboom hasn't really done a lot.
We are going to game 3. Game 1 and 2 were great.
Really coming from the Calirexes, as you can see
That special defense boost and then the tailwind, like there was a really tight-knit game on the first one.
Going for these parting shots to try and negate some of that pressure onto the field. The Astral Barrage not only dealing a huge amount of damage, but also hitting both Pokemon.
Him not having Flare Blitz on Incineroar is huge.
Really does. And this particular moment as well, when you actually end up seeing this Protect come through from the Calyrex.
Yeah, the double Protect would have been problematic too, because then he could have outsped, but he did have that special defense boost, and the Grenade didn't come back through. So the Fairy Calyrex, the Fairy Terrestrial Shadow Calyrex had enough special defense to live an unboosted Astral Barrier. Astral Barrage, excuse me.
Capitalizing so well on Shohei's defensive play, and also I think in the end game bringing in the Rillaboom right at the end, going, hey, you're going to play defensively again. You're going to protect on the last turn of Tailwind. I got your number here. I'm bringing in my fake outer so that I can make these adaptations. And I really loved seeing that come through. If we focus a little bit onto game 3, both these trainers have kind of obviously brought their restrictors. They've brought some really big support. Shohei in the form of that Incineroar, but also critically the Amoonguss. In game 2, Adam was able to play around that Amoonguss a little bit better, being able to already have kind of your stacked, boosted Calyrex with the Astral Barrage, dealing a significant amount on the field.
Did, and then Amoonguss not being able to put something to sleep, you would also feel...
Yeah, the first game was interesting because he had an opportunity to spore the Calyrex of Adams, and he didn't. But he got the Urshifu instead. I guess he wasn't scared of the opposing Shadowrex Calyrider. Game 3, Shadowrex, Shadow Calyrider. Oh! Okay, we are not playing around. We are going full brunt force.
I love this coming out from Shohei here, knowing that the Amoonguss was so disruptive in game 1. Let's bring it out front and center to already get up to some shenanigans. You could try and go for some redirection here. You can just try and support your opposing Calyrex. But the Incineroar, a really nice play coming in here for Adam. It's almost forcing Shohei to have to go for the Terra Dark or a Protect onto his own Calyrex to stop the Calyrex on Adam's side going for a free Astral Barrage here.
That is so cool. And then he could also terrestrialize into Fairy and hit him with the Draining Kiss and knock off. Well, not really the knock off. That's interesting that his Incineroar doesn't have Flare Blitz.
Available from either of these Pokemon. Incineroar for Adam is going to have a Terra Water, so there is not really a great way to actually try to get around the Rage Powder or the Spores.
Exactly, and you kind of want to think maybe if that Calyrex Shadow Rider that likes to go for those nasty plots wants to also go for the Terra Dark, you could even catch it with a cheeky fake out, but it's not to be. It's leaving the field here for Shohei.
Alright, so he leaves the Calyrex. What's he doing? Okay, Incineroar. Incineroar and Amoonguss are both really defensive Pokemon to check the other Shadow Calyrider.
And it's also able to resist the Astral Barrages. If you're expecting that to come through from the Shadow Calyrex.
Okay, going to the Fairy one. Going back to the basics. Did you bring Clefairy for Friend Guard to try to help mitigate the fight?
Right away for this Shadow Rider.
So there's the fake out going down into what was the Calyrex Shadow Rider, going to be kind of null and void into the switching in Incineroar as the Calm Mind does go up. This is risky. The Amoonguss has the potential to go for a Spore and just kind of shut down this opposing Pokemon.
It does.
That would be absolutely huge. The Spore goes into the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
I don't know why you would just sack your Wincon right there into a Spore.
At least it's going to be able to get its turns in early when the opposing Calyrex isn't on the field. You have the Incineroar now. You're a Fairy type, so you don't have to worry so much about things like the knockoff coming through. We saw what negligible damage that was able to deal before. But then if you do lose your Covert Cloak, that's where Fake Out can kind of roll into the match as it goes through. if I was these trainers right now, if I was Adam, I'd want to try and find a way to get rid of this Amoonguss as fast as possible. You have to kind of rely on your...
You do have the Incineroar that can get rid of it.
It can be put to sleep in this turn as well if it doesn't want to get off the field, but there's no safe switch in other than potentially a Rillaboom.
Pretty sure that
then,
Amoonguss is
really
ever
want to
valued to
put
live a
yourself
Flare
in a
Blitz
position
from
where you're sort of
Incineroar.
off cadence. Is the Rillaboom okay in that position when you think that maybe there's a Shadow Rider Calyrex waiting in the wings to just peek its head back
I just don't know if I would throw Rillaboom out like that.
But it is going to be the Rillaboom. You don't want to let
But then again, you already know your opponent doesn't have Flare Blitz, so I guess that's pretty understandable.
And you got to make sure that the Shadow Rider wakes up. There's the mandatory turn.
He must not be scared of having to go to sleep, even with the parting shot. He just gets fully freely into his Shadow Rider.
Yep, insult to injury here as the Incineroar able to get off the field. It's not running Flare Blitz, so it's not something that could really apply pressure to that opposing Rillaboom. So it's nice here for
I don't know if I would have let it just fall asleep to a Spore easy like that. That's a touchy situation.
And you now are in a position where you can start dealing out some big damage. Particularly if it keeps sleeping, you could go for another nasty plot here.
Okay, out into his Rillaboom.
Calyrex is just going to continue to wait back there. It's going to be the Rillaboom once again here for Shohei. It's the adjustment that we saw
So
in
Calyrex is just waiting, biding its time.
Take a look at the Rillaboom. You know that it has U-turn. You can actually just try to get some super effective damage down into the Rillaboom on the other side.
Okay, he fakes out the other Rillaboom, okay.
Fake out into that slot so we don't get a chance to see it. But the wake up here from the Shadow Rider.
Oh!
Adams is going to get the double damage down into both of these Pokemon.
That is a lot of damage.
Here on Shohei's Rillaboom. Try to withstand it, but the
There's the Sludge Bomb.
Whittle away at this very type of Shadow Rider.
Okay, does not get...
It's not dealing a monumental bit
I wonder if Clefairy's in that back slot for Friend Guard to try to set up the Draining Kiss.
The issue is, however, can the Calyrex Shadow Rider do anything before the opposing Amoonguss is able to put it back to sleep?
Yeah, that's a thing.
With the amount of damage that has come through so far, not necessarily. So Protect that we see Adam hovering over would be a great way to be able to protect himself from that.
Protect would be a good idea. And then U-turn.
Yes, Incineroar can bring that back in. Got the Intimidate drop down onto the Rillaboom once again. Gonna force Adam into this game of chicken. Do you want to try to get...
I feel like you have to U-turn. Yeah, Protect and U-turn is probably the play.
Shohei really looks in the driving seat now, though.
Okay, good play.
So the U-turn really doesn't do too much, and you have just protect.
He can bring in his Incineroar for free.
So a fake out from the opposing Incineroar.
Ah, he's got the... Okay.
With the knockoff, obviously, on the Incineroar.
Okay, so he's got the Tailwind in the back. So one Calm Mind into Tailwind could... Ooh, this could actually... This could work.
It makes it very difficult for that Rillaboom to have longevity on the field. Spore coming through, Amoonguss doing what it does best, just trying to shut down this opposing Calyrex. And this is what I like from Adam here. You brought the Incineroar on, you can choose your fake out target here. I think if you're going to shut down that opposing Amoonguss, that would be best. You don't want a Spore, and you can maybe allow that Calm Mind to come through.
I would Calm Mind again, but I think he's Draining Kissing the... It looked like he went Draining Kiss.
Too close for comfort, so Adam opting to try to get in a bit more of that special defense capability for that Shadow Rider. It's still full HP. There's also no Terra yet used on Shohei's side. I think that's a very important distinction between the first two games that we saw.
Yes, because he got that Calyrex out there right at the beginning of this game 3, unlike the previous turns. The fake out going down into that pesky little mushroom there. As the fake out comes through on the opposing Incineroar as well into this. Oh, no, it's actually the knockoff getting rid of.
Okay, Calm Mind. Good play. Good play. Good play. Good play.
Just trying to negate a potential parting shot, but particularly as there wasn't one in this particular turn, this boost is going to be in play going into the next turn.
Yeah,
as well.
this boost is huge.
Going for something like the Astral Barrage.
This boost is huge.
It's such a tough call, though, right?
Because his Amoonguss...
Maybe I can just go for the fake out. I think that would at least be doing a little bit... if I'm lucky, I'm able to get the fake out into the Incineroar, but there was also the play that could have parting shot.
I think I Protect. Oh, you know what I do here? I go Protect. I go Protect into Calyrex because I got that Calm Mind up.
I think the Incineroar on
and then
very interesting spot here because you could always potentially...
Oh, he's trying to get rid of Amoonguss. That's what he's doing. That's really smart.
Let it go down to be able to bring and Intimidate back in later on. But it's all about this Calyrex right now. Being able to go for this Astral Barrage, not going to be able to get any damage down onto the opposing Amoonguss as you're able to connect down onto the Incineroar. Significant chunk of damage.
That is a significant chunk of damage to Incineroar.
Incineroar on Adam's side decides to, make a little bit of a switch, pivot things around. The Amoonguss on Shohei's side, I'm not going to lie, I would not be surprised to see that leave the field, get a little bit more HP back with its Regenerator ability, and rejoin a little bit later on. But it's what you're going to do in its place.
No fourth Pokemon revealed to Shohei yet from Adam.
He is hiding that Roaring Moon so well.
Looking for an opportunity to actually get that piece in at the right moment. A parting shot here from Shohei's Incineroar is going to allow it to pivot off of the field while also dropping that special attack stat here from this Shadow Rider. There's a couple of options, like as you said.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because all he needs is a Grimnay and the Tailwind and it's over.
Yeah, bring back out the Shadow Rider.
He's also got the Assault Vest Rillaboom that can go for knockoff, so he's definitely still looking pretty good.
Also, the speeds haven't been altered here by a Tailwind from the Roaring Moon. So if you're Shohei, you're going to be pretty confident that your Calyrex is going to be in a prime position to start getting some damage on the board. Particularly when you've got the Amoonguss there, you can always try a little bit of redirectional support. And
I don't think the redirection will work because of Astral Barrage.
Here on the field, you can always try and go for the fake out
And it definitely goes down from another Astral Barrage. That's a great play on his part, switching out to get that Regenerator later.
A Pokemon from the back like the
Incineroar.
You can throw down that Intimidate onto the Rillaboom once again.
What a tough call, though. You have to assume that Shohei is going to try to go for the Terrestrialization here, not having the Amoonguss to try to keep it safe. You want to know that you're able to kind of withstand this oncoming damage in your own right. The only problem is if you do see something like that Draining Kiss, you are a bit vulnerable to that. You have no Rage Powder to try to redirect that away, but it's just going to have to be a
nasty plot. This is
Shadow Rider Calyrex on Adam's side.
It's going to be the Astral Barrage, though, coming through, connecting on both the opposing Pokemon here. Again, really negligible damage, particularly considering there's a nasty plot on the opposing side.
Good U-turn, good U-turn.
Little hooves right now from the damage potential that can come back across the field at you right now.
A bit of a slower game. We're really waiting for this kind of like this opening.
He can go fake out. There's no covert cloak. There's no redirection. Bro, he can freely fake out into Draining Kiss.
Right, this is game 3. The winner of this game wins the set. So there is no room for error. It's Pokemon World Championships. It's game 3 of round 1. You want
Draining Kiss, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Fake out.
Do the Draining Kiss. What are you doing? Oh, he's Calm Minding to get the boost, the defense against the boosted Astral Barrage.
Onto this force, who would actually start to get itself into this race.
Adam too, though. Adam's been working really hard on these Calm Mind boosts. It's not just for the special attack. The critical thing is the special defense boost.
Yes.
Because you're against such a formidable special attacker in the form of the Calyrex, you need to make sure that...
That's true. That special defense boost is definitely helping.
Astral Barrages and make sure that you can deal significant damage, even with like a double up potential from something like the Incineroar, and get rid of the threat on the opposing side. Speaking of threats, Amoonguss is back on the field, though, as a defensive play from Shohei comes through in the form of the Protect.
Smart. You're going to be able to bypass that fake out.
Yep.
That way, you're not actually going to leave yourself vulnerable to taking too much damage. The Amoonguss gets a chance to switch back in. You're not worried about it taking too much damage. Calm Mind, though. Oh, it's starting to get a little bit out of hand here. This is the third Calm Mind that Adam.
Yeah, this thing is really powerful now.
Which means that special defense has 3 stages on top of it.
I honestly feel like in this game 3, we've been like climbing up the hill or like the roller coaster. You're going up, 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 and we're about to hit the peak and roll out with the damage here. The fact that these Calm Minds are in play, the fact that you've also got the nasty plot on the opposing side means the momentum is going to be key. Something like the Astral Barrage.
I don't know, because there's a nasty plot behind the opposing Shadow Calyrex. Here we go.
The faster Calyrex is able to go for the Astral Barrage. First of all, connects down decent.
Good lord.
No KOs just yet, but it looks like it could be very close onto something like that Incineroar, as the Astral Barrage in return. It's going to come down to what this Incineroar is able to do on the outside of this.
Wow, that did a lot.
On his last legs.
Come on. Whoa, let's go.
Shohei losing is restricted in this third and final game of the set.
It's down and out. It left the field at the beginnings, come back in, got set up, but just wasn't able to get the knockouts here. A sigh of celebration there for the Incineroar on the field. Of course, it's not going to be able to get any boost from this, but it certainly swings the momentum into Adam's favor. The Amoonguss sitting very vulnerable now to a very similar play.
Dude, he's got Roaring Moon in the back.
The Flare Blitz coming through. Rillaboom, same
with Tailwind Acrobatics, he is set.
And you can't even fake out the opposing Calyrex thanks to the Covert Cloak.
Covert Cloak is still intact. That is going to be a big problem here for Shohei to try to get through the rest of the Shadow Rider Calyrex's HP pool. Still sitting at half. Going to be getting a little bit more recovery, as well as his grassy terrain is still active on the field. but it's all about what's in the back here. Adam sees an out, sees the win at the end of the tunnel, and that is with the super effective damage that this Roaring Moon might be able to dish out.
And honestly, I love that Flare Blitz play going down into the Calyrex, because if Amoonguss redirects it, it redirects it, but if you protect it, then you're not going to be dealing damage. Fantastic play. Incineroar taking a little bit of a break as the Calyrex also goes for the protect. The grassy terrain has come back onto the field as well. Going to be able to get that recovery up, give the Calyrex a little bit more longevity on the field here. As the Spore comes through, of course, it's going down into a Rillaboom. It's a grass type. It's not going to do any connecting here.
It's still something, though. You have to hope that it's going to be anything on the other side. The Incineroar.
Anything but the Rillaboom.
Well, yes, and literally anything but. Even in something in the back, you know that it's going to be susceptible to that fake out, or to that Spore. So now what's next, right? For Adam, it's still about trying to make sure that you've got the Shadow Rider Calyrex able to pin and finish up the game.
Yes, and again, if you're Adam,
He's got a free U-turn. He's just got to use it against Roaring Moon correctly.
Utility with something like the U-turn and the parting shots on your kind of Rillaboom and Incineroar pivot Pokemon, so you can keep applying pressure with these Intimidates to the opposing Rillaboom, or just completely shutting them down here as well with the fake out.
Astral Barrage.
This is going to drop
Amoonguss.
Amoonguss.
To clean up this Amoonguss, and there's an opportunity to go for the Spore into this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
He's definitely going to Spore, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Barrage is enough to knock out Shohei's Rillaboom. That is going to be just 2 Pokemon left here. Spore does connect. That is important, but it's just the Incineroar left to try to deal damage.
You know what? This gets very dicey here. The Incineroar on Shohei's side doesn't have Flare Blitz. Its only kind of attacking move, other than Fake Out, is Knockoff. And that's going down into a Fairy Pokemon on the opposing side. That's not going to be
so little.
Exactly. It's going to be doing like no damage. The Rillaboom as well, not going to be worrying too much, particularly when there is such low HP on that Incineroar. The Rillaboom on Adam's side, yes, it can't do too much to the opposing Incineroar.
I don't know.
You can clean up into that Amoonguss with something like the U-turn. You can maybe try and go for just, I don't know.
He can U-turn and set up Tailwind it in the game.
U-turn yourself, but there's the forfeit. Shohei concedes.
He is going to concede there, and Adam Sherfui is going to win the very first Swiss match that we have here in day number 1 of the 2024 Pokémon
That was
World
huge.
Championships. Fantastic positioning coming through from his Shadow Rider Calyrex to get those Calm Mind boosts up and ready to go. And it was just too much for Shohei to try to get through.
That's got to be a good feeling right there. Day 1, round 1 of the Pokémon World Championships, and you're taking down the reigning champion. And I have to say, both trainers, particularly in such a mirrored kind of match, played so incredibly well with their adaptations, preserving their Calyrexes, whether it was introducing more supportive Pokemon or using them a little bit later in the game. Fantastic play. Commiserations to Shohei, of course, but hey, it's only round 1. There's plenty more to go. I'm sure it won't be the last we see of him today.
Yes, you still have that extra life there as well. X2 record is going to be plenty to be able to get you through to that day 2 competition. And then you can take it from there. But it's always going to be one match at a time. So let's take a look back. Some of the highlights that we had from that game number 3. At the very beginning here too, I mean, Shohei, he sort of just changed up the script. He actually didn't leave his Shadow Rider Calyrex on the field. Decided maybe it's time for it to shine just a little bit later. Didn't use the Terra either. Just tried to preserve that for later on in the game. But that gave Adam so much opportunity to pivot around his pieces, weave in those Calm Minds to a point where it was just too much, too quickly.
And I think as well that Spore on the opposing Calyrex could have been so detrimental if more sleep turns had kind of gone through in the match. But the fact that Adam was able to wake up, get the damage on the board, and this play in particular, being able to go for the double up, targeting down and removing the restricted and such a formidable Pokemon from play, just gave him the momentum to clean up the rest of that match. One of the key things I think really came through was the switching of the Pokemon on Adam's side. Rotating through those supportive Pokemon just gave him so much momentum to shut down the potential on the opposing side. And I have to credit Adam's team building in the form of that Covert Cloak. Really expert piece of equipment there.
It was really great because you didn't have the opportunity to actually fake it out. Even though you got away from your ghost typing with the terrestrialization, it still wasn't able to be enough of a stop to this Shadow Rider Calyrex. I mean, this is why we've seen Terra Fairy be so dominant. Sometimes we end up seeing it a little bit more with something like a Focus Sash, but Covert Cloak, the perfect adjustment and adaptation to have in this mirror.
Hey, the Covert Cloak with Fairy was very interesting.
The last kiss they want to receive is a Draining Kiss from a Terra Fairy Calyrex, right? But that just wasn't to be in here. Even though I think Shohei played very well around that, constantly bringing the Amoonguss to provide that redirectional support so that Draining Kiss really wasn't an option. Once you actually got those Calm Mind boosts up, particularly when you got the Grimnay boost stacked with them as well, that's where the Astral Barrages were just able to clean up, particularly in Game 2, I felt.
Well, what a fantastic match we had to kick off our day number 1 of the video game here at the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. We have our winner of that match, Adam, on stage with Gabby. So let's go ahead and hear from them.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I'm here with Adam Sherfui, who just won round 1 of the World Championships. Congratulations. How do you feel today?
I'm feeling very great because it was the World Champion. And when I saw my pairings on Arcanine, I was like, okay, I do the job.
You did the job indeed. How did you prepare for this large and difficult tournament?
My prep was not very long because I got exam past month. So I play with all my friends Calyrex Shadow because I just played one tournament in the Regulation G, it was Bologna. And I already played Calyrex Shadow, I got top 16 with him. So I think I need to keep my comfort pick. And yeah, with some players like Alban, Hippolyte, Carl, we try to find some new Calyrex Shadow style of team, and we are very proud about that.
It was a really cool team, and I loved how in Game 3 you kept the Roaring Moon a secret in the bag as your win condition. What was your strategy when you were preparing for that very difficult game number 3?
In Game 3, I know that he wants to play with his Among Us because he saw my spore immunity as not very big. I just have a Rillaboom. So I know I probably accept one spore. I get the insta wake up, so it was very clutch for me. And I think I can just manage the game with cycling with my fake outs with Rillaboom and Incineroar. I keep Roaring Moon in the back because I know if I kill the Calyrex Shadow, Roaring Moon just finish the game. So yeah. My plan was pretty clean, I guess, and I'm very happy to win against Okenshoi.
It was an amazing game. Now, do you have anybody at home, maybe watching, that you would like to say hello to?
Yeah, of course, of course. Tout d'abord, can I do it in French? Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
Salut maman, salut papa, salut Vip, j'espère ça va. And all the French community, especially Team PE, and yeah. All my partners, all my group, Alban, Hippolyte, Carl, voilà. And ouais, tous mes amis de clé, j'espère vous regardez aussi. And yeah, that's it.
Well, Adam, thank you so much and congratulations. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Trainers, we'll be back after a short break.
All right, short break time. Really, really cool. Like I said, first time ever watching this.
Hello everyone, I'm Kyle Fukusukovic, and today we're going to learn a bit more about our host for the Pokemon World Championships, Anna Prosser.
Amazing, I love Raikou
TG. I need some quick answers. First thing that comes to your mind.
Here we go.
We're going to try to do it in under a minute.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Describe yourself in one word.
I heard someone already said silly, so I will say earnest.
Okay, good one. Name your favorite Pokemon.
Eevee.
Eevee.
What was the first Pokemon World Championships you attended?
I think it was 2016 in San Francisco.
Oh. Name your favorite color.
Green.
It's a good one. That's mine too. What's your favorite Pokemon plushie that you own?
Oh, that's really hard. I think it's I have a sleeping Eevee in my office. It's really cute.
Okay, that is cute. Name your favorite Pokemon gym leader.
I'll be basic and say Misty. We gotta love a redhead.
Yeah. Name your favorite Pokemon region.
Hisui.
Ooh, nice one. All right, and I'm going to throw you a curveball for the last one. I'm going to put you on the spot. No pressure. But what's your favorite game to watch at Worlds? VG, TCG, GO, or Unite?
Okay. My favorite game to play is TCG. Okay. But to watch, it's Unite.
All right. Unite
I
fans.
didn't just say that because the Unite casters are right there.
Yeah, they're celebrating right now. All right, thank you so much, Anna, for your time. Be sure to catch Anna as the host for the weekend, and stay tuned, everybody, for more Pokemon World Championships action.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Powerpuff
will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping dragon.
Oh, Shoei was the one that had the cookie cutter team. Okay. I have to respect the cookie cutter Pokemon though, because I just got super excited and stoked over a Shadow Calyrex Rider game, and I in no way am like into the Legends a lot. Well, I can't say that. I like Miraidon.
想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまって、かなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を。
Oh, I like how they're doing a recap of like the very first, his last time playing in his team and the recap. That's pretty cool.
想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。
Yeah, Chi and Pow is also really, really strong. But I think that was a different regulation.
それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロワレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。
And to answer your question, Corey, I'm using my phone because I don't want to use like sharing the stream, so I can't exactly change windows and make comments.
コミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なことだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
North American International Championships had arrived in New Orleans, and so naturally, a parade of excited players followed, vying for that coveted trophy. Calyrex Shadow Rider had just won back-to-back regional-level events in the 2 weeks prior.
Don't look a ghost horse in the mouth.
Ice Rider was never far behind, so the pressure was on every player to find a way to topple the Jockey King from its steeds. In the final of the Juniors division, Damon Zhao brought a hard-hitting Miraidon team into Kevin Hahn's bulky Calyrex Ice Rider. Despite the mega charge hits from Miraidon, Kevin's team was still able to use Trick Room and flip the matchup on its head, taking the win in a convincing 2-0.
And with this Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championships.
Man's holding a Dracovish.
Both riders. Adam Coulson with Calyrex Ice Rider piled on the pressure alongside Urshifu. However, Joshua Robinson utilized his Calyrex Shadow Rider to weather the blizzard, stall out Trick Room, and take a multitude of KOs with powerful Astral Barrages.
So the Calyrex, with this Astral Barrage, able to move before this Urshifu, is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game, Josh! The honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes...
Mian Shao is a very interesting choice.
2024 North America International Champion!
And in the Masters Division, we had French player Aurélien Soula, an incredibly strong player with countless top cuts in large events, and their opponent, Patrick Connors from Florida. With just a couple of day 2 finishes to his name, he was certainly the underdog coming into this EU versus NA face-off. Patrick took game 1, but Aurélien took game 2. And in the final game, Patrick was able to position Pelipper to lock down Aurelian's Terrapagos with Wide Guard and sweep with Glacial Lance of the Calyrex Ice Rider.
The support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis. And
yeah, I want to see this tri-attack Terrapagos.
So the North American region reigns supreme this weekend, with all champions riding their Calyrex to victory. Will you be our next champion? Settle on over to Pokemon.com/compete and show the world what you and your Pokemon can achieve.
Oh, Palafin. Bubble Beam Berry Blast. Oh, Quaxley's hair. It's a poof. Come on, Piplup. Show him how it's done, buddy. Come on, Piplup. Oh, Piplup. C move and killed the whole tree. Catch water type Pokemon everywhere this summer. That was a cute little thing.
Aloha, Pokemon
Let's
trainers.
go!
Day 1 of the 2024 Pokemon World Championships are officially underway here in Honolulu, Hawaii. We have over 3,000 competitors across all of the competitive Pokemon games this weekend. It is surely going to be a weekend to remember. I am Joe Brown, joined by my absolute pleasure to be joined by the Scott Glaza here in the lounge as we get set up for our round 2 matchup. But Scott, in that round 1, I mean, you can't start any better. We had Shohei, the reigning world champion, losing to Adam there. That's a really big victory for Adam to start his day with a W over a world champ.
I was really impressed. I mean, I feel like that mirror is just so important to play. If you're going to play the Shadow Rider Calyrex, you know you're going to have to play that matchup several times. And that first game I was kind of wondering, is he like maybe a little underprepared for the dark type terrestrialization, but definitely not, right? Where like both games, and 2 and especially game 3, was really dominant performance. And he's got to feel great about his odds for this weekend after that big win.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly,
yeah, the calm on Shadow Calyrex was very interesting.
The rest of the weekend, who knows? Maybe he'll be the next world champion. But speaking of world champions, we have a fun little segment prepared for anyone who doesn't know. If you're just joining the Pokemon community, haven't been around, this is actually the 10th anniversary of the 2014 World Championships. The
crazy.
The Follow Me Heard Round the World, where Sejun Park won the World Championships with his trusty Pachirisu.
10 years ago.
Arguably the most influential moment in competitive Pokemon history.
Yeah, it was certainly, I think, the most talked about VGC match ever.
Yeah, for certainly within VGC. So we have this segment we're going to run all weekend as we're between rounds, talking about how trainers make the call for the World Championships. And if you've been in this scene, you see it all the time for every event. Oh, what's the call for EUSC? What's the call for Sacramento Regionals? What's the call for Worlds? And really, this is something that Sejun perfected in 2014, because the ultimate call, the ultimate meta play was that Pachirisu.
Yeah, I think it's pretty neat too, where I think people kind of just remember it for being like cute and a quirky pick, but like it really was a fun matchup with the metagame. I actually thought both he and his finals opponent had sort of interesting answers to Amoonguss in particular, right? They're both kind of abusing Amoonguss being so popular in that format in different ways, where like the Rotom Mo that Jody uses kind of more directly influencing that and kind of just like being able to attack through Amoonguss in a way other Pokemon couldn't. Pachirisu, I think, was kind of abusing how other people are preparing for the format, right? Like, well, redirection's annoying, but that can only come from Amoonguss, so I'm just going to plan on dealing with, all the redirection being from a grass-type Pokemon, and then suddenly, oh no, that doesn't work, right? Like, electric-type Pokemon, like, basically have the reverse-type weaknesses and resistances as a grass-type, so people's foolproof plans became foolish.
Right, and the other one of the other things, there's honestly, I'm sure somebody could write a book one day on 2014 Worlds and everything went down. But one of the other fascinating things, you talked to Sejun or other people that were there at the metagame at the time. Safety Goggles Zapdos was kind of the Amoonguss answer. That's an electric type, right? And a lot of times, Sejun didn't want to just. He had troubles into that Zapdos, so by having Follow Me instead of Rage Powder, like you're talking about on the Pachirisu, it essentially gave him an Amoonguss answer and a Zapdos answer at the same time.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of Pokemon like that that sort of specifically beat. I think maybe if you compare that World Championship to this one,
I don't know if Zapdos was really that big back then. Maybe it was, though.
The most common archetype and just kind of like tweak the way they built their teams in order to come out on top of the mirror. I think in 2014, the best teams kind of went another direction with it, right? Where I'm just not going to play that game at all. I'm going to bring some stuff that no one's prepared for it. I'm going to take advantage of knowing that the top compositions are pretty predictable.
Yeah, and then one of my other favorite parts of the Sejun lore that's come out, especially we made the championship history video last season that everybody has enjoyed, is well, actually, it's not a Pachirisu team, it's a Mega Gyarados team, right? And now you see so many people talking like that because we talked in that video that Sejun didn't start with Pachirisu and then filled in 5 of the slots. He decided, well, I need an answer for Mega Kangaskhan, I need an answer for all these really strong physical attackers, and Gyarados has Intimidate to lower those attacks from the threats on the other side. But then when you can have it set up with Dragon Dance, it can really sweep through the other team. So I think that's one of the fun things that we've learned over the years, where back in the day, oh, it's a Pachirisu team, it's a Pachirisu team. Like, no, it was actually a Mega Gyarados team that Pachirisu kind of filled that gap that was helping it against those that electric weakness that Gyarados has.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of super cool to keep in mind, too, where, like, Mega Gyarados wasn't really a thing. I mean, it certainly wasn't unheard of, right? But when people are preparing for the tournament, Gyarados is pretty low on the threat list, and even some of his other Pokemon, like where we saw, Gardevoir in that finals as well, also not, like, super high usage, wouldn't have made it onto that, top usage slide that we always have. I think it's just a great example of, like, okay, well, I have specific problems because I'm running a comp that's a little bit different than what everyone else is, which require different answers, right? And, he didn't just slap on, the most common Pokemon available because it was strong, and instead he found the right grouping of qualities that made his strategy work.
And I like that when you go out of your way to find winning strategies.
Finals match against Jody, that it almost felt like the world was coming together, the storyline was coming together. You think about his Talonflame getting frozen solid. And if he just had Flare Blitz, it wouldn't be a problem. But not every fire move has the capability of automatically thawing. And Overheat was the fire move that he had on there. So it's kind of a mixed Talonflame set. Another interesting decision that Seijun made that year. And you only have a 20% chance of thawing when you use an attack. So think about how different the world is if that Overheat doesn't thaw.
Yeah, I think another thing that kind of means just like a fun memory of that team is, I think it was his semifinal match, which wasn't on stream, but like was on the floor. And remember Evan and I walking around like, oh, let's check this out. Like, this is such a cool team. Let's see how it's doing. And he earthquaked his own Pachirisu with the Gyarados, and it survived with like only a couple of hit points. I think we found out later that it wasn't guaranteed to survive, and he kind of just knew in his heart that his Pokemon were going to pull through. And I think that's why he was such a fun player, right? Where he's just like willing to take that sort of risk. And
I'm definitely excited to see what Seijun has this year.
Not guaranteed. There's people have run the calculations, and people actually say there was a pretty solid chance that Gardevoir should have been knocked out from Mega Lucario's Bullet Punch, and it actually went in Seijun's favor. So again, all of these minor differences of a damage roll here, or maybe a thaw instead, or not thaw.
I mean, the Seijun Park thing is huge, though.
These are kind of the differences that feel small in the moment of Rock Slide Flinch, so Thunder Wave paralysis, things like that. That over the course of an entire weekend of 9 rounds plus of Swiss, it really makes a massive difference.
Yeah, I think that's one thing, again, kind of thinking about this year's tournament to keep in mind is that since we will see a lot of games probably over the course this weekend where both trainers are using similar Pokemon, those incremental advantages matter so much, right? Where either getting the lucky roll or just, not trading poorly when you can avoid it. I think it's going to be really tough in this format to come back from kind of like taking unnecessary risks that don't pay off. I think Seijun tends to be, part of why he did so well, cut Worlds several years in a row is because he's good at making the risk at the right time and not getting punished for it. I think players are going to have to emulate that skill a little bit if they too want to become world champion.
Yeah, I think it's a great point you mentioned how he was just so consistent. It wasn't like Seijun comes out of nowhere with Pachirisu and wins the World Championships. He had cut four World Championships at that point. Even at the point of in the finals, you say he's arguably at the time the greatest player who's never won Worlds, because Ray Rizzo was a little busy, taking the Worlds from everybody back in that era. But if you think about in that time, do you wonder if you could go all the information, all the resources we have available now, and how large our community is? Do you ever wish you could go back in a time machine and see all the resources we have available now and apply it to those older formats? Or do you like the lack of information, the surprises that were held at all those events?
I mean, I feel like Wide Guard is a thing. I've always loved Wide Guard, though, because Kyogre and Shadow Rider are so good.
Right, where I think we have so many more past world championships to look at. And I think this tournament's different from any other, right? People will save some of their best stuff for it, but also like I think other tournaments, people just trying to
I do agree it's different because you don't have people like Ray Rizzo. You don't have people that have been playing since the inception of the competitive tournament, so you have new faces to kind of look at.
Strategies players use, they're going to make a little different choices in this one because, even a second place finish, I think you're going to feel great about it, but it wasn't the goal,
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the other interesting, we could literally go on forever, Scott, about Seijun Pachirisu. Obviously, I'm one of those Seijun truthers, whatever you say. Like, that was the first competitive video games I had ever watched. I knew about U.S. Nationals that year, and I was kind of trying to get into competitive Pokemon. I'm like, okay, cool. But then when I watched the World Championships, I was like, I'm going to be a Pokemon player. I'm going to become a part of my local community and play my locals, play a regional and stuff. And I'm not alone. There's a lot of people that kind of have that seminal moment of the like their beginning of their competitive Pokemon journey starting in 2014 with Seijun Pachirisu. And you were right there, Scott. You were in the booth for that moment. So here we are 10 years later, and you're here in Honolulu for the World Championships. You know, how, besides maybe your back hurting a little bit more than it used to back then, how do you feel about how the last 10 years of competitive Pokemon have went?
I mean, I think it's pretty cool, right? I mean, we were joking in the pre-show that, you know, the whole VG area could probably, you know, fit about 20 times into this building compared to the size it was in those days. And, you know, I think, you know, Seijun's team probably no small part in the growth of the tournament series back then, right? Where I think a lot of people were inspired by that, right? Like, not only did he win, but he won in such a cool way. He played well. He used, I mean, whether you think it's because he was his favorites or just because he had a cool solution to the puzzle of the format, I think either way, it's a really inspiring team, right? I think everybody, you know, if you could choose to win a World Championships however you want to, you'd prefer to use something a little quirkier, right? You know, like a win's a win, but like if you have the option of, you know, really changing the way people think about a game the way that he did, I think everybody would like that for themselves, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, just somebody just using, you know, one of their favorite Pokemon, and it's kind of like a situation where you have five really strong metagame Pokemon, and then you just throw I don't know, Quaxley on the team in your 6th slot, and then you're like, oh wow, Quaxley won the World Championships. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, and like, you know, especially if Quaxley could actually contribute, right? So I think that's the fun of Pachirisu, right? Is it's deceptively difficult to deal with, and I think, you know, any format where, especially where electric type attacks are a big deal, you know, there really isn't a way to break that if you have an electric type Pokemon using single target attacks, right? It just kind of like stays there being annoying forever. And I love Pokemon like that, right? Where like maybe they're not at a power level where they're ever going to be super high usage, but like they're really good at their niche. It's kind of an excellent Pokemon to have around, I think, in any format.
The other interesting point that we can talk about the Mega Evolutions, like we have Mega Gyarados, and Jody had both Mega Charizard and Mega Lucario on his team, was the lack of Mega Kangaskhan in the first ever Mega Evolution World Championships that year when it dominated everything. No Mega Mawile in the finals as well. Like, for anyone watching now, that's basically like if Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Urshifu didn't make Worlds finals.
Yeah, or like, maybe more specifically this format, you know, it's like neither Calyrex or Miraidon made it. Right. And I think that's another thing that'll be fun to kind of keep an eye on as we move through this weekend. Is like, okay, well, you know, we've seen sometimes in formats like this one where I think the Mega Evolved Pokemon and the Restricted Pokemon this year kind of have a pretty similar spot in teams. And, you know, there was 2050 instead where, you know, if you didn't have Kangaskhan, you had a problem. Where in 2014, yeah, I mean, the favorites didn't win, right? Everyone game planned against them. And, you know, the teams that made it the furthest had really interesting solutions to exploit the fact they knew they were going to be playing against these Pokemon every round. And, yeah, I mean, do you try to win the mirror using similar stuff the way we saw in 2015, or do you play it like 2014 and just, you know, try to have a wild out-of-the-box solution? I think kind of as we've glanced through teams, I think more people have opted away from using kind of like the big three restricted of the two, Calyrex and Miraidon, than I might have expected. So I think
I think Miraidon is still huge.
Yeah, and, you know, what was your playstyle as a player back in the day when you're team building with your friends? You talk about there's very clear pros and cons, right? Like these Pokemon that are 40% usage, they're at that rate for that reason, right? They're very strong Pokemon, so you're kind of if you're not using them, that you better have a pretty good reason not to. Versus, I know 40% of the field's going to have a Rillaboom on the team, so I'm going to counter team that Rillaboom. Like, what was your play style?
I mean, I was a boring player, right? So I think, yeah, just give me the boring stuff. Yeah, whatever. You know, I'll see you in turn 30. But I mean, I think that, you know, it kind of depends on the year, right? Because I think both paths can work, and I think some of it is like what you're good at as a player, right? Where, you know, if you want to play a little higher tempo sort of style, then I think it usually works better to use some things that were unexpected. I think even at 2014, right? I think you kind of mentioned before the idea of like, you know, what might have happened differently if more information was available. I think we learned at that World Championships that probably the actual best team in that format was Gothitol Mawile, right? And we figured out right after Worlds, or like because of Worlds, right? So I mean, it's a very different looking World Championships if the metagame is like a week farther ahead even than it was. And I think that's another fun part of these tournaments, right? Where especially with like one like this, where the restricted Pokemon makes such a big deal, and you really need to kind of be on top of what's being used the most. This tournament playing out now and the tournament playing out 3 weeks from now, even with the same rules, could be really different. So it'll be cool to see what players make the right call and what that right call winds up being.
Yeah, that's a great point about the Goth Maul combo as Gothitelle and Mega Maul Wild, because I remember those were my first Premier challenges after Worlds. My first couple regionals were just dominated by Gothitelle and Mega Maul Wild. I think Aaron Zhang won a regional with Rock Slide Mega Maul Wild at one point too. So I think the floodgates kind of just opened after the World Championships in 2014, and I think it's always fun to see how the World Championships inspire the future. You know, obviously, like a format like us, we're going into uncharted territories with Regulation H coming up after this. But back in the day, for those who didn't know, we used to continue out on like pretty much a full season, right? Of we didn't have these rotating rule sets. Like you had to play the same format for a year, so you actually had you know, a pre-Worlds metagame and a post-Worlds and a post-US Nats metagame. Like even though all the same Pokemon were legal, the metagames felt different.
Yeah, I mean, I think back then too. I mean, that one is kind of an era, I think, to your point. You know, people playing less caused the meta to develop a little differently. But yeah, I mean, I think the weirdest example is like 2012 and 2013, right, where nothing really changed other than Black 2, White 2 coming out. You know, like introduced the Therian form to the legendary Pokemon. But other than that, it was like some move tutors, and otherwise we basically played the same format for 2 years. I think some hidden abilities came out, where like I think Kinkelder's hidden ability came out like around Japan Nationals in 2012, and that was a huge swing. And like it's weird to think nowadays, right, where Kinkelder, it's been a long time since it even felt like a viable Pokemon. It was like dominating tournaments for a while there. And I think that's some of the fun of competitive Pokemon too, though, right? Where like, you know, with any different group of Pokemon permitted, something's always going to be the strongest, right? It can be different every time. I think next format that'll be pretty cool, where you know something's going to have to fill the gap of like being the strongest offensive Pokemon that we've seen, you know, recently be mostly legendary and Paradox Pokemon. So you know, what rises to the top without them?
Yeah, sometimes things will fall the wayside of the more popular or better Pokemon that have come out in the last decade, and then other times Amoonguss is still the most annoying threat that you always have to account for, no matter what year the calendar is in. It's like that. So do you how do you feel about some of those these legacy Pokemon? You think about you know, Amoonguss is always good, Incineroar is always good. You know, for a long time Cresselia was a very strong Pokemon. How do you compare them to some of the newer threats like Urshifu and the Ogerpon forms? Like how do they stack up in your mind?
I mean, I think what we've learned is that support Pokemon skill from other video games seems to happen with the damage dealers, right? Where like there's something new and scary every new game, especially something that uses whatever the generation specific battle mechanic
All
is.
right,
really
I'm back.
well.
I had to answer my phone.
Pokemon just feels like, you know, if they have a good kit, they have a good kit, right? And every time they're around, they're going to be good. I think we've almost seen it go the other way, right? Where like Arcanine used to be bad and now is normally good every format it's involved in. You know, Incineroar has always been good. Rillaboom's always been good now. Amoonguss, I feel like, has maybe literally been allowed in every format for the last 12 years. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too, though, right? Where because we have seen some niche support Pokemon, you have their moments. I mean, Pachirisu being the most shining example. But yeah, I mean, I think that maybe thinking forward too, I mean, it's the support slots that I feel like people can be a little bit more creative with maybe, and people just fall back on the most common option some because they do almost always work. But I think even in this tournament, you know, so taking a peek around the field a little bit, and there's a few supportive Pokemon that maybe weren't, you know, they did not make the caster predictions. So you know, I'm excited to see if those work out, or maybe it was a little too big of a risk.
I'm excited to see what's going on in the field as well. I think it's some of those other supportive threats that just like no matter what the format is, you can get value out of, like Gothitelle, like Clefairy as well, and the Amoonguss that you talked about. And I think it's almost like a linchpin in team building, where sure, Miraidon will go through if it's legal or not, and Urshifu, we have to wait for certain DLC for Raging Bolt to come out and all these things. But you know that some of your
haven't seen Raging Bolt that much. Interested to see more of it today.
Those things are always kind of available to you, either being because their stats, they're usually in regional format decks like say Garchomp or Arcanine, right? They're usually always available in the games, and it lets you give more skill to those particular Pokemon. That I remember when I used Arcanine in 2017, I can bring it back in 2022, 2023, and I use that legacy skill to perform better with it now.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, I think that's some of why, especially like these, like nowadays it feels like it's often.
I wonder if Hisui and Arcanine is a thing.
Trio, where People have just played so many games of this, right? Where even if it turns out like maybe another core could be a little bit better, it's really tough to make that swap. If you've played, 2,000 games with these Pokemon, you're just a little more comfortable, right? You don't have to think so much during the game. It gets a lot easier on team preview, where you're just kind of used to having your Pokemon. Like, okay, well, I know how much damage I'm going to do to pretty much everything on the opposing side of the field. Like, I know what lead combinations I can't do. I think even after round one, I was kind of reading the social media a little bit, and a lot of people are kind of kicking themselves who lost round one. It's like, okay, well, I know my team could have had this one, but I just wasn't as comfortable as I needed to be. I didn't play the matchup the way I was supposed to. And I think, if you're playing comfort like that, whether it be someone like Seijin playing Pachirisu, or someone who's played these more common balance cores for so many games, it does make things a little bit easier in a high-pressure moment.
Yeah, for sure. We've been enjoying our time talking about world champions, and we're going to be crowning more world champions on Championship Sunday, so make sure that you don't miss the action there. It's always the most exciting of all the Championship Sundays we broadcast the entire year. This is certainly the one you do not want to miss. So by the end of the weekend, we'll have new champions in the junior, seniors, and masters division. But for now, we're going to toss to a break before we get ready for our round 2 match.
All right, round 2 match and a break.
We'll be right back.
Of course, a break.
I am here with my co-caster for the event, Lou Akjosh Cromie, and we're going to get to know you a little bit better for this one. So, first and foremost, describe yourself in one word.
Gastrodon?
That checks out. I was going to say ginger. Can I say that? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. That's in there now. Well, okay, but what is your favorite Pokemon? I think I know the answer to this one, but just in case.
Gastrodon, if you couldn't tell. Gastrodon.
I couldn't tell, so I'm glad you said something. First Pokemon Worlds you attended?
The first Pokemon Worlds I attended was San Francisco in 2016, and then I've attended as a spectator or a caster ever since.
I like that one. I missed 2016. Smeargle ruined my life. If you know, you know. Your favorite color?
Blue or green, just like my buddy Gastrodon right here.
Oh my lord.
Favorite Pokemon video game?
Oh, that's a tough one. I have to go with Pokemon X. I know it's a bit controversial, but it was my favorite game that it brought me right back into the franchise, so I love it.
Are you a Xerneas fan?
Yes. Don't judge me.
I'm going to judge a little, actually, for that one. Favorite Pokemon plushie you own?
It's a tough one, Rosemary. It's a really, really tough one. I don't think anyone sees this coming. It's Gastrodon.
It is always Gastrodon. Where there's a Gastrodon, there's a way. Who will win Worlds this year?
Oh, man.
I don't know exactly who, but I think it will be a previous world champion. Whether they won it in Masters Divisions or Seniors, it'll be someone getting the double this year.
It is the year, this year. Who's the greatest Pokemon VG player of all time?
Oh, Lord.
Wolfie Glick, hands down. He's won one of everything, whether it's an international, worlds, Players Cup, national, regional. He's won it all.
I agree.
Well, thank you so much.
But,
Lou.
like, Ray is
It was
really
great
good,
getting to know
too.
you a little bit better. If I didn't know all these answers already, that's a problem. Anyway.
Gastrodon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
All right.
To the video game portion of
Round
the
2,
Pokemon
let's go.
World Championships. Sierra Dawn and Lee Provost here. So honored to be here. This has been such an amazing event so far. We kicked off with an amazing match number 1. I can't be more pumped.
Yeah, incredible way for us to start all of the events this weekend with Shohei, Adam, and what an incredible way, with the Shadow Rider Calyrex kind of going up against each other, and Adam coming out on top from that one. Unexpected a little bit, because going up against the previous year's world champion, an incredible way, like I say, to kick us off, and we're only just beginning, Sierra.
Oh, 100%. We have the top trainers from around the world, and the competition's only going to get more electrifying throughout the day. So
Right on.
make sure you tune into every single match. I'm so excited for this next one as well. I don't know when we can start spoiling it, but I know that every single match is just going to be an absolute ride.
Yeah, it's going to be electrifying, to say the least.
Here we go. Who's playing?
Going down here, but I really like that segment that we got to have with the lounge, with Joe Brown and with Scott, talking about like the call for world in these past moments, because it is really cool to see that history is made throughout each one of these world championships, and a really cool thing to just be able to reflect upon, especially too being able to watch those trainers as they keep journeying forward to try and return to that glory, to rehave that moment, and being able to keep in tune with those world champions throughout these matches is just so nice.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, the beauty about Hawaii this year is you kind of look out into the field and you've got a lot of players. We've talked about it. They're returning to Hawaii, you know, from that time when it was here back in 2012. So it's a really great thing to be able to kind of witness throughout this weekend.
And one of the most historic moments, and I know my first introduction to VGC was that Station Park moment with the Pachirisu.
Yeah.
So being able to have Station Park versus Aaron Zhang for our next matchup of the day.
Oh my god, no way!
Best way. I still can't believe this is a match we get to cast.
I know, what did we do to deserve this?
100%.
This is, I mean, here's some of the normal matches that we've got for you guys going into this next round. This is round 2 of the World Championships, but that one that we will be streaming, we're all excited about. Aaron Zhang against
it's
Sejun
over.
What an incredible match for us to feature.
And with the best players here competing, looking at these other notable matches as well, this is some high-quality matches. We knew that we had to see Station Park, this Pachirisu, we had to see Aaron on this big stage, but there's so many great matches that honestly, each one of these would have been so much fun to watch. And
This is over. I don't know who to root. These are both incredible players in every single way.
Obviously from the European circuit, we've got Marco Silva versus Simone Sanvito, two very established Italian players going head-to-head. And you know, I think every round that you're going to look at throughout this World Championships, you're going to see this sort of matchup. You've got Chipper Cross against Judy Alzarelli, who was also the finalist from that 2014 World Championship. So some absolutely amazing games every single round, but I feel like we've got an absolutely special one this next one.
You know, Jody is like counting his lucky stars that it wasn't him playing against Sejun.
Well, that would have been the one, wouldn't it? Jody Sejun, that repeat of the 2014 final. We're not going to lie, we were kind of keeping our fingers crossed, but I think we got just as good a match.
Oh my god, Sejun versus Aaron. This is...
on this big stage again, of course. We selfishly have him on the caster desk a little too much, but being able to see the work that he's put in and being able to show what he's got against some of the best is definitely a ride. And I'm really glad that this is the match that we get to have here. I know everyone, as soon as parents would have, everyone is clamoring for this one too, so it works out.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to not say that was the one that we were going to feature. It was pretty obvious. I think sometimes when the pairings come out, there is that one standout game, and that was definitely it. So keeping a lid on it was going to be a little bit harder. So I'm pleased we were able to discuss it before we jump into the actual action and kind of hype up the match. Not that it needs hyping up in any sort of way, shape, or form.
I think what's really interesting too, while we wait for the players to get ready before we start diving into teams and stuff, is I feel like, I mean, I already said my first introduction to the video game was watching Sejun run's Pachirisu run. So being able to then team now is amazing, but also for a lot of other people, Aaron Zhang being able to go through and showcase these battles and stuff, I think is a lot of ways that other people who are maybe wanting to get interested hopped into it. So this being like two people that it was their first introduction to VGC, to then be able to witness them, I think it's just a really, really cool thing.
Yeah, and really interesting that you go back a year before that 2024 World Championships. You go back to 2013 in Vancouver, and you had Aaron going top 4 at that event, as well as Sejun. So they both were top 4 finishers at that World Championships. And then obviously the story unfolds from there. We've seen both of them have a lot of success since then in the VG4.
Here we go, let's talk about these teams, let's go! I'm actually super pumped.
World Championships, I still can't believe it. But
okay, Aaron's got Zamazenta, Rillaboom, Entei.
Great caliber.
No, he brought it!
The coolest thing is the return.
He's got the Pachirisu!
Anniversary of the win, that moment, the call, and to bring Pachirisu out to the World Championships once again in a very different era of the video game. When you have all of these big bad Pokemon threats, I think is really, really awesome. And I think a really cool call going into this as well. That was the thing. Last time Sejun had the Pachirisu, it was a call into a specific metagame. And to be able to see that we're in a spot
Grimmsnarl with...
is amazing.
Ooh,
yeah,
this is going to be good.
The more you think about that Pokemon, like Joe mentioned throughout the kind of the lounge segment, where it made sense, it fit the puzzle, it solved the problem for Sejun back in 2014.
Here we go.
Kind of does a lot of the same
Twist
things
Man, yep. Focus Sash, Light Clay, Booster Energy, Assault Vest,
this team,
Body Press, Wide Guard, let's go!
On the field as we have, but Aaron deciding to bring that one paired out with the Zamazenta. Zamazenta's been a Pokemon that we have seen great success with, being able to take down regional champions. So this is a really, really cool choice and a really just strong 6 overall. We get the Grimmsnarl with the screens as well. Make sure there's a little bit more longevity to your Pokemon.
Yeah, he's got some nice speed control option there with the Flutter Mane, the booster energy there, so you're going to have that inevitable speed boost when it does come out onto the field. You've got the Icy Wind to support other things on the field like that Zamazenta that is fast but not quite as fast as some of the other speedier restrictors in the format. Then you've got that Chen Pao that's got that sort of rune ability that's really going to bolster the attacking power of not only the Rillaboom there, that's probably more of a support option, but it does have that offensive outlet. But you've got the N-tier there as well, choice band item to do some destructive damage on the field, and then that Zamazenta, which has got the wide guard, so it's
normal
got that
terrestrialization,
well, so any spread moves coming out, maybe
Fire Terra,
Miraidon and Sejun's side, the
Steel
discharge could be
Terra,
quite threatening. But you've got the heavy slam, you've got the body press,
Dart
all
Terra.
boosted by that sort of rune, and then the bolstering part of the team comes back to that Grimmsnarl with those screens, with that taunt, real good supportive outlet there, and I think something that Aaron's probably going to lean on quite heavily in this match to allow those physical threats to do the job that he needs them to do.
For Aaron, this moment has to be absolutely massive. 10th time qualifying for the World Championships, first time competing since 2017, so to be back here at this moment, it's got to be incredible. This team's well constructed. Have to see if it can take down this Pachirisu and Asian Park's team. The Miraidon
Protect, follow me,
Pokemon
help
right
hand.
away. It was the first Regulation G event is able to take down.
Oh, he's using the Fairy type.
I think the Terra Fairy is kind of what we went through at the
Bro,
gate.
he's using the Fairy type. This is something that Corey was looking forward to. Sword stance, low kick, fake out, detect.
Considering you're able to have that dazzling gleam, something that can hit
The
critical
Iron
and
Hands
other
is
things, but he's
interesting.
not dropping that special attack if something like that Draco Meteor would.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that I mentioned there for the wide guard potentially that Aaron might be looking out for on that Miraidon is the discharge, but you can see here it's not there. Opting for other options, taking advantage of that Fairy Terrestrialization with the Dazzling Gleam, that's going to be boosted. You've got that Draco Meteor that's going to be very nice into that Zamazenta if Aaron does decide to Terrestrialize the Zamazenta and go into that Dragon type, because then you've got a way to hit it for super effective damage, ignore any of those defense boosts, and you've just got to worry about how you deal with those light screen support from something like the Grimmsnarl. But you look at the other options that Sejun's got, the Pachirisu, got the Follow Me, they're going to be able to support big, well, you know, the big text on that team, like the Miraidon. And the nice thing is the Iron Hands here, a bit different from what we've seen. Clear Amulet here, where it does have that immunity to any sort of stat drops, any Intimidate that could come out onto it. And it's also got the Sword Stance. I think that pairs nicely with that Pachirisu, where you can go for the Follow Me, and then you can go for that Sword Stance. And that thing with the Quark Drive, when the Electric Train's on the field, will become very threatening very quickly.
Well, even just the move choice on the Iron Hands, the only real move that it has being this low kick instead of this drain punch. So low kick being able to do more damage based on how heavy the Pokemon is on your opponent's end. And that's something that, yeah, we've got some big beefy Pokemon out there. So that's an adaptation that's been a little bit more recent. So I love to see that adaptation and really just leaning into the offensive capabilities that the Iron Hands has.
Yeah, and I think the one thing, if you're looking at how both players are going to approach this match, I think if you're looking at Sejun's side, you've got that Chi-Yu. That's going to be really useful in maybe forcing the Zamazenta to go for that Terrestrialization, to go into its Dragon type, so it doesn't have that fire weakness.
Oh, it's got a Dragon type Zamazenta.
The Miraidon to be able to utilize that Draco Meteor into that Pokemon and remove it as quick as possible, because the nice thing, if you look at the Zamazenta, yeah, the Chi-Yu has got that Ghost Terrestrialization, but there's so many other threats on Aaron's side of the field. You've got the Flutter Mane with the Shadow Ball, you've got the Chen Pao with the Dark type attacks that can really threaten it. If it does go for the Terrestrialization, both are going to outspeed it as well, so it puts it in a bit of an awkward situation. I think the one thing that you do have to worry about with that Chi-Yu is it does have that choice scarf, so naturally going to get the jump on everything if you can't utilize something like the Icy Wind early on in this game.
Yeah, Chi-Yu, it's definitely a Pokemon that can pack a punch. With the Choice Scarf, it will be able to get, it should be able to get one very powerful hit off before being taken down, since it doesn't necessarily have the longest staying power out there. I'm eyeing up for Aaron's side still, again, this Entei with that Choice Band, because that's going to be a good amount of damage, and I love that we have the ability to go for a priority attack. You do need to be watching out with Farigiraf being quite known and around in its meta, but that's definitely something that in other situations you can definitely try and get the jump on your opponent there.
Yeah, definitely, and I think even outside of just the extreme speed with that normal Terrestrialization, if Aaron decides to go down a different route with something like that Sacred Fire, it's going to be hitting a lot of things on Sejun's side of the field for big effective damage, you know. I think the one thing that you would see you're going to have to watch out for slightly is that Urshifu, because before you Terrestrialize, you're going to be weak to the Surgeon Strike, and once you do Terrestrialize, you're going to be weak to those close combats. So positioning that well for Sejun is going to be quite important if the Entei is something that comes out from Aaron's side of the field.
I think this is the most important question that we have to ask, though, when we're looking at the teams, do you think the Pachirisu is coming to this match? Because with the Terra Fairy and this Follow Me, this is just like the Miraidon 101 answer. But of course, now that we're going up against a different restricted and kind of this team of 6, I'm curious if we get to see it, because having that Follow Me and that redirection is still nice. But where do we land on that one, Lee?
I feel like, I think going into game 1, probably you want to bring it because it gives you a little bit of room to utilize those big effective tools that you've got, like the Chi-Yu, like the Miraidon. You don't necessarily have to worry so much about things like the body press coming out or the heavy slam, depending on if you go for that Trustalization. You look at Stasion's side of the field, he's got a few Pokemon that can Trustlize and go onto that Fairy Terra typing, so they will be susceptible to that heavy slam if the Zamazenta chooses that. And I think with the Rocky Helmet that it's got as its item, the additional damage that you can pick up from Pokemon just hitting into your side of the field, into that Pachirisu, could be quite valuable in being the difference maker between taking something down like the Zamazenta or one of these other big physical threats that you see. There's a lot of physical threats on Aaron's side of the field. Is he going to utilize them? I think he has to with the Chen Pao, with that sort of ruin ability. It makes sense, and he's got the ability with the Grimmsnarl as well to really kind of have that protection against the onslaught that can come out from Sajan's side of the field. And I think you need to try and prevent Sajan any room, especially on the Iron Hands, at least getting that Sword Stance set up, because if it does get a Sword Stance set up, if the Electric Terrain's on the field, it could become quite problematic for Aaron.
That's where at least one of the move choices that Aaron has on that Grimmsnarl, speaking of that Pokemon, is nice, because it's kind of like, okay, if you're having the Grimmsnarls, we want to see the screens, right? You kind of need those. We get to see an attacking move, but then that fourth slot can be kind of up in the air, whether it's something like a Thunder Wave, you get that paralysis, you get a little bit of speed control in that way, or how Aaron decided to build it out is this taunt. Being able to shut down something like those Follow Me, that redirection, something like that Sword Stance, make sure that Sajan can't really start getting the ball rolling in that way. So I feel like there is even the possibility that, like the Pachirisu, it'd be good to get sort of that redirection from the get-go, so you do have this opportunity to get set up and just kind of get rolling.
Yeah, and that's probably not a bad way to do it. If you come out the traps and you say, okay, well, I'm just going to go for it here, I'm going to take the opportunity as soon as it's presented to me, then that might be the better way to approach this match, really, and kind of get around some of the trickier Pokemon on Aaron's side of the field. Aaron might be in the same mind as that, though, where he leads with that Grimmsnarl, maybe something like the Fluttermane, to try and get that speed control, to then unleash something like the Entei that could come in afterwards to kind of clean up with that Zamazenta or something like the Chen Pao as well.
I cannot absolutely wait to get into this matchup. Also, you know that there has to be so much prep going into the World Championships. Aaron's definitely one that would prep so much. How do you just prep against this game plan when there's a Pachirisu on the other end? I definitely wouldn't have expected that one coming on out. So I cannot wait to see where their trainers' minds are at as we're getting closer to getting into this match.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you can prepare against the restricteds, but there's always going to be the unexpected. When those unexpected Pokemon are in the hands of a former world champion, it becomes a little bit of a harder task, of course. But I'm sure Aaron has his lines, has his game plan, knows what he needs to do in this match. And I'm sure he won't overcompensate in this first match. I think he'll probably get the feelers out, see how Sajan's going to line up, what he's bringing to this match. Because there are a lot of problem Pokemon that he has to kind of consider. The Farigiraf is one that you mentioned before, with that Armor Tail. You can't really freely utilize those priority attacks when that is either in the back or it's being led. It really puts a question mark about what you're selecting and makes it very difficult to kind of get that momentum swing that you want.
Well, it is time, trainers. Let's get excited and let's start getting into this match here. Round 2 of the Pokemon World Championships. Aaron Zhang going up against Sajan Park. Out the gate right away, Miraidon.
Chi-Yu and Miraidon.
As we get to see the restricted from Aaron coming out as well. The Zamazenta next to that Rillaboom. Rillaboom hitting the field here is fantastic because right away you're going to get this opportunity to
I'm so weak.
Train out instead.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Aaron, having that fake out here to disrupt either of these Pokemon on Sajan's side of the field.
Yeah, but you know what he could do? He could hard swap into Farigiraf and overheat the Zamazenta to a, well, no. I'd probably overheat the...
It's going to be a wasted turn, and you kind of want to avoid that. The other thing is the Chi-Yu has that Ghost Trustalization, so it could commit the Trustalization there to get some, you know, a Heat Wave, an overheat onto these two Fire Weak Pokemon. So lots for Aaron to consider here.
He's
And
probably
it's
going to
really one of those
terrestrialize
turns where
into
Sejun
Dragon.
feels like with these choice Pokemon out in the field, he's got a lot more offensive pressure going into this turn.
Right away, Rillaboom's not
Trading out the Rillaboom for the Entei.
We're going to see the swap in a little bit of what Aaron has in the back here for the team. And it's going to be this Entei. Terrestrialization is going to be the way to kick
Ghost.
off this match right from the get-go. And we're going to
Yep.
be eyeing up the Chi-Yu. So instead of that Terra Fairy on the Miraidon, making sure that, hey, if there is a fake-out that was coming this way, would do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the one thing that you could say that Sejun could do is maybe go for that Heat Wave and then a Draco Meteor into the Zamazenta. It covers the Terrestrialization, but we just see a Protect come out from that side of the field and a big overheat here into the Entei.
My God, that did insane amounts of damage.
For a resisted attack as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
Considering it's an Entei, that is a lot of damage from the overheat. Of course, you are going to have that special attack drop, so that's going to be something that the Chi-Yu might be eyeing up his swap sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I
Good
think
God,
getting
that
it
did
off the
so
field
much
as soon as possible,
damage.
But you might want to keep it out now just to try and get some additional damage onto that Zamazenta that's on our side of the field. Nice
God,
protect there
Chi-Yu
to
is
get
so
around any
powerful.
Damage, but Entei coming in, taking a lot of damage unnecessarily, and in a pretty awkward position as well now, because if the Volt Switch comes out from the Miraidon, you've got to think that that's probably in range of going down. So do you switch back into the Rillaboom to kind of soak that up, have that fake out once again to support the Zamazenta, but if you're doing that, you're leaving that Zamazenta kind of open here. You know that the Draco Meteor is not a threat though, so Aaron does have the option here to maybe go for that Dragon Terrestrialization, get some, you know, body slam damage into that Miraidon.
Oh, he's
start
gonna
chipping
double
away
target.
from his side of the field.
Oh, I think that's what we might just see here as we're going to be pressing the go button on Aaron's side of the field as well. Zamazenta, that Terra Dragon. Terra Dragon is always such a cool defensive terrestrialization considering against this fire, water, grass core. It's going to be resisted. Does mean that later on you could be susceptible to that Miraidon, but for now you know you are good, and this overheat targeted into is going to be doing negligible damage.
Yeah, it's a really nice defensive terrestrialization here from Aaron, and knowing what the moves were locked into from the Miraidon and the Chi-Yu, had a free time doing that. You do see that Volt Switch into the Entei, does take it down, doing enough damage, and then that Miraidon going to be in the back for later on. Sejun can utilize that once this Chi-Yu has done the work that he needs to.
That's really good, utilizing not having to get hit by body press.
Has to take a turn. Where does it go? Probably that body slam into what was that Miraidon slot.
Yeah, this will be our first opportunity to see what else Sejun has brought to this match. Curious what it is. The Fergraph that you called out could be a great one, considering it is something a little bit more on that defensive end. I am still personally hoping, I'm patchy, but there is still a lot of really strong Pokemon that he can have. Even something like this Iron Hand could be great. Time to see what it is, though. It will be that Fergraph, so no priority. But that's a lot of damage still.
Yeah,
that does do a lot of damage.
Because normally with the electric terrain set up, you would have that electric seed activated. You'd probably take that attack a lot better. But fortunately for Aaron, he's just positioning these pieces very well. See the grassy terrain on the field, the Rillaboom now in the back. And he's got the ability to bring that in just to get rid of that electric terrain whenever he chooses to. I think if you're Sejun, you've got to try and get that Miraidon back onto the field and threaten the Zamazenta with a Draco Meteor, because of now that Dragon Terra type, and you've got to try and get that Chi-Yu off the field as well, because really it's not very effective at all. It's launched 2 attacks out. It's going to be -4 special attack now, so you want to remove that off the field. This could be an opening for Aaron to maybe fish for either a knockout onto the Fergraph with that body press into that slot, or double target down into the Chi-Yu, expecting maybe something like the Miraidon to come back onto the field.
I definitely wouldn't hate getting rid of the Fergraph. Having that helping hand to be able to enable your partner Pokemon is not fun. Or even the foul plays, considering Aaron really only has Pokemon that are like attack heavy, that's something that can do a decent little amount of damage. And if you get rid of that Fergraph, you do unlock that ability for your own priority. And when you have this Chien-Pao with this Sucker Punch, when you have this Rillaboom with that Grassy Glide, it's something that can start picking off those KOs a little bit later on, especially too if that Chi-Yu comes in fresh later, having already terrestrialized Ghost type. It would not appreciate a Sucker Punch.
Yeah, it's
All
a
right,
really
trading
good
out the
note there to
Chi-Yu.
make, especially when that Chi-Yu comes back in. You remove that Iron Tail, you're freed up with that Sucker Punch to deal with that
Patchy.
more effectively. But here it is, the Pachirisu out onto the field, taking a big critical hit throat chop though for its trouble.
That is going to be the focus has broken with the Rocky Helmet recoil on that swap in. Fergraph, it's going to be going down. So now Sejun gets a free swap into something else. And now this could be an opportunity to bring that Chi-Yu back in, since you do have have that redirection, and you would still have that full special attack back, or you can eye up that Miraidon and just go for some heavy damage, especially now that you've gotten that Terastallization out of Aaron Zamazenta.
Yeah, we were talking about the Fergraph going off the field, that Armor Tail going away,
There
and
we
then
go.
the Sucker Punch being an option. But the problem is now you've got the Pachirisu with the Follow Me, so you can't really utilize that attack anymore. Miraidon coming back onto the field, going to set that electric terrain up, and it does pose a big threat to that Zamazenta now with that Draco Meteor because of the Dragon Terra typing. The Chen Pao as well, it has had its Focus Sash broken, so not as kind of secure as it would have been normally. Miraidon threatens some big damage onto both of these targets.
Yeah, and this Miraidon, notably, since we are seeing the swap over into something like the Dazzling Gleam, we don't have this possibility of something that could just be hitting the whole field here. So you can be committing to something like a Dazzling Gleam instead, but you would have to be watching out for the potential of a wide guard over on Aaron's end. You would be dealing super effective damage into both, and you would make sure the Zamazenta is then not threatening damage on this turn, but that's still a big call to make.
Yeah, and did you just commit with the Chen Pao to try and remove the Pachirisu, try and remove that Follow Me, so then it frees up your options where you're attacking into, you don't have to worry about any of those redirections. Gonna see that electric terrain going away once again, the Rillaboom hitting the field and taking away a little bit of the power from that Miraidon as the Chen Pao just protects you. And gonna see what the Miraidon locks into, which is gonna be the most important thing. Little Patchy going for that Follow Me, pulling any attacks. None coming out this time, and it is that Draco Meteor. Really nice switch here from Aaron. -2 though. Rillaboom taking a little bit of damage for its trouble, but a really worthwhile one.
Yeah, bringing in the Assault Vest Pokemon. Now at -2, the Miraidon would have to just manually swap to be able to get that back. And that's where Aaron can find advantage into this. With that critical hit on the swap, and the Pachirisu has taken a lot of damage, and even if you protect and swap, you can just kind of double into the other slot, and you'd have to make so much headway with that Miraidon back going on forward. So a little bit of a dangerous spot, and even eyeing up something like a Fake Out into it, since it is a choice to lock Miraidon, it's a little bit tough. Trajan has to tread really carefully here.
Yeah, and depending on how both trainers have trained their Pokemon, there could be a speed tie here between the Chen Pao and the Miraidon. Chen Pao outspeeds it, probably got enough in the tank to be able to remove it with something like an Icicle Crash. So Zacian has to be very careful here. You haven't got the freedom to switch something in to kind of soak up that hit. You've got the Chi-Yu in the back that you really probably want to utilize later on this game. Fake Out coming out into that Miraidon.
All right, so it's going to be the Fake Out. Follow Me. So the Miraidon, it won't be able to act, but it won't get KO'd at this moment. His Throat Chop from the Chen Pao is going to eliminate the poor little Pachirisu once and for all. A little bit more Rocky Helmet recoil, and Zacian Park now down to his final two Pokemon. The little round of applause for the Pachirisu.
And a nice turn here from Aaron, and he's really taking a lot of control of this match, making it very difficult for Zacian to get kind of that momentum swing that he's looking for. But there is hope. The Chi-Yu coming back onto the field, it is pretty healthy. Of course, now doesn't have that support network of that Follow Me, the Ferrigraph, so it is going to be susceptible to that Sucker Punch, and it's pretty easy for Aaron now to just say, okay, locking in Sucker Punch into that Chi-Yu, that's probably enough to pick up the knockout. Miraidon, it's down to -2 now. The Draco Meteor is probably not going to get the Rillaboom, so you're pretty safe going for something like a U-turn into that slot to allow a free switch into the Zamazenta the next turn. Once you've dealt with the Chi-Yu, you've got a pretty easy route to being able to deal with that Miraidon, which would be down to -4 with that Zamazenta.
Make it official. Sucker Punch. Chi-Yu is down for the count, and only one Pokemon remaining here in this game. One between these two trainers, all down this -2 special attack. Idon. Grassy Glide is just going to be that little bit of chip, not very effective, but slowly but surely. And as well, the Draco Meteor miss. If it wasn't completely sealed from that moment, well, it sure is now.
Yeah, definitely. That seals the deal, I think, for Aaron. But so well played. Aaron has just controlled this match from the get-go, really, with these well-timed terrestrialization, making it very difficult for Zacian to get kind of any foothold in this game. The Sucker Punch there can be enough for Aaron to go 1-0 up in this round 2 set.
Really, really well played. And we talked at the beginning of the match about how for maybe a window of opportunity for victory, Zacian to get the Terra out of Aaron could be where he find advantage. But we didn't necessarily talk too much about Aaron being able to get that Terastallization out of Zacian. That was a very first turn Terastallization from that Chi-Yu to make sure that it wouldn't get hit by a Fake Out. It's choice item locked. It can't protect. All of a sudden, it's Terra Ghost. The Faco didn't even go towards that slot. And it's a Chi-Yu that's just absolutely done for later in the match once Aaron was able to do due diligence, get rid of things like the Farigiraf.
Yeah, and it was a really big, hard commit as well from the Chi that kind of cost him. And then, as we're seeing now, the Pachirisu coming onto the field, not timed as well as probably what Sejun would have liked. Aaron really capitalizing there with that big throat chop and making it way less useful than it would normally be, coming in at full health to support those Pokemon with that Rocky Helmet, with that Follow Me.
I think where it's a little bit tough too is when I'm looking at the move selection by Sejun and these choice-locked Pokemon. Overheat on the first turn, a lot of damage, but it was into this Entei swap, so the Entei sticks around for a little bit, and you're now at -2. When we got to see the Miraidon hit the field later on, it was the Draco Meteor that all of a sudden puts it at -2. And if you're constantly swapping, and Aaron's just doing consistent damage to those swap-ins, like with Pachirisu, when the Farigiraf swapped in, well then Sejun, I mean, you can't constantly be swapping, you eventually need to attack, but if your own special attack is constantly getting lowered, it's not gonna help you deal too much. So even if we do stick with kind of the same Pokemon going into this, I'd maybe like to see different move selection. If you're already not getting the KOs with these moves, pick something that you can just spam over and over.
Yeah, I think you make a good point, because that's it. It's like a high risk, high reward with those moves like the Draco Meteor, like the Overheat, where it does have those big drawbacks of lowering your overall attack power when you're using its subsequent turns. And that's what really cost Sejun, because it forced him into a position where he had to switch out. And Aaron really capitalized in those moments where he was punishing Sejun, having to switch those Pokemon out to try and get them back and readjust that board for later in the game. Aaron just not giving him a foot in and really keeping the pressure going. So maybe we see something different as we get into this game 2.
All right, from the get-go, Farigiraf's going to be leading the charge. So no potential priority option coming out from Aaron. So Sucker Punch off of the table. A little swap up from him as well. We saw the Rillaboom led from the get-go last time. Now it's going to be Qianpao next to that Zamazenta. Of course, the Zamazenta can start in huge damage here and does get that defense raise for later on in the match when we see Sejun kind of swap Pokemon around.
I feel like he does go the Fairy Miraidon on turn 1.
Terrain at this point, but Aaron definitely has options.
Yeah, a lot of options here, and I think not leading with the Rillaboom is really smart, because it gives you that flexibility now where you have got the choice to just preserve that focus sash on the Qianpao. If you would like to, switch that out, get the Rillaboom on the field, weaken that Miraidon, and then go after that Farigiraf, which could be a real problem the longer it sticks around. It really would limit what you're able to do with some of these Pokemon if you have got the Entei in the back and the Qianpao. If you're wanting to use those priority moves later on in this game, then getting rid of that Pokemon is probably the first point of call for Aaron. So maybe going after it now would be very useful. The one thing you would say different about that game 1 is that it has had that Psychic, the Electric Seed activated. So the Farigiraf's defense will be a lot better. Going to be able to take those. And
yep, Fairy Terrestrialization.
Better than it did in that first game.
It will, but that's where the Sword of Ruin from the Qianpao is definitely going to try and counteract that just a little bit, and the super effective hit is making that Electric Seed look not that great, taking it down to already half health. Big hit coming out from the Miraidon.
But also knocking the Zamazenta really low.
Zamazenta, that's a hefty amount of damage, and I love the Volt Switch instead, because you get this damage, but now an opportunity to pivot and bring something else in.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Sejun. You're preserving the Miraidon for a little bit later, trying to get some utility out of this Farigiraf here. You've got the Armor Tail active, so preventing that Sucker Punch. But I like the play from Aaron. I think it's very brave. He's not really worried about getting knocked out with either of these Pokemon on the field. He's got the Focus Sash and the Qianpao. He's got the Zamazenta there. It's a pretty well defensive Pokemon. And utilizing these two to remove that big threat where you would imagine, yeah, body press into that slot, removing it, taking it off the table.
Even if Farigiraf is going down on this turn, the Miraidon going out, you get that good amount of damage, and you bring the Chi-Yu in. If you bring the Miraidon back in at this point, well, we just talked about the Sword of Ruin. Well, let's talk about this Chi-Yu and that Beads of Ruin. Those two Pokemon are going to be dealing a lot of damage, and with that Choice Scarf on that Chi-Yu, would have access to spread damage attacks. That's where Aaron then has to play that game of, do I commit to this wide guard or not? But that could be a lot of damage. It won't even be the Miraidon on this turn. The Pachirisu has returned.
Yeah, coming onto the field, going to have utility in that Follow Me. just giving that protection that the Chi-Yu needs, because then it means that you don't need to commit to that terrestrialization. You keep that Dark and Fire typing, because the Chen Pao is not really threatening you too much. There's no Sacred Sword on that side of the field. And the big threat from that body press, you can pull into the Pachirisu, you can get some good damage, and fire back with a Heat Wave, which is going to do super effective damage, probably pick up the Zamazenta and take that Chen Pao down to its sash. Also makes it difficult to bring the Rillaboom onto the field in this situation, so really nice play from Sajin, kind of putting that pressure a little bit further onto Aaron to make some sort of decision here.
He could easily go for Wide Guard on the Heat
With
Wave.
having so many Pokemon that can protect, he can go and protect both of his Pokemon on this turn and scout out what this Chi-Yu wants to do and what it locks into. If it was a Heat Wave, you could have clicked Wide Guard the next time around, but instead, now you got that confirmation. It is the Overheat. The Pachirisu, an attempt on the offense here, Super Fang hitting into the Protect. Now that your choice locked, play around that a little bit, but at the same time, an Overheat can do a lot, and the Zamazenta would surely fall.
Yeah, definitely fall, but you probably the one thing is it's so low health at this point. Do you say, okay, well, I'm going to sacrifice my Zamazenta, I've got 2 Pokemon in the back, they can come in and maybe do a decent job, or do you preserve that Zamazenta, maybe switch it out and try and get some decent damage with that Chen Pao onto the Pachirisu, onto that Chi-Yu? Problem doing that, if you go into the Pachirisu, you're inevitably breaking your focus sash, because it has got the Rocky Helmet, so it does make it a little bit awkward. The way that Sejun is kind of positioning his Pokemon right now, making it very difficult for Aaron to kind of get that momentum swing or that control that he had in that game 1. So really well adjusted from Sejun.
It's going to be the follow me, coming on out, no Terra, but redirecting all of the hits, being the center of attention as if it wasn't already, as Overheat from Chi-Yu hitting into the Chen Pao, going to be bringing it right down to Sash. Now this Pachirisu is going to be taking a barrage of hits coming on out from both of these Pokemon, starting off with this Icicle Crash. Good chunk of damage, bringing it just down below half. The body press is going to be finishing it off. Critical hit. We're not enjoying this Pachirisu here. It will be a little bit of chip damage, but all of a sudden, Sajin down to final 2.
Yeah, and the nice thing about the Icicle Crash there, not a contact move, so the Chen Pao keeping that focus sash, although taking a overheat for its troubles. But the Chi-Yu now down to -2, so not going to be hitting as hard for the things that are in the back for Aaron. Aaron really looking on these last legs with these 2 Pokemon out in the field. But you've got to imagine the Chen Pao probably got the ability to get at least 1 Sucker Punch off, but it's not really going to be very effective into that very Terra typing of the Miraidon, and you're not going to be able to get much use out of the Zamazenta just because of the speed jump that Chi-Yu has.
And even here, you don't have to get too far ahead of yourself if you don't want to. We do have the possibility, since you know it is choice out on the other end, to go ahead with the double protect and just get that confirmation. The Miraidon, since we do have the Dazzling Gleam, it can go for these spread damage attacks as well, and you definitely don't want to be disrespectful of that. Chen Pao is going to be the one protecting on this turn, as Aaron opted not to go and protect the other, but it is going to be a good call with the Chi-Yu first attempting to hit into that Ice Cat. Miraidon, Electro Drift time, hitting into the Zamazenta, already brought so low, gonna take care of the other restricted.
Yeah, really nice play here, and then big knockout, taking the restricted down on Aaron's side of the field, locking in with that Electro Drift. A nice play as well. I think the one thing that we would say about Aaron is he's really managing this game well, in the fact that he's protecting at the right times, like you've mentioned, to scout out what these choice Pokemon are locking into, because once you know what they're locked into, it makes the decision about switching, about what you bring in at a certain time, or what move you lock into a lot easier. So we are going to see the NT come onto the field now, and it is going to threaten with extreme speed into both of these Pokemon. Whether or not Aaron decides to go for the terrestrialization here, he has got it as an option though.
What I really like too about protecting the Chen Pao and that preservation is, since we are on the attack heavy end for Aaron, it is something that you can do more and more damage. So you sack off your Zamazenta, you get this fresh Entei in, Terra normal, this extreme speed is going to do a lot of damage combined there with that sort of ruin, and the extreme speed coming on out. Since the terrestrialization already spent for Sajin, you know that Chi is not going to be safe, and that's going to be a clean one-hit KO.
That is a huge knockout onto the Chi-Yu here, and like you say, that sort of ruin intact is so useful here. The Sucker Punch coming out from the Chen Pao. That do respectable damage, not super effective though, more resisted.
That doesn't kill though.
Coming out and return from the Rhydon into the Entei.
Wow.
It's one-hit KOs across the board. I think we might be a little out of steam when we're looking at Sajin's end, but the Miraidon definitely putting as much of a fight as possible. It's going to be finally time for your electricity to disappear if it wasn't going to already, as the Rillaboom, the fourth final Pokemon for Aaron, will finally be joining. The Assault Vest getting that Grassy Surge. You got Mako Pressure on this turn. We can just hit whatever we want with this Qian Mao. We should be able to lock this up.
Yeah, and you've got the Fake Out here, which is going to be really useful in preventing you from attacking this turn. It gives the Chen Power free turn. Going for the Throat Chop here, not the most effective attack. You could lock into the Icicle Crash, but Aaron being sensible here, doesn't want to take the risk of an Icicle Crash missing and allowing maybe Sejun back into this game. The Electric Drift is still a big threatening attack. It hasn't got the boost from the Electric Terrain anymore, but you still need to close this up as sensibly as possible, and exactly what Aaron's done throughout this match with the Rillaboom, with that Assault Vest. Going to be in a really great place to do that.
The Grassy Glide's almost there, but the Throat Chop is going to be the one to seal the deal. As Aaron Zhang, the return to the big stage, is going to be claiming this set in a 2-0.
Absolutely incredible play from Aaron. Said at the top of the game, hasn't played since 2017, coming back in full fashion here at the World Championships in full force against a formidable opponent as well in Sejun, which is just incredible to see. You look at that matchup, you look at the threats on Sejun's side of the field, and you think it's going to be really tough, but Aaron made it look so easy. Didn't break to the pressure. Pressure is for tires. He just did the job and did it so well. Really excited to see Aaron go throughout this tournament and where it can end up.
100%. And this team, too, I mean, coming into this tournament, the trainers know the damage that Zamazenta can do, and there's a really high commitment on this team as well. Sure, there is the Fluttermane, the Grimmsnarl we didn't see, but the other big attackers all being on that physical attacking end and really just committing to that and really just paying off. Everything pairing up with that Qian Pao so nicely. And Aaron doing a fantastic job doing his due diligence. Okay, here's going to be the Protect and kind of scoping it out. And even when there was just that solo Protect on the end on the Qian Pao, Zamazenta had overstayed its welcome. We want the switch here. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, and I think even from early on in the match, you could say, okay, well, I want to switch in the Rillaboom as early as possible to get rid of that Electric Terrain. But I think knowing his calculations, he was happy to leave that Zamazenta on the field and say, okay, well, you're going to do some big damage to me, but I am going to get some worthwhile damage back, and I'm going to pick up knockouts on things that you really value, Sejun. I'm going to take away your Farigiraf when I've got the opportunity to. I'm going to take away that Pachirisu because they're your lines of support. Once they're gone, your team starts to fall apart, especially when you're locked into those choice moves.
And the thing with the choice moves and with how Aaron played as well, even just the selection of what he has on his team, keep looking back to that Zamazenta and that wide guard, because it was something that Sejun constantly had to respect. And we didn't see these spread attack moves coming on out, because all of a sudden, if you lock into one of those and there's a wide guard on the other end, well, you have done nil, and you got to swap out, and it's going to be a little bit more problematic. And even in the later stages of that match, when Aaron was going for those protects to get in a lock in, it was constantly just, okay, well, I have to click the overheat now. I have to just have the special attack go down. I have to do this single damage thing. Even that Miraidon at the end, the Electro Diff did so much damage. You couldn't really click Dazzling Gleam on that turn because you could have been locked into a situation where there's a wide guard on the other end.
Yeah, and I think that's what was probably always going through Sejun's head there, where the wide guard was always a threat. And I think it's one of those moves, it's very useful when it's actually used, but it's also one of those moves that when your opponent knows it's there, it causes all of these mind games, and you think, all right, well, you're forcing me to go down this road because I can't lock in and I can't commit to the possibility of this getting no return here. So like you say, really good choice. I think the outline there was when you made such a good call in that point where Aaron protected that Chen Pao, ready for that NT to come onto the field, terrestrialize, and just remove that Chi-Yu so easily with that extreme speed. And although it went down that turn, I think Aaron was super fine with it because then he's got the Rillaboom to come in and we saw how the match closed up. So yeah, congratulations to Aaron.
Yeah.
Great to see both of these top players here at Worlds though. Incredible match.
It really, really was. And of course, we want to hear from Aaron himself. So let's throw on over to Lou for our interview.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Sierra. And thank you, Aaron Cybertron Zhang, for that amazing round 2 match. How are you feeling after that?
I'm back.
You are back, baby, for sure. Crowd know it as well as our spectators at home. I mean, you say you're back. So tell us, what does that mean? Because the last time we saw you on the competitive stage was 2017.
Yeah, you know, I've played a couple regionals here and there, a couple of internationals, but I haven't played at Worlds since 2017. We've been lucky enough to cast together. I love casting so much, but you know, I've come so close to winning Worlds, and it's still a dream of mine, and it gets harder than ever, but I was like, I have to give myself another shot at least, right? And at the end of the day, competing at the highest level is just so exciting. You know, playing Seijen here, I was gonna say win or lose, it's just such an honor to be able to go against, you know, the greatest of all time in this game, and so just taking it one round at a time, but I came back because I felt like, you know, I feel reinvigorated, there's a hunger, there's a fire in me again, so I'm just so happy to be here.
And not only were you against Seijen, but you were also against the legendary Pachirisu on that team, a decade from its victory. Tell us a little bit about kind of the history you've had with Seijen in the competitive field.
Yeah, Seijen and I obviously go way back. He is probably my favorite player of all time. I looked up to so much of his team building back in the day, drew a lot of inspiration from his ideas. For example, Choice Specs Cresselia back in 2012, Leopard Breloom back in 2013. And I've had a lot of success, especially thanks to his creative team building. And so it was such an honor to fight against him. We actually almost fought in the semis of Worlds in 2013, but Seijen lost to Ryosuke that year. And you know, I've looked up to him for so long. I was really hoping we'd actually play at Worlds in 2014, the year he won. And so I was scared of Pachirisu, no lie, because I played so much against Miraidon, but I've never seen Miraidon with Pachirisu. I didn't know my damage calc super well. The Rocky Helmet was actually a little bit scary because it could break Chimpel's Focus Sash, which is really important in that matchup as well. But I think I just had so much offense and managed to bait out some Terras early on, which gave me a huge advantage in both games.
And you had a lot of offense with priority as well, which seemed to be kind of key for you in the match. You know, Chimpao and Entei with a lot of priority, but there was the Farigiraf on the other side. Was that maybe something that you saw in team preview and be like, I've got to play around this?
Yeah, I think it's why, for example, didn't go for Fake Out in Game 1, Turn 1. It's just a little bit scary if Farigiraf switches in and you lose Rillaboom immediately. That's a really bad trade. He had the Ghost Terror on Chiyu as well, which was scary. But Game 2, as soon as Farigiraf went down, I knew I'd already had a huge advantage because not only did I bait the Terra out from the Miraidon, I also now just had access to all my priorities. So I knew going into that game that if I could eliminate Farigiraf quicker, then it just allowed for me to have more options. But even if Farigiraf stuck on the field, it wasn't like the end of the world. It just means that I can't just click extreme speed. And one of the things I was thinking about is like, oh yeah, Pachirisu can follow me, but I can still just extreme speed away from that. And so, Turn 1, Game 2 like played out perfectly, and I already knew I was in a really good spot from there.
And as well, one thing you mentioned Seijen's kind of creativity, and we saw this kind of combination with Miraidon and Chiyu, a little bit like Fluttermane and Chiyu used to be back in the day. That can deal out a huge amount of power. You mentioned you've got a lot of offense on your team, but did you have the defense, like were you confident in the defensive capabilities too?
I think it's really scary for a term, but the advantage is that I have, like, he's using choice Pokemon and I'm not, and I have Protect on a lot of Pokemon, so being able to scout out, being able to have one defensive pivot like I did on Game 1, Turn 1 was a really big deal as well. So it's really scary because you're staring down two really fast Pokemon, but as soon as Terra Ghost came up from Chiyu, I'm like, okay, Chimpao immediately is a win condition from now on because I can hit both Miraidon and Chiyu for super effective damage, which is a really big deal. So definitely scary, but the fact that you can't protect either slot and the fact you have to lock into a move, and like you have to be so careful of your Seijen because if you click your spread moves, I can just start wide guarding with Zamazenta, so you can see why he was probably hesitant to not click Heat Wave or Dazzling Gleam, and so I think being able to just weather the storm for one turn is a big deal, and that's what happened in Game 1.
I mean, it sounds like you have so much flexibility in that team, so kudos on the team building. Obviously, as you've said, this is kind of your big kind of comeback, and maybe some advice for some newer players or trainers maybe looking at this World Championships and saying, hey, I want to be there one day. What advice would you give to trainers in terms of prep and kind of how to get world ready?
I think you just got to get started. I always tell people, you know, Pokemon is such a difficult game. You just got to play a lot of games and try out a lot of different things. Don't be afraid of losing. Like, I think the best tool in this game is actually losing a lot because if you're able to analyze your losses and learn from them, it's such a valuable tool. Even the best players in the world are losing all the time in practice, you know? And Worlds itself is also such a difficult tournament, but just take it kind of one step at a time. Don't be afraid to get started. Nowadays, there's just so many amazing resources there are out there to get into the game, and I think there's such a wonderful community as well. So just take that first step, you know, pick up a rental team, start playing some games, meet your local community, watch some content that's out there. I know a channel out there in particular that you might want to check out, and you know, just get started, I think, and don't be afraid. I think that's the main thing. You're going to lose a lot when you play this game, but that's okay. You need to fall in love with it.
I think that's solid advice as well, considering we've been in Hawaii before, and there were maybe trainers starting out their journey back then and are now, you know, on this world stage doing incredibly well. We'll let you go get rested before the next round, but beforehand, are there any shout-outs, anyone you'd like to thank for this journey?
Yeah, I just want to thank the entire team for putting on this event. I want to thank, you know, Hawaii and this convention center and the great land here and all the people here for giving us, you know, the access to be able to play here in this beautiful place. Thank you to all my fans, whether you've been a fan of me as a competitor from a long time ago, as a commentator, as a content creator. this community has meant the world to me, and so it's just such an honor to be on this stage, win or lose. I don't know how the rest of the weekend will go, but it's just so great to be playing Pokemon at such a high level again, and so I'll do my best for all of you. But thanks to everyone for the support, and thank you to Pokemon and everyone here.
Brilliant. Well, you can definitely count me as one of those fans as well. Huge congratulations, Aaron. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. For you guys at home, though, we're going to go to a short break and then be back with some more Pokemon World action very soon.
All right, let's get to know VG Casterly. First off, best question, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Gotta be Tyranitar. It's the best Pokemon.
It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. Second off, describe yourself to everyone in one word.
British.
He is British. He is British. All right, all right. What was the very first Pokemon Worlds that you attended?
2013 in Vancouver.
Good Worlds?
One of the best. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah.
I love Vancouver Worlds. It looks so much fun. All right, favorite color?
Yellow.
It's a good one. I'm saying good one to all of it. Good answers, good answers. All right. Favorite Pokemon video game you played?
Hot Gold, Soul Silver.
A classic, a classic. A lot of people agree with that one. All right. Favorite Pokemon plushie that you own?
Snorlax.
Big Snorlax?
It's a good size. It's about the size of my torso. Yeah.
Advertise Snorlax. All right. Who's going to win Worlds this year?
Wolfglick.
And then to follow up, I might know the answer to this one. The great debate. Who's the greatest VG player of all time?
Has to be Ray Rizzo. Has to be.
Has to be. All right. Thank you so much, y'all.
小川智也です。神奈川県平塚市です。
Each round is going to be the final Pokemon left for Robbie. As the Gastron, the Arcanine, they're still that fourth in the back. Going to be the Sylveon that did get, like, that was going to be a huge amount of pressure there. But the battle is just canceled. And Tolia Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion.
チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。出れる大会には極力出ました。一番優勝できるポテンシャルのあるポケモンを探しました。同じポケモンをずーっと使い続けてました。一番好きなポケモンはトリドドンです。理由は可愛いからです。当たり前ですけど努力が一番大事ですね。ポケモンをする上で一番楽しいことは考えることですね。次は来年も Day2 行きたいですね。
everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 Pokemon World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. Myself, Rosemary Kelly, and Scott Glaza are here to break down some of the action that we just saw while we get ready for our Swiss round number 3 to continue on our day 1 of competition. Scott, I think first things first, I cannot believe the star power that we just had in that second match.
I mean, that's the World Championships. It's what it's all about. It's what we want, right? We're pretty wild to get that in a round 2, but certainly 2 of the greatest players of all time. 2 players also good friends, so I'm sure it's in some ways not the matchup they wanted, but also that's why you come to the World Championships, right? To test yourself and get the very best.
Absolutely, because there's going to be a ton of players that if you want to be the world champion, you've got to beat, including some previous world champions. Sejin Park, just one of the several players that we have in the field here that have already claimed that world championship title.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, have had, made it to the world's top cut before. And yeah, I mean, it sucks a little bit to have to run into someone that good so early in the tournament. But I think both of these players, they've accomplished so much in this game. At some point, it's about testing themselves, right? So I think probably they're both a little bit exhilarated by that game. And they'll be ready again in round 3 to bring their best.
Well, let's talk about that game a little bit more, because I think there's a lot of interesting takeaways from that. I think first and foremost, to me, what sticks out is that Aaron was actually running a Zamazenta team. Now, this is a Pokemon that we have seen do pretty well in a couple of our tournaments past. Michael Kelsch actually able to pick up a win in a European regional with that Pokemon. Similar team, almost I think the same team as what Michael Zhang ran in a previous team as well. So very interesting to see the Zamazenta back.
Yeah, I really like the team choice for Aaron. It's interesting, first of all, the comp, like as you said, very similar to what we've seen before. I know Aaron tested a bunch of different things and kind of just came to the same conclusions, right? Like, well, this is the comp because it's the best way to run the team. What I really like the most about it is kind of why he selected Zamazenta as his restricted Pokemon, which is just that, he realized that, okay, well, I can try and play these comps that everyone else is prepared for and like play a bunch of mirrors, or I can play something that I think has maybe a more neutral matchup with all of the restricted Pokemon in the format and try and win or lose a little bit more on my own ability instead of relying so much on getting good or bad pairings as I go through the day. And I think for a player of Aaron's skill level, and again, as somebody who's back in the field competing because he wants to prove that he's the very best, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? He wants his fate to be in his own hands, and it's looked really good so far.
It really has, especially because I think a lot of the Zamazenta teams are also very balance heavy, so you're really looking at these pieces that are so good at pivoting around. That way your Zamazenta is in the perfect position, and that is such a great way to showcase that level of skill that a player can have to understand all of those board states and how your team is going to match up into someone else's.
Yeah, I really like the way he plays it too, where I think even though Aaron did so well in the old days, he had that semifinal finish, I really do think he's still matured quite a bit as a player in the decade between now and then. I just love how patient he plays this team, where he's really focused on not taking unnecessary risks and just controlling the game. He's built a team that plays really well into that, and yeah, I mean, I think that just can be important this weekend, right? And just playing this format in general, it's so easy to make one mistake, get a hole blown in your team by losing a Pokemon and then kind of just collapsing. And we saw a little bit on the other side of the field, right, where I think a little bit, especially in game 2, a little bit too easy for Aaron, right? And he's just done such a good job of not allowing his opponents to do that sort of thing when he's been practicing this team, and so far he's executing really well in the actual tournament.
Oh, I mean, I just love that body press is 100% accurate. Personally, I think that's a very big boon to have on your team, is just these moves that you can guarantee are going to actually get you damage when you count on them. But something that's so interesting about, like, if you're just tuning in to competitive Pokemon for Scarlet and Violet, you might be thinking back to the Sword and Shield days and you go, well, Zacian was so ever present, but Zamazenta not so much. Kind of what do you feel like was the big key for Zamazenta to actually try to find success in Scarlet and Violet?
I think it's really interesting. We never quite had a Pokemon like it. I mean, like the move Body Press is kind of a big swing where it's harder to deal with because it uses that defense stat to attack. So Intimidate doesn't work. It doesn't need something like a Clear Amulet, which it can't hold because it needs a unique held item. Unfortunately for poor Zacian over on the other side of the field, can't do the same thing, right? Just is vulnerable to that Intimidate now. So it's kind of like become a more preeminent Pokemon that way. I think Fighting type's actually a pretty good attacking type in this format. It gives a very positive matchup against Terapagos, which I think Aaron got to enjoy in the match before. And yeah, I think it's just neat too because I think all the other like high-end restricted Pokemon, it's it's about damage trading, right? Like these big races, try to pick up these big one-hit KOs ideally, and like getting in the position to do that safely. So I mean, this game's a little bit different, right? Where it trades a little bit better, and I think kind of just like offering a different pacing in this format is really nice. And again, desirable for someone who wants to play a little more of a controlled style and not take so many risks.
Absolutely. I think on the flip side, though, when we focus in a little bit more on Sage and Park's team, you talk about for the Zamazenta, maybe you don't want to opt into the speed ties, the mirrors, just having to think about how you might just be able to lose the game. But I feel like Miraidon right now is one of those team compositions that does have to worry about that. Is the Miraidon faster than you? Are you speed tied? I think that's so difficult to have to mentally prepare around.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny kind of watching the difference the two trainers' approaches, right? Where Aaron's like, I'd prefer not to take any risks. And like, Sage is like, oh, you're not using your risks? I'll have them, like I want all the risks. But I mean, he's always been good at playing that style. I think for me, kind of maybe in the negative end, we were talking about Sage's 2014 team between the last two games. And one of the things we mentioned is like, hey, he didn't just start with Pachirisu and decide to use this team. I a little bit wonder if perhaps that's what happened this time. Like, hey, I'd really like to run Pachirisu back. So what's the best way I can do that? And I was expecting to like the team less. I know he lost kind of hard in that matchup, but I really do think the synergies on the team are kind of neat. I think Aaron did have a pretty good matchup, and then on top of being a pilot of Aaron's skill level, I think there was not a lot of worlds where Aaron lost that round. But even watching kind of like the way Pachirisu helped protect the Chiyu, right, where with all these choice items, there's a lot of ways to go very wrong against Sucker Punch, and Pachirisu helps against that. We didn't get to see the discharge Pachirisu thing, but like that's cool. And I'm sure there's some teams that kind of just lose to that, as we kind of saw at the very beginning of this format, some similar things with discharge Miraidon. So I'd like to see how it does. Maybe Zamazenta is just a bad matchup, and I think it makes sense maybe as a matchup you're throwing away, right? You don't think very many trainers are going to bring that. Like, hey, if I don't beat Zamazenta, who cares? And well, maybe it gives you a tough stream loss in round two, but what are the odds he plays a whole lot more of them today? Probably not very high.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I look at the rest of the field, and I feel like we've got a lot of other restrictions that people are going to have to think about. Zamazenta, not so high up on the list in terms of restrictions that we are seeing our players lean into. In fact, a lot of Miraidon, a lot of Terapagos, which I think is also a very unique choice to have seen some trainers lean into.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that. It's making me doubt myself a little bit. I was like a Terapagos one trick until like after NAIC, I was like, this just doesn't feel like it's working anymore.
One.
Yeah, I'm now a zero trick, which is not good. But yeah, I mean, like, to me, it just felt like it was so hard once the metagame sort of solidified after NAIC, where I think especially the Shadow Rider Calyrex matchup got so much worse once people started kind of just playing as more of a balanced core, where at the beginning of the format, I felt like that was a really positive matchup for Terapagos because of the natural immunity to Shadow Rider's strongest attack, and it just stopped really being that easy, right? Where I think Terapagos doesn't go in and out of battle super well. Once you've had that Terra Shell broken, it becomes really tough. And the comps that seem to be getting used are a little bit different than maybe we saw before. Even it made it all the way to the finals. I think many people were expecting Aurelian to come out and top there, and we could be living in a world where that's our international champion. But I think that that sort of comp just kind of stopped working, right? In part because of similar situations as to what lost Aurelian that final, where Grimsnarl becoming so much more popular is not great for Terapagos, who again doesn't really want to play those super long switchy games. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a Klefki. We've seen a little bit more with it now, which is kind of interesting, and I'm excited to see what's all in the field.
Klefki, what a throwback. Now that I think about it, we've also seen Klefki make a couple of other appearances in the Scarlet and Violet era, so it just could be Klefki's time to shine. I think anything that allows you to have some type of speed control in terms of Thunder Wave is always very good. Having screens is also super phenomenal, as any type of utility like that can really be the big difference maker between your restricted being up and going for the match and maybe your opponent's not.
Yeah, and I think it's great too, just being a curveball, right? Where even though like the kit is pretty similar to what Grimsnarl brings to a team, the typing's a little bit different, stats are a little bit different. So if an opponent's like, okay, well, I need to be able to beat this comp when Grimsnarl's there, maybe your answer doesn't work as well when it's a similar Pokemon who has a little bit different set of attributes.
Well, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the Pokemon that we've already seen so far in Swiss round number 1 and number 2 on stream. First thing that I really want to focus in on, though, is Miraidon. This is the single restricted that Sajin Park focused on heading into this World Championships. And Miraidon is so interesting because it came into the Scarlet and Violet single restricted era very underestimated until Rajan Ball proved everybody wrong, came in swinging with this Terra Electric Miraidon that just really leaned into the offensive capabilities of this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a devastating amount of damage, especially with an electric Terra type. But, I mean, frighteningly enough, even without it, where it just seems like, you know, if you allow it to hit something with a neutral attack, it's probably not going to survive. And that is just so difficult to play against. I think another thing that the best Miraidon players have showed off really well is how powerful that Volt Switch is, right? Where just doing a huge chunk of damage, safely getting out of battle, it allows it to avoid some of the weaknesses that normally, you know, a frail, well, air quotes, frail attacking Pokemon has. On top of, you know, sometimes you pair it with the Farigirafs, you don't have to worry about the priority. Sajin's Pachirisu is actually a pretty clever combination there, right? Where you can imagine a world where that's pretty annoying in the mirror, where you have to deal with this redirection Pokemon that heals from electric type attacks. And yeah, I think, you know, the other thing that Sajin did show off that match too is that Fairy Terra type, which really changes the way the Pokemon plays.
Absolutely. I think that is one of the newer meta developments that we have seen over the last couple of weeks. While Rajan did show off this Terra Electric Miraidon, Terra Fairy, with the option to go for something like a same type attack bonus Dazzling Gleam when it's terastallized, can also do an incredible amount of damage when you think about the fact that it's a spread move, as well as just being able to do some good. I mean, we saw Roaring Moon on stream. Could you imagine that trying to take a Dazzling Gleam?
Yeah, I really like it too, where I think it just makes a much safer way for Miraidon to try to close games, right? You know, you spend the beginning of the game kind of whittling down the opponent, use some Volt Switches, you know, your support Pokemon, you know, do the best they can in this format. Most of them a little offensively challenged, but you know, they're doing what they can to support Miraidon, and then you close out the game once everything's weekend with this super quick Pokemon that has a spread type attack. I think it also just helps a little bit where, you know, you aren't as miserable against Pokemon that resist electric type attacks. I really like where it's going, and you know, I gotta say while we're on Miraidon too, before we get too far, I do love that Sajin is using this, just in the sense that I believe last year that was the deck he played in the trading card game.
Oh,
so
yes.
not only is it the Pachirisu as a
There we
throwback
go.
to his video game championships history, but kind of referencing his trading card game history too. Truly one of the greatest of all time across the Pokemon competitions.
Let's not forget that Sajin Park is one of the greatest players of all time, not just in the video game, but because he can also qualify for the World Championships in the trading card game and in Pokemon Unite. It's kind of incredible. He's got the whole like trifecta of Pokemon games. We're just missing Pokémon GO at this point. That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, we need some Pachirisu GBL buffs so that it could be his time.
I mean, if you got the Hundo in the game, it could be pretty good, yeah. But, you know, as we take a look at some of the other partners that Sajin did have around this Miraidon, I think it's also pretty safe to say that a lot of Miraidon teams in the World
We should be good.
Championships are going to look a lot like what Sajin did bring on his own team. So
All right, we should be good now.
First and foremost, let's take another look at that Farigiraf. Armortail has been so fantastic when it comes down to just being able to block all of those priority attacks. Exhibit A, how Aaron had so many on his team, but we've also seen Farigiraf built in so many different ways outside of the single restricted meta that we've had. We've seen Wolf Glick use Farigiraf a little bit more of like an offensive variant just to be able to do a ton with Throat Spray attached to it, but you also have Electric Seed now on Miraidon teams that can help boost up that defense.
Yeah, I think it's almost mandatory on Miraidon teams where it really just makes it so much easier to play the Miraidon side without getting chipped down by priority moves until you're ready to try to set up your end game. And it's weird that, you know, I feel like the beginning of last year we just didn't take this Pokemon very seriously. But I would not be surprised at all if we see it in the World Finals for 2 years in a row. It's kind of become the surprising, like, elite, non-legendary Pokemon from this generation. I think over the course of this season, we've seen it move from a slightly more offensive sort of build, held items and training, earlier in this format, where now it's almost always the bulkier versions of Farigiraf, just because it's really important that it stays on the field. You know, we saw what happened in the game 2 of that last set once Aaron took out the Farigiraf, where the game was basically over, right? Where the threat of it switching into just such a big deal, especially if you have a choice Pokemon like that Entei holding the choice band, because you can't commit to just using those, increased priority attacks, or if you do, you're taking a huge risk. And I think that's really one of the big skill differentiators in this format where, it's tempting to kind of take risks you don't need to. And I think we've all lost a lot of practice games by being a little too bold, and then the photograph does come in and we lost a Pokemon for no reason, we're wondering what we're doing with our lives.
Yes, I've definitely been there. That is for sure. I think another thing that we can see is just also for Graph, not only just looking at the tarot types, we see like Water, Fairy as good defensive options for Graph. We've also seen Terra Ground. And so that is one of the ways that we've seen like Discharge Miraidon be very popular, knowing that you have another ground option on your team outside of something like an Ursaluna or a Blood Moon Ursaluna. You have that too.
Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of fun, right? The more I'm thinking about this, I've got to queue a few games in this format. This Discharge Miraidon plus Pachirisu plus ground type Farigiraf thing. That'd be fun.
That is very fun. I'm looking forward to Groudon and Miraidon next to each other. I'm putting that out into the universe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking forward to playing against it, but yeah, I mean, finally, the ground type partner that it deserves.
It really does. You get to go hand in hand. But on top of just like the Farigiraf, there are other components of a Miraidon team that can make it really powerful. One of which is a more recent development. If you're tuning into the North America International Championships, you would have seen Iron Hands. Now, Iron Hands has been so popular as a Pokemon to have on this Miraidon team because of Quirk Drive. Okay, listen, I'm guilty of this too, but when I first saw Miraidon, I was like, you said Electric Train. Where are all of my future Paradox Pokemon that I'm about to pair with you? Because I would love to make sure that you can actually use the ability, but you also get to hold an item too. It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and I think to your point, I think that's a lot of why Miraidon was underestimated early in the format, because people were trying to put too many Pokemon with the Quark Drive ability next to it. And I think they maybe over-adjusted the other way, where for a while we weren't seeing the Iron Hands on this at all. And to me, that's one of the reasons why Terapagos became so hard to play, because once Iron Hands is on that team, it's like, oh, well, this matchup is just miserable. And I think it's a fun Pokemon too, right? Where it has some staying power, and it's a non-restricted Pokemon that actually does some damage. I think it's been tough for trainers to find too much of that for their teams, and with the mix of the offense and the defense, as well as potentially another source of fake out. We saw a very different version of that.
Iron Hands kind of fell off, unfortunately.
Kind of a throwback that we saw more in last year's World Championships, but I think it's a fun, versatile Pokemon, and it's neat too where I know a lot of times when the game first came out, I think players were eventually saying, oh, I want this like minimum speed Iron Hands, kind of imagining it fighting more like Hariyama, and I don't feel like that really became a thing until this very format. So we're finally getting the slowest Iron Hands around us making their way onto the field.
I have seen a couple of Iron Hands, though, that do have some speed training. So if you do have something like a Whimsicott that can set Tailwind, then you know that your Iron Hands can actually hit a couple of speed bumps that'll really make sure that the Iron Hands can be powerful into the right things.
Yeah, I love that, too, because that's still an advantage you can gain in this format. One of the things that's very different this generation compared to all the previous years of the Video Game World Championships is that the trainers have each other's team sheets, so they know what moves the other Pokemon have. They know their held items, they know their Terra types, they do not know their stats. And I think Pokemon that can realistically run multiple different speed tiers are one of the scariest things to run into in this format, because it's still really easy to make a mistake, even though most of the information is still face up.
Yes, I think Open Team Sheet has been also done wonders for the development of like players, the game, but it can definitely be really scary when you see something on the team sheet and you go, oh no, I have to play against this, and now you're almost overthinking it in some ways of hyper-focusing on
I don't think that Miraidon teams are going to be built the same way as Sejune's.
Looking across the way at a Rillaboom.
I definitely feel like maybe it'll be paired with a Raichu, or maybe it'll be paired with like a ground type or any Pokemon that tears into ground to work alongside the Discharge.
But then Rillaboom can come in and take it all away. You've got grassy terrain now all of a sudden. Your Miraidon just not hitting as powerfully as it could.
Yeah, I think Rillaboom is a real serious argument for being the best Pokemon in the format. It just does so many things well. It's really tough to not have it on your team unless you have a bunch of other really great solutions to Miraidon, because yeah, it does make that matchup so much easier, both by changing the terrain to reduce Miraidon's damage itself, and then also potentially to weaken that Iron Hands if it's there. Fake Out no team's going to be too upset about having access to that. Grassy Glide for some additional priority. And I think the other thing it does that's just a huge deal is that it's really tough to find Pokemon in this format that can both provide support and also deal meaningful damage. That Woodhammer hurts so much if it has its own terrain up, and getting that from a Pokemon that's not super offensive is really valuable.
It does hurt in some ways where the backfire of using Woodhammer is that you have to take some recoil damage, which when sometimes Pokemon is a game of inches, that can add up to a lot over time, but you're absolutely right. I've even seen some variants alongside of what's on your screen, Assault Vest being the most popular. We've also seen Miracle Seed, so just boosting up the power of those grass type attacks, and even looking at the Thailand national qualifiers, a lot of Choice Band Rillaboom.
I mean, Choice Band is so fun to play. That's another one where I hope we get to see it a little bit over the course of this weekend. But I think both those held items also has like a really great advantage in that you're messing with your opponent's knowledge of how much damage Rillaboom's attacks are supposed to do, right? Where I think often these Rillaboom are trained in similar ways. You kind of just get a feel for like, okay, well, I need my Pokemon to stay this healthy so that I can take Grassy Glide or the Woodhammer, and when suddenly it's doing a little bit more damage, it kind of just throws off your game plans a little bit. You've got to use a little bit different line of attack, and maybe you make some mistakes that normally you wouldn't make.
I mean, when I think about Rillaboom attacks or just the damage calculations there, I always kind of assume that there's an Intimidate drop across the way, so I always factor that in when I'm playing Incineroar. But that's why the Clear Amulet on Shohei Kimura's Rillaboom was so standout. That's a item choice that has been very far and few between for Rillaboom, and that's also another way that you can kind of mess up with damage calculations.
I mean, I wonder if that's just an item that we weren't underestimating for a long time, right? Because it's been very dominant in this format where, I think Ice Rider Calyrex is a far more manageable Pokemon if that held item doesn't exist. And I always wonder, at the end of a generation, kind of looking backwards where sometimes I feel like the usage trends are a little bit strange for the newer discovered Pokemon and items where we kind of don't realize what we have until we've failed to use it for a while. I mean, it just, especially with how popular Incineroar is, we just kind of rely on it maybe a little too much as the solution to every physical problem, right? And when that doesn't work, some teams don't have a plan B.
Yeah, it can be very, very tough to do that. But you know what, Scott? I think we did a great job of giving the deep dive with the beach vibe. I hope you had fun. Viewers at home, we're going to have more of this analytical action in between our matches, but I know you guys want to get back into the action. That's why Scott and myself, we are going to go ahead and throw back over to our casters on the desk. We've got Gabby and Joe to bring you through this third Swiss round.
Thank you very much, Rosemary and Scott. We are here. I am Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder for our round 3 coverage of day 1 of the Pokemon World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. And Gabby, we've had 2 excellent matches to start the day. The biggest names you can imagine, Aaron versus Seiju in that last round, last year's world champion in round 1. The day has gotten off to such a blistering hot start.
I know, and we're only going to keep cranking the heat up from here as there are some insane notable matches from this next round. The third round of Swiss here in Honolulu will be featuring...
Oh, the 4th round is Wolf Glick!
Eric Rios here on stream, but talk about some other big names. Of course, Wolf Glick still hanging in there undefeated, playing against Francisco Pardini. Paul Chua versus Chuppa Cross. That's like a New Jersey showdown happening over here.
Flew from a New Jersey League Challenge. We're using our new vernacular here. League Challenge, and flew all the way to Hawaii to face each other in round 3.
Yeah, and of course, Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion, playing against Ryohei Okabe as well. All these trainers are still undefeated as the day is still young here in Honolulu, but you have to wonder how the mindset's going. Some of these players did benefit from round 1 buys coming into the tournament, so this is only their 2nd round of play, and I'm wondering if people are starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, that's a great point, that especially a player that, let's say, had a round 1 bye and then lost round 2. They've only played 1 game on the day, and they're already up to a 0-1 start in their head. But this is, as you mentioned, Gabby, this is a brand new format that we're really not used to in all of the games that we have here at the World Championships. Usually there's a lot of trainers have a day 1 bye, and you know, they can just kind of scope out the metagame and see what people are playing for day one and then make team decisions. People bring a day one team, right? And then they have another team for day two. And all of that is gone. You had to lock in this morning what you think is the 6 that can win you the World Championship.
I know, and there's such small margins for error as well here, as soon as you lose more than 2 games, you are out of contention for top cut. So we will be playing through a few rounds of Swiss today, starting with this round of 3 for us here, of course.
Ooh,
once again,
Tailwind alongside Ogre Pond and Terapagos.
And this is going to be an exciting match.
Ooh, double fire core.
2 of the top trainers that Europe has to offer, flying all the way here to Honolulu to face.
This is a European showdown for the people that like the European side of the game.
Back in 2019, and Eric getting that EUIC victory back in 2022. So this could really go either way.
It could go either way, and what I love here as well is we're seeing a bit of a unique team here from Eric Rios. He will be playing the first Terapagos we'll be seeing here on stream this weekend, and really changing it up from the Terapagos
Come
we saw
on,
Aurelian Sula
protect
get second place
Terra
at
Star
the North
Storm
American
and
International
Dark Pulse.
Championships with.
I wonder if it's
This
the
is a very
specially
bulky
defensive one.
Terapagos.
Yes!
Leftovers item to recover HP.
Let's
has
go!
Mind to boost up its special attack and special defense. And on
Reflect
top
taunt.
of all that, you have the support of a Pokemon like Grimmsnarl with Reflect to ensure that Terapagos can take any strong physical attacks from Pokemon on the opposing side of the
Assault
field.
Vest alongside Electro
Has
Web.
had quite the glow up as the regulations have advanced here in Scarlet and Violet. At the beginning of the format, people did not really value Grimmsnarl's prankster screens abilities, but now with the restricted Pokemon, with all these heavy hitters, the difference between hanging on with 10 HP and getting knocked out could be the difference between that Reflect being up and not up.
Also has some support options with that Ogerpon Hearthflame, but we'll get back to that later, as I know that was one of your predictions. I'm sure you'll love to talk about it. Flavio, though, on the other side of the field is running his own Ogerpon Hearthflame. Surprise! So why don't we pick it up right there? Tell me about this Pokemon, Joe Brown.
Ogerpon, if you're used to the last couple regulations in VGC, it's really strong. The fire typing inherently is one of the strongest offensive typings in the game. So that Ivy Cudgel, even though it looks like it's a grass attack, thanks to the Hearthflame mask that Ogerpon is currently holding, it turns into a fire attack. And honestly, there's not many things in the game that can endure a +1 attack Ivy Cudgel critical hit, right? Unless you're going to resist that fire attack. But one of the important techs on Flavio's end is this Brick Break, and it might be crucial against the Grimmsnarl with screens on the other end.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rest of Flavio's team, it shares some similarities with what we saw in round number 1 with another Terra Dark Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider with Nasty Plot. And you can see that this team has a few different ways to ensure that the Calyrex has the opportunity to use Nasty Plot. Obviously, you can use Fake Out on the Incineroar or the Rillaboom like we've seen many times today and will keep seeing throughout the day. But you also have access to redirection from that Ogerpon Hearthflame. And in this particular matchup, I think it's interesting to consider those Nasty Plots as a way that you can power up that Calyrex to maybe get around the fact that typing-wise, it's not going to match.
I'm rooting for Rios. I like his team better.
As we go into game number 1, if Flavio lets Calyrex Shadow Rider take a little bit of a slower ride into this battle and trying to scope out to see if we're going to get that Terapagos lead from Eric.
All right, so let's get into.
We did Grimmsnarl and Terapagos.
Championships here. Flavio on the top of your screen with an Incineroar Calyrex Shadow Rider lead compared to Eric Rios. There is the Terapagos, the crowning jewel of the latest DLC in Scarlet and Violet.
This Grimmsnarl will not be able to be flinched by Incineroar thanks to its Covert Cloak held items. So this Grimmsnarl will have the opportunity now to either go straight for a foul play into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, maybe try and get some paralysis on that Pokemon as well, or any Pokemon Flavio decides to pivot into that spot if it's not favorable for that Pokemon. Terapagos will have to protect, unfortunately, this turn, but Eric is in a great position here to really threaten that Calyrex right off the bat and ensure that when the next turn happens, Terapagos can start sneaking in those Calm Minds that it's going to want to seek out.
Yeah, and this is one of those
turn 1 Terastallization
you don't want to get hit by a
into
Fake
Dark
Out.
type.
So if Flavio is prepared 4 potential protects on the other side. You can definitely try to punish Eric's defensive decisions. There is the protect, so Tropicos is not going to take any damage this turn.
It is not, and that's going to be important as we do see the fake out try to go into that spot. Thunderwave, though, will fail, and this is a unique thing about Dark-type Pokemon, and a great opportunity for this Calyrex Shadow Rider to start.
That was really smart.
Because it took on that Dark typing thanks to the Terastallization.
It's immune to the Prankster Thunderwave.
When used against it.
Right, back in the Sun and Moon, here we are in Alola, you could say. That was an Alola change to make the Dark types no longer be able to hit by Prankster attacks. And that's actually really huge because not only is Terapagos naturally slower than Calyrex, but now there's really no chance of speed control onto either of Flavio's now 2 Dark types on the field.
Exactly. This Grimmsnarl has been rendered, honestly, a little bit useless in this board position as it can no longer use Thunder Wave. It can't use Reflect to necessarily negate the damage that will be happening this turn. So I think it's great that Eric Rios has swapped it out. I'm just curious, how much damage is he going to take as a response on this Ogerpon who came out on the field instead?
Calyrex is just going to protect here on this turn for Flavio, so the Terastallization used on turn 1, but no damage.
Interesting.
This turn. Terra Starstorm without Terastallizing, crucial for Eric on this turn to maybe keep his opponent waiting, wondering.
Go for the parting shot, predicting the Calm Mind. That's a good play.
From Flavio, then lowering Terapagos' special attack, really crucial because it is it hasn't even gotten the Calm Mind boost set up yet, so it's going to be doing even less damage.
It is, and that is something that fell out of favor for Terapagos if we want to sort of look at the type of team that Eric's built here. Going into the North American International Championships, we saw every single Incineroar and their best friend, the other Incineroar, running Parting Shot as a way to mitigate the attack on Terapagos. And in this specific matchup, it's going to take Terapagos so much time to get those Calm Minds in, so much time to start getting that damage on the field, that Flavio should be easily able to pivot with this Incineroar in and out of the field a couple of times, and thanks to that Parting Shot, drop the special attack of that Terapagos. So he's going to be taking a bit of a slower approach on that side of the field, which is totally fine when you look at the other Pokemon, that Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's already at +2 attack. Even if it decides to go for an Astral Barrage this turn to try and get a little damage on that Ogerpon or a Pokemon that swaps in, it's still going to be whittling down the damage overall and starting to put that pressure on Eric and slowly progress this game forward.
And really, whatever target goes into the attacks go into the Terapagos slot is in danger because it's either the boosted Calyrex attacks or, the potential Urshifu that would break through a protect if he went for
All right, so that breaks Terra Shell. Oh no, it's immune.
Is immune. Tropicos is a normal type for now, so Ghost does not
that doesn't do anything.
Pokemon there, so that's a -1 attack from the Tropicos, doing not even 30%, it looked like, to Calyrex Shadow Rider, who's not a bulky Pokemon at all. So that just shows how little damage this Tropicos can output right now. And there are the 3 Surging Strikes into
That is
Tropicos
not good
in that
enough.
spot. Not doing too much damage, but it does at least break the Terra Shell.
It does break the Terra Shell and potentially will put Terapagos into range of a close combat after another turn of Surging.
I don't know what happened there.
Will put Terapagos into range of a close combat after another turn.
I don't know what happened there.
Flavio.
Yeah, this is not on me. I thought it was on me, but it's not. We'll get through it.
Flavio.
My lord. This is not my fault.
to change that attack at this point in time. When utilizing close combat on Urshifu, you immediately take defensive drops in return for using that attack. So what a lot of trainers do in this board position, especially with Focus Sash Urshifu, so you know it can't get KO'd in a single hit, you go a couple of turns with the surging strikes until you feel more confident about going for the big damage, and then you go for that KO.
The Heartflame Ogerpon is going to swap out into Grimmsnarl, so Eric still has not revealed his 4th Pokemon to Flavio here in Game 1. But now it's time for Eric Rios to finally terastallize in Game 1 with this Terapagos. It's had its special attack drop, it's had the Terra Shell drop, but now it's time to just click stellar damage.
And this will be doing super effective damage to the opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider when it gets the opportunity to attack.
There's the Astral Barrage into both of the Pokemon, but again, remember, same interactions as before with Terapagos.
Oh, here we go, Terra Starstorm, but you're weakened.
A really smart switch in for Eric. Here's the Stellar Starstorm into both Calyrex.
It's not enough.
Urshifu in the red as well. Crits the Urshifu, wouldn't have been a knockout anyway, thanks to the Sash item. But then the Terapagos hangs on.
How did you live that close combat?
Pick up the KO.
And if you look at how much health is left on that Terapagos, it was thanks to one turn of leftovers recovery that allowed it to hold on.
Good lord!
Combat. Unfortunately, Terapagos is naturally slower than the Urshifu on the opposing side of the field, so Eric cannot simply protect here and let Grimmsnarl take the KO there. And honestly, Flavio is still in a very strong board position because of that lack of speed control to just stay on the offense. So I think Eric has to think which Pokemon...
Holy crap, I cannot believe that lived that close combat.
I don't think you let your opponent go for a double KO, because if they do, that's going to give 2 more boosts to that Calyrex.
Right, and it just
Indeed.
So much more
That's what I said.
You're stuck with 2 Pokemon, they can swap Incineroar in.
Okay, gonna keep Terapagos alive.
Urshifu as well. So
swapping into Ogerpon to take a close combat.
Has to swap this Terapagos out for safety. Ogerpon Heartflame coming onto the field in that position. Grimmsnarl setting up Reflect. That's not going to help against this Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it will help against any physical attackers Flavio has on his field. There's the one-hit KO. Ogerpon, no Focus Sash, no chance of surviving that.
That was smart.
I love that play from Flavio, because when the Grimmsnarl was in the back of Eric's party, there was no opportunity to safely go for that Psychic, because if the Grimmsnarl swapped in, it's a Dark-type Pokemon. Psychic would do 0 damage. But as soon as that Grimmsnarl came out on the field, if Terapagos stays on the field, you can target it down with the Psychic, get the KO, then the Urshifu will target down the other Pokemon, get that knockout. It's just a very great way to ensure that even if there is a switch, you have that damage, it's a one-hit KO, and now Eric is down to his final 2 Pokemon with the Raging Bolt. You do have to wonder why the Raging Bolt was kept a secret in the back for so long on Eric's side of the field. And it is a bulkier Pokemon here. It does hold the Assault Vest item. It has the ability to pick up an easy knockout here on either of these 2 Pokemon with a Thunderclap, or even potentially Electro Web, a spread move to deal some damage.
I feel like the spread move is the better option.
Having that Thunderclap access for this board state, where he can threaten a KO on either Pokemon, it's just, did you pick the one that's going to attack this turn?
That's one way around Thunderclap. Just like Sucker Punch, your opponent has to attack this turn in order for Thunderclap to connect. So
I would definitely connect on the Calyrex and protect.
Incineroar here. Calyrex protecting, saving it again from a potential Thunderclap on this turn. What did he go for? That's going to be a Calm Mind, a free Calm Mind for Terapagos to get a boost to his special defense and special attack. Defense not mattering since it's such low HP, but that special attack could matter. No! He goes for the Thunderbolt instead, so he calls the swap, but it doesn't even do half to Incineroar.
It doesn't. Unfortunately, Raging Bolt, you may be used to seeing the super offensive variants that have gotten popular in the forms with a knockout range from a Terra Starstorm, for example. But you can also have the flexibility to swap between an Electro Web, maybe a Dragon Pulse over a Draco.
Oh, that's really smart.
Not your special attack every turn. It's a great
the Terra Starstorm is brilliant here.
For a tournament like the World Championships, where that
because he could take the Calyrex out with a Thunderclap.
To give you the opportunity to play out such like this.
The fake out from Incineroar means that Raging Bolt will not get an attack on this turn. Here is the Psychic into Raging Bolt. Assault Vest it hangs on thanks to that held item with 16 HP. Calyrex knocks itself out.
Wait a minute. Why did you not just attack into... Oh, he probably predicted him to protect.
Starstorm into Incineroar on the other end with the special attack boost as well. That means Flavio's going to lose both of his Pokemon on this turn.
A great prediction there from Eric.
That was...
Realizing that the Raging Bolt was the most logical target there for Flavio with the Fake Out, with the Psychic, because it did not have access to protect. Just had that Bolt to hold on through that attack, and the Terapagos, it's a bit of a risky play. You could have been flinched there, which could have led to a very easy KO this turn, but taking the risk to go...
I don't know if you can beat the Rillaboom, though.
Eric is still in the game. Unfortunately for Eric, we do get confirmation of Flavio's final Pokemon in that Rillaboom, who is going to have access to Fake Out this turn. So you do have to play this very, very carefully. But if your Raging Bolt can try and get a knockout here against the Urshifu, maybe your opponent just thinks you're going to be taking a big prediction like you did in that previous turn, that would then open it up for Eric to try and take this game. So it still is very much in Flavio's favor. Eric is just playing to as many outs here as he can, hoping that he'll find an opportunity where his opponent maybe slips up.
Right, no need to forfeit here in game one, just to see what your opponent's tendencies are, see how they're playing this matchup. For now, Urshifu will detect. The Terra Starstorm means Terapagos is actually faster than the
Rillaboom. That's crazy.
Damage, it is spread, so that will be doing a little bit less than it did to that Incineroar last time.
That didn't do anything.
Just tanks that like an
That's
absolute
over.
champion, responding with the Woodhammer for the KO.
Yeah, and now that the Terapagos has been knocked out here, while this Raging Bolt should be able to pick up the KO on this Urshifu pretty quickly, again, with something like Thunderclap, I do think that Rillaboom has the damage advantage here. Actually, I don't know. That Dragon Pulse did a little bit more than I was anticipating to the Assault Vest Rillaboom on the opposing side of the field. It's possible with that grassy terrain recovery, it might be able to hold on.
The issue, Raging Bolt doesn't have Protect to try to stall up some health recovery from the grassy terrain, and it can only target down one of Flavio's two Pokemon. So if you Thunderclap the Urshifu slot, then that leaves Rillaboom to target this low health Raging Bolt.
Well, that's exactly the play that Eric went for. So let's see. It's just going to be that Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt staring each other down. And a Woodhammer here should seal the deal, picking up the
oh my God,
and giving Flavio the victory in this game number one.
Right, even if it is a resisted hit, that Woodhammer with the grassy terrain boost and just the general power Rillaboom can bring to any matchup will be more than enough. So it got, honestly, Gabby, it got closer than we thought it was after the first couple of turns. Eric was able to bring it back, and I think that's one of his best tendencies as a trainer, is that no game is truly lost. When Eric is playing, he can always find his win conditions back in. But kudos to Flavio for, sticking with that advantage early on and pressing his offensive damage output from the Calyrex.
Yeah,
he let that Calyrex set up a nasty plot for free.
Turn number one of this game number one meant that the Psychics from this Shadow Rider Calyrex were always a threat. And Eric really had to preserve the Terra Shell when you think about how this match played through, so that it could hold on through the Urshifu's attacks, and he couldn't necessarily respond immediately with the Terastallization Terra Starstorm to get that damage down.
And what we did see in this interaction here is that Terapagos is naturally faster than Flavio's Urshifu, which is not a thing that normally happens with how these Pokemon are trained. So that's massive news, one, for Eric to just know in general, but also now you probably don't need Thunderwave Grimmsnarl as much as you thought you did.
I don't think so. I mean, if you look at the Grimmsnarl in particular, it was great to be there as a Dark-type Pokemon to soak up damage from the Psychic and the Astro Barrage on the opposing side of the field, but you didn't do any damage in return. You didn't get that Thunder Wave to connect. You didn't get any sort of foul play or taunt action in on this game. I think that if you are making an adjustment in this game number two, leaving the Grimmsnarl behind is a very logical adjustment to make. You also have access to your own Urshifu Rapid Strike, which could come in handy here with the multiple hits, be able to threaten some bigger damage on that slower Urshifu, like we just said, break the Focus Sash in one attack, and then a Terra Starstorm to pick up the KO. Might be a very easy way for Eric to make
a natural pivot in how he approaches this game too.
Yeah, even if Eric lost game one, he still gained some valuable information there. Now knowing Tropicos naturally faster than Urshifu, faster than the Rillaboom on the opposing side, so Flavio would have to choose Grassy Glide to try to get it if it's low HP. So definitely.
Here we go, leading the same way.
Eric in that loss. We'll see if he can turn it around in game two, or if Flavio will start his day at 3-0. Incineroar, Calyrex, Shadow Rider for Flavio, and Terapagos, Grimmsnarl yet again for Eric.
Yeah, so same leads on both sides of the field, and the presence of the Grimmsnarl from Eric, I think, putting a lot of pressure on Flavio to click that Terastallization, again, turn number 1 in this game number 2. I wonder if we see Eric just repeat the same play we saw from game number 1, where you go for the Thunder Wave, you go for the Calm Mind, and hope for the best. And then if your opponent doesn't Terastallize for some reason, you are able to connect that form of speed control and then find another way to give yourself that advantage. I think having Grimmsnarl as a Pokemon on the board is a fantastic position in this matchup in particular. I'm just wondering if Eric is going to be able to utilize it a bit better this game.
Right, you think this time around, one, you only have Reflect, you don't have Light Screen, so that's really hindering you in this matchup against Flavio's Shadow Rider as a special attacker, that you can't mitigate that damage. You're not necessarily worried about Incineroar's physical damage or anything like that. So this Grimmsnarl deciding, Eric decides, let's save it for later on, or maybe I can get some value out of a Thunder Wave or a Foul Play later on in the match.
I feel like he definitely goes Fake Out into Terapagos.
Two turn ones in a row, I should say, in this set. There is the Terra Dark, anticipating a potential Thunder Wave into that slot, but that's not what's going to happen. He will be able to set up the Nasty Plot, boosting Calyrex's special attack by 2 stages. Terapagos with the Calm Mind on this turn, boosting his special attack and special defense by
so
1
Incineroar
stage.
didn't Fake Out.
Very easily could have that special attack lowered, though, from the Parting Shot, but the Parting Shot goes into the Urshifu switch in instead, so Eric Terapagos is still boosted.
It's still boosted, and that Urshifu was able to last the entire turn with its Focus Sash intact. Normally when you have a Pokemon with a Focus Sash in the back of your party, you don't want to switch that Pokemon onto the field, knowing that if it takes any damage in the process, that item is no longer of use. But Eric made a fantastic read there, anticipating the Parting Shot over the Fake Out on that Incineroar, maybe thinking that there would be a Protect from his own Terapagos in the process, so that Urshifu, yes, it has been intimidated essentially with its attack down 1 stage, but it's able to deal damage via critical hits, which ignore any of those
really
stat
rooting
changes.
for Eric.
Right, and now that Flavio has committed his Terastallization onto Calyrex yet again, if Eric does Terastallize his Terapagos, that would be doing super effective stellar damage into the other slot. So Flavio is set up with his offense, but how do you handle these 2 Pokemon defensively?
It's a very tough position to be in defensively, because it comes down to who can hit harder and who can hit faster. And unfortunately for Flavio, we did see that in game number 1, where the Terapagos is faster than that opposing Urshifu. I don't think you necessarily are going to be able to take it out here, as we didn't see Eric.
I think you Calm Mind twice. Nope, you Terra Star Storm.
But still, this is going to be an easy 2-hit knockout on that Urshifu.
Oh yeah, I did great.
Urshifu brought down to the Focus Sash, so just 1 HP remaining on Flavio's end there. Close combat in response, though, from Flavio will bring Eric's Urshifu down pretty low. And remember, it was hit with the Parting Shot on the last turn, so it's not going to do a lot of damage. But the Unseen Fist into the Protect.
Oh, that was so good.
Because of the Parting Shot, Calyrex hangs on.
And yet another slower Urshifu as well than that Terapagos. So both these trainers, I think, taking
that was so good.
How they prepared these Pokemon for the World Championships, but a great play there by
Bro, you can Aqua Jet Calm Mind right here.
That he just has to connect an attack with that opposing Calyrex for the knockout, and Calyrex didn't opt to attack. It went for that Protect, just opening up the door.
And Flavio's Urshifu does not have Aqua Jet. It has Taunt in that 4th slot compared to Eric's with the Aqua Jet, so you'd have
oh my god, come on, Eric!
To this super low HP Calyrex Shadow Rider.
All you have to do here is Aqua Jet the opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider and go for another Terra Star Storm, and you are slowly racking up that momentum to get back into this game.
Rillaboom will swap into the field, into that Urshifu slot, so Flavio has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here.
That was such a good play.
For later. There's the Aqua Jet. Calyrex is down. Flavio's
boy.
is down, and game 2 is off to a much better start for Eric.
It is,
is, and now that Terrapagos able to connect a Terra Starstorm, single target damage against the Rillaboom. It is holding an Assault Vest, so it's not going to do quite the dramatic knockout that we've been seeing so far in these games, but still a very awesome board position for Eric to find himself in.
And honestly, now the Urshifu's kind of done his job, got the Aqua Jet KO on Calyrex, let the Urshifu get any amount of damage that it can, but really, Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, sounds like a perfect reflect angle to me.
It really is a great opportunity. A lot of times Grimmsnarl players will try and preserve Reflect as Urshifu with those critical hits is able to just hit right through them. But still, if your final Pokemon on the opposing side of the field are the combination of Incineroar and Rillaboom, your opponent's going to be looking to Wood Hammers over like Grassy Glide to deal that bigger damage, to try and make up that lost momentum. And I think the combination of a Terra Starstorm and Woodhammer recoil damage at this point in time probably would knock out that Rillaboom. So Flavio does have a couple of options he can try and pursue here, but unfortunately, it looks like we're going to be seeing a fake out to break the Terra Shell, which means there's probably an attack coming in next from that Urshifu.
Yeah, here's the Aqua Jet. 1 HP
Yep,
is
there we
all
go.
you need to take out Flavio's Urshifu on the other end. So Eric's Urshifu, even with the drops, has put in so much work here.
Eric's playing a lot better.
Claiming 2 KOs with those Aqua Jets. Tropicos did not take any attack that turn thanks to the fake out. And remember, Eric hasn't even terrestrialized yet.
He hasn't terrestrialized, and he just got the Terra Shell ability back thanks to the combination of the lefties and grassy terrain recovery. So yeah, a fantastic game played here by Eric. Very, very well played. While there may still be a couple of turns here to wrap things up on Flavio's side of the field, I think that this Terrapagos is in a fantastic position to get those knockouts and bring us into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Terra Shell, it's one of those, it's you know, you think about some other Pokemon like Multiscale Dragonite or even Lunala with its special ability when it's at full HP taking less damage. The Terra Shell is even better because it doesn't just take less damage, it takes resisted damage while at full HP. So the battle is canceled. Terrapagos doesn't even take any damage in game 2.
Let's
and
go.
We're gonna go to a
game 3.
What a
with
fantastic
Eric.
pivot from Eric there as well. You know, looking back at game number 1, we saw him lead that. We saw him lead the Grimmsnarl and the Terrapagos, and I was assuming a more of a defensive position where you would want to try to make use of that Grimmsnarl, get those Thunder Waves to connect, maybe set up a Reflect for later on in the game. But instead, we saw him utilize that same strategy in this game number 2 to go ahead on the offensive, switch out that Grimmsnarl, force the terrestrialization, and really start the momentum going in his favor. When you're playing a Terrapagos team, you want to get Pokemon into the low HP so that all Terrapagos have to do at any point in time is threaten the terrestrialization and then threaten the double target Terra Starstorm. And that's exactly what we saw Eric pilot to throughout this game 2. A great adjustment.
Yeah, and I think now that Flavio's the one that has to make an adjustment going into game 3, obviously the first spot you can look at is the just kind of automatic turn 1 Terra that he's used in both of these games. Maybe that's a position where if Flavio wants to preserve his Calyrex Shadow Rider for later, maybe leading something else,
I think
not
Rillaboom,
even committing, especially if Urshifu's not on the field, no one's seen Fist.
Like,
maybe
I
just
think
go for a simple protect on turn 1, see what Eric is up to.
Yeah, I think we can. The value, though, for Calyrex
I think Rillaboom and
is that if you are able
Raging
to
Bolt is a shout for Flavio
on turn 2,
because he could
pressure on that
Electro Web
Pokemon,
into
it
Woodhammer,
really forces your opponent to always have
which
an
would
answer to
break
it.
Terrapagos' Terra Shell, and after Woodhammer would probably knock it out.
Or Calyrex Ice Rider instead of the normal type Terrapagos, that pressure is enough to really force your opponent to have tunnel vision on that Pokemon and recognize the threat. Eric, benefiting from the fact that he's picked the normal type legendary Pokemon from this generation, that's not really as oppressive to him. And we've seen him utilize that very, very well throughout these 2 games.
Nope, they're leading
Even
this
the,
similarly.
Immune to Psychic and resists Astro Barrage, so you can nasty plot as much as you want with these 2 Pokemon on the field. Calyrex is not getting as much value out of it. So Flavio will make an adjustment here in game 2, bringing his own Ogre Pond Hearthflame, which Gabby just so happens to have Brick Break.
It does have Brick Break, but I don't think that's necessarily a play you go for on turn number 1 here, unless you're feeling very confident in your predictions. I have a feeling that this Ogerpon is there more so to protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider without forcing it to terastalize in front of this Grimmsnarl. You will be redirecting any sort of taunts, any sort of Thunder Waves to that Pokemon in particular, but turn 1 you can follow me, Nasty Plot. Turn 2 then you can go on the offense.
He didn't even click.
That's how it goes. He didn't.
Ogerpon did not click follow me on that turn, so that Thunder Wave naturally went in to Ogerpon's slot there. Potentially Eric anticipating.
I think he's attacking and breaking the Terra Shell.
Dark out of Calyrex, as we've seen 2 games in a row. So Flavio making an adjustment and getting rewarded for it. No terastallization, still gets the boost to his special attack. Terapagos will be able to get the Calm Mind boost. Here's the Ivy Cudgel into Terapagos with the crit, bringing it down under half HP.
And now we have a very different game on the field for Eric, as that Terapagos is within KO range from a Psychic, and the only Dark-type Pokemon that Eric has access to is already on the field next to it. So Flavio can very easily threaten a KO on that Terapagos this turn or the next turn if we see Eric go for a Protect. You have to think, if he is going to protect that Terapagos, then what's the opening he can set up for himself this turn? I think his best opportunity here is to try to either paralyze that Calyrex Shadow Rider or get some big damage down with it on foul play, assuming it's not going to terastalize. So looking at how Eric is approaching this turn, he's making that call that there will not be terastallization.
I think he's expecting that he's going to terastalize a Nasty Plot.
Yeah, this is a really crucial turn for Eric, as there's so many factors going against him. One, you have access to follow me on the other end, so it can redirect attacks away. There's a potential terastallization into a dark type. That would also be a really big deal, but Eric will lock in the Stellar Terra.
Astral Barrage, he did it.
Game 3. Astral Barrage does not affect Terapagos, but this is +2 special attack into the Grimmsnarl, bringing it down under half HP. That Life Orb damage is so strong.
Here comes that Terra Starstorm.
Terra Starstorm into both of Flavio's Pokemon. Neither of them are terastallized though, so it will not do super effective damage. And look how little it did. But the
foul play is enough to take out the Calyrex.
So Flavio's Calyrex is down. He's going to have to terastallize something else in game 3.
That was a very great play there from Eric. Again, correctly calling that there would be no terastallization on that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Does have to trade your own Grimmsnarl for that, but
and no Reflect anymore.
And no Reflect anymore, but you got the paralysis onto that Ogerpon, so it's now slower than the Terapagos.
That was also really good adjustments on him too.
Bring to this game, and you know that if you're looking at your notes from the previous games, there's a high likelihood that Flavio's final 2 Pokemon are going to be that Rillaboom and Incineroar once again. And I think we're seeing another board situation where Eric just has more offensive power. We do see the Urshifu for Flavio.
And they both have the Focus Sash in this spot, so it's going to take multiple hits. There's nothing really on Flavio's end that can super effectively hit Eric's Urshifu right now to bring it down.
That Thunder Wave against Ogerpon was really nice. I think that Ogerpon had... Oh, he couldn't have taunted because of Grimmsnarl. Never mind.
I think as well, though, Flavio's Urshifu has the Stellar Terra type, and that could be a very interesting option for him here to try and regain some of the offense he lost when that Shadow Rider was knocked out. As long as you go for that Stellar Terastallization, it's going to boost up the power of your Surging Strikes once, your Close Combat once, and that might be enough to win him the game.
Oh, he might go Stellar Terra type.
How he approaches these turns.
Ogerpon breaks through paralysis.
Nope, he didn't do it.
Does get Follow Me to redirect attacks away. Not going to redirect the spread attack from Terapagos, obviously. But Ogerpon does hang on in the red, meaning this Urshifu's hit will go into the other slot. Flavio KOs Eric's Terapagos, gladly taking those defense drops to get rid of Eric's most important.
Oh my
Pokemon.
God, this
now
is...
all that's left on this turn for Eric is the Urshifu, targeting down this low HP Ogerpon. On the other hand, the close combat takes it out, but you will get those defense drops on the other side. So a really strong turn for Flavio, keeping his Urshifu's Focus Sash intact.
Keeping the Urshifu's Focus Sash intact.
Oh, no, actually with the spread attack, excuse me, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got so excited about Urshifu that he survived the turn.
That's okay, that's okay. Eric Rios' Urshifu, though, does still have that Sash intact,
yeah.
so... You just got to make sure you're targeting down the right side of the field. We get final confirmation of the last two Pokemon for both Flavio and Eric. It's going to be Rillaboom staring down the opposing Ogerpon Hearthflame. And that Ogerpon Hearthflame is in a great spot after this first turn passes, when there's no opportunities for fake out, to go on the offense against the Rillaboom and clean up this game for Eric. He does have to worry about the Urshifu for this next turn, but given that it's at such low health, I think all you have to do here is target it down with 2 attacks, and you're guaranteed to pick up the KO there. The big question is, can Ogerpon hold on through a Surging Strikes from the opposing Urshifu, probably Stellar Terra as well? And a lot of these Ogerpon Hearthflames coming into the World Championships have been a bit on the bulkier side. It's possible that it's been trained to survive this.
Right, especially when you have access to Follow Me, you want to be able to
Here we go, he's doing it!
Hits your direction, you want to be able to take as
yep,
many
here we
hits
go.
as possible. But Flavio going to match the Stellar Terra from Eric, say, hey, great strategy, you might as well Stellar Terrasilize my Urshifu Rapid Strike, now getting a boost to all of its attacks one time. Wow, there is the stellar damage there. So close combat onto Urshifu is not even going to get the chance to attack because Eric's Urshifu goes first here with the knockout from close combat. Flavio down with the Rillaboom left on his end. It's a 1v2 situation. What can Flavio do in this
This is over.
He could go for Grassy Glide into the opposing Urshifu. Unfortunately, though, with the Focus Sash, it will be able to hold on through that attack. I think what you would have
Good
to do
game.
here is try
Eric
and find
wins.
a KO onto the Ogerpon first and just hope that it works out. But instead, Eric able to turn the game around and win game number 3 of his round of 3 here at the World Championships.
And that is why Eric Rios is widely considered not just one of the best European VG trainers of all time, but honestly one of the best to ever do it in the competitive video game circuit. International champion, 4-time regional champion as well. Pretty much any tournament Eric rolls up to, he has a chance to walk away at the end as the only person remaining. So to lose game 1 like that and then still come back and make the proper adjustments, it just shows how impressive that matchup was.
Yeah, and I loved how he was very committed to running that Grimmsnarl along with the Terrapagos all 3 games. It was a very consistent lead, despite the fact that, again, it wasn't necessarily prioritizing damage. It was just there to ensure that the Calyrex had to Terrastalize, or there had to be some other answer to keep that Calyrex safe. And in this case, tried the Ogerpon Hearthflame, unfortunately just did not work out.
Right, and this is what makes competitive Pokemon so hard, Gabby, because 2 games in a row, Flavio Terra Darks right away, and then game 3, when it matters the most, he changes his strategy up, and it's so hard to be able to make adjustments and honestly kind of guesses. You can anticipate, you can think what's your best Pokemon, your opponent's best strategy. Sometimes it comes down to guessing that they're going to go for certain moves.
You do, and I think you have a lot of information, to be fair, especially, you know, these 2 trainers have competed at multiple international championships in the past. You can sort of rely on that player knowledge. Like, I saw them do this in game 1, maybe they'll do this again in game 2. But I think Eric did a really great job by keeping the same leads, forcing Flavio to make those choices, to make those decisions. And unfortunately, he just did not, I don't want to say guess correctly, but did not predict correctly, and Eric was able to keep him on his toes.
Yeah, but honestly, you got to give all the credit in the world to Flavio. Such an excellent player, one of Europe's best players as well, but kind of got taken down by his own region in Eric Rios. But of course, that's only 1 loss, as we've mentioned throughout the day so far. You have to go 6-2 or better here on day 1 to make it into day 2 Swiss. So it is nowhere near over yet for Flavio.
Nowhere near, indeed, and you just have to wonder what other types of matchups we're going to be seeing here at the World Championships, as honestly, I think Terrapagos was one that I personally sold a little bit short coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you, especially this Combine Lefties version.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We all saw Aurelian dominate NAIC all the way up to that final Game 3 match with just as much damage as possible on Terrapagos, and you have all the team like kind of facilitating the damage that it can do. But in this, the more slower option, I feel like Scott's been talking about this too, that you just kind of, it doesn't feel like he can hold up against all the fast things that are prevalent in this metagame right now. But hey, when you're your Terapagos is naturally faster than some of the other stuff that you would assume is typically going to outspeed it. That could really change the matchup.
For sure. Let's go ahead and hear from Eric himself about that win here at the World Championships. Rose, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Joe. I am here, in fact, with the winner of that Swiss round number 3, Eric Rios. Congratulations. It's so good to see you back here, especially after you've had such an incredible season. What does it mean to you to be here at the World Championships?
It's an incredible feeling. I always win. I always want to win the World Championships every year. I want to try to win someday, so I'm 3-0 now, feeling great. So let's see how it goes today, but hopefully well, hopefully well.
Well, I mean, you're already proven yourself as an international champion, winning the European International Championships, and now you're back here and just kind of showing everybody why you are such a strong player. This season alone, Eric, you've played so many different teams. Can you talk us through the thought process of how you even pick one for your event?
I always try to build a team that can win in the metagame. So metagame evolves every day, every week. So yeah, I played a lot of different teams this season. I try always to bring the call for the tournament. And now I think Terapagos is really good. There are a lot of Kali Shadows. It's good against Miraidon. It's good against Kali Shadow, Kali Ice. So I think Pagos could be the call. So that's why we built, Alex and I, a team that I think it's really strong.
I mean, it's just impressive to me that you played Zamazenta at Stockholm. You ended up playing Calyrex Shadow Rider yourself at the North America International Championships, and now you found Terapagos. So with that in mind, was this just the meta call for you when it came down to what you thought would be strong here at the World Championships?
So it's always good to know every team, every restricted. So that's why I try to build the best team for everyone. So every restricted, sorry. So I was studied the metagame 2 months ago after Nike. So I took like 1 week for rest, holidays, and I try to work every day with Alex, with the team Movistar Koi. They are great. So thanks to them for do the bootcamp in Madrid. So we did a really good work. We have to do it well this weekend. The work is not finished, so I want to win someday the World Championship. It's my dream, and I will continue playing until maybe win the world. So let's see.
Well, right now you are off to such a great start, Eric, with an undefeated record heading into the next round. But I want to just talk a little bit more about that Terapagos team. Something that we've noticed Terapagos can struggle with is the speed at which sometimes it sits. So how did you try to fix that for some of the matchups that you had?
So sometimes the Pokemon that can defeat Terapagos are Urshifu, Hans, but it's like Urshifu is the main Pokemon that can defeat Terapagos, so that's why I try to build a speedy Pagos for that. So everyone is playing Adamant. Urshifu, sometimes you face Jolly, but it's not common.
I'm here.
Yeah, I think it's the call for
I really like the Terapagos team, and yeah, I don't know when we're gonna see Jump Off. I think the next casters are gonna do the Wolfie Glick team.
I think I can play with that, so the team is good, and Pagos can affront every matchup, I think. So let's.
I'm sorry we had to share the secret of yours on broadcasts already, but I think another thing you had to think about in this match was the brick break on that Okerpon Hearth Flame from Flavio. So how did you think about that when that was the adjustment for Game 3?
When I saw that Okerpon doesn't have a grass move, I was thinking, okay, I think Urshifu is really good, so he have to tear up Calyrex because I have T-Wave, I have full play, I'm covered Colo Cream, so that's really annoying for Kali Shadow teams. So I think I have to bring Urshifu.
I think it's very interesting that he played all these different teams, but yet he adapted to Terapagos. Terapagos was a lot bulkier than I thought it was. I've run a specially defensive set myself with max HP and max special defense.
I know you already shouted out your organization, Movistar, but is there anyone else that you'd like to shout out here?
I want to shout out everyone who have been supporting me during all the season. Obviously to Movistar Koi, to Kanekro.
I'm trying to get rid of this headache. That's why I'm drinking a bunch of water.
From home. Thanks to them.
Well, Thank you so much, Eric, for your time. Felicidades.
I got my pain
see you
bottle
later.
up, so
Thank
we're
you
good.
so much. We're going to go ahead and send you to a short break. And when we come back, we'll have more action here for the Pokemon
I
World
think
Championships.
Wolfie Glick is up next. But I want to see the dude that has basically what's equivalent to 6 World Championship invites. I want to see the Jumpluff team. I want to see what Wolf has for Worlds. Even if Wolf doesn't bring a creative team,
Let's get to know Joe Brown, one of my
he brings
incredible
creative
co-casters for this weekend.
effervescence.
Joe Brown, describe yourself in one word.
Ooh, that's tough. I usually use a lot of words. So I think if I boiled it down, I would say energetic. It's my one word.
I think you are a very energetic person, so I think that fits very well. What's your favorite Pokemon?
That's got to be Keldeo for me. It's cool design, cool typing, water fighting, really fast, a special attacker as well. Definitely love Keldeo.
Shoutouts to the Unova region fans out there. I'm sure there are many of you. What is your first Pokemon Worlds that you ever attended?
I went to the 2015 Boston World Championships. Still to this day, one of my favorite worlds I've ever attended. Just the area was awesome, the whole scenery, all the action that happened. Boston was so much fun.
I didn't ask you to say that, so thank you. No, Boston was incredible. What is your favorite color?
That would be blue. I go back and forth sometimes because I'm like, I kind of like red, kind of like blue, but I'm going to lock in blue for you, Gabby.
All right, a little unexpected on that one, not going to lie, but I don't know why, Joe Brown. What was your favorite Pokemon game?
All time is definitely Pokemon Yellow. I've had to have beaten Pokemon Yellow at least 100 times in my life and do different challenges and speed runs of Yellow, and I just, for all of its quirks, let's say, from back in the day, there's something I just absolutely love about Yellow.
Did you ever unlock the Surfing Pikachu minigame via Pokemon Stadium?
No, I did not. I wish I did. If I had the ability to time travel, I'd go back in time and do specifically that.
All right, well, I have a Nintendo 64, so we can make that happen. Who will win? Oh, excuse me. What is the favorite Pokemon plushie that you own?
Ooh, that I own?
Don't have a Keldeo plushie.
I really love
Don't say.
last year, NAIC, they released this Ursaluna plush, and I'm a big fan of Ursaluna, and I bought it, and it kind of matched my silver suit that I was wearing at the time. So every time I have that stationed at my desk at home, I always look at that cute little Ursaluna. It's probably my favorite.
Nice, nice. And now, who do you think will win the World Championship?
Say Wolf.
I'm going to have to go with my captain. Justin Burns has taken home the crown for Team USA. He's one of the best players in North America. Has been consistently top-cutting in the Regulation G formats that we've had, or both regionals
Justin
and ICs.
Burns.
And I think, if you're asking me, he's the favorite to win it all.
All right, and who is the greatest Pokemon player of all time?
Ray Rizzo.
It's going to kill me to go against my Jersey guy and Ray Rizzo, but I got to go Wolf Glick. At this point, it's just over a decade of just important accomplishments throughout international level, 9 regional championships, 1 world championship. At some point, we got to value the championships happening here today with the thousands and thousands of players, kind of weighing that compared to championships in the past. So kind of a hot take. I'm sorry, Ray. I know I love Jersey boys, but I got to go with Wolf.
All right, well, Joe Brown, it was amazing to get to know you this weekend, and we'll be back with more action soon.
Keldeo. Interesting.
My name is Marco, and I'm from Italy.
Yeah, I think this is Marco versus Wolf Glick.
I watched the anime a lot when I was a kid, and then, when I had the opportunity, I started playing the video game as well.
That's going to be
Watching some
huge.
YouTube videos, and then I got really interested into that, and I looked for all the events that were held in Italy. I definitely look up to Wolfie Glick. In fact, for the last 10 years, every time I see him playing, he basically never does any mistakes, and every day I try to get on the level. My number 1 goal will definitely be winning the World Championship. Last year I came
You like
close,
Keldeo or
but
do you?
top
I
16.
mean, I like Cobalion.
I hope
No,
that
not
this year
Cobalion.
I'll be able to improve that.
I like Terrakion. Yeah, Marco Cadura Silva. This is him versus.
Since I've been playing for the last 5 years competitively, and that would really make me happy. The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most about competing, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
We're on a journey
Trainer
to meet
tour.
Pokemon fans, known as trainers, and help them evolve, just like their favorite Pokemon.
I'm Andrew Mahal. I'm here to dive into the game and take our trainers to the next level.
3, 2, 1. And I'm Megan Camarena. I'm here to get to know our trainers personally and help them grow in real-life challenges along the way.
I don't really get to be around my kids as much as I want.
There's always that fear of rejection.
After every single tour, without fail, I would end up in hospital. But Pokemon saved my life 100%.
I want to just get you thinking about the game in your own way.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to trust
I hope it is Marcos versus Glick. Marcos seems like he's really competitive. And I want to see if Glick brings more of a standard team or more of a cool team.
But it's time to attack, and I'm gonna hit you with a G-Max pedal.
Alright.
I think I'm destroying you.
You're not on the path anymore. You've reached the peak.
Oh, wow. Print it.
Hit the road with us as we embark on an epic road trip through the world of the Pokemon trading card game. You ready to up the game with another Pokemon player?
Let's do this.
Swiss round 4. This is going to be huge. Like, the first pairing didn't have Wolf Glick in it. It had it below it. But then the last, before the Terrapagos match, it had Glick show up. But I also want to see Aurelion, because Aurelion has a very special Terrapagos set. And I'm interested to see if he uses a defensive one, similar to how I like it. So we will see. I did use it a lot in Blueberry Prologue. It was on my main team. And Blueberry Prologue was actually my very first event that I started playing VGC. It's also the very first time that Corey encouraged me to actually get out there and play VGC. So, there you go. Oh, I love those statues. Those look so cool. I like how Incineroar is there. Whimsicott. It's not something you see every day. Kyogre. Incineroar. Oh no, that's cool. How they're reflecting the games in the... Yeah, that's pretty cool. I also have a really big thing for Kyogre. I wanna see like upper hand or quick guard. So that they can like beat out Fake Out or beat out Wide Guard, and then just water Origin Pulse and or what's the water one? Does Water Spout.
Hello, and welcome
Come back to Honolulu, Hawaii!
Having a little bit of rest and relaxation, it's Lou and Lee and Gastrodon, and it is time to prepare for trouble.
Make it double Lou.
Oh yeah, and I know...
And we've got our little mascot, Gastrodon, like you say.
I know they want to see Gastrodon.
Jesse and James's.
I just don't feel like it's a very offensive Pokemon. I mean, I guess it could be with Storm Drain.
Pokemon. I think it's safe to say Lee and I have established Gastrodon as our icon over the past couple of years. But
I mean, it could be Storm Drain, it could boost the special attack, and then it can run over things like Miraidon.
I mean, the matches that we've had so far, we're only 3 matches in is absolutely incredible. It's been brilliant. Kicking off the show in with our...
And what's really cool is the very beginning of it, that dude was like a national renowned champion. So that was huge.
And Pachirisu, of course, there's a mascot in itself. And then that last
I was very sad for that team. I feel like offensively it didn't really have anything going for it.
And we're not even halfway through day one.
I know, I felt right at home in that last match as well. You know, 2 European international champions from the European region, kind of really battling it out. What a tremendous show of
Yeah,
Pokemon.
Eric was really good.
Like, I was not expecting that to do super well this tournament, and Eric really showing that we shouldn't count it out.
Yeah, I really like Terrapagos. Terra Shell is really cool. I've used it alongside Heal Pulse and Comfey as well. Also used Comfey alongside Regidrago.
Success with at regionals, and then it really dropped off after NAIC really, and then from there it's
Let's not forget that I was using Blaziken in Blueberry Prologue.
Today. So a lot of players must believe that this is a Pokemon. Maybe they found the kind of the secret to unlocking this Pokemon and getting the most out of it. And Eric's definitely having a good start with it here today.
I spent a lot of the last round as well, kind of out on the floor, having a little look at kind of how the trainers are shaping up. And the amazing thing is when
it's nice to see everybody.
The judges say, like, you know, the round can start.
Got to represent my typing.
Throughout the battles is incredible. And there's been a huge range of Pokemon that I've seen out there. A lot of different restricted, but a lot of different supportive Pokemon as well. You know, Grimmsnarl, Farigiraf are kind of everywhere. But Lee, there are 2 Gastrodon out there. There are 2 little Gastrodon fighting for their tournament lives.
Well, we know Gastrodon and Gastrodon's record at the World Championships.
Multiple world champion.
Yeah, multiple. Sorry, Gastrodon. But it's no surprise. I think it's quite good into this format as well. When you look at some of the big threats, the kind of the balanced kind of sides of a lot of teams players are.
I don't know about that.
With the Urshifu Rapid Strike, it's such a good Pokemon to bring out into the field. If you've got something that is
that would be nasty, because you would Storm Drain.
Just pull all of those worries away and make everything better again.
And could be a Ghost Terror as well to really counter Urshifu. But I think that's the only niche it's kind of got here at Worlds. There are so many formidable.
I don't know if I
Pokemon
would
out there
Ghost
at the moment
Terror.
that we are seeing. And honestly, the team building has been really, really creative. Yes, there's a lot of balance out there, and the Firewater Grass Core is so strong. But I'm kind of calling it the Firewater Grass Core plus Electric type, because you've got Miraidon, Iron Hands, really running around.
Iron Hands really fell off though. I expect Wolf to have it though.
And Electabuzz. There's
and
Electabuzz out there in the field.
Electabuzz, let's go!
At some point of the weekend.
Follow me.
Raging Bolt.
Follow me.
How could we forget? Probably the most. Is it the most popular?
Electabuzz is
Probably
cooler.
more popular than Miraidon, I would guess, but maybe be very close between those 2.
Yeah, definitely a supportive role here. And one thing as well at the tournament that we love to see is the interaction from our viewers at home as well, whether it's spectators, viewers, or however it is, engaging with our social media with that hashtag Pokemon World has allowed us to see what you guys are getting up to. So I think it's time to take a little tour through some of the posts that we've been able to see some from spectators.
Before we get into the next round, I think that's a good idea.
What we can do is kind of connect with the viewers at home and bring a little bit of the kind of tournament magic to you through the bracket.
Yeah, I love reading the tweets and things throughout the weekend, the magical moments, you know, people sharing their experiences from the World Championships, and we've had the pleasure to have been
Never had the chance to go
in Japan last year, and now we're here and we can follow new stories, old people returning to Worlds as well, and their experiences. And it's great to see, and not only people that are here in the venue, but people at home that are watching along all the action from all over the globe.
All of the history being made. Like, as you've said, this World Championship has been...
This is great, though, because if I wouldn't have hurt my back, I wouldn't be able to do this with you guys. This is amazing.
You want to use really does show what a magical event it is coming to be. And one of the nice things we get to see as well is not only your tournament experience through a lot of the posts, but also your cats and your Pokemon art as well. I remember some really beautiful art at the European International Championships being sent through, so I'm looking forward to seeing what might be coming through from spectators at home.
Yeah, you should have scheduled a post from Gimli, and we could have had that featured. That would have been perfect.
My cats at home are definitely watching the broadcast. I can guarantee they'll be up at this time of night back in Europe.
Do they have little Gastrodon cosplays?
They haven't, but they should.
We should
have Gastrodon cosplay.
Cosplay of my cat out there somewhere.
Oh, really?
He doesn't like wearing it, but he does. He's worn it once or twice.
Maybe it's because it's not a Gastrodon.
Maybe. That could be where I'm going wrong.
It's because Incineroar is...
I think a lot of trainers are going to be very excited to see. Not only
I can't flame on the Pokemon. It's a good Pokemon.
We were expecting to see.
Just got to make sure it has the Flare Blitz.
The whole auditorium was cheering, and I think when a lot of players see their favorite Pokemon or a nostalgic Pokemon, they get really excited to see it. Are there any Pokemon maybe at this tournament, Lee, that you're looking forward to seeing out there on the stage that you might be like, come on, let's get a win?
There are some the really spicy picks that I wasn't expecting to see players bring. There's a few Iron Crowns up the field. So
That
I'd
should
like
be
to see
interesting.
those. There's an Iron Leaves as well.
What?
Very cool pick. So hopefully that continues.
Iron Leaves?
Last time I checked, still undefeated. So hopefully that continues for that particular player. Not going to drop any names to spoil anything, but there is 9 leaves out there in the wild, and I would love to. That's one in particular I would like to see. But that's mine. What about yourself, Lou?
I think particularly as we're in Hawaii, I want to see some of those kind of fish-like Pokemon. I would love to see some Kyogre out there. I think it's restricted. That's got so much potential. And
It does have potential, but Wide Guard shuts it down.
The most intense games to commentate over, but I'm a massive Dondozo fan.
Oh my god.
Dondozo with Tatsugiri and the new combination coming out with Weezing as well, and bringing that neutralizing gas to the field to negate abilities and cause absolute chaos on the field. That's been a
Galarian Weezing would be cool.
Done well here at Worlds.
I think there is one player out there, again, without any spoilers, I think there is a player out there who's got a lot of experience with that, that combination. And that iteration that we're seeing now of that combination between the Dondozo, the Tatsugiri, and then the Weezing as well, Galarian Weezing, it tends to be more rather than the Cantonian one, with Poison Gas as well, as kind of like one of those moves that we're seeing more familiar. So hopefully, again, seeing that player have a lot of success, that continues on in the tournament. But I agree with you. I think it's an interesting one because you look at the restricted format, you can only bring one restricted in 2 games. And Dondozo, once it has paired up with the Tatsugiri and it's got that Omni Boost, it's powered up, it's almost like a restricted in itself. So it's surprising to see not more of it hasn't been featured so far in the format, and what better place to feature it or utilize it than Worlds itself, you know?
Exactly. What a stage to be able to showcase a team, and I think that really does raise a really interesting debate about when you're coming to the World Championships as a Worlds competitor yourself in previous decades ago. No, it wasn't.
Funny story, Corey. The Dondozo was actual Simple Beam into Dondozo and then Tatsugiri to double boost it. So it had +4 special attack and +4 attack and +4 speed.
Innovation over mastery when it comes to your teams, because teams like this Dondozo and Galarian Weezing team, they're a little bit more innovative, a little bit new, maybe like a medical coming into this tournament? Or do you go for something that is tried and tested, that you have experience with maybe at previous regionals towards the end of the season?
I think it's I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's a real mix of both. I think you need to have that mastery of what you're playing. You need to be comfortable with it, because I think as a player coming into this tournament, the long days, you're going up against such high-quality level opponents that you
people with really mastered teams that you want to be used to
mentally as much as possible. So the familiarity you have, the better familiarity you have with the team, the easier that becomes, right? And then I think you need to have that innovation on top of that to try and give your opponent a headache, because
innovation's always good.
Like against all these different teams, all the archetypes that we were expecting to come into this tournament. But if you come across something that you weren't prepared for, then it makes it difficult. And that could be the difference in such fine margins that we see with a lot of players. So I think it's a real mix of both. And I think we've seen that kind of trend throughout World Championships in the past, and it's always those innovations and those really high-level players kind of coming together, and they're only the ones that kind of take the whole tournament.
And as the tournament goes on, I'm sure we'll then see which trainer's been able to have that perfect combination, like you say, of that kind of comfort and mastery with a little bit of magic spice to bring into the World Championships.
Yeah, a little bit of Pokemon magic sprinkle.
Yes, a couple of sparkles. But it seems like there are just too many posts that they're struggling to pick one at the moment. So make sure you're using that hashtag Pokémon World and sending in all your posts about how you're doing, and we'll be able to bring it to you a little bit later in the show. But you're just going to have to wait a bit more to see how our spectators are engaging with it. So for now, we're going to throw to a little bit of a video, so sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Throw to a little bit of a video. Is this a flashback from a...
Welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Pop-up?
Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro. Right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me that you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for?
Plays VGC.
Well, how do you feel
Snorlax Flush.
in Hawaii?
Well,
little nervous because I don't know the play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
So this is the TCG Seniors Division champion. And this is a younger division champion.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the number
Oh
one
my
thing
god, look at that
about
Snorlax plushie.
Big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready?
Oh my lord.
Any Pokemon. What do you think? There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger.
Oh my god, look at this Snorlax.
Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right?
My god, those are cool.
Watch his head. Watch his head.
There was that Lapras. It was in a different spot this time, but... Indeed. It's going to be interesting with the TCG division and the other stuff that I'm not as familiar with. They were talking about that earlier. I think you missed it. That Mega Kangaskhan didn't actually make a appearance as the very first year was introduced into Worlds. I guess people valued other Megas a lot more. Mega Mawile didn't either, which is strange.
I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, you're good to go.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships History.
The Chalk
a
Team.
series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of
Oh, this is going to be cool.
I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships
2015.
The year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss,
Oh, this is cool.
and Mega Kangaskhan.
Oh, that's cool.
This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to
I like how he lost almost 1,500 watchers on the main stream.
Even though the competition was full of teams with
Chalk.
outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
Does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunders.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams
That was Shady
that followed
Penguin's
the
voice,
top
by the way.
guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding,
That is a really
even
cool
more
team.
interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged
Volcarona,
from
I guess,
Thundurus to
Rage
Aegislash
Powder?
to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The two teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom walks forward.
It's crazy.
The crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the second time on stream playing incredibly.
Yeah, that's Shady Penguin.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these two trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Never knew about Chalk. This is interesting.
Your 2015 Pokémon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I don't know if Volcarona had Rage Powder back then. Chalk is a very interesting concept.
Championships had arrived in New Orleans, and so naturally, a parade of excited players followed, vying for that coveted trophy. Calyrex Shadow Rider had just won back-to-back regional level events in the 2 weeks prior, and its cool counterpart, Ice Rider, was never far behind. So the pressure was on every
So
player.
I'm gonna make a prediction for the Jump Fluff team. I think what it's gonna be is very similar to After You. Do you know the Hisuian Lilligant After You, where it uses After You to set Torkoal up with Terra Fire and Eruption? I think it's gonna be very similar to that. I don't think Jump Fluff gets After You. I'm gonna go look at that. Because if it gets After You, it does the same. It does the same thing. Cerebi, Jump Fluff.
The senior finals was the battle of both riders. Adam Coulson with Calyrex Ice Rider piled on the pressure alongside Urshifu. However, Joshua Robinson utilized his Calyrex Shadow Rider to weather the blizzard, stall out Trick Room, and take a
So
multitude
what
of
does
KOs
this
with
thing
powerful
get? It
Astral
gets
Barrages.
Infiltrator, Chlorophyll, Leaf Guard, Cotton Spore's cool, Memento's cool, Charm, Fling, Reflect, Tailwind, Helping Hand, Pollen Puff, Endeavor Encore, Switcheroo, Rage Powder,
Incredibly strong player with countless top cuts and
Cotton Guard,
and their
Strength
opponent,
Sap.
Patrick Connors from Florida. With just a couple of day 2 finishes to his name, he was certainly the
Yeah, I
only
want to see
coming
this
into this EU
Aurelin
versus NA
person.
face-off. Patrick took game 1.
The Tri-Attack.
Leon took game 2. And in the final game, Patrick was able to position Pelipper to lock down Aurelion's Terrapagos with Wide Guard and sweep with Glacial Lance of the Calyrex Ice Rider.
The support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
And so the North American region reigns supreme this weekend, with all champions riding.
So the
their
Justin
Calyrex
guy
victory.
is
Will
who
you be our next
people
champion?
think
Settle on over to
is
Pokemon.com/compete and show the
in the
world what
running
you
for.
and your
So we will
Pokemon
see.
can achieve.
Here we go.
My new friend Cece. Cece, who are you cosplaying today?
Today I'm cosplaying Carmine from the DLC from Scarlet and Violet.
What made you choose Carmine?
Nice.
So last season I actually dressed up as Nimona, and so I thought it would be fitting to do her other counterpart.
Yeah, what's your favorite part of your costume?
So my favorite part has got to be the hair. She has a little flair to it with the little red, and of course the iconic bangs.
Yes, I love it. I kind of want to put those in my hair.
Yeah, let me put it on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, is this your first time cosplaying at a Pokemon event, or have you said you did a bunch before?
So I've done a bunch of cosplays. I'm fairly new to it, but I'm having a lot of fun, you know, taking pictures, getting to meet everybody in the community that also appreciate dressing up as the characters of the Pokemon game.
What's your favorite part about being at a live Pokemon event?
Definitely the community. I love getting to meet everybody, making friends, connections, and just like the vibes.
And what is it like being here in Hawaii for a Pokemon event?
In Hawaii is amazing. This is actually my hometown. So I used to live in Kailua. So shout out to all my Kailua friends there. But this is amazing getting to be here at homebound and sharing it with my friends and families as well.
That's so cool. Thank you so much, Cece. We'll head back now to the Pokemon World Championship.
Here we go. What's round 4?
Hey everybody, we're here to get to know my co-caster Rosemary Kelly a little bit better today. So, myself and Gastrodon are going to ask you a couple of questions, if that's okay. Starting off, describe yourself in one word.
Pink.
I think that works, you know? The pink hair is definitely a thing. All right, next, your favorite Pokemon. And it's okay if you don't say Gastrodon.
I'm sorry, it's not Pink Gastrodon. Because I would never do that to you, but it is Sylveon.
That makes sense. It matches with the pink. Okay,
That's funny.
What was the first Pokemon World that you attended?
Washington, D.C. 2019, which was the first one I was ever a caster at, too.
And then we have you here again. Next up, what is your favorite color? Although I think we might know the answer to this one.
Pink.
Who'd have guessed? What is your favorite Pokemon video game?
My favorite Pokemon video game is actually the first one I also played, Pokemon Crystal. Although, Pokemon Platinum's a pretty close second.
Who is going to win Worlds this year?
Incineroar. That's a who, right? That's a who.
It's a choice, I'll give you that. It's a good choice. He's a good kitty cat. But yeah, Incineroar could win Worlds. Who do you think is the greatest player of all time?
I'm copying your homework on this one, but Wolflick. Greatest Pokemon player of all time. He has won one of everything, and I feel like he's also a really good bet to get another World Championship win.
Definitely a good shout. Well, Rosemary, it's been great to get to know you.
Definitely everybody feels like he can win.
Pokemon Worlds.
Love to.
Alright, let's do this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Are we playing Wolflick? Is this round 4?
Let's get started with our next one. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Scott Glaza. Been some great matches. I know we've gotten to hear a lot from you in the lounge, and now we get you behind the desk as well.
Yeah, I'm glad to finally be free. I've heard after all of that talking in the lounge, and apparently there's actually a tournament going on. So excited to experience that for the first time.
Just Scott's first time out of the booth.
What we've gotten to see on the day. I mean, people are bringing their A game to Worlds.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, right? I think we've seen a few different directions. You know, people trying to build the more standard stuff kind of in a unique way, and some people have decided to, just forgo
the Terrapagos outspeeding common threats is really nice. Really interesting to see.
We've had this since Indianapolis. We've had Regulation G. So we've gotten to really kind of flesh out the format, but the little changes that players are making, some a little bit more drastic than others. Sometimes it's kind of like a, oh, we're going in this
It's crazy some of these other Pokemon are out here in the wild to see.
But what is the 6th Pokemon doing here? And I love that innovation that we've had in that little bit of off-season for make sure that you have any advantage that you can for our final event of Regulation G.
Yeah,
it won't be after you because it can't learn it.
But The dish is going to turn out pretty differently depending if you have a little bit too much or just the right amount. I think players kind of trying to figure like, okay, well, how weird do I need to be, right? Like I need some tools so everyone isn't just prepared for what I've brought, but I don't want to be so far out there that I'm sacrificing.
It can dual screen. That's interesting.
That's a really delicate balance, and it's been really fun to see.
Encore is really nasty too.
But of course,
Worry Seed's kind of nasty too. Jumpluff has a lot of tools.
I mean, it's the World Championship, so yeah, every player deserving in their own right. But at 3-0, got a couple World Champions in our mess.
Yeah, Riley Factura is the dude I want to watch. And I forget the dude that plays the Jumpluff team.
One thing to keep in mind here too is that 3-0 is a little bit better in this tournament than normally is. We're playing one less Swiss round today than we normally do, so players only need that 6th win to secure their path into tomorrow.
But of course, you want to get more than that because we do then continue on tomorrow, and you want to give yourself the best shot possible of making it into that top cut because it's all about the glory being the world champion at the end of the day. But enough with just the rankings. Let's eye up the notable
Arash Amari
going on for our next round. So next up, our featured match is going to be Gabriella Gatti going up against Arash Omadi, and it's so hard to be picking matches at this point because there's so many that's like, oh man, this could be great. I mean, there's Happy Musico going up against Hirofumi Kimura.
Yeah, I mean, I really would have loved to see all of these matches, and that's the greatness of the World Championships, right? We can't show you them all, but I think we've got a great match here with a former world champion.
Oh, can't show them all.
International championship runner-up.
Which is incredible. I mean, the competitions are, to say a finalist, like, okay, yeah, I guess it's not champion, but a finalist at these events, and the people that you're sometimes losing to in that finals is crazy. So someone who has shown that he can definitely make it that distance in competition and can.
I don't know who to root for here.
Sitting across the table from him, so I cannot absolutely wait to get into this.
I think it's a lot of fun too. I think one way maybe both players are in common. I think they've been a little further beneath the radar this season than maybe they've been in the past. So both starting up this World Championship super well, looking for that great final finish to end the year.
Yeah, getting into this, we talked a little bit about hey, maybe 5 things are looking a little bit, normal, but hey, what is that? And looking at Agatti's side of the field with the Iron Tread.
Oh my lord.
Even when, Great Tusk was kind of more around, it was always Great Tusk and never really Iron Tread, but now Iron Tread is showing up when it can here at the World Championships.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I tried so hard to make this Pokemon work in the first few regulations of this generation. I couldn't make it happen. I can't believe we're seeing it not only, I guess, at all.
Iron Treads is exciting. I'm for Gabriel on this one. Arash has an interesting team though.
How much they want to innovate the formula, right? Where Rash's team looking pretty normal and a little less so from Agatti here.
I think one of the big things when we're looking at where trainers have changed things up for the World Championships is making that call kind of into the meta and how that kind of works out. We got to see it the Pachirisu earlier, even if it did get taken down by Zhang. But when I eye up the Iron Tread, first thing I look at is that Steel Roller. When you're looking at Pokemon like Rillaboom, that's been a really big threat in the format.
Ooh, Steel Roller, that's nice.
That Miraidon, this move allows you to be able to get rid of that train and can deal a good amount of damage, especially since you get that same type attack bonus and that choice band. So this seems to be a great meta call heading into this.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated because it seems
Does that say Roar for Rigarath?
Steel Roller, effectively the strongest steel type move in the game for a physical attacker. It's perfectly accurate. It has 130 base power. It's great at first. However, there needs to be a terrain active for it to work. And locking into that with a choice band is a really interesting risk, right? Seems like it would be very easy to get stuck in a situation where you're locked into a move that doesn't work. In this matchup,
this is a really cool team. I like the Iron Treads. I like the Stellar Wicked Blow or Shifu. What is with the Roar for Rigarath? I'm really lost.
Volt Switch with Miraidon, which is such a good move on it. Well, you can just bring the train, Volt Switch out, the Steel Roller, get rid of it. All right, well, we'll hop back in and just kind of do it all over again. So
yeah, the Steel Roller is kind of cool. I like it.
Into this match, we do have to talk about Arash Omadi's team as well. Something that it's really common out here. We get to see the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, Calyrex Ice is really good.
Where Arash has decided to innovate and kind of switch things up a little bit is this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, which I've seen a couple of people out there on the field bringing, And I think a great choice. The rock type Ivy Cudgels could do so much. And Horned Leech, a really effective way to just get some health.
This is just going to be a great match overall, I'm afraid.
A little bit more of this Cornerstone Ogerpon since we last saw you all at the North America International Championships. I think a really strong Pokemon in this format. We really didn't see it at all prior to a restricted Pokemon being involved, but it's a really interesting combination of attributes where because of that sturdy ability, it effectively has a Focus Sash, but then it also gets Follow Me, where without spending the Focus Sash. In this team's case, a big deal because then it can be used by Urshifu instead.
Yeah, and the Urshifu, with this Rapid Strike ones, it's, you know, sometimes you get the Defensive Terra, sometimes you get the Water. This time we get the Stellar, so you will be able to get a...
This is Trick Room Glacial Lance. I know this team is good.
After that, so definitely something going to be dealing a lot.
Trick Room Glacial Lance is a really hard team to play around. Alright, Calyrex leading Ogerpon. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is a Trick Room turn 1.
Pretty safe matchup for Arash here, given the
Yeah, this is a Trick Room turn 1.
Trick Room, but how much will he trade to do it, right? If both Pokemon were attack, potentially could lose that Ogerpon immediately, and also, one of the great things about Miraidon with a high likelihood of locking into.
He's gonna focus. He's going to follow me into Trick Room.
And that's the thing. There's not really a way to really prevent it, but if you at least have this option of switching out and having something a little bit more attuned to the
Yep, here we go.
That can help out. Right away, Terrestrialization be kicking off the match. It will be the Calyrex Ice Rider. This one into the Fire type.
Okay. Why fire? What does that do for you?
Follow me, Ogerpon. Terrestrialization staying safe regardless, making sure all the attention is gone over to it. Is the Volt Switch going to be the move of choice? A lot of damage, even though it's not very effective. That's going to be thanks to that critical hit. Is now we're going to go back.
Oh, that critical hit did too much. That was a lucky crit.
Some good information here. We're going to see the Incineroar coming on the field, dropping and Intimidate. And while this Ogerpon may not be long for the battle,
Hey, just so you know, this one has Flare Blitz.
It will be the Incineroar that hits the field. The Clear Amulet onto that Calyrex is going to make sure that attack is not dropped. So we'll be able to still hit it.
Alright, Trick Room. Trick Room?
Trick Room done and over with. The second hit into the Ogerpon.
Nope, Glacial Lance.
No Trick Room instead. We're going out onto the Offensial. Glacial Lances, not very effective into these Pokemon, but still a considerable amount of damage into that Urshifu.
Why did you not Trick Room?
Yeah, that Clear Amulet kind of paying dividends there. Just a little bit of chip, but Urshifu now in a position where a second Glacial Lance, if Arash was able to get it off, could perhaps pick up that knockout.
Right, and I'm curious too, looking at the situation with that Calyrex not going for the Trick Room on that turn, because it is a slower Pokemon, and when we're kind of eyeing up the Pokemon on...
Yeah, I'm really shocked you didn't Trick Room.
It's something that can maybe air quite well. We get an opportunity to see now, though.
Miraidon comes in for free and knocks it out now.
Do well in the Trick Room situation, so maybe just wanting to kind of soften the Pokemon up. So once that Urshifu hits the field, you can start taking these big KOs.
Yeah, meanwhile, you see a situation here where it should normally be a great protecting turn, but since Urshifu's ability sort of prevents that, he's going to get a free blow on one of these Pokemon.
Okay.
It's going to be the close combat into the Calyrex Fire Terrestrialization.
So Glacial Lance absolutely destroys that.
As of course Urshifu
now he sets up the Trick Room.
We're not about the attacking anymore. Calyrex, that will now be the Trick Rooms. The dimensions are twisted. It's going to be slower Pokemon moving first from here on out.
Yeah, kind of a nice little trade for Arash, perhaps, getting to use that Trick Room a turn later. If we can wind up in a situation where it's in danger of expiring, using the moves in that order where you would have gotten the same damage anyway, but now effectively just gets an extra turn of Trick Room by using them the way he did.
That would be so nice, and it's nice too because with this Incineroar coming in, the previous turn, and it's already used its Fake Out, you're not wasting one of your Trick Room turns by, well, being prevented by this Trick Room, right? And since you've already damaged the Urshifu so much over onto Gabrielle's end of the board, another Glacial Lance will be able to go ahead and pick this off, and the Urshifu that you have should be able to deal with the Incineroar quite handily. The Urshifu on this turn just wants to be swapping out an opportunity to get a fourth final Pokemon in.
Rillaboom?
Interesting. So perhaps trying to stay a step ahead, we'll be able to threaten a Fake Out on the next turn.
Yep, and being able to prevent things. It will be protect this time around. Do note that is not going to be helpful against Urshifu, but it will be useful up against a Sucker Punch. If you're not ready in attack, nothing's going to be
Arash is playing very strangely to me.
Null and void, and follow-up knockoff.
I mean, going to Fire type to not get knocked out by Incineroar is one thing.
One of those Pokemon. So great swapping coming out from Arash.
But I definitely think I would have knocked out Urshifu.
But, you know, gets the grassy terrain active, which helped you. Had already taken a bunch of damage on his key Pokemon.
I think I would have knocked out
Urshifu.
Urshifu.
And perhaps avoids taking a knockout that would have, even though it would have been nice in the short term, perhaps would have made it more difficult for him to keep momentum here. Spent a turn of Trick Room, but now likely threatening a potential knockout in that Urshifu slot. And Rillaboom able to use Fake Out now, probably on the Incineroar to prevent that knock off from happening.
One thing to note, though, is we do have the Terra Ghost over onto the Incineroar. So you do have the option of trying to go for the Terastallization, but Arash can then kind of call into that as well and go into the other slot. It's not going to be the Fake Out, though. Instead, just a smidge of chip going into that Incineroar. And damage dealt in return thanks to that Rocky Helmet. Sucker Punch won't be too much into the Calyrex, but now the Glacial Lance. It was already so much softened up into the Urshifu. That is going to be KO'd. Incineroar now out to a third of its health. Not taking nearly enough damage from either of those two Pokemon. Chilling Nay, though, that's going to be the first attack boost going over to that Calyrex, which does hang on through the turn. The Clear Amulet's gone, but Calyrex holds on.
And maybe just enough HP. You see the impact of the grassy terrain.
I just don't think Arash is playing this the most optimally.
To come out now, and maybe you're not so upset if you're a Gotti here, right? You've almost knocked out this Calyrex. You're going to be able to most likely burn a turn here with help from the Fake Out, and there still is that Murata.
You can Fake Out into Flare Blitz and knock it out.
You got to be careful not to lose too many Pokemon here either, right? You know, there's still a very healthy Rillaboom on Arash's side of the field, and eventually, if you're looking toward a win condition where you need Murata to close the game, you'd certainly prefer to keep your terrain active and not allow the grassy terrain to come on and slow things down.
I mean, it is nice to see that it's actually running the Flare Blitz, right? So many Incineroar I've seen today just running just Will-O-Wisp.
Again, so there's been 2 turns throughout this Trick Room that Arash has had to go for the Protect to make sure that the Calyrex isn't going to be getting KO'd here, as the first attack does go on hit into it. Flare Blitz is going to be the follow-up. Incineroar targeting into Rillaboom instead. Super effective, but still a sliver. Some huge survivals coming on through, and that's going to allow the Woodhammer. You're going to knock yourself out with some recoil, but great damage into that Iron Hands. And now a free swap to bring that Urshifu back in.
Yeah, it's trading Pokemon quickly now, where kind of a fascinating little situation here where Calyrex could have forced to go on the defensive there, and maybe both sides make a little mix-up, right? There's no
this is really strange.
recoil really relevant, and now if Agati wants to, he's able to control the terrain later once Murata comes back in.
I believe this is the final turn of.
I wonder if he's got the Iron Treads in the back.
To be outspeeding at least the current Pokemon out on the field, though you are still in a really dangerous situation.
Iron Hands is also really fast. I would just like to mention this.
What I'm eyeing up the most here in this situation. And at this point, Agati has taken a lot of momentum. Hasn't even used Terastallization yet.
Yeah, and I think that
I don't think I would waste it on Iron Hands being in almost no health.
Potentially pick up a knockout on this Calyrex. I think the Urshifu is going to have a really difficult time winning any potential 1v2 here, so potentially a game-winning turn for Agati.
All right, we still got to make it official. Terastallization into that Iron Hands. Going to go ahead and Terastallize into that Terra Water. More so a defensive coming on out. Try and make sure you're not going to be taking too much from these two on the other end.
Oh, that was smart.
First, negligible damage. Nothing happening there.
Okay, Wild Charge does knock out the Calyrex. Wasted a couple offensive turns into Trick Room with Glacial Lance after you already had the Chilling Nay.
This first game, Incineroar as well, you know, kind of just sitting there like, hey, wait for me, I get a turn too. Flare Blitz not going to do too much here, but we'll continue whittling down this Urshifu. I guess not breaking the sash, but, you know, helping things along a little bit. And you know, both trainers do at least confirm the speed order that Iron Hands out-slowing, I guess, the Calyrex on the other side of the field.
Yep, Twisted Dimensions return to normal.
Of course, the regulation, the Iron Hands often running slower builds, and we're really seeing it pay off in this first
He could just bring in Miraidon
really interesting looking at
and smash him with anything. Yeah, that.
The situation that Urshifu could have maybe started dealing some damage in this end game that it could have been. The Calyrex still making it.
I don't even know what to say about that game, to be honest. I felt like there were so many offensive missed opportunities. He already had Chilling Nay under wraps. So, like, he left Pokemon on the field while he already had the offensive boost. I've used Glacial Lance teams, you know this, Corey, and I mean, I like the Terastallization into Fire to protect yourself versus Rillaboom, But you should have killed the Urshifu right here. Right here, you should have killed Urshifu. You weren't worried about Incineroar because you were Fire type. Yeah, that would have done more damage there and brought Incineroar to the point that probably would have killed with Grassy Glide. If not, it could have killed with Urshifu. Urshifu could have brought down Incineroar.
Maybe you should have just delayed it infinitely and not used it at all there, right? Where it wound up kind of not only wasting a turn where
yeah, and it bopped you in the face because that now outsped you because of Trick Room.
More controlling Calyrex than it was Calyrex's opponents.
Yeah,
that was a very strange match.
Gabriel from the get-go, the Miraidon.
I'm interested to see the reason on the roar for the Farigiraf, what that actually does.
Get a little bit more headway in that Trick Room. The second it was done, there was still going to be that Miraidon in the back. So that's going to be something that I look to see answered here in this next game. And I definitely agree. If there is the Trick Room going out, I don't
the Trick Room paid him dividends. He beat him with his own Trick Room. Alright, Calyrex into Ogerpon. Incineroar into Iron Hands.
Cornerstone Ogerpon, Calyrex, and this would be going off against the double figure.
We know it's Fire type, so we can easily fake it out.
Yeah, I mean, weird that kind of like this at least a little bit more if you're Rosh. I mean, you know, it's probably even less excited about trying to use the Trick Room this time, where now both of the Pokemon that wound up being out
now,
slowing down that Trick Room.
Let's learn from our mistake and keep our offensive Calyrex strong. Iron Hands can beat it because it can resist Glacial Lance by going Water type. So let's keep that in mind as well.
Immediately he knows probably a very similar game plan to the previous game.
I'd be eyeing up here too because coming out from Arash, when you're staring down this double fake out, it could just be really easy. Okay, Spiky Shield protect and just make sure nothing's going to be happening. But if you also think that there is going to be this swap, you don't really want to give one over for free. So you could go ahead and make a call, and a guy has definitely ways to potentially punish off of that.
Spiky Shield protect is probably about the best what he can do.
Ice Rider, it's heating up as much as possible. Fire type, you're not looking to be taking super effective hits from this lead combination, which also shows that is not going to be protected. It will be fake out to stop it and distract instead. As Ivy
Here comes the Rock Ivy Cudgel. Yeah, that does so much damage to Incin. There's the Drain Punch to bringing it down to Sturdy.
These Pokemon are angry. Yeah, for you know, what you normally don't think of as like two highly offensive Pokemon, Ogerpon nearly picking up a one-hit knockout. Hey, if it had gotten the added effect of that Ivy Cudgel, the increased critical hit rate, it would have. And then Iron Hands hitting back awful hard itself, knocking it down to the Focus Sash. And wow,
he's gonna trade it out and go into Urshifu. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not gonna waste his Focus Sash early like that.
You don't want to be losing from the get-go, but you do need to be dealing with this Ogerpon sooner rather than later. And the Iron Hands wouldn't appreciate this hit either. And if you take the turn to swap out the Incineroar, the Iron Hands, it's not going to be faring the greatest for a double up going off. So
yeah, it's pretty scary, right? 'Cause I think anything potentially that a guy
Iron Hands could easily Terrastallaz here.
Could be a knockout. So
okay, so we take out Incineroar, which you should have saved later to have Fake Out and Intimidate.
Not going to be any knockoff from that clear amulet, and there's not going to be
and you didn't Terrastallaz in the water. You're going to take half your health from a Glacial. Over half your health. Excuse me.
Into the Iron Hands. Drain Punch in retaliation. Not going to be dealing that super effective.
That's not it.
But it will still get some.
That's not it.
Will not survive another Glacial Lance.
Yeah, that's a pretty scary situation now, right? The Ogerpon still has that solitary hit point, which could make a big difference here. So see, Miraidon entering the field could pull away whatever attack it is. You'd assume it's probably a Volt Switch, but that will allow this Calyrex potentially to attack again. And even though it won't do quite as much,
I don't know. I feel like the combination of Iron Hands and Miraidon puts Calyrex in a position where it has to swap out.
And that's going to be a dangerous situation with that Miraidon. And even at this point, if you want to go for the Volt Switch, we already saw how much damage the Urshifu even took from something like that Calyrex, to where that's going to be dangerous as well. And if you're forced to be just taking that damage over and over, I mean, Arash still has this lead out. This Ogerpon has definitely been such a threat. So really dangerous situation coming on.
Why would you not Electro Drift into Calyrex? That Glacial Lance destroys your face. You do not love a Glacial Lance.
Yeah, It's also mostly slower Pokemon on the Gotti side, right? If you're kind of working toward, well, how can he feasibly win the game? You know, he doesn't know two of Arash's Pokemon. If he has something quicker there, you know, we may be in a situation where Miraidon needs an awful lot of work in this match.
All right, that is going to be the cornerstone Ogerpon acting first. Horn Leech soften up this Iron Hands just a little bit more, but it could not hear nearly enough. That is going to be an easy KO for the
This is a double KO from Glacial Lance. What are you doing?
It will be Urshifu rejoining the battle, but it's going to be assumingly another Glacial Lance. And that is
Yeah, it's a Glacial Lance, and it's coming, and it's going to hurt. Yeah, it drops Iron Hands.
All out offensive. I think he
Yeah.
do so much damage for the Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge knockout there. Now,
I don't even understand what this match is. I really don't. I really want to understand.
As he gets that boost from the knockout, and this is a tough spot, right? Where, you know, Miraidon going to have to lock into a move now with those choice specs, no longer going to be able to zip in and out of battle. And Rush has all the information he needs now to make the best game plan he can, given the Pokemon he selected.
And considering we saw the Rillaboom in the
There
match,
goes the
I'm not
Rillaboom.
too surprised to see it coming out here onto the field. So you do have this fake out option as well to make sure that one of these Pokemon cannot act. And with the
Hadron
Miraidon
Engine
being
goes
the close
first, then
item,
Grassy Surge goes, so that shuts that down.
And with that speed interactions, of course, them both hitting the field at the same time, the Rillaboom will have that second terrain. So that will be the grassy terrain to make sure the Miraidon furthermore doesn't get to do what it wants.
Yeah, it's a really tense decision now for Gotti. We're like, oh, geez, you know, what do I want to lock into? What do I want to?
It's going to go Stellar Terra.
Here, potentially a very difficult turn, but he's going to have to make an amazing call to keep himself in this one.
Ooh, well, already we'll have to see how this call works out. Terra Stellar onto the Urshifu. So again, this is going to deal a lot of damage.
I don't know why you're doing that. Why are you doing that?
Nothing coming out from that.
Wow.
Not going to be a risk of getting KO'd as the Draco Meteor that connect and
Wow.
goes down. Final two Pokemon for both our trainers.
Yeah,
Wow.
Get a little more interesting now, right? We have the same amount of Pokemon left on both sides. Miraidon will be locked into that Draco Meteor, but we see how much damage it does at its normal level of special attack. Now going to be dealing with increasingly reduced special attack for the remainder of the game. So can this
He's got that Focus Sash.
make a difference in this game? Going to be tough facing down two Pokemon known for their ability to use attacks with increased priority.
Well, at this point, too, so much damage has been done into that Urshifu, and the Rillaboom does have the Grassy Glide to try and just pick it off. And the Urshifu over on O'Malley's end, even if it definitely would not appreciate a hit from the Miraidon, it does have the Focus Sash, so it will take one hit. It's going to be the one to fire off an Aqua.
Bring it down to 6. Grassy Glide.
Hanging on, but the Sucker
Nope.
Punch that was fired off is going to fail. All the priorities coming on.
There's the
out,
Grassy
and
Glide.
the second one from the Rillaboom to seal the deal.
Rillaboom beats it because of Draco Meteor dropping its special attack, and Rillaboom has Assault Vest.
Two Pokemon. Oh no, it's not going to knock down any Pokemon there. Whiffs the Draco Meteor, fails to break the Focus Sash with the Urshifu, and I think we're going to see
that's
game 3.
not even worth it. Rillaboom 1v1s it.
Which was not going to be there, so instead, you know, miss, you know, get out of there. But I think, too, with the amount of damage that it would have had to do, that it would have been locked in the bag, and I'm so excited we get to see a game 3, especially, too.
Somebody really needs to explain that game to me.
Just that switch of not going for that Trick Room, the Iron Hands, I mean, it just got picked off so easily, and I loved as well that the other big switch that we didn't necessarily get to talk about from the get-go, but was so impactful, was that Ogerpon. It basically did nothing in the game 1. Okay, I kept the Calyrex safe for one turn, didn't matter. But this time, instead, those Ivy Cudgels and taking care of that Incineroar from the get-go was so huge. And from there, I mean, the damage just stacked up. Raj was clearly in the lead from there.
Yeah, I thought it was a really well-played game, and I think that, you know, unfortunately for Agati D, adjustment just really didn't work there, right? There's no threat, or it didn't really create like a situation where Arash felt like he needed a Trick Room, right? Where perhaps if Miraidon had started out on the battlefield, you know, at least he's got to make a more difficult decision. But, you know, there's no need to Trick Room in front of those two Pokemon, right? So he doesn't really even bait the opportunity. I think, you know, a nice thing about winning the first game is that you can afford to experiment a little bit more in that second one. Maybe he expected Arash to switch things up more, but instead basically got exactly the same plan as the first game, and it just worked this time because it was Agati who kind of misadjusted himself into a loss.
I mean, you definitely could afford to take a loss, but now it's going to be a tough one. Because
Okay, so in Game 3, can we not just fodder every good Pokemon to Glacial Lance? That'd be great.
Even been more of a one-sided match from that moment to where
I feel like you need to bring
careful going on.
The Steelroller.
You know now that Arash doesn't necessarily want to go for that Trick Room mode because you
I mean, Iron Hands is great for Glacial Lance. You need to bring things against Glacial Lance. You need to... Yes! Thank you! Thank you!
All Pokemon making its appearance at the World Championship. Paired up with that Miraidon. All right,
here we go.
The hero has arrived. So
here we go. Here we go.
Pokemon appear in this game, and
all right, I'm all Gabriel on this one, buddy.
The speed increasing with that Quark Drive, I think there's a real chance the Iron Treads may actually be the quickest Pokemon on the
Oh yeah,
field
Iron
now.
Treads is about to run house.
That Ogre Pond creates an interesting situation, right? It still does have the effective focus dash with the sturdy abilities, so Ogre Pond and continue.
I think you save Iron Treads.
And this Calyrex, whether it wants to Terrasilize or not, doesn't look great up against this Iron Trends if you're eyeing up something like this Rock Slide, which I think is going to be huge in this. And since it is a spread damage attack,
I guess Rock Slide's
really
okay.
Sway it away.
I mean, you get to break sturdy plus hit with Volt Switch.
You do have to go for that protect. Rock Slide's only going to be hitting the one now.
It doesn't matter. It brings it in Volt Switch range with specs.
Okay, guess not.
Aww.
That's going to be a big miss. Hornleech in return.
Wow.
The damage dealt.
Yeah, pretty strange to see Miraidon as the last moving Pokemon in a turn. Right?
That's super defensive.
The partner with the boosted speed
and it outspeeds Calyrex.
You know, a strange turn, you know, probably expecting to get a mostly guaranteed knockout on that Ogre Pond. Fairly unlikely that Hornleech would have healed enough to negate that Rock Slide. But,
I feel like you Drain Punch here, but...
avoided incorrectly attacking them.
No. You bring her Shifu.
The one that got dropped from the previous two games is that Incineroar. So no longer willing to take Ivy Cudgels, instead choosing to bring these other Pokemon.
Yeah, yep, there you go.
Not that bad of a spot.
I mean, if we can connect the Rock Slides from here on out, maybe it could be fine, especially, too, if the Ogre Pond, if you're ready enough an attack, bringing out the Urshifu, you do have the Sucker Punch, which would deal a priority. So you do have to be a little bit careful because if it doesn't ready it up, it's a little tricky.
Yeah, and Iron Pin being faster because of that ability is a big deal, right? Because it's going to make this turnover a little awkward. If it is able to knock out Ogre Pond, then even with a Follow Me, it would allow the Urshifu to take a swing at this Calyrex, and even if it were to Terrasilize to improve its type matchup, it's still a lot of damage on a critical Pokemon. And it's a tough spot for Arash, right? Because
don't close combat. Do not close combat. Wicked Blow or Sucker Punch.
It's no longer worth it just to turn off the ability because
nope, it's going to close combat.
Of Pokemon out to exploit it, but Calyrex having
Incineroar
because of the
Rillaboom.
Threat of Iron Treads.
Words you didn't thought you'd say this weekend, huh? I don't know.
I mean, it is banded.
Choice Band, Rock Slide, Iron Tread, Galatians. That is going to be at this point, though. Rillaboom coming on in, and with that Grassy Terrain, the Quark Drive is gone, and the speed is going to be reduced from that Pokemon. So it will be that Cornerstone Ogre Pond to act first. Hitting into the other slot, it will get a good amount of health back.
That didn't do.
Right, maybe I don't need to know how much this Rock Slide does for a lot of Pokemon, because those two took it so well, and no flinch.
Yeah.
Like it's too slow. It can't flinch.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely how it felt when I used Iron Treads. Like, hey, bud, can we get a little more damage maybe? But still, you know, a decent chunk there. And now we have things reversed where it's the Rillaboom out on the field, and perhaps Miraidon could switch back in, reactivate that ability. You know, if you get a fake out into what is currently...
Am I crazy, or do I hear the Sword and Shield gym theme in the back?
So we'll have to see what this Rillaboom does.
Or Scarlet Violet, whichever one.
Out on the field, it's safe. Miraidon back in.
Okay.
Train activated. Quark Drive, get your speed back, and has the fastest Rock Slide. Try and just deal that little bit of damage. Try and go for those flinches. Because, hey, if you're locked into this move with this Choice Band, you might as well go for it. But really smart swap. Already the Rillaboom going to be switching.
I was about to say, I thought he straight up went to Calyrex knowing a bit.
Taking a hit here, but you will. Rock Slide is going to break that focus sash, bring Ogre Pond just down a little bit lower, but so much damage done in return.
Yeah, I mean,
he takes it out with Volt Switch, though.
That wound up being a mostly negated turn. It does break the focus sash of the Urshifu, but otherwise not too big of a deal. And critically, Rillaboom gets out of battle without losing too much momentum.
Rillaboom still wrecks. I think Arash has this. Rillaboom is still really good right now.
Getting control, and Miraidon will get a chance to attack here potentially, but doesn't get a whole lot out of its time out of the battle. And if Arash wants to, he can bring Rillaboom right back out there, reduce the damage of his attack.
And that's the weird thing, too, because since the Iron Trends is...
Hey, you want to predict the Urshifu switch and go for Steel Roller predicting the Rillaboom? That would be so cool.
No swap, though. Detect for the Urshifu
nope.
instead. Make sure not going to be taking damage past that turn. Maybe eyeing up something like that Bolt Switch and you not wanting to take
Okay,
that
so that
hit.
Dazzling Gleam
And
does
not
bring
only will
Ogerpon
that damage
down.
the rock slide into your ball, but it will finally get that flinch. Murado now Dazzling Gleam.
Didn't really need that.
Attack. Sure, it lives, but it's going to be taken care of now.
It's smart though, because I know what he's doing. He's gonna save that to Steel Roller the Rillaboom, which is smart.
Have been a double knockout. Instead, now the Urshifu going to be able to get out of this turn safely, and regardless of which of the two Pokemon Arash chooses to send out first, I assume it's fairly likely to see Rillaboom in a hurry here to change the terrain back.
It's weird though at this point because
I would like to explain something to you. Glacial Lance wrecks you
so you kind of want to
badly.
Try and take care of this Iron Trench sooner rather than later, but then the Calyrex doesn't get to do anything.
Yeah, I wonder if you go for the Iron Trench's defense is very high. It's its highest stat. Like for I don't know if Aqua Jet KOs here. If it did, that would really open things up. But I think that would probably be too risky. It's a really difficult turn where things are looking a little shaky for Agadi for a while, but he may have found enough window because of Iron Treads.
Yeah, that just damage that stacked up over time, and the Horn Leech unable to quite be taking the KO. Terastallization now coming on out, and it's going to be into
Here comes the Fairy Miraidon. This is something that Corey wanted to see the entire game.
Doing more damage as well. You're not going to be taking super effective hit from something like a Glacial Lance. Time to see where
I don't think it's going to matter. And also, that's going to turn into fire.
And yet again, Terra Fire coming on out.
So the Dazzling Gleam.
Gaining resistance to the Dazzling Gleam, which not quite how you normally use this Terra, but definitely does improve the situation significantly for Arash.
Aqua Jet doesn't pick up the KO. It will. So the Iron Treads does go down. So the Terra Fire making sure that, hey, you're not going to worry about that rock slide. And this Dazzling Gleam coming on out, you'll take this hit well. The
Urshifu goes down to Sash.
On that Pokemon. Now Arash down to
Oh, I mislooked at that. I thought, okay.
Yeah, it's a huge knockout, though. Not only
There's the Trick Room. What a brilliant play.
One of the quickest Pokemon for the remainder of this battle, although we see now it is that Iron Hands is Agadi's final Pokemon, so it will once again out slow Calyrex. But Rillaboom, at least, it's been...
I don't know about
going
this.
to be able to flip this terrain for the final time. And Murata now, even though it's does shockingly good job of avoiding damage despite not getting direct assistance from teammates, going to be locked into a move for the rest of this game that Calyrex resists.
I mean, even at this point, with Rillaboom hitting the field, yeah, you've changed the terrain, but the Miraidon's already hitting with the Dazzling Gleams anyways, and eyeing up the Rillaboom otherwise, the Iron Hands is going to be the quote-unquote faster fake out, being the slowest thing on the field. So you can't just fake out the Rillaboom and just go for the KO to have this 3v1 situation, especially since you have used the Terastallization to take the hit better from the Calyrex.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Iron Hands is probably the Pokemon to beat in this matchup, even though it was, once again, Arash who used the Trick Room. I think getting off the field is going to be a huge pain.
All right, this situation, instead of going for the damage for the KO, we're going to play it safe. It's going to be the switch coming on out.
Save the Miraidon, that's smart.
Back out onto the field. Reminder, Trick Room is up. The Calyrex will be protecting on this turn. Making sure the fake out's not going to be hitting into it, as that is the attempt coming out from Agadi. The Rillaboom will be the only one to act this time around. Looks like it's going to be going for that damages. Wood Hammer, boosted by the terrain. Critical hit, but the Iron Hands will hold on. But the Rillaboom won't.
Oh, the crit mattered, but in the wrong direction there. I was just going to say how much I love that read by Arash, but I think he actually kind of gets hosed by his own critical hit. I think because of that, Rillaboom is knocked out what it otherwise would not have been, and he does get that 3v1.
I mean, Glacial Lance is still really strong here.
What a strange turn.
I've never had a situation where maybe like looked for not a critical hit, but that is absolutely rough.
I don't know if it's strong enough to knock everything out though.
Onto the Iron Hands, that is something that could take these hits so well otherwise. So you kind of needed that. The Calyrex, it is in its situation of choice, but now you're staring down 3 Pokemon. The Iron Hands, if you go for the Drain Punch, I don't think you're going to be healing up nearly enough damage past these Glacial Lances to even like it wouldn't matter. But oh man,
I'm pretty sure.
See if Calyrex can do it all of its own. Gonna have to take this wild charge, and it's a decent bit, but I think it's about to get its revenge.
All right, here we go. Glacial Lance coming on.
Last turn of Trick Room.
Good for this go around. The Iron Hands, it did.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Arash still wins.
It can finally earn.
It's the final turn of Trick Room.
Trick Room situation. It is a chilling Knee Boost, which is a little bit dangerous for this Calyrex. And sure, there has been the Terastallization, so not the most damage is coming on out, but if this Miraidon doesn't follow up with the KO, it could get a little weird.
Yeah, now Nevin is no longer weak to those moves, you know, unless a...
yeah, but there's an attack boost.
To get a one-hit KO on this Miraidon, which would likely require another critical hit. A big electric type attack the other way could close this game for Agati.
Come on.
Let's see, get a critical hit. The Urshifu goes down. Miraidon takes a lot.
Wow.
But it's not going to be enough. Holding on, gets an opportunity.
Holy crap, Gabriel.
Sure, you got another chilling Nay boost, but the Electro Drift is heading your way. Terra boosted. It's got to go down. And with that, Gabriel Agati to take a great win.
That was amazing.
Yeah, you can't ask for a much closer match between two of the world's best Pokemon players of all time. Sort of a strange ending, but a really well-played set that went back and forth the whole way through.
Got out a little bit of weirdness. We already saw Iron Treads, and we couldn't have that be the weirdest thing we've gotten to see, but it's still really, really good match, and really, really close one between these two. It was crazy that we got to
I thought Lance was going to drop Miraidon
in that game 3, and where it was kind of able to open up this window of opportunity, considering, yeah, it kind of missed a rock slide. Yeah, it kind of didn't really do that much, but it was kind of consistent pressure. And with that as well, I feel like Arash had to be really careful with how he played, because beforehand it was just like, all right, here's the Calyrex Ice Rider, here's the Terra Fire, here's just consistent damage. You couldn't do that freely anymore because of that threat, and I think that was the bigger thing rather than what Rockside was actually doing.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool too, especially with the slower Miraidon. You know, you kind of like need something to threaten the top of the speed order, and you know, I can't imagine too many trainers are looking at the team builder like, that's it, Iron Treads. But we do see it make a big impact there where, even though it didn't do a ton of damage, it really did complicate the matchup. And, you know, we always love seeing a Pokemon we don't get to see very often.
I love how the first thing we get to do is kick off the highlight reel with the miss. But it did a lot more than that, I absolutely promise. But it was cool, that pressure. And what I really liked about this match, too, was that terrain matchup. But because of the speed interaction with that speed boost for the Iron Trends, because when you had the Quark Drive and you got to go before the Ogre Pond, then there was the opportunity for the flinches. There was that damage, and the flinch on that was absolutely massive. And then all of a sudden the Rillaboom's in, the Quark Drive is gone. You're kind of getting no pace, and that was just like another element to that battle between those two terrain setters.
Yeah, like a little different than we normally see it, and I think it's just a really cool look from Agati where, you know, we typically just see Iron Hands as the one sometimes used Quark Drive partner for the Miraidon. We're kind of, I guess, like we're sneaking back toward where the format started, right? Where at first people had too many Quark Drive Pokemon on the team, then maybe had too few, and we're back to, I think 2 is probably the most I've seen in a team this successful. Really fun to watch, and you have to feel a little bad for Arash at that weird critical hit where I feel like this poor guy just never has a normal match when he goes on stream. Like, something always happens.
I have to do it for the clip, right? But that's so unfortunate too, because at that point you're setting yourself up for the vet success, and yeah, the critical hits be a little critical sometimes, but it was really, really well played from both trainers, and Agati setting himself up for a really, really good end game there. Even just like the little things, like the protect on the Urshifu to make sure that there was only the one chilling Nay boost, because if there was the 2, this could have been a very different story that we were talking about right now.
Yeah, and I think, you know, props to both players, too, right? I mean, 4-0 feels a lot better than 3-1, but both of them are so close to winning that set, right? I think, you know, by the end of the middle of Game 3, I guess, you know, clearly the set could have gone either way. And I think, you know, both players earned it, but that's why winning Worlds is hard, right? I mean, all of your opponents at some point are going to be this good.
Yeah, it's not like a regional where you're like, oh, man, I'm up against a world champion in round 3. What are the odds? Like, okay, for here, like, we kind of got a lot of world champions here. Like, the odds are kind of, you know, they're still not necessarily in your favor, but it's a good chance. But it's been really fun watching the best go up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it's all about, right? You know, you want to not just win the tournament, but you want to beat the best, and that was around when we saw it.
Well, time to talk to one of the best who is standing by with Joe Brown now for our post-match interview.
All right, thank you very much, Sierra and Scott. We are here with our winner, Gabriel Agati. Congratulations on that victory. Really tough back and forth set, very dramatic, some misses, some flinches. Yeah, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. I just faced one of the best players in the world, one of my favorite players as well. So yeah, I feel awesome.
Yeah, that's a huge victory. Former world champion, have that W in your name here. But we got to talk about the Pokemon everybody's talking about from that match. We've seen Iron Hands, we've seen Iron Bundle, maybe some Iron Jugulus throughout the seasons. But Iron Treads, how did you come up with bringing Iron Treads to Honolulu?
So So originally, Iron Shreds was only for the mirror, but I figured that it's actually pretty good against other teams as well. So for example, Ara's team had Terra Fire on Kali Ice, so I can just Rock Slide and do a lot of damage, put things on range, and yeah, he ended up being good.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Is either an ice type, you're hitting a rock slide super effectively, or if it terrestrializes into fire, you're still getting solid damage out of rock slide. And I noticed a lot of your team is really fast. Obviously, Miraidon, Iron Treads, or Shifu, you got a lot of speed. And then Arash has a Trick Room team on the other end, so I'm sure you're anticipating facing a lot of Trick Room coming into the World Championship. So when you have a really fast core like that, how do you match up into Trick Room teams? What's the strategy?
I think it depends a lot of the Trick Room team, but against Kali Eyes, usually Iron Hands is very good. My Iron Hands was also slower than his Kali Eyes, which was good. He sets up Trick Room the late game for game 3, and I was able to use Fake Out before the Rillaboom. And yeah, maybe just double Fake Out.
I don't know, water Iron Hands.
All right, yeah, and honestly, you got Miraidon's been really big coming into this weekend. A lot of people anticipating it as a great restricted that you brought here, but your opponent having Ice Rider. We've seen Shadow Rider, Terapagos on stream. How do you feel like the restricted Pokemon are right now? Do you think that there's a lot of great choices, or are there only really maybe 2 or 3 that you consider top tier restricted choices?
I think there are a lot of great options for this tournament. When preparing for Worlds, I try to play with Kali, Shadow, and Miraidon mostly, just because I like to play them a lot. They have strong moves, they're fast, and in the end I thought that Miraidon, at least from the teams that I built, ended up being the best call for me. I think it's about play style, but it's also about, I don't know, just doing the smart choices, I guess.
All right, and you have to finish at least 6-2 or better at the end of today. You're already really close there. Don't want to jinx you, but how confident are you feeling throughout these first 4 rounds, knowing that with half the day left, you only need 2 more victories to make it to day 2?
So far, I've been playing really well, so I hope to keep this track. But there's a lot of, there is still a lot ahead of me, so I just need to stay focused, stay calm, and play good Pokemon. And in this matchup, I prepared a lot for this matchup. I prepared with my good friend Gustavo King, which is there, and I kept losing to him, so it ended up being really, really good because I changed my Iron Tread's last move yesterday. I used Rock Slide just for this matchup, so I'm really glad it paid off. I thought it could surprise people on game 2 or game 3, and it ended up being the case. So yeah, thanks to my friend.
All right, now do you have any other shout outs? Anyone watching at home? You want to give any shout outs to people supporting you along the way?
Yeah, sure. All my Brazilian friends, my family, and my girlfriend. Yeah. And my boss too, because I'm missing work to be here. So yeah, it was very kind.
All right, yeah, shout outs there. So congratulations, Gabrielle. Best of luck throughout the rest of day 1 here. We are going to take a quick break before we get ready for our round 5 matchup at the Pokemon World Championships. So
I wonder who that's going to be. Wonder who round 5 is going to be. I've never watched it, so. Well, I take that back.
I'm Anna, and I'm here with Faye. Faye, who are you cosplaying today?
Oh, I am Terrestrialized Alolan Ninetales. Stellar Terrestrialized.
I have never seen a Terrestrialized cosplay before. What inspired that?
Me either. So I'm just a really big Terapagos fan. I really love Terapagos, but Alolan Ninetales is my favorite Pokemon. And so I thought I'd combine them, especially in a Hawaii location-themed world. I thought that was amazing, and so I kind of threw that together. Well, okay, so originally I actually wanted to cosplay a Terapagos form, but I ran out of time.
That does sound really challenging, but even this looks pretty challenging. How did you make most of this?
So I had this idea in my head, and I sketched it out, but I bought most most of it and just modified things. Like these tails are like they're pre-made, and then I just, with the help of my friend Reagan, I love her, help airbrush the tails and ears, and then put glitter on stuff. And I was originally I wanted to put way more glitter and sparkles and everything, but then I thought about how I don't want to get it into the oceans here or anything like that. So, looking out.
Yeah, that is really thoughtful. I know that they're doing the Genki balls here too to try to clean out the canal. So
do that. I'm so excited to.
Thinking about keeping Hawaii very clean. That's nice. So
dressed you, by the way.
Thank you. I made it myself. I did. Yeah, but this isn't about me. So
it could be. Well, okay. So I do want to say, like, whether you make a cosplay or not, I think I just like dressing up and being festive at an event. So it could be a closet cosplay or anything like that, but this year just felt really special to me, so I wanted to dress up a little bit more.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about being part of the cosplay community, and like, you know, people may worry like, oh, what if I don't sew well enough, or what if my costume isn't good enough, or, you know, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, well, so so I think you should just go for it. There's something about being at an event and feeling the energy and being part of it and seeing other people cosplaying, and I felt inspired when I saw other people cosplaying. So you get a little bit of FOMO and it's like, next time I want to do that. So I think you just go ahead and do it with whatever
I think that
you
would be
have,
really cool.
because really it's about the heart of it all. Everybody here is just so passionate about Pokemon, and we love just seeing the energy, and you could be part of that wave. So just go for it.
So one last thing. You've been to Pokemon events before, right?
Yes, I used to compete, actually. A while ago, I suppose, I played Pokemon VGC and Pokken when it still existed. And then I've been really into Pokemon GO lately, but I haven't competed in Pokemon GO.
If somebody has never been to a Pokemon event before, what would you say is your favorite thing about being at a live Pokemon event?
Oh, okay. My favorite thing about being at a live Pokemon event is the fact that there's something for every single person. Like, cosplay isn't even something that's listed as an event that you can do, but it's just so welcome. Everybody's so welcoming here. Everybody embraces the love of Pokemon. So yeah, no matter what game you play, TCG, anything, there's just great energy, and everybody's nice to each other because we all love the same thing. We love Pokemon and the world, and Worlds as an event itself has so many things to do. There were amazing performances at the opening ceremonies. There were just like, I don't know, the hula dances, the music, there was lore behind everything. I thought it was so beautiful. You did a great job, by the way. And yeah, I just wanted to cry.
Me too, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, see that happening right now? That's why you should come to Worlds.
All right, we have stuff to do. We got to figure out what's going on back here. So we'll let you get back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Pokemon trainers, we're here to get to know our caster, and I have the pleasure to be here with NA caster Sierra Dawn. So, quick fire questions. Describe yourself in one word.
Canadian.
Very good. I like it. Favorite color?
Right now it has to be orange, but it changes every month.
Nice. I like it. Favorite Pokemon?
That one's a tough one. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say a couple. We got Slitherwing, we got Piplup, and we got Mew.
Okay, we get 3 for the price of 1. I like it. 4?
Fletchling as well.
Fletchling. Okay, right. Favorite Pokemon plush?
So I have a giant Piplup that is
Oh
actually
my
bigger
God.
than half of the casters that we have on the VG squad, and I have to say that is my favorite plush. It's so good.
I love
Piplup.
Piplup.
Yeah, very good answer. Okay. First Pokemon World Championships you attended?
So the first Worlds I ever attended was in Nashville. I actually went there to spectate the TCG instead, and now we're here.
One of the best World Championships as well. Such a good one. Would love to see a return there. Favorite Pokemon video game?
This one's a hard one. I'd have to say anything from like Generation 3. So just like Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and as well as the remake. So Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire are amazing.
I have to agree. They are some of the best games that we've ever had. Best game.
I don't know about all that.
Okay, and to wrap it up, who is the greatest VG Pokemon player of all time?
Guess we're going to have to see after this weekend, eh?
Ooh. Well, that's getting to know Sierra Dawn. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship, and I'm here with my friend Chalky. Chalky, what are you up to here at Worlds?
Hi, I'm one of the World's professors. Today and this weekend, I'll be working in the side events.
And you specifically have been very involved in the Chaos Cup, right? What's the Chaos Cup?
Yes, so for those who are unfamiliar, the Chaos Cup is an event where all you have to do is show up with your Switch, and you are given a team at random, depending on the different event. There might be a different theme. So for example, this particular weekend, all 6 Pokemon will be the same color as a fun little event. And what I really love about this event is it's very accessible. So you don't have to spend a bunch of time building a team before the tournament to play. You can just show up, play, and have a good time, meet some new friends.
Absolutely. What is it like being a professor at an event like Worlds?
It's the dream. I love it so much. So you've got some professors who are former competitors that have had a million wonderful memories and just want to give that back to the community. And
I thought that was a thing for like you specifically. I didn't know you meant like. That's cool.
Their local scene.
We gotta go one day. We got to.
So many people who just love Pokemon and love.
We're old farts, but we need to go one day.
And seeing that energy just really, really invigorates you.
If somebody's like, I want to be a professor one day, what advice would you give them?
Definitely give it a shot. I think everybody has something to offer. So I know every professor has some things that they're very good at, and definitely don't be intimidated if you feel like one professor has been doing it for a long time and maybe they know everything about certain areas, because everybody's got something to offer. I know for my local scene, I've been trying really hard to just listen to my players and try to offer an experience that they're not able to get at the regional level or the international or worlds level. And so I think if you're just listening to the community and listening to what people need, then there's always going to be a place for you.
And I know that you personally have been really involved with Pokemon for a long time. A lot of relationships for you have come out of Pokemon. Can you talk a little bit about what it means to you to be part of the Pokemon community?
Yeah. I mean, I think when I was a small child, it was not really the cool thing to like Pokemon, and so being in a tournament was just my safe space, because it was surrounded by people who like the same thing that was very hard for me to find. And now the world has changed so much, and there are so many people everywhere that love Pokemon that we can fill a room with thousands of people, and it's so heartwarming for me to see.
It is so cool. Thank you so much, Chalky, for taking time out of your busy schedule. And be sure to check out those side events if you have time. And now let's get back to Pokemon World Championship.
Let's do it. Round 5. Yes, let's go. Wolf's playing. Let's go. It's over. I'm curious to see what he has to offer.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C.
Maybe they're just going over his stuff. I don't know if he's actually playing.
5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut, and so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch, so that they would, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on, and my mom and I watched it. I loved it, and I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards, I had action figures, I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older, and I really fell in love. And ever since then, I've just kept playing, and it's just turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked, because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. I think some people, when I talk about, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament, I think some people are, surprised, or they're thinking, okay, well, why? Why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever, I want to be indisputably the best ever, but the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. None of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me.
I will say Glick is one of the most interesting when it comes to effort value spreads and how he operates differently than other players.
Truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the Fake Out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion.
I want to, but I feel like I would be really bad at it. And the way I learned, I had a really popular streamer teach me, and I didn't really understand it because competitively it was very different. Now, competitively, I understand games, and I'm a competitive boon. Like, I can't think casually, so you would think it would be really easy for me.
My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
Oh, what is this? This is, oh, Unite. I mean, a lot of my favorites are available in Unite, so... like, Cerulege, there's a lot of Pokemon that came to Unite that I really like. Hoopa. I just have trouble playing Unite because when I fail at something so badly competitively, it frustrates me. But I mean, I guess in that logical sense, I've failed at a lot of stuff competitively. This is going to be huge. Whoever he's playing is going to be huge. This is going to be very interesting.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is the 2024 Pokémon World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by birthday girl Gabby Snyder on the desk. I'm so excited to be here with you in Hawaii, casting some Pokemon.
I know, it's been an incredible weekend so far, and we're only just beginning as we are about to enter round 5 of...
We really have to go one day, though.
8 today, I believe, and everything is just getting so much more intense, and we're not even close to being halfway done with all the Pokemon action.
I know. I mean, even just today, the fact that we are at that halfway point is kind of amazing to think about. It feels like just 30 seconds ago we started the stream off, just kicking things off with the opening ceremony. I just want to revel in that for a second. How cool was that?
It was so incredibly awesome to have local hula dancers, local musicians really celebrating the local culture. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody who helped make that happen. As I think every year we raise the bar on the opening ceremonies, on the level of competition. And now we have fire to throw into that mix as well. So who knows?
I want to see the fire again, whether it's on the switches behind us or actually physically on the stage.
Not literally on the Switches, though, right? Just to be clear.
No.
Okay.
No, only the gameplay.
Only
Then that
the
counts,
gameplay.
right?
Yes.
I think that counts. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings, though. As Gabby said, we have finished 4 rounds of Swiss today, so that is 50% of the competition for day number 1. So we get a chance to take stock a little bit about who is still sitting at that undefeated 4-0 record. I am noticing a lot of familiar names right here. I think even just kind of going down the list, we've got Melvin Kay, who is an incredible player from Singapore, has been able to make it to the World Championships several times. I'm still remembering just an amazing gameplay with Shedinja, and I will never forget that.
I know, and talk about other accomplished players too. Humahara at 4-0. He was the winner of the 2024 Japan.
Bro, did they just say Shedinja?
Running a Mental Herb Rock Polish Meteor Beam Terrapagos. It was just an insane Pokemon to watch play through that final matchup. So excited to see him doing well here today as well.
Yeah.
And of course, we have, again, literally trainers all around the globe on this list.
I was going to even point out Diego Ferreira. That's a player from Australia, one of our players to watch at the very beginning of the day, still sitting at a 4-0 record. Paul Chua, a European international champion from 2023, also at 4-0. Oliver Escalin
Is Dorian the Jumpluff player?
From Europe, from Finland, that is also going to be undefeated. And we also have a couple of favorites from the United States. Grant Weldon, he's been using this very unique Reggie Drago and Zacian team, has been on this for several months. Keanu Inosanto is one of the first players that we actually ended up seeing bring out the Zamazenta. I think we actually casted one of his games with the Latios as well as the Galarian Moltres. So very unique take on that pick, even though we have seen Zamazenta on the stream already this weekend.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at our notable matchups from this round, because there are some doozies out there. We'll be featuring the one up top, but shout outs to Humahara versus Ryosuke Aso, Grant Weldon versus Melvin Kay, like we mentioned earlier, Zacian player playing against a Smeargle Calyrex Ice Rider user.
Okay, so Glick is not playing.
North American International Championships that Melvin's using. And then Diego Ferreira versus Jackson Ferris.
This Riley dude is the dude I want to watch, though. This is the dude that technically has 6, yeah.
As players from the North American region, I mean, Riley Factura started 2024 off with such an incredible show of power, winning the first regional championship, and then just was always floating around in that top cut, it felt like, for the rest of the year at almost every event he attended.
I mean, that was his second at the Sao Paulo Regional Championships as well as the Sacramento Regional Championships. Ended up getting a total of 1596 CP at the top of the NA leaderboard for the season. And we did the math on that one. That is with a regional championship win, 1 Worlds invite, and then with 1500 CP divided by 500, that's 3 more Worlds invites on top of that, if that is how that works. But we also saw Riley get a top 4 at the Latin America International Championships, but Riley's been a little bit quiet towards the back half of the season after having such an explosive start, especially being well known for those teams that don't have any inaccurate moves. Riley does not like to take chances like that. When you end up actually getting into a format that requires that extra bit of power level, those powerful moves come with a drawback, and oftentimes that drawback comes in the way of a little bit less than 100% accuracy.
Yeah, and especially when you're going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss today, several more rounds tomorrow, going into an asymmetrical top cut, you can't necessarily risk those inaccurate moves. You want to aim for consistency. You want to make sure that your hits land when they're supposed to land, and given that we've already seen so many other trainers pivot to more bulkier forms of their teams, I am very curious what we're going to see from Riley in this next matchup. But his opponent as well, Dorian, also a very accomplished player from the LATAM region.
Yes, Dorian Quinones is one of those players that has always, like Riley, had so much consistency in 2024, ended up winning the Lima Special event, as well as getting a top 4.
We may not see the Jump Plus team, Corey, I'm sorry.
That was with Terrapagos. And so I'm kind of wondering if that is something that we are going to end up seeing just a little bit more from Dorian. Terrapagos, we've already seen on stream. Eric Rios having a lot of success with that particular single restricted. But there are some downsides to also running the Terrapagos. maybe it just wasn't really a comfortable meta call for this World Championships for Dorian.
I like that you mentioned comfort in particular, because I think there's two things you have to be mindful when preparing for the World Championships. And forgive me if you and Lou talked about this morning, but
no, go for it.
I think that if you are coming to the World Championships, you want to make the right meta call for sure. I mean, if you're facing auto losses every single round, that's not fun for anybody. But at the same time, you really do have to pick what you're most comfortable with and what you think you can navigate in and out of difficult situations. And we've already seen some indications of trainers who have done that. Pachirisu, maybe not the most powerful Pokemon in the Regulation G metagame.
Small but mighty.
Small but mighty, but still, being able to have that Pokemon cheering you on throughout the weekend and just being able to fall back on your instincts almost is so important at this level of play.
It is, and so we've seen kind of a difference in strategies or takes on how players have prepared to compete at the World Championships. Like you were saying, sometimes it isn't that comfort. You want to make sure that you understand the Pokemon that you're using. If you use them for a long period of time, then you do understand the damage calculations a little bit better, where their strengths and weaknesses lie, how you can shore up some of that by team building around those particular pieces. And on the flip side of things, you have players, like we talked to Eric Rios earlier today, that just want to play the best team, whether it is like the best play style for you or you feel like it is the right call. And I think that that's always so interesting to watch. Riley was so consistent with the same team throughout the season, and Dorian is in fact coming in without that Terapagos that he ended up using in the Santiago Regional Championships, but in fact with dare I spoil it, Lunala. What a cool Pokemon choice that we get a chance to see here for a single restricted team, and one that I think, much like Terapagos, does have a little bit of a uniform approach that you might need to take to put it on the team.
Yeah, Lunala is a very interesting restricted Pokemon. Its ability, Shadow Shield, operates very similar.
Oh, Iron Crown!
Ghost's Terra Shell ability only
Whimsicott,
only activate for one hit
Incineroar,
or one
Miraidon, Ursaluna, Urshifu. God, these are both phenomenal.
A lot of the tried and true Pokemon to balance out the matchups.
Right, and when you take a look at how that's going to fare,
Riley's team is
Riley's going to be
all over the
a
place.
Miraidon team. We're going to jump into that one a little bit deeper in a moment, but I gotta say, it's a Miraidon next to an Iron Crown. We just saw what an Iron Treads, a future Paradox Pokemon, is capable of on electric terrain. So that Iron Crown is definitely one Pokemon you're going to have to keep your eyes out on as well. But now, Gabby, let's go ahead and get a deeper dive into Dorian's team with that Lunala alongside an Ogerpon Cornerstone.
I think you're, what, 2-2 now for Ogerpon Cornerstones? Joe Brown, too, with the Ogerpon predictions.
Yeah, you can jump on.
I love
Let me jump on
Ogerpon
Discord
Cornerstone Mask
and
is
just join the server.
A moment in the sun. Being able to provide redirection support along with the sturdy ability just means it's able to open up the door for Lunala.
So this does not have...
defense and its attack, and then
Okay, this does not have the Meteor Beam.
And I think that's
This doesn't have the Flare Blitz. What is it with everybody not bringing Flare Blitz? Ooh, Low Sweep is an interesting tech.
Where's Wide Guard? Where's Trick Room? That is a very normal moveset for something like the Lunala to have. But I think Dorian's approach to how you fit this Lunala into this team archetype is very awesome, with just the balance aspect of it rather than just thinking about it as a pure Trick Room mode.
I think it's also being played as more of a just consistent, bulkier Calyrex Shadow Rider. You're not going to match the damage output, especially after a nasty plot on that Pokemon, but with enough time and with enough turns, you can use those Calm Minds, get the special attack and special defensive boosts, and again, just open up opportunities for this Lunala to go on the offensive with Moongeist Beam or Moonblast for significant damage.
Okay.
Similar to what we
Can I
see
hear
on
you?
Dorian's side of the field.
Sure can. I can hear you.
Also has those Incineroars, the
Just want to make sure that you can be heard in stream.
Pokemon that have really done consistently well throughout the format.
Hold on, I'm looking at his team. Encore, Tailwind,
really
Psychic Noise, Terra Blast with Ground. Okay, so Iron Crown is Ground, and so is Ursaluna alongside Discharge. Oh my god, I love Riley's team.
Around in the field, and just the natural synergy that this ground type Ursaluna is going to have alongside.
I'm gonna guess you can be
Miraidon.
heard in
Does have
stream.
Discharge.
I'm not gonna worry about it.
Has Dragon Pulse over Draco Meteor, a very Riley Factura special. But this
Still there?
Miraidon, I want
Yeah,
to
I'm
point
here.
out that it's going to look a little bit different than what
I
we've
didn't go
seen
anywhere.
previous. While most Miraidon that we see
Okay,
are
I can hear you
typically
there
Terra
now.
Electric
You're
or
cutting
Terra
out.
Fairy,
It's probably because my phone is still trying to call
A
you.
little earlier. So are you guys into the next match?
Yeah, we're in the next match.
Oh. All right. So it looks like there's a.
Okay, so Riley is the guy. Can you hear me better? Riley is the guy that has an equivalent.
No, it's okay. No.
Hold on.
Damage in the electric form. Obviously, Fairy helps with that too, but I think just having a diverse set of
Hopefully
Terra
that's
types
better.
is so important coming
Okay.
into this.
Is that
And
better?
while a lot of people maybe have
Yeah, I
been
can hear you
with
better
the
this
Fairy
time.
type Miraidon,
Yep.
maybe have some
So
Pokemon on there that can go
the
on
Riley guy
in
is
particular, I think Ghost type is
has
a
the
bit of a
equivalent of
surprise, that'll
4
maybe
worlds
throw people off, and
invites.
again, open up the
So his team is like sick.
okay.
does help to make sure that you can't get faked out there, but I think
I like the
Ursaluna's
psychic
really important in
noise,
this matchup,
ground,
for sure. Take a look
Iron
at not just
Crown,
the natural
and
synergy that it
Ursaluna
has
alongside
next to
Miraidon.
but also the fact that it's
I have to go with this
Okay.
Riley guy. I love Lunala, you know I do.
a chance to see on a
But
lot of different
double ground types alongside
Yeah, that's one of the
Miraidon.
favorites.
but it's really
Miraidon with double ground types to utilize discharge is sick. That's sick. Here we go.
I haven't actually paid attention to any of the teams that they had their prior or any of their moves, so I'm just watching this blind, really.
Here we go. Lunala and Rillaboom versus Incineroar and Miraidon.
immediately removed by that Rillaboom, so
Oh, okay, yeah, you're a little bit behind me.
Sorry.
most likely will want to utilize
Yeah, no, that's all right.
to give it the
I'm a little bit further ahead.
Here, I'm gonna hit the live button. There, I hit the live button. Okay, now we should be in the same spot. Okay, Lunala's Shadow Shield is broken, so that's nice. I was expecting Lunala to have the Meteor Beam. I'm very surprised it doesn't.
Can make to preserve the Lunala at this point in time is add to switch it off the field, which then
Hey, there's my favorite Ogre Pond.
puts him back at
Love that little cornerstone thing.
That's exactly where Riley can kind of start to try to.
So I'm only a couple of seconds behind you. Rillaboom just swapped out into Ogre Pond.
Or force it into a position where it is
Oh.
actually going to move off the
Sorry.
field.
No, I think what messed it up is you were calling me on Discord, but I picked it up on my phone, or I picked it up here, but my phone didn't think I picked it up, so it continued.
Just a little bit, but the
Okay, Encore.
to
Gotcha.
fail. You turn into the Oracle
You
Pond,
turn,
it's
okay.
definitely not the target you would want in front of that bug type attack either.
Whimsicott's an interesting
Alright,
choice as well.
Sturdy on the Ogre Pond, most important.
Whimsicott's interesting.
on the Ogre Pond, you give yourself action.
You know,
Well, Whimsicott's
Lunala,
pretty much just there for the prankster and the tailwind scenario.
Lunala is really good with that Meteor Beam. I'm very shocked he doesn't have it.
And given that the Ogre Pond
Yeah, he's
has
got the
already
Moongeist
taken so
Beam and the
much
Moon
damage,
Blast.
I think
Yeah,
that
but
it looks like
normally-
he's gonna try to set up
should
like
be
calm
able to
minds and
find
stuff on
knockout
it.
very easily against
That makes sense.
spot.
Normally
Looks like
they.
the calm minder.
It depends on how they're training,
Ooh.
though, right?
Aw,
If you're
dang,
doing
he's
it
still
with
2
Fairy
HP
Fang,
short of
the
Shadow
Ogre Pond can be
Shield.
a little bit faster. Miraidon right now, though, a
But he
lot
could
of them
protect
are
and get his
trying to
Shadow
invest a
Shield
little bit more
intact.
heavily into that speed stat. So you
Oh, he's
aren't
totally gonna
actually
go
going
for
to
that
be
whole
losing
follow
out
me
on
scenario.
speed ties or just the natural
Talking about on the
synergy
left,
that
the
some of these
Ogre Pond
Pokemon
Luna.
can
Well,
do.
yeah.
Very true, but I
He
do
could
think
calm
that
mine
it's
and do
He's
that.
definitely going for the whole.
how he
Yeah,
wants
he's
to
totally
try
going for the
and
whole
either
follow
pin
me.
this Lunala on the field,
Yeah,
maybe
that's the
consistently
nice thing
going
about
for
the
those
Ogre Pond
encores,
because
or
I mean
otherwise
once
just
you actually go for
try
the follow
and
me
get a
scenario,
sneaky KO on something here,
then
give
I mean
himself a
that
Pokemon
that specific
advantage,
Ogre
and
Pond
again,
is
force
usually
Lunala
ebbed in
back
like defensive
out onto the
states,
field,
but I
where the
mean he
Whimsicott
also
can
should
set
be
that.
able to like survive some hits from that Miraidon as well. If I'm not mistaken, it has sturdy.
You know, I think you've also put it in
I
a
gotta boot
position
my phone
where
back up
you
because
could also
people
go
are
for the follow
talking in
me
chat and I
here, so
can't
you
read
know
it
the
because I'm
Ogre
not
Pond is
looking
able
at
to
it.
stay alive because you're able to go for the
Oh.
follow me, and
All right,
unfortunately,
Encore
while
into.
you end
Ooh.
up getting this Encore redirected into that Ogre Pond, you still provide
Okay.
an opportunity here for this Lunala.
Volt Switch
to
knocks
be
it
taken
out.
a little
Let's
bit later,
go.
especially when the Volt Switch on
Is that
electric terrain
is
with
Riley's
Hydreigon
Miraidon
boost
specs?
is going to be enough to get the knockout
Yeah,
there
it's
onto that
specs.
Ogre Pond.
Okay.
Choice specs too. I don't know if
Yeah.
you mentioned that yet, but it was
So
pretty
that
good.
last Pokemon is
Very heavy
either
knock-on engine. A lot of
it's
damage.
I think it's Iron
Absolutely a lot
Crown
of damage.
personally.
Now, though, when you look at some of the partners that could come into its place,
Well, we'll
though,
definitely see after
Dorian
this
has free
next
slot at the moment.
this next
Riley
turn.
is
Because
on
think
the
about it,
field,
he's got
so
discharge.
feel
So
out the field
Incineroar's
a little bit
defensive,
later after you figure
Whimsicott
out
doesn't
what
take
you
that
want
much from
this
discharge.
switch, then get a chance to
So
bring
it's
that
either
back
gonna
in.
be
It's
his
really going for a
Ursaluna
select after that Ogre Pond knockout.
or his
wonder if he's going to try and send
Iron
out
Crown, because his
Incineroar
Iron
to
Crown
maybe
both
try and
benefits
land
from
it on
electric
top of
terrain
that
and can terrestrialize in the ground.
Incineroar coming back in.
There's an Iron Leaves in this championship. That's crazy. That's
Yeah, I
bonkers.
heard that.
Doesn't mean
I
we'll
think
get
that's
to.
pretty cool,
It doesn't mean we'll get to see any of them, but it's cool.
You never know. You never know. They might be the 2024 champion. You never know.
The Pachirisu thing hurt my feelings really bad.
Hey, Crimson, how's it going there, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Glad you could join us.
I got really sad with the Pachirisu, but it's just
I mean,
not.
I kind of knew that Station Park's Patchy was not going to be able to do much. Like, as soon as I saw him swap it in, I'm like, yeah, that thing's not going to live a hit.
There's too much power creep and way too much power, and the Treasures of Ruin too.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, those Treasures of Ruin always play big parts.
Except for Wu Chen. I'm sad.
I'm not gonna lie though, I was actually really hoping that Worlds would not be Regulation G, because quite frankly, I'm really tired of seeing Legends in every single Worlds. It's always.
What did you
right on,
what did you think that I was training Kufant and Kaparaja? That's different, isn't it?
Yeah, you were doing that for Regulation H, right?
Yep. I've always been a fan of the elephants. Always.
Yeah. I think you were actually trying to get me to use Cooper Jaw in like one of my Inkay Games matches.
I love Kaparaja. Yeah, we were talking about it for a weakness policy.
Yeah.
Because it's bulkier than Sin.
Okay, looks like Rillaboom's gone back to the party.
Okay, Whimsicott goes down.
The thing he's got his what's this thing called? The Raikou paradox. What is
Raging
it
Bolt.
Raging Bolt. He's got his Raging Bolt.
To be honest though, the Iron Crowns wouldn't really help him at all. Terrastalizing in the ground's gonna make Rillaboom just absolutely crap all over you.
Hey, Crimson, how do you feel about the Worlds this year?
That Glacial Lance match hurt me a lot too. I was like, yeah, let's just let everything take Glacial Lance. The fact that the fact that Miraidon lived that on 44 HP was insane. That was cool.
It was pretty neat.
That's defensive investment. There's no way he lived that normally. Not after a boost.
Probably not. No. Probably not.
Defensive investment on
the Iron Crown.
So it is Iron Crown.
What does he have on his Iron Crown?
I forget, but it's Terra Ground. But like he can't Terra because
because of Rilla.
Yeah. Psychic Noise would be nice though.
Would be nice. It'd be nice.
It's AV.
Had, like,
it's AV though.
The proper terrain. Is it an Assault Vest?
Riley's not using Flare Blitz. No, Riley's using Flare Blitz. What is it with all these Incineroars without Flare Blitz? What is going on?
I don't know. That seems like a big. No, actually, his Iron Crown has an Expert Belt on him. The
That's really cool.
Is on his Incineroar.
It's Tachyon Cutter. It's Tachyon Cutter, Terra Blast, Psychic Noise, Protect.
Oh,
yeah.
His Incineroar lives.
Yeah, it would be nice if you're actually able to land that onto Lunala.
U-turn into Lunala, not really doing anything.
I
mean,
he's just trying to preserve. Yeah, he's trying to preserve. Okay. There's the Draco. On 1 HP. It breaks Shadow Shield. Yeah, that's all you need is to break Shadow Shield. It's Terrastalize into normal. Okay, going to Miraidon, offensive pressure, which is going to boost Iron Crown's special attack. Yep. Special attack, yup.
Moongeist Beam is obviously going to make its way into that Iron Crown at some point.
Going Moongeist Beam. Bringing in Rillaboom. Even if you save it, it doesn't matter, honestly.
Oh yeah, that Rillaboom's coming in.
into that
Grassy Surge.
Raging Bolt.
So there goes the
I don't
terrain.
know if I would do that, because if you go ground and go Terra Blast, you bring in Rillaboom for free.
Dorian doesn't want to catch any of that smoke. He's going to remove this Raging Bolt in favor
Yep.
of Rillaboom to take that
One
Hadron
for that
engine
Bolt
away.
switch.
Dorian's got this under wraps pretty strong. Rillaboom's really got him wrapped up.
You also want to make sure that
I mean, that Incineroar is certain. His Miraidon can't do anything to that Lunala. I'm pretty sure Riley's not going to get this one. I think match one's definitely going to go to Dorian.
Free to just send in that Miraidon once again.
Oh, Tachyon Cutter!
Get that terrain back.
Oh.
Bolt switch is so nice to be able
I
to
love Tachyon Cutter, just saying. Oh, he brought it in Sin!
Even though it does have a sliver HP, it
Dude.
Alright,
I know you're a
Tachyon
little
Cutter.
bit behind, and I apologize, but...
Tachyon Cutter takes out Lunala, let's go!
Holy jeez.
second hit that you are guaranteed is surely to pick it up. So Lunala is out of
That was really good. Tachyon Cutter is
that's a good thing
nice.
that things are- Yeah.
Tachyon Cutter does physical damage, does it not?
Raging Bolt and that Rillaboom.
It's something quirky.
Let me
It
check
deals.
here.
It either deals defense. It does something special.
Against that Miraidon as well, if it can land
Crown,
a Draco Meteor
moves.
against it, but overall,
Tachyon Cutter. It's
Dorian's
actually
been put on the
special.
back foot by
The user attacks by launching 2 particle blades at the target twice in a row. This attack never misses.
That Iron Crown has been such a game winner for Riley.
It
Yeah,
basically
but
does
here's
about 100 damage.
But here's the thing. Unlike Miraidon, which is now in the back, Iron Crown is not affected by that special attack drop at all. Well, it is actually, because it lost the terrain.
Ooh, he protected against that wood hammer.
That's smart.
Yep. Looks like they're gonna get the terrain set back up here again at some point.
This is a terrain war.
This is definitely all about terrain. Whoever holds the terrain is gonna.
That's why I really liked the steel roller. That was cool. And pivoting Incineroar to continue to get intimidates on Rillaboom is so good.
It really is. I mean,
And before Corey's not going to be up much longer. ...
I'm actually going out of the province tomorrow morning, so.
Oh yeah.
I'll be in an area that doesn't have any internet until probably about when Worlds comes back on for like day 2. Oh.
It's looking very difficult here for Dorian to try to find his way back in.
I don't know.
Oh.
Riley might have got back in this.
I can tell you right now, Riley's doing pretty good right now.
I just saw the Dragon Pulse take out the Raging Bolt.
Good information, I guess. I think a lot of people.
He's like, Rillaboom's on the field, I'm gonna smash him. Tachyon
That
Cutter.
Rillaboom has nothing on any of these remaining Pokemon. Wow. Okay, so Riley actually pulled that one off.
Whoa, that Woodhammer did nothing.
I mean, good for the
Yeah.
Rillaboom. Maybe it's not.
Because it's a defensive Rillaboom. That's it. Dorian loses.
All right, round 2. What do you think? What do you think's gonna happen here? I bet his
He's got to figure out what kind of adjustments to make.
Well, obviously, I probably wouldn't terrestrialize his Lunala. I probably would put it towards something else that's going to be able to do some damage to his Miraidon.
Thanks, Valerio. Thanks for coming by. We're going strong. We're going all the way through day 1. Probably drop off at 11:59. So 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is about how long Worlds has. It'll be like 3 minutes short, but I can't. It won't be able to be viewed as a video. So, meh.
Yeah, it's all good.
It worked out though, because the first like 25 minutes, 20 minutes I couldn't get started. I don't know what happened.
It's all about the damage trades. Are you comfortable being able to make sure that you are just kind of chipping away consistently at what your opponent
Yeah,
has?
I bet he won't go for the...
Yes, the Whimsicott absolutely.
I bet he won't go for the Terra on his Lunala the next turn.
Oh, it's Fairy
If it were
Terra.
me-
Never mind, it's not normal. It's
It
Fairy
is
Terra.
Fairy.
I missed that.
It is Fairy. But I bet you, like, what I would do personally, I'd probably invest in going into the Terra on his Ogre Pond. quite frankly.
The double crit, like,
I would just go right in for that
at this
physical
point.
move, that Ivy Sigil, right into his Miraidon. I would just go right for him.
I think I would still. I think I'd still lead Ogerpon Lunala.
I think Incineroar would
Actually,
be an interesting adjustment.
actually,
You have
no, I
knockoff,
wouldn't.
And that would certainly, deal super effective damage to the Iron Crown. Remove the Expert Belt, which also would boost a little bit of damage there as well from its attacks.
Ogerpon.
But I think more
Ogerpon.
importantly, giving yourself more opportunities
It's my favorite form.
I know.
I can't really go against it, man.
I like all the forms. They all have their merit and benefit.
I really hate the fire, and I hate the water one. Just because they look so goofy. I'm just like, ugh, I can't.
The grass
I
one's
can't.
cool.
I think more fake out would just be easier.
Alright, looks like the grassy surge is up, taking away the
I think it's really
electric
tough, though, because you have a couple
terrain.
of options
Here we
on
go.
Riley's team that are just so good into the Incineroar
Okay.
itself. So we'll have to wait and find out if Dorian wants to try to make that adjustment.
Leads
But
Rillaboom.
both players very comfortable to just go
He's
back to
debating
what
on what
they
he's going
ran,
to do
and
here.
This is
He
a
keeps going back
protect.
to his party.
This is a protect fake out turn one.
Into the Incineroar with a calm mind.
Oh, he's going to go for the Terrestrial and the Fairy going for the Moon Blast.
Because it's not necessarily a bad play.
Oh, we canceled it. Oh, he's gonna set it back up again.
Even if you do take a little bit of damage
Oh yeah,
from a
he's
Volt
totally
Switch
faking
from
out.
Miraidon on the way
He's gonna
out,
try to
you're
fake out
able
that
to
Miraidon.
get that bulk going.
I wouldn't use my Terra because of fake out. Personally, I would keep my Terra.
That's really early to go for the Terra, but I mean, he should have known that he was gonna maybe swap out the Miraidon.
Rillaboom is faster than Incin though, so Rillaboom's fake out goes first. Because Rillaboom's faster than Incin. That is such a smart play. Yeah. Iron Crown, let's go!
Yeah, that swap was a good swap.
Let's go, Riley.
I mean,
We already know that Rillaboom
that
cannot
Iron
hurt
Crown.
that Iron Crown.
no, that Iron Crown should live that like perfectly.
Tachyon Cutter is incoming. It's coming.
Oh, he does have a fire move on his Incineroar.
Yeah, Riley does. Dorian
Yeah,
does
Riley
not.
does. Yeah.
Moonblast into the Iron Crown. Yep.
I mean, that is the reason why you need to have a fire move on your.
And there's the fire move, and it barely lives. And it burns! Holy crud. Crud. There's
Yeah,
a...
that thing's gonna go down just from the burn. There's not a whole lot that.
It doesn't even matter. That thing isn't even useful anymore, even for fake out.
No. But he's gonna basically hold on to it in order to set up the terrain again.
Moongeist Beam, go ahead, do it. Iron Crown is gonna shatter you into pieces with Tachyon Cutter.
This is such a big shift from how the game was played in game.
See, he
good
brought
swap back out from
he
the
brought
Incineroar.
his Incineroar that does not have Flare Blitz. And that is why you have nothing for Iron Crown. Tachyon Cutter is coming into Lunala's face.
Well, we're gonna see the Incineroar. That was a Pokemon that you were hoping to get a chance to see.
Yep,
So
Tachyon
Dorian
Cutter.
is going to opt to bring it to the party.
It's gonna kill or nearly kill. It may not kill. It may not kill because of
Super
Shadow
effective.
Shield. It
Doesn't
may not.
kill. Doesn't
Shadow
kill.
Shield. Its
No.
first hit was under Shadow Shield, so no.
To help out this Iron Crown immensely. This time around, there
Ooh.
is no
Oh.
Calm Mind boost here.
Oh, that
onto
Iron
this
Crown is
Lunala. So
down.
the first one breaking the Shadow Shield. The second
Oh.
is gonna take it so
Oh, because of the dark
down to
move.
red, and with no recovery available
Yep,
Yeah.
outside
that's
of
dead.
just the
Moongeist Beam
Oh,
kills.
I don't think it's a dark move. That was a
Moongeist
that's a
Beam.
ghost move, ain't it?
Here we go. I thought it was coming from Incineroar. I'm a little behind you. Not fully,
Oh
but
yeah, I'm sorry.
no, you're good. I'm only at like slightly behind you now.
Very, very happy with. Iron Crown
How to figure out a
was
better
one of two
bit rate
major
to stream on day
attackers
2
this
for
game,
sure.
with the Miraidon being the other one.
Hmm.
It's on the field, it's ready to go, and
Indeed.
honestly, if you anticipate your opponent switching in their Rillaboom here to
Alright,
get
looks
that
like
terrain
it
back,
is Whimsicott
you
coming
can
back
just
in.
go for a Dragon
Oh, he's
Pulse,
got
or maybe just
Whimsicott.
another Volt Switch on that Pokemon.
Yeah.
Do plenty
I
of
don't-
damage to
Prankster
the
would be
Lunala to
very
pick up
helpful
KO,
right
or
now.
even
It'd be
bring
nice
that
if they actually
Incineroar
tried to go
down a
like
little
get it like a
bit, and then
tailwind
bring
up or
back that
like
terrain once
even
again.
like
I
a
don't know if it even
stun
matters at this
onto
point. Like,
that
Miraidon's naturally faster.
Lunala.
Yeah.
I
That's
think-
definitely a, that's
I-
definitely a Corey play.
I think Tailwind is a thing.
It's just really
Tailwind's a
tough
shout.
here. I think
Oh yeah,
Riley already
Tailwind's
put himself
definitely
in
going to be
great position.
more
Now,
priority here.
if he does any bit of damage to Miraidon, he can bring it down with Ogerpon.
What the heck?
A nice rest.
Why?
Also, I love
Why
how
did he
Whimsicott
go
came
for the
out on field here
terrestrialization on
because,
his
like you
Whimsicott?
mentioned, you know, it does provide that tailwind support, does also have that
I gotta
outflow
see
presence
that.
That makes
again.
absolutely no sense.
What's his Terra?
In this matchup. And
Terra
Ghost.
Ghost-type terrestrialization on that Whimsicott, not wanting to be flinched by Fake Out.
Oh,
That's
fake out,
no
fake
sense.
out, fake out, fake out.
Oh yeah, I guess fake out would make sense, but I mean, is his what's his Whimsicott's item? Is it a sash?
No. He wants the tailwind up.
Oh, I understand that.
I mean, even just following it up, it's got Moonblast as one of its attacks. So you could just try to get some damage down and take out this Incineroar.
Does he not have knockoff on his Incineroar?
On Dorian's side, it just needs one small
Who?
hit
Dorian?
something in order to take
Dorian.
Yeah, he
Well,
does.
that Moonblast went into the
Why
protected
did he
Lunala,
decide to
but
go
again,
for
Riley just finding this great opportunity to pivot out
the
that
parting
Rhydon,
shot
while
over the
Dorian
knockoff?
can match that pivot with
That
the
was
parting shot
stupid.
here. This is a tough decision to make.
That makes
What
no
are you
sense.
trying to do?
You know that it's going to be a tough choice. But
Yeah, don't you bring in that Ogerpon.
Rillaboom
Oh,
is on
here he
such low
comes.
life, but you want to try to get this Ogerpon
No,
down in front
I
of
don't
the
think he's
going to
bring Ogerpon.
He did.
That would be the
Ogerpon's on the
Incineroar.
field.
That's kind of the biggest threat that Ogerpon looks at. Is
Oh,
like,
okay,
I would
yeah, no.
love to just
I was thinking
Ivy
swapping
cudgel
it
you.
to, like,
That would be fantastic.
different
And so
one.
now you do have the opportunity to do that, or at the
I
very least,
mean,
you have the
Flare
opportunity to
Blitz
follow me.
absolutely
Another piece of
crushes him.
Ogerpon's kit. This
Even
is
having the
valuable
rock
when you are trying to
typing, I
protect
mean,
something like this Lunala that can
I
be a
feel
little
like
afraid on its own.
Dorian's way too far behind,
Follow
unfortunately.
Me would open up the opportunity as
I mean,
well for
his
this
Incineroar
Lunala to either bring
and
that Whimsicott down to its
his
focus
Rillaboom
sash or
are
otherwise bring
both
that
hurting.
Incineroar.
They're on the
pretty
brink
much
of death, and
A
Miraidon
attack.
outspeeds
If it
both
isn't
of them.
already in KO range from
The only
Ivy
reason to
Cudgel
bring
right now,
Rillaboom in
I
is
think
to
Dorian's making a
swap
bit
the
of a
terrain.
risky
That's it.
read here.
Incineroar, you're gonna get like one Intimidate off. It's gonna lower
He
the
doesn't.
other.
He doesn't have any power
Incineroar
left.
by, like,
He doesn't have anything
But
left.
that's it.
He would have to get. Miraidon's gonna outspeed and knock out.
Rillaboom's time is up.
Yeah.
Either way, this Ogerpon is going to be able to do a lot of damage. That resist is gone. That Iron Crown is already going to be off the board.
Interesting.
I want to see how much the Ogerpon can put in work, but it's 3 versus 4.
This Ogerpon's
Okay.
cudgel. The fake out, in fact, actually does go over into the Lunala. with
As
a
the
Moonblast
Moonblast
to
and
pick it up.
Incineroar's out.
We do see Dorian have to sacrifice his Incineroar for hopefully the greater good, as the Ogerpon does get a chance
Okay,
to
there's
land
Ivy
this
Cudgel,
It
drops
is going to get that
Incineroar.
knockout onto the Incineroar,
Yeah.
and so that is
Still,
going to be
Miraidon
the
comes in and
final
wins, I
two
think.
Pokemon. The Miraidon now going to be the one that is stuck
Well,
on the
the
field.
Grassy
with
Surge is
no
back up
opportunity
now.
to change that terrain.
There still is a lot of momentum in Riley's
Yeah,
favor,
there's a
though.
lot of momentum in Riley's favor.
How health Rillaboom has, and how much health the Miraidon and Whimsicott have on Riley's side of the field. I think Dorian has bought himself one more turn here to try and find an opening and a way through this matchup. Your Ogerpon is still at full health. It does still have the sturdy.
I don't know if you can get past this.
He's basically gonna fake out the Miraidon, and then he's gonna go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Miraidon.
That's definitely the play.
Sure.
That's definitely the play.
I'm pretty sure if that doesn't take out his Miraidon, then I'm gonna be very surprised.
It depends if.
So there's no way to actually stop this.
I don't know if he
wave
would
from
have any
coming
specific
through,
defensive
as
values into him.
Ogerpon is still quite fast. So even if you do get taken down to the sturdy, you've already got the fake out, which is like the biggest benefit,
okay.
and you get the Ivy
That's
Cudgel to
interesting.
follow
He
that.
might crit
I didn't think it would
too.
actually survive. I didn't think he would survive that kind of a hit.
For now, as the Whimsicott
I mean, I guess he does have the dragon typing too,
still
right?
gets a chance to attack, and that's also not very much. The Ivy Cudgel to follow that up,
Oof.
bring this Miraidon to below half, and that is still
Yeah.
I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough.
At this point, too, Rillaboom, even though it is burn, it's still providing some value.
It is still providing some value here. That flinch was so important.
I mean, I guess you could spiky shield and get grassy terrain.
Burn on your Rillaboom so that you can grassy glide into that Miraidon for the KO. I think with the burn, that's going to be a tough thing
Well,
to ask for. It's all
that
down to this
Miraidon's not going to do
Ogerpon
any kind of
at the end
physical
the day.
damage to that.
It needs to find a knockout
To even
against this
get the
Miraidon,
spiky
and
shield.
then it needs to keep enough
Spiky
power
shield
to
is still a free.
keep
It's still a free
Whimsicott.
protect. It's to get the leftovers. It's to get the grassy terrain.
Oh,
Like,
100%.
yes,
It is
it's
to get
still
that,
doing
but I
a
mean,
bunch of
definitely not going
damage.
to do
It
any
still has
damage
its
here.
focus action attack, but you're really hoping at this point that Riley is going to make, well,
Oh, I would have totally gone for the Rilla.
I mean, that's exactly what it is, though.
Oh,
I laugh
double
because,
target.
like, it is Riley.
No, what are you doing?
But here's the spiky shield first.
Oh, he
from
double
the
targeted
Ogerpon.
Ogerpon.
This Dorillaboom just wants to do at least something here. It is going to be the Dragon Pulse
That's
into
not
the
good.
spiky shields here, at least able to try to direct away one of those attacks. But this Whimsicott as well with a double target into this Ogerpon.
I don't know if that was.
To at least do something. It
I wonder what's faster.
There's the U-turn, so now he's got a free fake out.
That big of a deal here for this Rhino shake off. Even with the U-turn, you're still chipping away at it.
Ooh,
Lunala is not bad. Knowing his Ogerpon is still
I don't know if Lunala's faster or if Miraidon's faster.
Miraidon.
I feel like Lunala is.
Miraidon.
Miraidon's faster?
As well when Rillaboom returns to the field. And Ogerpon honestly is looking really healthy right now. It's not enough.
But Lunala's gaining a lot of HP too.
Is enough to potentially take 2 attacks from both this Whimsicott
So
and the
Miraidon's
Miraidon.
base is 135 for speed.
Whimsicott isn't the best special attacker, and it's possible given how that Lunala is trained. A single Moonblast would not be enough to pick up the KO there.
Good play, good play. Good. Well, nah. I don't.
Lunala's only 97 base speed.
I feel
so
like you
Miraidon
needed.
definitely gets beaten.
I feel like you needed Rillaboom. Oh, that was smart. I know why you did that. That's why you did that. That's why you did that.
Very, very healthy. As long as you're able to survive this Moonblast, that's going to be the big thing.
Here goes the Moonblast down to 32. Moongeist Beam.
Lunala, it does have some very
that
good special
that
defense
Ogerpon's going to come in and clean up.
I cannot believe Dorian won this.
Very good spirits at the end of this game number 2.
Yeah, Dorian finding that opening.
He needs something for
Riley threw that game. That double target turned through the game. That threw the game.
Should have never double targeted. Never should have double targeted.
Follow me and go for another Moongeist Beam, or just go for 2 attacks.
Oh, the
The 2
redirect.
attacks here is fine. I don't think you need to follow me, knowing how much you took from that Moonblast. Just
I
get
wouldn't
the
follow
damage
me.
down if you really wanted to play it safe.
Oh, he
There
totally
is that.
does.
You have focus dash as
He
well to
totally
worry
does.
about, but no matter. Follow me is also just nice to make sure that you're not going to be taking a little too many funny businesses here. Still an encore if you really want to think about it, but yeah, Moonblast is perfect. You don't want to get crit, and here you go.
Here you go, indeed. First hit to bring you down to the focus sash.
There's the focus sash.
I really love how Dorian pivoted in this game number 2. I mean, I know it was
How Dorian pivoted.
Riley almost had it, but
Riley almost had it because he threw the turn. He threw the entire turn. He was winning on a high dominant level, and he was like, you know what? I'm just gonna throw the game.
Played around that well, though, right? Like, he definitely saw what he needed to
That's
do.
exactly what he did, though.
Just being able to get a good chunk of
I'm
damage
really
out of the
surprised
Miraidon made
that
it
he
much
decided to
easier
do the
deal
double
with.
attack.
So,
Bro.
Definitely surprised.
tied up 1 apiece.
But then again, I mean that's for a 3rd round. He wants to have fun.
I
get it.
Flawlessly did a very good job of making sure that he was able to actually get that damage down with the Lunala.
What was the
No,
other
he
two
did
Pokemon
not
that
do
Riley had?
any good with Lunala. Lunala did not win that game. Your double targeting bad play won the game.
were interesting in that game number 2. We
Oh.
saw Dorian bring that
What was the other 2 Pokemon that Riley had?
Ursaluna.
We saw that Rillaboom
Are you talking about that he didn't
just
bring?
pivoting again very aggressively to match
Right.
the aggressive pivoting
Ursaluna,
that the Miraidon was doing on the
and I
opposing
forget
side
the
of
other one.
field. That plus an early KO on the Iron
And
Crown
do you know what
really, again, gave
Dorian
this
has?
opportunity
I think
to
it's
go on
Raging
the
Bolt,
offense, and
actually.
even seeing the Lunala
Raging Bolt?
take
I think it's
attacking
Raging
fire
Bolt for
from
Riley.
basically full health was so important, I think,
Also
for Dorian
seen a
to get
couple
information as we
dittos
get
when
ready for
we
game
were
3.
looking at stuff earlier. I'm excited to see
Still
that.
did like a bunch of damage, right?
Yeah, we haven't
And
seen
had
any
it not been
dittos
for the
yet, but I'm
leftovers,
sure
had it
that they're
not been for
definitely
some
out
of that
there.
grassy terrain healing, then maybe
I mean,
this
that makes
Lunala
sense.
is in a
That
little
gives
bit
you
of a better
the
place,
ability
just
to
got
have like
cleaned up.
2
Also think
restricteds.
that Riley at the very end there
That's
also
kind
made
of
the
smart.
decision
Plus,
of
you could
yes,
copy
choice
scarves and be
what do you
faster.
actually lock into? Because it doesn't really
And
feel
lock
great
into
to have
something
an electric
against
type attack
them.
into 2 grass type attackers on the other side, and you also have to figure out how
Ah,
you're
there
going
we
to
go.
deal with this
Urshifu.
Terra Fairy from
Both-
this
both
Lunala.
sides.
So a lot to consider heading into this game number 3.
Looks like they're
A lot
both
to
probably the
consider
Mystic,
indeed for
like
both these
the
trainers,
both
but
the
I do think that Dorian has to stick
the water
with
one?
that Terra Fairy terrestrialization on his
Rapid Strike,
Lunala
I think
if
it's
he
called.
wants to give himself these opportunities. I think if he's
I always
able
get
to
the names
force
mixed up.
Riley to keep
I always
switching
just go
around
water or
and
dark
force
one.
him again to make that
I
tough
think-
decision of, well, what attack do I
3.
lock
I think
into?
if we have
As
Trick
long as
Room,
you
I
lock
think
into
we
the
set up
Fairy on your
Ursaluna.
Lunala pretty early on in the game, I think you
Well,
can sort of keep
It looks like the match is going to start off exactly the same as the past two times.
I believe that.
I love the Ogerpon play as well, and maybe we'll be seeing this from these players as we get
game three
up and ready to go.
Here we go.
Game 3, and it is just the same old from both of them. They have figured out the leads that they want to bring for these matchups. Once again, it's going to be the Lunala and the Miraidon hitting the field to start the game.
So last time around, we did see a early Flare Blitz connect with the Rillaboom, and I don't think that's a risk.
You also, when you terrestrialize Miraidon, you also lose a lot of resistance to Grassy Glide.
I did like, though, how he went on the offense
Yeah,
with that Lunala.
I understand that.
Calm Mind.
That first turn, and I would love to see
Calm Mind fake out.
I
That's a
don't
good.
know.
It's a good play. But Incineroar can just drop it right here, right now with a Flare Blitz. And I think I would go directly into Rillaboom. Because it's obvious.
I would definitely try to take it Rilla.
And see kind of what's going on here. I think if you
because it's definitely gonna fake out you. So I would definitely take it out.
Especially when that is going to be increasing not only your special attack, but also
Calm Mind Lunala is a problem.
Out in that game number 1, but
yeah, it's pretty big issue.
And he's Calm Minding under Shadow Shield, which is even smarter.
That's going to help with this defensive typing. Make sure you're not taking a Dragon Pulse or a super
Why would you knock off the Lunala? You know, Terra's every turn.
You don't get a chance to see what it does for this turn, but at the very least, you do have the Calm Mind to get those.
The only benefit to that is you knock it out of Shadow Shield, but the problem is he has a Ghost type attack. You can't bring an Iron Crown.
We'll get rid of the leftovers, but I think
and now,
will be enough this turn to bring
leftovers is enough.
Oh
yeah. Oh, it's not in Shadow Shield.
No.
Yeah,
oh, dude. Dude, he's totally bringing in his Iron Crown.
Make sure that you can actually hang on to an attack, so you're stalled a little
bit.
You
my
could go
God.
for protect if you really wanted to.
Ooh, on that slot. That's a good slot.
Type of super effective damage, or even Hadron Engine at the moment to have to worry about.
Oh, he gets the double intimidate.
Oh, that's so smart. Volt switching. Oh, we got a crit. Crit Volt switch, bringing it down low.
I think we all saw that crit.
Yeah, we.
The special defense boost that this Lunala is going to have the Volt.
Yeah, we saw that crit.
Probably a good spot because of the Incin.
Well, the thing about it is, he's going to target him with Moongeist Beam. He was going to target onto the slot with Miraidon. That crit mattered so much. That crit mattered so much.
Definitely helped. Yeah.
That crit mattered. And now,
Dorian will at least give himself the opportunity to switch his own Rillaboom out.
Yeah, now Iron Crown can eliminate this thing with Tachyon Cutter.
Pretty healthy though. I think the Lunala is not necessarily in the worst.
Ogerpon comes in. That's a good time for it.
Like
he could Tachyon Cutter into Ogerpon and knock it out.
You know that you could also strike back. This is the perfect target that this Ogerpon would like.
Oh, I would also like to mention you can fake out the Lunala with the Incineroar.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's the Terra Fairy.
Yup.
The opportunity here to protect on that Lunala, as there is no Whimsicott Encore threatening to punish that play. So
I mean,
if Dorian wanted to here, he could just protect and Spiky Shield, just see what Riley is thinking about, and then go ahead
swap
and
into
respond to that
Incin.
next coming turn.
Well, it's not going to be the Spiky Shield, but we are going to see the Protect from the Lunala. Definitely one way that you can just kind of start to play it safe, but you have to figure out maybe this Ogerpon is not actually.
Dorian's playing a bit better defensively this round.
Something you have to think about, and if we do see a fake out from this Incineroar, that is one way.
I'm sure he realized he was given the game, and that's not going to happen again. I'm pretty sure he realizes he was given the game. So now he's playing defensively.
I wonder who's gonna like aim towards here.
Was looking for. Of course, there will be more Pokemon around the field right now as Miraidon will come back out onto the field.
Tachyon Cutter
Still, being
makes
able to
sense.
Continue that fake out pressure on Dorian's side of the field for yet another turn is really important.
Don't think that's.
I actually really like Iron Crown.
I don't think that special defense is going to matter because that special attack literally is going to be the same.
You would have liked to be able to see an exposed
It's going to take Lunala if we do get the Tachyon Cutter in.
Keep it healthy and safe for just this upcoming turn. And with this Incineroar on the field, you are kind of threatening on the opposition. You have to worry about the Miraidon.
I wonder if he will go for that terrestrialization on the crown. I mean, he does have two like grass types,
this poor
but
Lunala. Gotta preserve it for
I
later.
mean, he would probably
You do.
resist the
I
Moongeist
wonder,
beam
though,
in
if
that
we'll see
scenario.
Riley actually go for Terrestrialization on the Iron Crown this turn. Go for Terra Ground, go for Terra Blast into the Incineroar. You do still have to worry a bit about the potential of Rillaboom coming back out onto the field, but it does seem like Iron Crown would be a very
There's
tempting
Drift.
target for Terrestrialization.
It does appear that way, but it
Not
is
really
going to
effective
be the
into
Rillaboom that comes back out.
but I mean, it does a bit of chip damage. And it kind of helps out getting more damage with that whole Tachyon
right
cutter.
Now, it does mean that you don't
But
actually have
that is
it for
definitely
later,
one bulky
but
Rillaboom.
at the very least,
yeah,
to
it's
cut
Assault
off this
Vest.
terrain. There is no terrestrialization. It's just going to be the Electro Drift into that slot.
Super
Rillaboom
bulk.
has an Assault Vest to keep it nice and safe, as the Tachyon cutter is going to be the follow-up too. So Rillaboom actually does take about half damage from both of those attacks doubled up into it, but leaves this Incineroar to just go for the parting shot. It is by far the biggest threat right now, that Iron Crown, knowing that it's got that expert belt Tachyon cutter for that Terra Fairy Lunala.
Yeah.
It's
a revolving door of
I think
Pokemon.
That the parting shot as well covers if there was a switch in that spot, or otherwise if the Iron Crown decided to go on the offense against the Incineroar in particular. So a very safe play from Dorian there. And again, we're going to keep seeing this revolving door of Pokemon play out in game number 3, as both these trainers are vying for the terrain advantage. Unfortunately for this Lunala, it really still needs the support of its partner Pokemon to try and find an opening here, as the
Wonder if he's going to swap out for that Incineroar again.
This is a lot on him on this match just started. I was like,
making sure that you can actually start to get damage.
What was that?
Again, Miraidon, one of the
so the turn that the Shadow
Shield
Shield was, or the Lunala had that Calm Mind, it didn't matter because it was still at neutral because of the special attack boost from the electric terrain. So it'd still knock it out.
A little bit extra on top of that. Rillaboom though knows it is one of the slower things in regards to this Iron Crown as well as Miraidon, so it is not safe to just sit around and find out with something like the U-turn. It's just going to have to get out of there with the Incineroar now going to come back in a little bit healthier, but this Electro Drift, I mean, yeah, it's that's even without electric terrain at this point. That's just Electro Drift, and how
that means the Lunala is more offensive.
Yeah, Dorian put on the back foot there, and I think what we'll see, most likely that was a double target into that Lunala to just try and ensure it was removed from the field, regardless of if there was a switch or, like we saw, the Electro Drift just connecting outright. And I think Riley has done a really good job of keeping these two special around to
I feel like Riley's got this.
Around the damage and the potential that they
I mean,
have on
just
the
because the Lunala's gone doesn't necessarily mean that he's like.
The problem
lose
is
100%.
the Ogre Pawn is KO'd by Iron Crown and Miraidon together.
Using the knowledge he's gained over the past 2 games
True.
to realize,
But
yes, this is great, but at
if
the same time, I don't necessarily need this, especially if I'm
his
able to
Ogre Pine can
guarantee
get a
KO on
real
the
good
opposing
damaging attack.
Riley's also got another Pokemon.
Oh yes, I'm well aware. I feel like he really needs to get that Ivy Sigil into that Miraidon.
From a lot of these attacks, but yeah, at the end of the day, it is still a Miraidon. It is still naturally.
I don't know if the
That was
Shield
good.
is really that important.
Dorian's trying to figure out, how do I get around this Iron Crown or this Miraidon at the moment? There's no call into this Protect. It's just Electro Drift after Electro Drift. Even the Incineroar is going to take a humongous amount of damage from that. With the Tachyon Cutter going into the
Dear
Overcon instead,
Lord.
it does give a little bit of breathing room here for Dorian to try to get something done with his Incineroar. Parting Shot to continue to lower the special attack of this Iron Crown.
If he fakes out
at least get
the
this Incineroar
Miraidon,
out of here,
go for the Ivy Sigil
damage
into the
has kind of been
Miraidon.
done. At this
It
point,
might
Riley can just sit
take
there,
his
win one of
Miraidon
the
down
fastest
to a
Pokemon
good
on the
point
field with this
where
Miraidon and
he
keep
can try to do a little bit of
just
cleanup
hammering
later.
away with these Electro Drifts.
The problem is,
talking about game number 2 earlier.
I'm trying to think of how you
the
get past
Miraidon
Iron Crown.
Forced itself to lock into the
Well.
Dragon Breath or Dragon Pulse just because.
Oh, that's why he's
I'm assuming
keeping.
one of his
That's why he's
knockoff.
keeping.
Pokemon. But now we're in that
That's
same
why he's
board
keeping
state,
Incin.
and we've seen just how little that ended up mattering overall.
That makes
And that
sense.
you're almost better
Oh,
going
he
for the
swapped
Electro
his,
Drift, knowing just how many
he swapped
boosts
his
that
Miraidon.
has on its side, so that the damage still will equal out.
But calling back
Not
to
a
that
bad
game number
choice.
2, we're in a pretty different situation now.
There's
where
the Ivy
Riley
Sigil.
actually does have more Pokemon in the back.
That too.
So while we do end up seeing Dorian try to hover over this similar play, Miraidon is not going to be the target of it this time around because it has an opportunity to switch. So Whimsicott is going to have to be on the receiving end of that. But with this fake out, you may break this focus sash, but you still have to deal with this Ivy Cudgel, and Whimsicott is not going to be able to deal with that. But at this point, too, I think, like, it doesn't have a whole lot more to do in this match. You still are trying
There's
to
the
figure
Tachyon Cutter.
how do I actually get
Wow!
Miraidon is now in, and
I thought that would knock it out. I thought that would knock it out.
Whimsicott's main goal, honestly, throughout this entire matchup was to be on the
Oh,
field
I knew it
with
wasn't going to knock it
and
out.
was to scare it away from going for those protects, to scare it away from going
There
for
was a
those
parting
combines.
shot onto the
Oh, yeah.
Iron Crown.
I think Riley made a very
Normally,
good
it would
call
have
there,
knocked it
switching
out.
in, realizing that it was
Gotcha.
Yeah, if it didn't get hit by that parting shot, it would have been gone. But unfortunately, it did get that parting shot off onto it, and it would have dropped its special.
have those tools for Whimsicott. Just correctly recognizing I have the Pokemon advantage.
All right,
I have
the next
He
play.
pretty much has to.
While
Yep.
having Encore is great, that's not the tool I need right now to win.
I mean, if Incineroar can live and he can get that fake out back onto Miraidon, he might be able to go for the Heavy Sigil the next turn and take it, but then you would obviously lose it to the Iron Crown, but it's not really how things played out here.
Both of these special attackers. Ogerpon going for the spiky shield too. You just want to see if you can get any more damage, eke it out here with this Ogerpon, but the Tachyon Cutter heading into this Incineroar is going to fall it. Now with this Miraidon, okay, you had the opportunity to switch in something else after this, but this is what you wanted if you're Riley. Rillaboom is stuck on the field now. That is really, really big. Yep. Now you have an opportunity to
you know
actually get this
Incineroar is going to
Miraidon
come back
off,
in
maybe
against this
sacrifice your own
Rillaboom.
Incineroar, and what better way to get this Incineroar in here than from front of two
There's
physical
no
attackers?
way he's going to keep that Miraidon here.
Yeah, honestly, even if you do just switch in the Incineroar in this position, you could also use the Incineroar as part of your game-winning play to pick up that KO on the Rillaboom. We saw how much Flare Blitz did to it already. That is more than enough to pick up the KO unintimidated onto that Pokemon. So again, Riley just making sure that he has the tools.
He
that
can't
needs
beat Iron
to
Crown.
Continue to play through his win conditions.
No, I don't think he has much for Iron Crown.
Even as many special attack drops as it has.
Yeah, that Tachyon Cutter is just going to destroy.
Another Intimidate drop as well onto both their Rillaboom, and the Ogerpon is going to make this Miraidon stay around the field even longer as the Ivy Cudgel down into this Incineroar.
I mean, you might have to go for Grassy Glide into the Incineroar.
Because of all of those Intimidate drops stacked
Or like
up.
a Wood Hammer or
So
something.
the Incineroar gets to stick around on the field too. This Iron Crown gets a chance to finally finish the job. The Ogerpon is all knocked out, and Rillaboom by itself here. Dorian has put up a great fight,
Into the
but with
Miraidon.
just the Rillaboom left,
Changing
this is
the
a lot of
terrain so we
help
can't
to
do
have
Grassy
to get
Glide if
through.
he wanted to.
Riley Factura showing us that Iron Crown wasn't necessarily destined
Yeah, here comes Miraidon to block Grassy Glide.
terrain domination, and that it works
Yep.
perfectly fine in other terrains. Will
Riley controlled this game.
final bit of damage to that Rillaboom
Oh yeah,
as the
100%.
Miraidon will
He did
take
really
the
good with
field
swapping
once
out
again,
right at the
bringing
very
back
beginning of
that
that.
terrain,
I think that set the tone for the whole
ensuring that
match.
Rillaboom can't do any Grassy Glide shenanigans for the remainder of this match, but overall, what an incredibly
I mean,
well-played set
Dorian
from
definitely
Riley.
tried his best to get around what Riley had, but I mean,
I'm
in the
just
end,
glad.
Riley just positioned himself in a good spot.
I'm just glad in game 3 he didn't just give him the game. He's like, you know what? I gave you the game, dude. Let me play for real.
Rillaboom actually gets a chance to move.
You know what? I traveled all this way. I might as well play.
I might as well play for real now.
Nah.
Going to move on
Yeah.
from this
No,
set.
it was a good match.
Continued undefeated 5-0.
Yeah.
after that 2-1
This is the dude that technically got the equivalent of 4 World Championship invites. That's insane.
On his game, I mean, even that final switch.
Even Wolfie Glick doesn't have that under his belt.
Taking big damage from any of the Pokemon on the field. And
Are you sure?
Yeah, he's won one of everything, including a World Championship, but like,
connect with that Rillaboom.
Riley's from like,
Locking in that win condition very well at the end.
Absolutely.
I guess
ended up being
similarly.
Great. I feel like it was back to what the Riley that we saw of old. Absolutely. It's like, okay, well, if he's
You'd have to really
playing
look
as
into
well
the
as
history of
this,
what
we
everybody
saw him
won
at
in order to
Pittsburgh.
determine if they've
Pittsburgh
ever had
Regional
it or
at the start
not.
of the season ended up being a regional championship win, and I don't know. I feel like it's all coming up Riley Factura right now, but
yeah, I've been at 5 to 7 pretty much the last 6 hours. So that'll be interesting to see how that works.
once again, a regional champion in his
I'm gonna be
own
so
right.
tired after this weekend.
I mean, this is very unexpected.
Yeah, we'll keep it going, man.
What sucks is when it gets into United TCG, I don't know anything that's going on the screen.
Lunala, yes.
Well, here's the thing. You're probably going to see a lot more about VGC more than anything else because they all have their different channels.
Oh,
so,
I got
like,
you.
Tomorrow on the main channel, you might be seeing TCG or you might be seeing Unite. So you'd have to go to the Pokemon VGC channel in order to see the video game championship stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then on day 3, everything's all on the main channel. They show like the juniors, they show the seniors, and then they show the masters of all of the different events. So like TCG, VGC, and Unite are all mashed together. Same thing with Go.
Why that can be such a huge threat on this field. Dorian's only X and Y.
I gotta figure out how to stream this better, where it doesn't like
that's why I'm not worried just yet. I'm like, okay, well, Dorian
go
is still a
super
fantastic
slow.
player, and still you're still at X1. You've still got so many, just only a couple more rounds to play, but so much life left in you.
Maybe
when
it's
it
my
comes down to
output.
the
I don't know.
tournament performance. But I mean, Riley, I just
Yeah, I'm
wanna
not
call out
sure.
that Iron Crown once
You'll
again.
have to look into your settings there tomorrow and give it a try before it actually goes live.
Pokemon that we have seen paired up
Yeah.
with that Miraidon. You always look at it and you go, well,
Yep.
Iron Hands.
But anyways,
that
bud,
has to be
I'm
there.
going to head out.
It's able
I'm
to
just going to
take
watch
the
another
opportunity
hour
from
or
the
so,
electric
and then
terrain, but then it also gets the
I've got to
attack
head
boost,
off.
and it
But
gets an assault vest,
You want to
and
see if
Have
somebody
fun
else
streaming.
plays, or
this,
are
when
you
think
leaving?
about a lot of the threats that you're actually seeing
I'm just going to sit and watch while
looking
I'm
at something
getting
like a
ready to,
Qian specifically as
head
an
off. So
Call it a night.
like an
Yeah.
actually big deal. You've got the Ursaluna.
yeah.
That's gonna
Well,
take
I have
super
to. I've got to get up at
effective hits. Same thing
6,
like
and
the
then we're
Miraidon,
traveling
the
at a
Whimsicott.
province.
So if
So
you have this Iron
I
Crown
got you.
that
I
is
won't be
going to
back
hitting into
until
Qian pouch,
probably
typically
tomorrow
carries
evening.
Focus Sash. That
But I'm
Focus
going to
Sash
visit
could
some
be really
family.
good, but
So
Riley also decided to use it against that
yeah.
cornerstone
But anyways,
Proto
I
Plant as
will
well. Yeah,
text
some
type
really
to you,
fun Pokemon choices here
and
from Riley,
I'll be
Okay.
talking to you later.
All right, I got you. So you still gonna text me
All right,
till
have a
you
good one.
leave? I got you.
For now, though, we are going to go ahead
Yep.
and take
All right,
a
see ya.
break here at the
All right,
World
have a good one.
Championships, but
Bye.
we'll be back soon with more incredible battles.
And welcome here, everybody. Let's get to know my co-commentator for the weekend, the one, the only, Gabby Snyder. So, Gabby, you're a caster. You use a lot of words to describe yourself, but I want to pinpoint it down. What's the one word you would use to describe yourself?
Bubbly.
Okay, I like that. I think that fits. You know, Squirtle's also bubbly. There's the Squirtles out here in the venue, so I think that's an appropriate word for you, Gabby. Who is your favorite Pokemon?
You're never gonna guess. It's actually Bidoof. I'm his #1 fan, and he's just a special guy.
Yeah, I mean, well, that is one way I think you are synonymous with Bidoof for sure. So I think we all knew Gabby's answer on your favorite Pokemon. Now this is an interesting question. You've been playing the game for a long time. What was the first Pokemon World Championships that you attended?
It was actually the World Championships in Orlando, Florida in 2004. It was my birthday right around that time of year. My parents had a trip planned to Tampa, Florida for a family vacation, and I was like, for my birthday this year, all I want is to take the 2-hour drive to go to Orlando, Florida, not for some of the amazing attractions around there, but to attend the Pokemon World Championships. And we went, we spectated Saturday, and it was the best day of my life. And I've been chasing that ever since.
That's awesome. And now there are people that weren't even born in 2004 competing at the World Championships this year. Don't think about it, Gabby. Don't think about it. Let's lighten the mood here. What's your favorite color?
Yellow, by far, yellow.
Okay, all right. That's a solid color. I thought maybe brown with Bidoof, but you know, is what it is. And I think this would be criminal if you don't answer Bidoof for this question. But what is your favorite Pokemon plush of all time?
It is a Bidoof. To be specific, though, it is the Bidoof I got in 2009 when I pre-ordered Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It actually talked, and it was my mascot plush for all the tournaments I entered, including my World Championships run.
A talking Bidoof? That's actually pretty cool. I had no idea that existed. Now let's flash forward here. 2024 Honolulu World Championships. Gabby, who is going to win in the Masters division come Sunday?
I think it's going to come down to preparation and comfort with the team. And somebody who I've known put in the hours this weekend is Aaron Traylor. He hasn't really had a big breakout performance like a lot of the other large names here, but I do think that he has what it takes to win it all, and I hope to see him do well.
All right, good luck to Aaron this weekend. Now, one last question for you. This is the hot topic. Who is the greatest Pokemon player of all time?
It's very difficult because I've seen Ray Rizzo win 2 of his 3 World Championship titles, and he is such an incredible player to watch, but I think in this modern era, it has to be Wolf Glick. I mean, the way he approaches the game, I know he has a lot of titles, obviously the World Championship title from 2016, but just to see him work through a board state, you know, position his Pokemon and come up with a winning strategy is something really exciting. And I think you need that ability to improvise and team build and just picture all those possible scenarios in order to be the greatest, and he's the best at all that.
All right, well, Gabby, I've known you for many years, but I feel like I got to know you so much better over these questions.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing here with my new friend, Boots. Boots, you just said that this is your first cosplay ever?
It is, well, so I cosplay, but I started cosplaying during COVID, during quarantine, so this is my first time taking my cosplay to an event.
Oh my goodness, it looks so good. Tell me, what was your favorite part to make?
Oh, for sure, the Magnemites. I had to do some like serious engineering with it. They're actually like acrylic balls, and they have like a little screw in them, and they screw like straight into my wig, so I can move my head around, and I can spin and dance, and they don't fall off.
Why was this the choice for your first cosplay to take out?
Okay, first of all, I love Iono. She's so cute, and I really relate to her, and that's one of my favorite things about cosplaying is that you get to play characters that you see yourself in. And with my outfit, I didn't do like her big coat because I kind of like to look at cosplay like, what would this character do in my life? So this is Iono going to Hawaii. It's not like a true Iono cosplay, it's just my interpretation.
I love that. And you also added the Hawaiian flower.
Little touch, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna tell you a secret. These fell off my head today and they broke, and I actually like improvised the flower.
I thought that was like, oh yeah, the Hawaii touch. That makes sense.
I actually love it. I think it turned out great.
That is fast thinking. I love that. Now, is this your first Pokemon event or just the first one you're cosplaying at?
So I went to Worlds last year, and it was incredible. And then I also went to NAIC. So, yeah.
And are you here with a lot of people that you know?
Oh, tons. Yeah, actually, when I started going to Pokemon events, I didn't know anyone, and I was like very shy, and now I feel like I know everyone. I just walk around and so many people say hi to me. It's amazing.
Tell me, some people are always like, you know, I want to be part of that community, but I am shy or I don't know how to make friends. What advice do you have for those people?
Oh, I have so much advice. The one thing I would love, like, for everyone to know that's interested in cosplay is that I think the cosplay community is one of the most welcoming communities out there. I was super nervous to, like, get started, too. I didn't know anything about sewing or, like, where to start. And every single cosplayer I've ever reached out to has given me boatloads of information and so much help. And there's so much, like, YouTube videos and free resources. So if you want to do it, you really should. And we would love to have you.
Wow, you've inspired me to cosplay. I think I need to do one next. Thank you so much, Boots. And now back to the Pokemon World Championship.
This is a serious cosplay.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy.
Gengar Boy.
And I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, you know, if I have more wins and losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh, yeah, I looked at the Wolf. Yeah. He's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto, too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, not yet.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
The new stage.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokémon World Championships here in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii. The competition has been fierce all day long, as we've been having some fun as well. The competition's been popping. It's been so much fun being able to pop out on the floor, and we got a smidge of time before our next match. It's going to be a lot of fun, but we're going to kick back in the lounge just a little bit and talk about the match we just saw and dive a little bit deeper into one of the teams. Sierra, Dawn, and Lee here. We get our chance to I mean, I guess you've been in a lounge already. This is my first time here.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice back here, isn't it? Yeah.
Hey, it kind of feels like we actually are on the beach. Like, it's,
Yeah,
I don't know, it's kind of a vibe.
We're there. The vibe is good, yeah.
Exactly.
But what a match, that last one with Riley. And, I mean, two incredible players, but Riley just has a knack of just cool, calm, collected every time. Seems to be on stream, and he's got a very interesting team. Obviously, some kind of common picks that we see quite frequently. Some popular ones this weekend, of course, but some not so popular picks as well. Things that have kind of dropped off a little bit that Riley's favoring more and really benefited him in that last match.
We're on like a half and half for like the regular picks here, and I feel like this is really reminiscent of just how Riley chooses to play the game. So Riley Facture, a Pittsburgh regional champion, and has been just consistent throughout the entire season. And even when we do see these more atypical Pokemon, it's funny because we get to see moves that are kind of a little bit tweaked. For anyone who isn't familiar, Riley will not use inaccurate moves, which is then where we see this Miraidon, instead of going for something like the Draco Meteor, go for this Dragon Pulse. And I think that's a really interesting way of kind of team building. You're not really trying to leave anything up to chance.
No.
And obviously when you're a skilled player and you can have that consistency to go on through, it's proving well, because still undefeated for day one of the World Championships.
Yeah, and I like that approach, because I think there's the point where you think, okay, these moves are going to be picking up knockouts, but is it actually worth it? Because if I miss in those really crucial moments, especially if you're at a deeper end of the tournament, then that can be the end of your tournament, and you don't really want to always put it down to the accuracy of a move, because it can be heartbreaking at the wrong time. Dragon Pulse, way more reliable, and I like that approach, and it's always seemed to work out really well for Riley, you know? I like the idea of his team as well. When you look back at his regional winning teams, he's kind of replaced the Garchomp with the Ursaluna, which kind of just a slower version of something very similar, right? And then, I don't know, can we say the Corviknight changed into an Iron Crown?
No, now we're going too far. we're going too far there. The Iron Crown is still such a cool pick. And I'm
Very
hoping,
cool pick.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to see that team again, and maybe tomorrow. But I wanted to make a joke about the inaccurate moves, being like, how much do you value this Draco Meteor with the pricing that we have here on the line here at the World Championships? Because that could be a hefty miss, considering how much is on the line for our trainers. It's not just about the glory. I mean, that's, I think, what most people want, don't get me wrong, but you kind of want to get that chunk of change in your pocket.
Yeah, and exactly, it's such a nice segue in there with the accuracy and it costing you maybe that first place. And yeah, you can see the prize money here, $30,000 for first place. It's a big difference from second place, but I mean, even second place, incredible prize money there, $20,000, and going all the way down, even top 16 getting $5,000, which is just incredible to think that this is what our players at the end of the weekend will be potentially walking away with.
All I'm seeing is the difference between first and second. I'm like, ooh, that could be a 10K Draco Meteor miss right there. But
that's enough to make you never use that move ever again.
Oh, if I missed a Draco Meteor for 10K, I would only Dragon Pulse from there on out. But of course, there's so much to enjoy here at the World Championships, but not even just stuff at the World Championships, but stuff that you can enjoy about the World Championships. And I'm, of course, talking about the themes, the songs, the music's been absolutely popping. You can get the songs off of Spotify and add that, but like music here has just been like, I don't know, it's been great.
It's been awesome. I mean, I walked in this morning and the playlist was just banger after banger after. I don't know who was behind it, but I have to say they did a great job. And not only that, we've got the theme for the weekend. We've got this new track representing Worlds this weekend. Give me something to remember.
Yeah.
That's another banger. I love it. All the tracks, and they're available for all of our trainers to listen to right now, I think, aren't they?
They are, and as well, we were able to catch up with the artist of one of the tracks with a quick interview. So check this out.
Hi there, I'm Anna, and I'm standing here with someone I know very well, a good friend of mine, Nathan Sharp, aka Nate Wants to Battle. How's Worlds going so far?
It's great. Everyone's hyped. I'm hyped. Everyone seems to be in a good mood, good spirits, and happy to be here.
And you actually are part of the show this year. What did you do?
Yes, I had the honor and the privilege to sing vocals for the track Something to Remember on the soundtrack for Worlds 2024.
Which one is that? If people are like, oh, I don't know the title, what does it sound like?
It is the like emo surf rock kind of vibe.
It's really stuck in my head all the time. Does it get stuck in your head too?
It's sticky. It's kind of, it's really a bop. And I say that without tooting my own horn because I only sang on it. I can't take credit for writing it. The actual production goes to the entire music team. They did an awesome job. I'm just happy to have made some noises on it.
And I know Pokemon is very important to you, so it kind of meant a lot to be part of Worlds. Talk about your journey with Pokemon over your life.
Yeah, I mean, the handle is Nate Wants to Battle, so obviously there's a lot of attachment to the IP. A lot of my early career revolved around making fan content about Pokemon, so to work with the Pokemon Company in an official capacity has been a long-time dream and kind of feels full circle.
I also saw you sitting in the front row already watching games. What's your favorite game to watch and favorite game to play here at Worlds?
I don't know anything about Unite, but it's my favorite one to watch. I think it just brings so much of that hype energy, like all the games do. Unite especially is just the most like almost chaotic. My favorite to play, I'm not super competitive, but if I had to pick one, I'd probably go VGC.
Nice. All right, well, thank you. We'll let you get back to watching and singing. If you want to sing us a song when we're done here, I would totally listen. Appreciate you. And now let's go back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Thank you very much. That was an awesome interview there with our singer of our new song from the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. A banger like all the other songs we've had over the last couple of years at Worlds. But here we are. Let's get ready. Let's stop talking music. Let's start talking battles, Scott. We're here in round 6. This is technically the official first winning in scenario of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a big moment for the trainers. You know, they do want additional wins where that'll help them move on to the top cut portion of the tournament much later tomorrow. But you're getting that 6th win, just so they know they're going to be playing at all tomorrow, is a huge threshold to get over.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the standings and see how everything is working out to these first 5 rounds as we get into round 6. There's a lot of trainers on this graphic that are 5-0 at this point. A victory in this round will secure their position in day 2 tomorrow. Remember, we have 8 rounds of Swiss action today, not like the normal 9 you're used to seeing if you're used to watching the regional or international streams.
Yeah, a lot of big names in this list. We see one of the players we profiled at the Open with Japan's national champion, last year's runner-up. Going to be a tough tournament to win.
Yeah, who'd have thought? Spoiler alert.
Surprise!
The World Championships, whoever ends up victorious on the Championship Sunday is definitely going to have earned it. Some North American names as well, like Riley Factura on that list. And then Grant Weldon with the committed to the bit, sticking with that Zacian and Reggie Drago core all the way to Honolulu. That's commitment.
Yeah, we somehow have 2 different Reggies undefeated right now. So this is it's been a much more fun tournament, I feel like, from like a metagame perspective than I expected.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to all of these players. But remember, their day is not done until they get that 6th victory. They're not going to secure their spot in day 2 tomorrow. And of course, as Scott mentioned, your records carry over into tomorrow. So just because you get a victory in this round doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to stop trying to win. Let's see who's going to try to win this round specifically, though. So look at our round 6 notable matchups, and there's a lot of great names, but I'm staring at that top row with Hirofumi Kimura and Javier Senorena.
Yeah, we might not be here to sing you a song, but we may give you something to remember because there are a few things in this match that I think might surprise you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first thing, we have a Japanese versus European player, right? So instantly, that's going to be a matchup where they might not have a lot of experience facing each other. They're massively different time zones. Japanese players don't even get to participate in the same circuit. Usually, their qualification system's often a different format played than the European players would. So who knows how these trainers are actually going to match up style-wise.
Yeah, though, as you will soon see, it is kind of Hirofumi who has kind of more of the team we're sort of used to seeing in our circuit, where Javier's having a good time.
Yeah, for sure. So Hirofumi, a very highly regarded player in VGC. So I'm sure a lot of the Japanese fans at home are watching and rooting him on. And Javier at 5-0, a great player from the EU region. I think the one thing to point out, Scott, like you kind of can't mention here, Hirofumi's the Pachirisu that almost was, right? With the Umbreon finishing 2nd place at the 2019 World Championships, losing to a fellow Japanese player in Naoto. So the Umbreon heard around the world almost took the crown, and this time around looking to be a little bit more conventional with the team of 6.
Yeah, but I mean, our trainer has proven to be pretty innovative, right? And we kind of talked about this throughout the day already, where there's different levels of innovation you can do. I think a greater level of innovation perhaps is this Iron Leaves.
We're good.
I'm not sure I've ever seen in a VGC battle before, but don't worry, I did
Oh my god, the Iron Leaves! Javier's using the Iron Leaves! Let's go!
Is available in
What a time! What a time to catch everything with the Quark Drive. And Whimsicott Tailwind support with Urshifu and Miraidon versus a, oh my god, Chi-Yu Cornerstone and Glacial Lance.
Getting the benefits of being electric terrain on the field.
Yeah, and I guess the last time I was up here, I got Iron Tread, so we're just going to roll me out here.
What a time to catch the last match.
Yeah, here,
I'm about to get, like...
Look at his team, a little more conventional, Trick Room oriented with the Cowrex Ice Rider and the supportive Pokemon like Ogerpon Cornerstone, which guarantees...
I gotta see the Iron Leaf. Psyblade, Mega Horn, Leaf Blade, Protect, Life Orb. Normal.
And the Iron Leaf's Whimsicott double grass on the bottom.
Yeah, I really like this. I mean, there's a lot to kind of take in all at once. I think it's actually the Iron Hands rather than the Iron Leaves that really pulls my attention.
It's going to be like a really, really good match right here. I came in right at the right time.
Electric Seed to boost one of its stats. Perhaps get some help from that Whimsicott to allow it to power up more safely, and then drain all that HP back with Drain Punch once it's ready to get going.
Yeah, the Electric Seed combination with Iron Hands is really interesting with Miraidon on the team activating that.
We were just talking about this, Corey. We were just like talking about Iron Leaves.
The cost of one, right? Electric Terrain giving you an attack boost on the Iron Hands, and then the Electric Seed boosting your defense stat. While the Iron, once the Electric Terrain is activated, Whimsicott helping out with Light Screen means it's a kind of a trifecta of all types of damage covered for the Iron Hands.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? I mean, like, we've seen a lot of really innovative uses of that Quark Drive ability, finally, after kind of waiting all format for it.
Yeah, sure. And then here is Hirofumi Kimura, one of the top trainers in Japan.
Covert Cloak, Protect Snarl, Heat Wave Overheat, Spiky Shield, Power Whip.
But not the clear amulet held item that you'd say is probably on like 70% of Ice Riders out there. Instead, it's Never Melt Ice, which you might need in this heat in Honolulu.
Yeah, I mean, all my ice is melted.
Oh my god, that means Glacial Lance is stronger.
In general, the item choice in this team are interesting, right? The Covert Cloak, also not something we always see on the Chi-Yu, but allows them to use a Terra type other than Ghost and still have a means of avoiding that fake out flinch. And then Life Orb on Raging Bolt, I think, is kind of fun as well. We start seeing a lot more of that as we approach the World Championships. Seems like we've seen a little less of it over the course of today than maybe I expected, but it really does increase the damage of that Raging Bolt, and perhaps will be boosted even further by the presence of the Miraidon on the other side of a team.
And a little bit of a blast from the past, as in the past being like 2 months ago when Fluttermane used to be on every team. Fluttermane's not as common anymore, so this is actually somewhat of an unexpected pick in a more supportive role here with the booster energy, imagining being speed, having that super fast Icy Wind speed drop.
Yeah, and no fact checking this, but this may be the first game I've cast all year where both players have a Terra Normal Pokemon. They are done with Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, for sure. So let's get into game one, our first win and in of the week.
We didn't see the Iron Leaves.
Senorena on the bottom of your screen with Miraidon Incineroar and Hirofumi Kimura or Shifu Fluttermane on the top of your screen.
Fun matchup here, potentially a lot of damage going either direction. Fluttermane going to make things a little bit more difficult for this Miraidon. Remind us of a time when Fluttermane was kind of the apex predator of VGC, threatening the potential of some powerful fairy type attacks into the currently very weak Miraidon.
Right, and Miraidon, one of those strongest, one of the strong restricteds, but one of the big adjustments in the metagame has gone from either Terra Electric or anything like that. Most Miraidon, including Javier's, are now Terra Fairy to get out of that Fairy weakness.
And as we see the Pokemon in the back here, I think we're probably all excited to see what this Iron Hands can do. But that really is a fun look on this team, right? I think we often kind of just see the restricted Pokemon and a bunch of supportive Pokemon. There's 3 different Pokemon on this team that could do some serious damage.
Yeah, but some of those Pokemon in the backs we saw would not appreciate a Dazzling Gleam coming their way if they want. If Javier wants to switch one of them, and he will. Incineroar swapping out here on turn 1, not going for a fake out onto Hirofumi's side of the field. Instead, Iron Hand's going to swap in, activating that Electric Seed held item, boosting its defense by 1 stage. And then, of course, thanks to its ability, Quark Drive from its friend Miraidon, giving it an attack boost. So 2 boosts for the price of 1. What type of deal is that going to be for Javier? Terrestrializing out of that dragon.
Into Fairy.
The Fairy this time around. Now Dazzling Gleams will not be super effective from Hirofumi's Fluttermane. Let's see what happens. Fluttermane not attacking, just protecting here on this turn. Now it's going to be up to the Urshifu protecting as well. So now Miraidon's not getting any damage.
Yeah, I mean, a little scouting turn for Hirofumi there, but I don't know if you're that upset if you're Javier. You get everything set up. You get your Iron Hands out in the field. I really do feel like that looks like a great Pokemon in this matchup, right? It'll be very difficult for that Calyrex potentially to deal with it, and it is now Miraidon's job just to kind of trade with this Flutter Mane, right? It is super effective against the Iron Hands, so a little awkward there. You know, no longer going to have the option of terrestrializing since Miraidon has used it already. But, you know, if Javier can get rid of that Flutter Mane, potentially Iron Hands could be looking pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, Iron Hands can no longer terrestrialize out of that weakness, right? Because Miraidon opted to Terra Fairy on the first turn here for Javier. So Javier will swap Urshifu into that slot. This is a Dazzling Gleam that's super effective on both, but of course the Iron Hands is really bulky, so it really doesn't take too much damage. And Urshifu is going to take out its brethren on the other side with those resisted, but yet always critically striking, surging strikes here.
I just don't know if I agree with sacrificing it for nothing.
Allowing some damage to go down onto the Flutter Mane, maybe putting it in range where a Dazzling Gleam could do some serious work on this turn.
Now Miraidon will swap out. Remember, this is a choice specs Miraidon, which is many of them Miraidon are. You want to lock into one attack at the boost of 50% more damage. Of course, you can only click that attack, so that's why Javier switched it out that prior turn. Reset its attack here and try to, you know, maybe go for Volt Switch turns or just maybe just as much damage as you can do.
Yeah, so it's sort of interesting spot here where Javier still can't really set up with this Iron Hands without trading really aggressively, where that Focus Sash on Urshifu could be big.
There's the target into the Miraidon. Doesn't even bring it down.
Real magical!
And there's Dazzling Gleam. Spread attack. Knocks out the Flutter Mane. Brings Urshifu down to its Focus Sash. So a lot of damage from this Terra Fairy Miraidon. Remember, you get the boost as well now that you're a Fairy type. So it's a lot of damage. Surging Strikes in response, though, from this Urshifu.
And guess what? Surging Strikes kills Miraidon.
On the third strike, Miraidon goes down, but I expect at the end of the turn, Iron Hands is going to be the only Pokemon left on the field as it can just take KO.
And actually, Terra Water is still a thing because Terra Water can break through the dragon.
And the Pokemon are falling quickly now. Both sides down to just 2 Pokemon. We've seen Incineroar as the remaining Pokemon for Javier. We'll have to see what Hirafumi's got in the back.
If it is a physical attacker, that's going to have its damage output hindered thanks to Incineroar's Intimidate. But Hirafumi finally revealing his last Pokemon.
Oh!
The Calyrex Ice Rider, his restricted Pokemon of choice, and the Raging Bolt. They are full HP, but because of the moves or the item choice here for Calyrex Ice Rider, this Intimidate will stick. It's Never Melt Ice instead of Clear Amulet.
Yeah, it could be a big deal here, right? This is a strange matchup, but you know, maybe there's a world you get a fake out from Incineroar here, use that Swords Dance, and perhaps it can drain its way through this game. You know, the Raging Bolt on the opposing side really going to need to use its Draco Meteor attack probably to do realistic damage to this Iron Hands. And hey, you know, you can survive it, drain that HP back. Maybe you put it in a tough spot.
And the Iron Hands, remember that defense boost is going to stick no matter what. It activates right when electric terrain ends. So sure, Quark Drive will go away when the terrain is over. But the defense boost helping against the now intimidated Glacial Lances, you're always going to be coming out on top from those Drain Punches.
Of course, there is still that high horsepower, which will remain super effective, I guess, actually, on both of these Pokemon. But, yeah, I mean, my +1 defense Iron Hands count a little rusty, so we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out here what Hirafumi has in store for the ending of this Game 1 against Javier. Deciding to Terra Poison. That's the other difference here. You'll usually see Terra Fire, Terra Grass, Terra Water on Calyrex Ice Rider, but no, Hirafumi at 5-0 at the World Championships with Terra Poison in this slot. Detect from the Iron Hands not to take any damage on this turn for Javier's, and the Incineroar attack goes towards the Raging Bolt Protect. So Raging Bolt can keep itself safe. Glacial Lance, though, is only going to go into Incineroar. It's intimidated and resisted, so really not anticipating too much damage there.
No,
yeah,
not
Incineroar
much.
Doesn't care too much, but it does get foiled in its attempt to knock out that Life Orb from the Raging Bolt. You know, Iron Hands is already been weakened, so you really don't want to take both those attacks, right? It's probably too dangerous to try to go for a Swords Dance or even a Drain Punch here. So, you know, perhaps go for a double protect. Hope you can knock off that Life Orb. And oh no, it's not going to happen.
No, he doesn't get the double protect. Javier, you see the sadness on his face. Draco Meteor does connect onto Iron Hands. Across the 2 stages of special attack. You will certainly take out, knocking out the Iron Hands. And now it is Incineroar versus the world right now. Stomping Tantrum will be super effective into that slot. But the knockoff brings Raging Bolt down to about 60% of its HP. Instead, going for the single target Glacial Lance instead.
Yeah, probably feeling safe enough with this, right? Where even though it's a slow but sure way to pick this knockout, Javier realizes that there's no way he's going to really just out of this one, and really takes game one.
Yeah, that was a really fourth game one. I felt like Javier had a really strong start to it, but once Hirofumi was able to bring in the Calyrex there, even while intimidated, he wasn't too concerned because he knew the Iron Hands, even if it is a check to my Calyrex, it's not going to get an attack off onto my Restricted.
Yeah, and like as much as that Iron Hands seems like it'd be a problematic Pokemon for this Calyrex to take out, the rest of its team handles it pretty well there, right? Fluttermane was the biggest check, but we see how poorly things went against the Raging Bolt while the Electric Terrain was still active, and then even Urshifu, right? Even though it loses that matchup one-on-one, ignoring the Electric Seed because of the automatic critical hits.
Yeah, I think there are similarities on these teams, right? They there are like the Urshifus and Incineroar and whatnot, but it's really the differences in where it counts. Like your restricted Pokemon, the fastest you can be in Miraidon versus the slowest you can possibly have in Calyrex. But it's not just their speed tiers, it's when you're deciding to bring them on the field. Javier kind of committed to the Terastization too early, attacked into Protects, had to actually swap out because of the Choice Specs item. So kind of a little bit too much of committing early on, where Hirofumi kept his flexibility throughout the match, waited for the right time to Terastallize.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a very disastrous start for the game for Javier. We just, even though it seemed like he was trading Pokemon equally, they weren't Pokemon of equal value, plus he's taking more damage.
All right, so let's see.
All right, Iron Leaves.
A game 3.
Let's go.
Will be one of the first trainers qualified for Day 2 of the World Championships tomorrow with one more victory. It's Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Ogerpon Cornerstone versus Miraidon and Iron Leaves. Iron Leaves is real, Scott.
Yeah, I was a little surprised. I wasn't sure if we could see it, but perhaps looking for a little more immediate damage this time around. That Pokemon's a very high attack stat. If you're not familiar with it, it's this strange, Virizion bot-looking thing. It's very sharp.
Yeah, very pointy,
but also very scared.
Very pointy edges on the Iron Leaves by there, but no attacks on the turn, just a protect. There's a Choice Specs Volt Switch with the Electric Terrain and Hadron Engine, just so much, massive amounts of damage into Calyrex Ice Rider on the other side. So the question, Javier deciding Incineroar or Iron Hands in that last slot. Already got some solid damage into the Ice Rider.
Yeah, but scary, right? There's a pretty realistic chance you're switching straight into an Ivy Cudgel since he already knows there was no follow me. Could be a lot of damage on the Incineroar. We'll have to see what this Ogerpon chose to do.
Intimidate will be effective onto both of Hirofumi's Pokemon as they are physical attackers. Here's the Ivy Cudgel. That's a rock type into fire, but no critical hit means Incineroar gets to stay on the field. And we saw last game just how little damage an intimidated Glacial Lance does to Incineroar. It means it will hang on in the red.
Yeah, I mean, now it has the option of just getting a fake out or something, but really taking a lot of damage on the way in. Nice read to attack that slot, and the protect from the Iron Leaves there just for naught.
Iron Leaves will swap onto the field here, or swap out of the field, I should say. Miraidon replacing it there. So we still haven't seen any action. We've confirmed it's real, but we've not seen it actually go for any attacks yet. Spiky Shield from Ogerpon Cornerstone, wanting to keep itself safe in case the fake out goes in that direction. And to protect as well from Calyrex Ice Rider. So Hirofumi really playing it slow with the potential of the fake out on the other side. Fake out goes towards Calyrex Protect.
A nice safe play by Hirofumi there, right? He's got an early lead once again, has nearly whittled down this Incineroar, and not doing anything silly, right? He still has the ability to follow me now with a fully healthy Ogerpon. Doesn't need to do anything too crazy just yet, and it's kind of actually easier for him now that the Iron Leagues is off the field, where there's kind of fewer options for Javier.
And that's why Ogerpon Cornerstone is my favorite supportive Ogerpon of the four versions of it, because with its ability Sturdy, you're essentially guaranteed follow me. You can redirect both attacks towards that slot. One, leaving Calyrex healthy, but also letting it guaranteed set up Trick Room.
Yeah, well, if this even bothers to go for it, right? Where we got two slower Pokemon as Javier's other two, as you see the Iron Hands enter the field here, and yeah, we can just knock the Miraidon out, and I guess the Iron Leaves as well. You don't need the Trick Room for these other Pokemon.
Well, Iron Leaves is gonna, or excuse me, Iron Hands is gonna swap onto the field, activating the Electric Seed, giving it a defense boost. Quark Drive giving you an attack boost as well. So
did he go into
if
Ogre
Glacial
Palm?
Lance Ivy Cudgel goes
No.
to that slot, it's going to be doing less damage because of the defense boost. Now Hirofumi will terrestrialize Calyrex Ice Rider yet again in this game
Poison.
to the poison typing, just changing how the matchup
There's the
works.
follow me.
Ogre Palm Cornerstone with its follow me, redirecting Volt Switch away. That's a lot of damage considering how you can try to make bulky. The Ogre Pond does still 50%.
Yeah, but now what do you do, right? You're going to switch Incineroar in. If it's not a Trick Room, it's just going to immediately go down here and lose its Intimidate in favor of a boost from the ability.
Right, the Glacial Lance, or the As One ability would essentially negate the Intimidate on this spot here. So there's the Glacial Lance connecting onto both, of course. Incineroar goes down, hardly anything to the Iron Hands, but you're going to get one boost. So this should bring Calyrex Ice Rider back down to -1 since it's been intimidated twice.
Yeah, and now we see, I assume, I guess, the Hero Iron Leaves will have to come back out and help try to deal some damage here. But, now it's a rough spot where, it's pretty uncommon to see this Poison Terror type, but it really is annoying for this Iron Hands, who otherwise might like to use its fighting type attacks. Or even the Miraidon, right, who we've seen it using fairy type attacks earlier in the match. And
Psyblade.
Poison resist that too.
And one of the great things in this matchup, particularly, Scott, of why you see so many Trick Room teams with Ice Rider using Ogre Pond Cornerstone instead of Amoonguss, Iron Leaves would have a field day because as a grass type, you wouldn't care about Rage Powder. But you can't get around the Follow Me.
Yeah, and that looks really good here, right? Because otherwise this would just be a pin. We see the consideration of the normal type terrestrialization, which you don't see too often here, but would critically remove that weakness to the attack from Calyrex.
Yeah, so both this sturdy Ogre Pond Cornerstone remaining on the field has just been so crucial for Hirofumi in game 2. Remember, he hasn't even set up Trick Room on any of these turns. That's how confident he's feeling right now. But yes, believe it or not, Iron Leaves is terrestrializing into a normal type. You'd usually use this as a Calyrex Shadow Rider counter, so you're immune to Astral Barrage, but you might as well get rid of the Glacial Lance weakness while you're at it. So this Glacial Lance will not be doing too much damage to either of Javier's Pokemon. Ogre Pond does protect itself there, so Iron Leaves will take a little bit of recoil damage from the spiky shield, and that is an attack into Calyrex, but it's not enough for the knockout. So he will be able to Glacial Lance in response, doing over half to Iron Leaves.
Oh, that's kind of devastating, right? Where now you basically have to protect the Iron Leaves while Iron Hands tries to pick up the knockout, and then Ogre Pond, lets the Calyrex attack again for free. And I think that's predictable enough that Hirofumi, if he wants to, could go for his very first switch of the match somehow and perhaps mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Hirofumi still hasn't, not has he not revealed the fourth Pokemon, hasn't revealed the third Pokemon in this matchup. So just showing how much of a commanding position he is in right now. Iron Leaves will protect in that moment there. Doesn't want to take damage. Finally, the Drain Punch from Iron Hands is going to be more than enough to knock out Ogre Pond Cornerstone, bringing the Iron Hands out really healthy as well from the recovery that Drain Punch gives to that slot. But at some point, this damage is eventually going to stick from Glacial Lance. It's only hitting Iron Hands here, who has a +1 defense, and no critical hits means it's not doing a lot.
Well, that was a sad Glacial Lance where see the Iron Hand just shrugging that one off, gains HP over the course of the turn. But on the flip side, we see the resources on Javier's side starting to whittle down, right? That Protect has been used.
Ooh, Flutter Mane.
Allow it to be attacked by either of these Pokemon, and it's highly unsafe to try to switch the Miraidon in either. So very likely now that Hirofumi will take another knockout on this next turn.
Right, and effectively the Dazzling Gleam from this Flutter Mane that just swapped in, it's going to be great into everything. You can either, Iron Leaves already half HP, so you don't have to worry about that. Miraidon on the switch-in is a Dragon type weak to Fairy. Iron Hands weak to Fairy as well. I mean, this is just a really solid spot for Hirofumi.
Yeah, and once again, the Flutter Mane loving the fact that this terrestrialization has already been committed. It knows it can stay with those super effective Fairy type attacks. No option to terrestrialize away from them.
Yeah, and I haven't done my Iron Leaves calcs, but I'm not really sure how strong Iron Leaves is defensively against Fluttermane with that really strong special attack stat. It's been kind of a menace of the format for the last year plus. But Moonblast into Iron Hands is not enough for the knockout. It's going to hang on in the red. Now Iron Leaves gets to go for its attack into the Calyrex there. So really cool animation. Really happy I've finally been able to see what
Psyblade
Iron Leaves does in this matchup. Gets the knockout, but this Fluttermane has been left alone, and the Thunder Punch is nowhere near enough damage to even threaten a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, like that. Some of that almost makes the situation worse, right? Where you get rid of the Calyrex, who wasn't doing a whole lot anyway, and now Fluttermane could be threatening a knockout in either of these Pokemon. It makes things a little bit tricky. I guess the most positive part of a situation for Javier is at least, you know, at some point likely going to be able to get that Miraidon in safely, but these are two tough Pokemon for it to face down.
Yeah, I guess the one benefit is that Iron Leaves has access to Protect yet again, right? So, you know, Iron Hands is never really getting an attack off. It's the slowest Pokemon. Let it go down this turn. Let Miraidon reactivate Electric Terrain, reactivating Quark Drive. That might be what Javier could be going for, but just there's so much HP remaining on Hirafumi's end.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably have to sacrifice something here as Javier, or you just make a really aggressive read and hope for a mistake.
All right, so not actually letting Iron Hands get knocked out. Instead, going for the Detect this turn and choosing for Iron Leaves to be the target that gets thunderclapped and KO'd here in Game 2. Now Javier is down to his last two Pokemon. It's going to be that Miraidon and Iron Hands, his Electric Core, his Quark Drive Core versus Fluttermane and Raging Bolt on the other end.
Yeah, we saw poor Javier there not loving it, which, yeah, I mean, you kind of spoke to Iron Leaves' questionable defensive stats. That Thunderclap picking up the knockout there. Perhaps the beginning, well, maybe the middle of the end here, where that low health Iron Hands is going to have a hard time making a move, and now Miraidon going to have to commit to an attack against these Pokemon.
Yeah, and you can't necessarily, if you want to do a Draco Meteor into the Assault Vest, Raging Bolt on the other end, well, then you'll literally never hit Fluttermane as long as the game lasts. So this Miraidon is really pinned into a difficult position.
Yeah, I needed one more knockout before we got to this point. Once again, Hirofumi just trading so well early in the game, putting Javier in a situation where even though he kept even on the Pokemon count, the board state is just too far behind.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Iron Hands and Iron Leaves. You can see how Javier has gotten to this position of 5-0. You can see the synergy that the team has, but unfortunately, the lack of flexibility of, you know, maybe Whimsicott not being that great, or the Terastallization not being as effective as Javier might have wanted, leading to the benefit of Hirofumi here. He goes for the double Detect, same properties as Protect, but he doesn't get it. Regardless, Fluttermane is going to be able to pick up the KO onto the Iron Hands. Now Miraidon down to half HP. The question is, where is he targeted? It's actually a discharge into both of them, but no critical hits means they both stick around, and Draco Meteor picking up the last KO, and Japan rejoicing as Hirofumi Kimura will guarantee at least a position in Day 2 of the World Championships tomorrow.
And Hirofumi looking clean there. He is a world finalist and showing why. Excellent set by him, and yeah, you really have to be impressed by that, right? He just, but I think he never switched at all at any point in the
I think he just had a better team.
Anyone win a game that way at the World Championship?
Enter the field,
yeah,
but
true,
that was
yeah.
after knockout.
Yeah, he's the no switch challenge was a success. I probably wouldn't recommend going after that one, but hey, sometimes you can pull it off.
Yeah, and there's no need to swap, especially if your opponent, you can get into a hyper offensive situation where everybody's trading big blows back and forth that you might not even be in a position to take the turn to swap my Fluttermane out and give up unnecessary damage to your Calyrex Ice Rider or something. So sometimes it is better, like we talk about like knockouts that are better for your opponent, and especially in Game 1, remember he got both Raging Bolt and Iron and Ice Rider Calyrex on the field at the same time, which was just really, really tough for Javier.
Yeah, I think that matchup just looks really difficult, and it's too bad. I mean, his team is so cool, but man, that's a demoralizing way to lose, right? Where he just like really couldn't get anything going in that.
Yeah, you got to go Terra Normal to lose the Glacial Lance weakness, but then as Terra Normal, now you don't resist Thunderclap anymore, right? So just felt like Hirofumi was ready for whatever the Iron Hands had planned, and it started a lot with that opening pair of Calyrex Ice Rider and Ogerpon Cornerstone.
Yeah, it's like you kind of know it's a tough matchup when you're kind of looking through. It's like, well, all these Pokemon need to Terastallize, and unfortunately, that's just not how the game works.
Yeah, unfortunately, only one Pokemon can Terastallize Terastallize every game. You know, Javier could have been able to turn the tides if like 3 of his Pokemon could switch there. But I definitely feel that I love the team synergy that Javier has brought here to Honolulu. You can understand why he's been so effective so far on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's another team where, you know, maybe you see a different matchup when it's a very different story, right? Just kind of a format, right? You're not going to have a positive matchup against every combination of Pokemon. Javier seems like he hit one where there just wasn't a whole lot he could do there. You know, poor Iron Hands also just like could not hit that double detect. 0 for 2 over the course of the set, although I don't know how much it really would have mattered. And yeah, I mean, I think 2 really cool teams. I'm excited to see how both of them do. I mean, Hirofumi, we already know, is going to move on. Now going to have an opportunity to gain some extra wins and vastly increase the odds, perhaps, of moving on to the top cut.
Right, absolutely. He's not going to stop now. He's 6-0. He's definitely going to want to go 8-0 so you can start day 2 tomorrow having that best record. Because as we mentioned, your record does carry over into day 2 Swiss tomorrow. I would have loved to see Javier's Whimsicott, but as you mentioned, Scott, kind of just a difficult matchup. Yeah, I'm a big Whimsicott fan. Only having Light Screen instead of Reflect, obviously it doesn't get the Reflect in this scenario. So you can't Light Screen against Calyrex, and then you don't need Tailwind against the slow Trick Room opponent, right? So just seems like Whimsicott is probably really important for this for the supportive options on Javier's end, but it's just kind of non-existent in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I think one thing that's kind of neat about that too, that makes it so hard to pick Pokemon like Whimsicott, I mean, in addition to the fact that, yeah, I mean, not slowing down Calyrex is a pretty serious flaw for this matchup. But then, you know, often these Calyrex teams, you know, we see them play really slowly, right? It's like Calyrex and mostly a bunch of supportive Pokemon. I don't know if I've seen anyone using an Ice Rider team where all 5 of the other Pokemon, like really serious offensive threats, right? We have Chiyu, we have the Cornerstone Ogerpon, which did a bunch of damage over the course of that set, the Fluttermane, which did a bunch of damage, the Raging Bolt, which did a bunch of damage, and Urshifu, known for punching pretty hard, right? It's a really aggressive comp, and you know, I kind of wonder if maybe some of the other trainers weren't ready for that. You know, I think I kind of mistakenly said in the pregame that the Hirofumi's team looks a little bit more standard for the Western metagame, but like maybe not, right? He's playing really quickly in some ways relative to the rest of us, and yeah, I think with like more offensively oriented Pokemon, it probably reliably lets him switch a little bit less than their players do, and maybe get a little more value out of the average turn.
Yeah, I think it's a great point to mention because if you think about it, maybe more NA trainers would be used to with the Calyrex Ice Rider. Maybe there's Incineroar and Rillaboom swapping around, and Clefairy is the support instead of Ogerpon, right? So, but Hirofumi's not really giving you free turns. He's not swapping, as you mentioned. He didn't switch the entire set. He's not allowing you to try to set up your end because there's just so much offensive pressure that, and a Calyrex Ice Rider never even set up the Trick Room and was still able to attack every turn.
Yeah, I think it's kind of neat because it plays a little different role in this team, right? And yeah, kind of looking the other way, like I'm gonna guess there's a lot of Calyrex Ice Rider teams where that Iron Hands does look really good because it gets those turns to set up. But yeah, I mean, what are you gonna set up against this team, right? Where, yeah, good luck. I think that, yeah, one of the main reasons why I think it's just such a tough matchup for Javier, where I think he correctly wasn't really preparing for this sort of team, and I think he'll likely be having a much easier matchup versus nearly anyone else in the field.
And I'm curious what you think about the Fluttermane in particular, because, you know, it used to be up 70% in its heyday, and now maybe it's like a 25% usage at the highest level because there's been so many other really valuable Pokemon added to the format. What do you think about Fluttermane, particularly in this format, how it stacks up against these super strong restricteds?
Yeah, I mean, I think I like it on this team, right, where it fits what he wants to do, and you know, I don't think it's no longer even like, you know, Incineroar, Rillaboom level of you can, well, I don't really know what I want. Yeah, give me one of those, you know, where like I think it has to have a purpose, but on this team it definitely did, and we see when used well with a team where it makes sense, it can still be devastating.
All right, so congratulations here for me for the victory here in round 6. We're going to head over to the stage with Gabby for an interview with our winner. Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with Hirofumi Kimura, our finalist from the 2019 World Championships. Congratulations on your win. You have a very unique team with Fluttermane and Chiyu with your Calyrex Ice Rider. How did you build your team?
チーム今回使ったチーム結構独特だったんですけど、羽ばたく神といいゆいとかでチームの構成についてちょっと教えてもらえますか？
そうですね。まあ戦い方として、はい。羽ばたく神といいゆいで上から攻めるプランと白馬バドリックスでトリックルームして下から攻めるプランっていう、まあ、2つのプランが取れるということを考えて構築を考えました。
So basically with Chiyu and Fluttermane, he can attack from the top, but he also had a secondary plan where he can attack Calyrex from the bottom using Trick Room. Yeah.
That's a very strong plan. Your Calyrex is very unique too, with Terra Poison and Never Melt Ice. Tell me more about how you built your Calyrex Ice Rider.
そのバトレックスをドッグテラスタルにもしたんですけど、そのバトレックスの構成についてちょっと教えていただけますか。
そうですね。バトレックスのテラスタルは相手のザマゼンタとミライドンのマジカルシャインを意識して決定しました。
Yeah, so basically he chose the Poison Terrestrial to prepare for the opposing team's Miraidon, and yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw. So against Miraidon, did you have a set game plan or were you innovating as you played your opponent?
ミライドンに対してはもう用意されたプランはあったんですか、それともそのままその場で対応したって感じですか。
完全にプランを考えてました、事前に。
He had a plan ready perfectly.
It was a very good plan and it was a very good game. So おめでとうございます。
すごいいい戦略だったので本当に勝利おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Do you have any shout outs you want to say at home to anybody?
会場か国で誰かにメッセージを送りたい人とかいますか。
どうしようかな。じゃあ溝淵直人にメッセージを送ろうと思います。どうしようかな。今年のチャンピオンは私です。
So he has a message for Naoto Mizoguchi. This year's champion is going to be me.
All right, that is a very strong message. Hirofumi, thank you very much for your time.
We'll be back with more action from the Pokémon World Championships after this break. It's time to get to know Scott Blaza a little bit better today. So, first question, Scott. Who's your favorite Pokemon?
Raikou. I think all Pokemon are great no matter the size of their necks.
When was your first World Championships?
2011. I was horrifically defeated by Effexpor like many trainers that season.
Same.
Scott, the online forums, they've been dying to know. What's your favorite color?
Blue. It doesn't look the greatest on Gastrodon, though.
All right, Scott, out of all the video games out there, which Pokemon video game is your favorite?
I think, like most players, it's Pokemon Conquest.
Very niche, very cool.
Very mean Gastrodon comment, but okay, back to the questions. Who do you think is the all-time greatest VG player?
Really? Ray Rizzo.
Great answer.
And last but certainly not least, who do you think is going to win this year's World Championships?
I think there's a lot of great trainers. Aaron Zhang, Len Duel, Jamie Boyd, Marcus Datter, Wolf Glick. I feel like, if you haven't cast a game on our stream, you're fainted to me.
Looking to meet up with other Pokemon fans and make some new friends? Well, I know the place for you. Come with me to my first ever Pokemon League. I started by heading over to Pokemon.com/play and put in my location. All these game stores with different leagues popped up to choose from. While I haven't played the trading card game too much before, I wanted to check it out and learn a little more. So I picked a local game store not too far from my house with a league this weekend. Let's go! Once I got to the shop on Saturday, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but I met Professor Brandon right away, who got me all checked in. I was super nervous, but everyone was so nice. Another player even helped me with my deck, and then I grabbed a playmat and some dice, sitting down for my first match. I played for a few rounds. All in all, it was a great day. Big shout out to all of my new friends who encouraged me to come back. I'm so glad I went. It was super easy to join, and I honestly can't wait for the next one. Hope to see you there too.
That we call Pokémon.
Germany. Ich wäre gerne vom Typ Feuer, wenn ich ein Pokémon wäre. Ich bin durch meinen Bruder an Pokémon interessiert. Als wir bei der Weltmeisterschaft in London waren, wo ich meinem Bruder zugeguckt habe.
Fabian's brother Alex was actually the 2022 EUIC Junior Champion, but is it now Fabian's turn for an international title?
Und dann haben wir mal an einem Turnier teilgenommen. Da habe ich gut abgeschnitten und dann habe ich weitergespielt. Ich mache Erfahrungen mit Pokémon und ich sehe Freunde. Ich habe Spaß dabei. Also dieses Event ist sehr wichtig für mich, weil es ist auch mein allererster Sieg. Ich habe auch noch nie eine Regional gewonnen.
The whole community rooting behind this junior who has taken his first international title.
Und deswegen ist mir das sehr wichtig, weil es auch eine International war und ich hier das allererste Mal ein Turnier gewonnen habe. Mein Ziel ist es, nach Hawaii zu fliegen diese Saison. Also Sorgen sollten Sie sich nicht machen, weil es ist ja auch mein erster Sieg und vielleicht war es auch nur Glück, weiß man ja nicht. Vielleicht hätte ich ohne den Volltreffer nicht gewonnen. Vielleicht hätte ich, wenn ich in anderen Spielen kein Glück gehabt hätte, wäre ich nicht so weit gekommen. Deswegen müssen Sie sich keine Angst vor mir machen.
Trainers, and welcome back to the Deep Dive with the Beach Vibe. I've got Lou and Gabby here with me to break down just a little bit more what we can expect out of this Regulation G meta. This World Championships, though, has already been off to an incredible start.
Honestly, it's been amazing. Like, not only the Masters Division, but I just spent the last round hanging out with, like, the juniors and the seniors, and I wish that they would never grow up. Honestly, they are just so endearing in the way that they play, and honestly, they're formidable out there on the battlefield. It's been great to see their metas evolving, too. They're absolutely terrifying. I have lost to multiple junior competitors at World Side events in the past. You do not want to cross the junior division.
You do not.
No.
You really don't. I mean, I'm even just getting like just butterflies thinking about like Fabian Musikan's just video that just played during the break. I remember getting a chance to actually watch him win an international title, and it's just so cool to be able to see the juniors and the seniors get their chance to shine on the World Championship stage, and you at home will also be able to watch them do just that. If you tune into our Championship Sunday, we're going to have all of the games crown their winners in the junior, the senior, and the masters division. You're not going to want to miss out on that. But we have a lot of action ahead before we get to that point, so I'm getting ahead of myself here. But let's go ahead and take a look back at what we predicted would be a huge threat in the Regulation G meta heading into the World Championships. This is what we've got. You know, Lou and I, we got a chance to talk through some of our predictions already, but Gabby, what about yours?
So Calyrex Ice Rider, of course, I made a very good guess for the NEIC event earlier on
You got that one
season,
right, yeah.
and I'm just riding it all the way home into the sunset for this format. No, it really, I love how Calyrex Ice Rider is on the bulkier side of things. I love how it gives you the opportunity to play more responsive to what your opponent's doing rather than more predictive, which I think is the better approach to a World Championship. And also, it's a Trick Room Pokemon, and I do think that Trick Room has a very unique opportunity this World Championships, as a lot of people seem to be shying away from the Amoonguss counters. A lot of people seem to be shying away from more of the traditional answers that one would bring to stop that mode of play.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've seen... Wait, maybe we've seen one. But I feel like when we look past some of the metagames, we absolutely are like, 70% Amoonguss? Like, what's happening? Amoonguss? Europe loves the Amoonguss.
They do, to be fair. Amoonguss is one of those kind of consistent, slow and steady Pokemon. Like, the one thing about the European metagame is they like a lot of switching, right? And Amoonguss with the regenerate ability, fantastic to come in. But one Pokemon that kind of started replacing Amoonguss was, if I think back to December when the DLC was launched and we got Ogerpon onto the field. You know, being the fact that it has a grass type always, no matter which form you pick, that started to replace Amoonguss in that Firewater Grass core. And I noticed that you have the Cornerstone Ogerpon, and this was a Pokemon that people wrote off. They were like, it was a little bit like the Tapu Bulu of its day, right? Nobody wanted to play with it, and now it's doing really well. I'm gonna actually brag on Rose's behalf for a moment. She has been running Cornerstone Ogerpon at our locals since the DLC came out. Okay. So she has been a believer from day one, and I think that prediction's finally paying off this weekend.
I ran Ogerpon Cornerstone at Liverpool also.
Oh, that too, that too.
Like, no, it's good though. I've gotten a lot of practice with it, and so, you know, thank you. Yeah, I love Cornerstone. Love Cornerstone. I'm definitely not the only player. There have been more famous ones that have actually given it good results in the actual official tournaments, but I'm super happy to see Cornerstone Ogerpon definitely making an appearance here. But I think one that we all share here, Grimmsnarl. That is a Pokemon that we really want to highlight at this point in time. We haven't necessarily had a chance to see it shine on stream just yet, but it's still very rampant out in the field there as one of those great utilities to have on the team.
The fact that it's able to use the Prankster ability and bring screens onto the field, so things like light screen and reflect, and being able to use that light clay to extend it for 8 turns as well does give it so much defensive capability. And we've actually seen it force a change in the meta with Urshifu dropping the priority Aquajet and running Taunt. So just being able to try and get that shut down, because you can't also use a Prankster Pokemon into a Dark type, which Grimmsnarl is. So Urshifu's kind of had to fill that gap and provide that kind of counter. There's also been a couple of Incineroar on the field that have been bringing Taunt again, which I think is in recognition of this Pokemon in particular. But it doesn't just get access to those screens that'll have the damage on the field. It also gets access to Thunder Wave with the Prankster ability, so it can paralyze a Pokemon on the opposing side of the field very quickly. Spirit Break is a really nice fairy attack that'll also drop special attack of the target. It has so many unique tools that I think it was always going to make an appearance in the metagame for Regulation G. It was just when things would slow down enough for it to come onto the field. And I think now that we're here at the end of Regulation G and everybody's going for consistency, everybody's running a little bit more bulk, this has really opened up the opportunity for Grimmsnarl to have its moment.
If we remember back to the Sword and Shield era, where Grimmsnarl was such a powerhouse when it first got introduced into the Pokemon games, Grimmsnarl was always one of those Pokemon that had the issue of 5-move syndrome. Yes. You always wanted to have 5 moves on this Grimmsnarl, adding to that impressive list you just mentioned for the Grimmsnarl. Foul play. Foul Play is another move, maybe not as popular, something like the Spirit Break that does have the additional stat drops that come alongside that. Foul Play, also a stab option, and uses the opponent's attack stat against it. That's huge.
And we've seen just how big Foul Play on Pokemon like Farigiraf has been. So it's no surprise to me that Grimmsnarl has once again found itself trying to pick between the 5 moves that it wants.
And it helps with that Calyrex Ice Rider too, particularly if it wants to get a couple chilling nade boosts up and really raise its attack. Foul Play is going to be its downfall.
Yes, absolutely. So I think Grimmsnarl definitely still one to keep our eyes on as we head into the rest of the tournament as a Pokemon that can really shake up the competition. But what about a familiar face?
This is my boy.
Good or bad, Dondozo is back in the Lou's like, yes, I love this Pokemon. Gabby's like, absolutely not. Don't want to see it.
You love it or you hate it, right? It's definitely
very
one
polarizing,
of those,
absolutely.
One of those Pokemon. It's a little bit like Xerneas back in the day, right? I think a lot of people sometimes love running it, but hate to face it. And that's really where Dondozo comes into fruition. Particularly, it has a great synergy with Pokemon like Tatsugiri, can get all of those delicious boosts up and then just sit on the field and just chip away at your side. The one thing I think Dondozo also really benefits from is this Terra type. If you want to go for that grass Terra type, then you've got Pokemon like Iron Hands, particularly with the Assault Vest, that just cannot do any damage to you.
And I think that's why we're seeing it make a resurgence with the Tide perhaps here in Honolulu this weekend. I personally forgot about it. It was a great moment of my life when I didn't have to worry about it.
Big. How could you?
I don't want to go into that part of how my brain works, but no, it just found an opportunity in the metagame similar to Grimmsnarl where it just had the opportunity. There weren't a lot of hard counters to it, and as a result, people started running it to great success. And I find that, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. A lot of people locked into like 4 Pokemon cores for their team, and we're having trouble picking the final 2. Dondozo does come with a partner.
It does.
And I think that has helped a lot of the teams that it's found itself on, especially Calyrex Shadow Rider teams.
I think what's so interesting about what you just mentioned is like actually where we do see the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri actually fit onto these teams, because you can take a look at Dondozo and you can think back to the beginning of Scarlet and Violet when we got all these brand new Paldean Pokemon to play around with, and Dondozo, Tatsugiri, the inseparable pair, just absolutely made waves in the competition. I was going to try to stay away from that pun, and then we got it in there anyway. But it really was such a formidable force for the first couple of events. Did drop off in popularity quite a bit. It's had its ups and downs in the metagame. But where we see it now is on these Shadow Rider Calyrex teams to be able to help kind of shore up some of the weaknesses that team can actually have. It's not necessarily in the 2-2-2 teams that we've seen with like Chi-Yu Fluttermane, Dragonite Genpao, Dondozo Tatsugiri. It doesn't have to be played as a unit all the time, and it's not necessarily in these teams where you're looking at 2 pieces at a time to hit the field.
I think you're right. I mean, Dondozo Tatsugiri comes as a package deal, right? So when you're kind of team building, there's really beautiful natural synergy. But then they kind of broke apart for a little while. And we saw Dondozo being run by itself because it's still naturally bulky. It's got a very low speed, so it was good in Trick Room, for example. And Tatsugiri, on the flip side, quite fast, throw Choice Scarf on there for good measure. And it has such good special attack. Had some really nice coverage, particularly if it's dropping Dracos here and there. But I think ultimately they are best when put together.
I agree as well. One thing I would like to see more of this weekend, honestly, is just Dondozo facing off against these different restricted Pokemon that are in the metagame. I know you wouldn't necessarily want to bring it against a Miraidon, perhaps, but I would be very curious about how trainers approach this matchup, knowing that one of its downsides is that once you do have it on the field next to the Tatsugiri, they can't switch out. They're just stuck in that board state, and I think that's the way that you have to think about playing against him if you do want to come out on top.
I've actually had a lot of maybe unfortunate experience against Dondozo Tatsugiri at locals leading up to this event, and it was actually quite surprising the number of times I found myself in a position where the Dondozo is across from me. Of course, it has the Tatsugiri paired with it, and you can't knock it out.
Yep.
It's just so tanky, especially when you do get that commander boost from the Tatsugiri to be able to give that increased stats to all of its stats. It can be really tough to take out. Stack a couple of order ups on there. That is a move that this Dondozo is starting to use again. You got the attack boost coming through, maybe a speed boost if you're using the stretchy Tatsugiri. So there's a lot of things that you have to think about when it comes down to these Dondozo matchups.
This is where Fairy Gastrodon really comes into fruition. You know, it doesn't have to worry about order up. Wave Crash, the ability's taking it away. You can yawn and put this Pokemon to sleep maybe and then allow the partner to deal the damage. I'm just saying, there's a place. There is a place for Gastrodon in this meta.
Please tell me more about your anti-Dondozo strategies as a Dondozo loyalist. I would love to write them down for future use.
Gastrodon's #1. Sorry, Dondozo, but you know.
Oh my goodness. Well, maybe there is somebody out there in the field that is running a Gastrodon. I think there might be one.
There was one going into this round that was at X2.
Oh.
I don't know how it has fared in this round, but the dream was still alive when I last checked.
All right. Well, we're going to have to keep tabs on that one as we head into our last couple of rounds of Swiss for the day. But before we get into that, what about a common Pokemon that we have seen alongside this new core of the Shadow Rider with the Dondozo, the Tatsugiri? Galarian Weezing. I did not think that that word would come out of my mouth coming into this tournament. It really started to pick up in popularity, but it is back, and it comes with so much utility. You've got the neutralizing gas ability, and that one just might as well make the game a little more simple.
Who needs to learn what the abilities are when you can just neutralize them out of here, right? Like, let's not try and analyze them, and then they're not going to be relevant when neutralizing gas is on the field, of course. And I think that has been such an integral part to Pokemon where abilities have played a role, particularly when you look at the meta that we're in at the minute, particularly the restricted with Grimnay, Chillingnay, also, you know, all of the Terrapagos abilities. Getting rid of those can really be detrimental to Terrapagos'
Where's your Hadron engine?
Oh yeah, Hadron engine, that's gone. It's not here. Goodbye.
Did we mention Unseen Fist going away too yet?
That too.
Oh my gosh.
Intimidate even. You know, Incineroar's just a cute little innocent kitty cat when it doesn't have Intimidate.
Absolutely. I mean, well, wait. Cute? What did I just agree to?
You said Incineroar was cute. You can still roll it back.
I'm going to roll that one back. I like Sprigatito, thank you. That's why I picked that one as my plush for today. So yeah, we're going to move on from that. Galarian Weezing, though, I think also brings in a very just unique typing when it comes down to like its actual capabilities. You can have, it's not really the most offensive Pokemon. I'm not gonna give it that much credit, but you can see things like Sludge Bomb, Dazzling Gleam.
Yep.
Get the same type attack bonuses for those. You can, and it really does help out a little bit in some of those more trickier matchups where you go, wow, is that a Terra Fairy Shadow Rider over there?
It has its niche, right? And particularly at the minute when it's paired up with Dondozo, the key thing that it's doing is poisoning Pokemon on the opposing side, you know, using Toxic Spikes or things like this, and then it doesn't matter if it goes down. You kind of want it to go down because then, hey, free switch into Tatsugiri, and then Dondozo just sits on the field, is bulky, and then enables the poison to tick away. So it has got a strategy and it has got a play, but I always think it's a little bit of a risk. If you can't pivot it into the right position, then it's kind of null and void.
Exactly, and I think that's why a lot of times with Galarian Weezing in particular, you have to lead it. You have to just go for that big play turn one. You have to get the Toxic Spikes down initially. Unlike some of the single battle formats, a lot of people don't run Rapid Spin to remove any entry hazards on the field. So those poison types are just stuck on, or those Toxics are just there. You're taking that poison damage turn after turn, and it really is a very difficult Pokemon to play around, especially if you haven't thought about it. I think a lot of trainers going into the World Championships thought about their teams in terms of lines. Like, if I see this restricted, I bring these Pokemon, I do these things, I win the game. Galarian Weezing is just a very natural disruptor for that, and I think it's a really strong pick, assuming you have the Dondozo to back it up, question mark?
It can be there. I think a lot of the teams that I've seen so far when it comes down to like the Dondozo, the Tatsu, the Shadow Rider, Calyrex, either you do see the Galarian Weezing on the team or it's left off, you bring something else to fill out that sixth and final slot, but that is what it is it's the sixth slot. It fills the final component of the team for a particular matchup. And for the Galarian Weezing as well, you know, I kind of wonder, do we get a chance to see it more?
Not for G, but for H.
I know.
I think Regulation H, there's going to be a lot of Weezings.
I mean, it's turned up the fashion here. Look at the top hats that it's rocking as well. So we know that it's here on the appropriate occasion for the World Championships and maybe beyond.
Maybe, just maybe. But, you know, I think it also just gives so much of a threat in team preview. You have to consider, is my opponent going to bring it?
Looking at that, right?
About it?
In the team list, you're going to be like, oh gosh, this is, if they bring it, then this is exactly how the team is going to flow. This is the match that my opponent is going to be commanding and I have to adjust. But then if they leave it on the bench and you've brought the Pokemon that counter it and the rest of their team then is a bad matchup for you, that's where things can get difficult. And it's why I do not envy the players at the World Championships where the stakes are so high, having to make those kind of turn zero decisions.
Well, what about one that maybe you have to kind of think about on the fly? We got one more we got to cover here. This is in our caster predictions as well, I think courtesy of Sierra, but it is Ditto. Now, Ditto, really a unique pick. When we think about restricted formats, this is really where we get a chance to see Ditto be super powerful, because what's better than 1 restricted or 2 restricteds on the team? 3 restricteds. That's right, we can count. I'm so proud of all of us. But Ditto is just so powerful in that way, because you got to think about not only the positioning of the board of where you're actually getting that Ditto in front of, but what if you have to deal with 2 Ice Rider Calyrex all of a sudden?
And that Calyrex Ice Rider already has a couple Grimnay boosts. You get to copy those boosts and then utilize them yourself. I think that's why a lot of times we'll see Ditto run with Choice Scarf in particular, because you copy any boost that your opponent has when you send that Pokemon onto the field, but then you still benefit from the Choice Scarf boosting your speed, so you can do the whole, hey, anything you can do, I can do better, and just turn the game around very quickly. It is unfortunately frail though, and I can see why people would want Focus Sash for that reason, but I do think that Choice Scarf and having the speed advantage is so important with Ditto.
I mean, Ditto can literally be anything you want it to be. But again, it is so positionally dependent. You can't just throw it in and be like, this is the Pokemon I want it to be. It obviously has to transform into the Pokemon it comes down opposite against. And we have always seen Ditto have dominance when there are restricted formats for the reasons you guys have already mentioned. You know, when we used to see Xerneas with the Geomancy boost, it was like, well, I want one of those. Let me get one, bring in my Ditto. And like you said, with the Choice Scarf, you then have the speed advantage. And in those mirrors, that can be really, really critical. But when you do have restricted Pokemon, particularly in a meta at the moment where, yes, we have balance, but we have a lot of offensive powerhouses, you want to make sure that Ditto is not left vulnerable.
Ditto was also a kind of more of a niche pick when we ended up seeing the single restricted meta first start to develop. People were kind of unsure, is Ditto actually the right call to have if I could have more of these balance pieces actually filling out the rest of the team? But there was quite a significant uptick in usage when we look at the North America International Championships. Ditto was in fact the 10th highest usage Pokemon at that tournament, and for a very good reason. When you see all of these Miraidon, all of these Shadow Rider Calyrex running around like Gabby was mentioning, you get a chance to actually join the party and have that extra little boost there. Like, I was joking about Miraidon and Groudon earlier today. You could have had that, actually, if you hit the right matchups.
That's true, and I've seen Ditto as well in the European circuit quite a lot over the years. I remember Team France at one point was running a lot of Shedinja, and then there was always the Ditto as well right next to it. So you kind of had your Shedinja being that Pokemon that, again, has that tactic where there's not a lot that can hit it, and then Ditto would come in and maybe eliminate some of the threats that were on the field by transforming into a powerful restricted. And so it has had a lot of utility, a lot of history, and I'm not surprised to see it at Worlds. Whether or not it will do well, that's the question.
But we have seen some of the top players use it, because one of the biggest pieces of skill expression with a Pokemon like that is your positioning. That's why I'm even remembering Marco Silva as one of the top players using Ditto just a couple of seasons ago when we had that double restricted format. It was very great to be able to see that. And if you've been watching the stream, you've seen a lot of Pokemon going in and out, back onto the field, rotating through with parting shot and U-turn and all of these other tricks up their sleeves. So Ditto is definitely one of those that fits the bill.
Yeah, and I think forcing your opponent to think through their positioning plan a little bit more aggressively maybe than they were planning, forcing your opponent to deal with that surprise factor can be so important at the World Championships in particular. I think all of us, I mean, especially at our locals, I will say, Rose, but at regional championships, maybe at international championships, you kind of know what to expect. You know, you're not going to see things too against the grain. It's going to be what's doing well. It's going to be what's popular. But being able to bring a powerful Pokemon like Ditto that can change the game, surprise your opponent, throw them just a little bit off balance, could be all you need to get the advantage. So having that like 6th wild card pick, perhaps, maybe Ditto can be our wild card for this event, I think is really important.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, do you know what throws me? When you're against a Ditto player and they lead with it, and you're just like, the boldness that you read me so hard that you were confident to lead Ditto, and then they copy the Pokemon you do not want them to copy. At that point, I'm just like, okay, why am I here? Like, you are clearly in control of this game. And I love seeing that from players as well, and sometimes you will see it in a Game 3, when, you know, the stakes are really high and you just have to risk it. And they do.
They really do. And we have all of the players waiting for us, getting ready to risk the rest of those tournament runs, as we only have a couple more rounds of Swiss to go for day number 1 of competition. That's why, thank you so much, ladies, for joining me for the deep dive with the beach vibes. I'm making this a thing now. But we are going to throw it back over to our casters to keep the action going here at the World Championships.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. Shout outs to everyone in the lounge. Shout outs to all of the fans here, whether you're a competitor, whether you're a spectator, whether you're here for the first time. We're here at the Honolulu Pokémon World Championships here, and it's been an absolute fun start to our day, but it's about to get even better. It's time to hit the stinger because Oko comes to Honolulu, baby. Joe Brown, Sarah Dawn here for round 7.
I am so excited. It's only been fantastic matches on the day. I would expect absolutely nothing less here at the Pokemon World Championships. But pumped that we finally get to cast a round together, and knowing the matchup already, this should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so excited for this round. Every day, or today has been great so far. I'm sure day 2 is going to be even better tomorrow. But let's take a look at the standings to see where we are right now through 6 rounds of Switch. You can see all of those trainers that have 6 victories, they're still going to try to win these last 2 rounds. Your record carries over into day 2. So there's no resting on your laurels here in the last 2 rounds on day 1, Sierra.
My impression looking at the Swiss rankings too is there's so many stories to be telling here. I mean, the first attention that you have to be calling out, of course, is Wolf Glick, 2-time regional champion this season, world champion at 6-0 record. And not the only strong trainer out here. Even Michael Kelsch, 6-0, runner-up last time around, absolutely fantastic. Seeing these 6-0 records, as you said, yes, you're in day 2, but it cannot be understated how important it would be to get a win these next 2.
Yeah, for sure. And then, congrats to a lot of these Japanese players as well. Humahara, Sho Akiyama as well at 6-0. These are going to be some of those tough matches, right? Because you have there's a little bit less stress on you, for lack of a better words here, because you know you're playing no matter what tomorrow. But of course, if you're 6-0, let's say you're Wolf Glick, you're also facing someone else who is currently undefeated and playing fantastically this weekend. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's less stressful, but also more stressful because you're playing better trainers.
To be the best, you got to beat the best. As simple as that, right? Did you really expect to roll up to the World Championships and not be playing against some of the best trainers in the world?
No, obviously that's kind of the fun of it, right? You can't say about the end of this weekend, whoever wins on Championship Sunday, they've absolutely earned that crown, and all the victories that they've had along the way are definitely going to be a big deal. But I do believe we also have not just the standings from within this round in round 7, but potentially the notable pairings on who is particularly facing off against each other. There's a lot of great names with their potential winning ins you see on the graphic, but the one we're going to be focusing on, our stream match, our first representation from Australia, with Daniel Zitko facing the reigning EUIC champion Nils Dunlop.
Again, to be the best, you got to beat the best. Nils, being able to be an IC champion this season, definitely showing that he's more than capable of making these runs through the competition. And again, whoever is going to be winning this one is going to be at least secured for day 2. And looking at these other notable matches, a couple people we have gotten to see throughout the day. I mean, Agati sitting that 5-1, one away from locking it up, and the Edu, previous world champion, at 5-1 as well. So those should be really exciting matches.
Yeah, for sure. It's always such a difficult decision when you can only broadcast one match at a time. I remember one of the rounds I was off earlier today. Sierra, I saw Paul Chua and Edu Cunha facing each other, and I was backstage. Was like, why am I sitting backstage? I'm gonna go out into the crowd, and I watched that match, and it was just super intense. You see all the people, all these world champions, these world caliber players, all at the same area, just facing off, and they're acting like it's just any regular old match. But here we are getting ready for the start of our round 7 matchup. Daniel Zitko and Nils Dunlop. Some fun name. First time we have Australia here, Sierra, but first Koraidon representation as well on the stream today.
Getting a couple of firsts, and I absolutely love it. Of course, going into this event, there is like the big 3 restricted that everyone sort of expected. You got the horses and you got the Miraidon, but where's little cousin Koraidon? This is like the epitome of bringing your little brother along to the event. We had to see a Koraidon somewhere, but hey, at this record, at this 5-1, I will definitely give it the props in the world, especially to being able to see the strong Pokemon that it's paired with on this team and how you can enable them. I'm looking at this Fluttermane and this Raging Bolt. I think it's a really fun archetype that maybe people haven't necessarily cracked the code of consistency against these big three restrictors we've had, but they definitely have their place.
Yeah, I think this should be a really fun matchup. See a lot of offensive pressure that that Daniel was going for, and we do know that typically the Oceania player base is more known for that hyper-aggressive strategies where really fast Pokemon, really hard-hitting Pokemon like a Choice Specs Golden Go, Fluttermane's really fast, Choice Band Dragonite as well. The Koraidon's really fast and really strong. Really fits the Australian narrative of just going really strong, really fast.
This Koraidon is going to be a little bit more typical when you see that Terra Fire. Of course, you do not want to get burned, and having the opportunity to go for a Terra Fire Flare Blitz is just absolutely fantastic. Covert Cloak, you aren't going to get faked out. It's going to be great. And Raging Bolt is a Pokemon that I don't think we've necessarily seen the most of today. This one, the Assault Vest, and it does have a little bit of the speed control in that way as well. So even if you do have a couple Pokemon that are a little bit more on that naturally speedier side, Raging Bolt is a fantastic option to furthermore make sure the speed is in your favor. A lot of choice items across the board with the specs on the Golden Go, Scarf on the Chi-Yu, and the band on the Dragonite. That's always something you have to play against, play around really carefully, because once you've locked into a move, you're done. And someone like Nils can definitely take advantage of those situations.
Daniel's almost run out of choices by having all three choice items on his team. You just click one move and makes your life a lot easier. Maybe that's what's helped Daniel get to 5-1 on the day. But of course, Nils as his opponent, the reigning EUIC champion, winning with that Porygon. Hopefully everybody picked up their Porygon during the New Orleans NASE stream, but Porygon and Ursaluna team, neither of them are going to be present here today in Honolulu for him. Not even, still somewhat Trick Room oriented with the Moongus and Calyrex Ice Rider, but some really strong other options in the Urshifu as well as Regidrago on the stream.
I mean, Regidrago, you're talking about Pokemon that are looking to deal a bunch of damage, and Regidrago is it. This one's going to be Life Orb. There's a couple of Regidrago builds that we're seeing just the, kind of as you would expect if you're seeing through a playthrough of a game where it's like, all right, Dragon Energy, Draco Meteor, okay, what else Dragon can I put on this team? But this one, we are going to get the Terra Blast with the Terra Steel, as well as the option to protect. The Calyrex Ice Rider, there's a lot of Pokemon here that would like to take advantage of a Trick Room situation, which I'm really intrigued to see how that turns out, considering there is that imprisoned Fluttermane over on the opposing end of the field. And this Iron Hand, I think, is just a fantastic development that we've gotten into the meta so far with that low kick adjustment. So being able to deal a lot of damage into those heavier Pokemon out there, considering the base power of the move is based off of the weight of the Pokemon. So definitely something there that could be really something to keep an eye out there. And as well, Urshifu, Choice Scarf, for the fastest coachings out here in the West.
Yeah, the coaching for Calyrex if it comes down to it. But I think Nils is going to have a tough time choosing which Pokemon to terrestrialize in every game. It seems really crucial. You'd love Terra Fire on Calyrex. You'd love the Terra Steel for Regidrago. You'd love Terra Water for Iron Hand. Seems like every game it's going to be crucial who Nils decides to terrestrialize. But let's get into Swiss Round 7, our second winning in of the day here in Honolulu. Iron Hand's Calyrex Ice Rider is the lead for Nils Dunlop versus Daniel Zitko with Koraidon and Fluttermane. That is some boosted photosynthesis synergy.
I mean, you're talking too about the difficulty of what to Terra over on Nils' end, but I think in this case it's a little bit more clear. This Calyrex definitely gets pressured quite well. Sure, you do have a fake out option on your end to stop this Koraidon, but at the same time, then the Fluttermane can try and deal some damage. I'm curious here too, if this Calyrex, you just want to go straight out onto the offensive, because if the Fluttermane clicks in prison, it's going to be locking down that Trick Room and making sure the Calyrex does nothing this turn, and the speed advantage is always going to be in Nils' favor. So that is the biggest thing to kind of keep an eye out for. And since Fluttermane, of course, is that Ghost type, well, the Iron Hands can't fake it out.
Right, that's a really good call out that the Imprison on Fluttermane, not a move you see too often. Imprison kind of just, it's not a move that you use for your benefit, you use it to slow your opponent down. You stop their strategy. If Nils wants to go for Trick Room and you click the Imprison, it's not going to be able to. But Daniel terrestrializing Koraidon here on turn 1.
I was so taken aback by the Koraidon, I forgot that this little boy has a Cobra Cloak on him. He's not getting faked out at all. So being able to see the terrestrialization not on one, but both sides of the field makes a lot of sense here. Since it can't get faked out, it can go ahead and go on the go button. So the Calyrex terrestrialization makes a lot of sense.
2 fire types being added onto the field here via terrestrialization. The heat in Honolulu starting to get hotter on the field. Collision course from Koraidon towards Iron Hands on the other end. That does over 50% with the help from the sun, boosting that damage. Low kick towards Koraidon, retaliates with a lot of damage, but now that he's a fire type, this Glacial Lance is going to be resisted. Flutterman hangs on with its Focus Sash, and Koraidon hanging on thanks to that resisted attack.
Ooh, a lot of damage going on to Daniel's end of the board to be starting things off. And without the terrestrialization, could have been a very different story. And great call from Nils to not go ahead and go for that Trick Room. Instead, this Glacial Lance bringing the Fluttermane down to 1 and the amount of damage on the Koraidon. Sure, that pickup would have been nice, but at the same time, you're definitely in a nice spot. One Pokemon getting out, Amoonguss joins the field, and it's going to be taking this hit a lot better as Collision Course yet again firing off.
But that goes into the Calyrex on the other side, so Nils' Amoonguss is going to be able to get onto the field essentially for free. Doesn't do too much damage, and the Calyrex will knock out Koraidon and Fluttermane on this turn. That is 2 boosts on the other end.
I mean, maybe it's even nicer that you didn't get the guy last time around, because now you got a double one. And with that swap into the Amoonguss at this point, this Calyrex just got that double attack boost and ways to potentially redirect, but having the first opportunity to see what Daniel has in the back, we do see 2 Pokemon that do have access to spread damage moves. Where it gets a little bit trickier here is those spread damage moves don't necessarily hit into this Calyrex quite the best. It has taken a good chunk of damage, but still need to be making up a lot of momentum in this case.
Yeah, the only thing you can think is these, even if they are resisted attacks, right? You have a steal into fire, and then, of course, fire into fire. There's just so much strong offensive pressure that the Beads of Ruin allows both Golden Go and the Shiyu to present, that even if they are resisted, it still might be enough to get the knockout because of the lowering of Calyrex's special defense.
They definitely have a lot of momentum to make up at this point, and they also have to remember both of these Pokemon are choice items. Respectfully, the Specs onto the Golden Go and the Scarf onto the Chi-Yu. So once they click a move, they have to go through the rest of the battle with that. So Protect coming out onto this Calyrex, and assuming I guess not the Amoonguss here. The Amoonguss just going for it. Calyrex is going to stay nice and safe behind that Protect, but the Heat Wave a lot into the Amoonguss.
Yeah, that is all of Amoonguss' HP getting knocked out. Nils seems not too shaken up about it. Still has the Pokemon advantage on his side, so we'll be able to switch whatever Pokemon he wants onto the field. That Shadow Ball went towards the Protect on Calyrex's end, so Nils knows, hey, I got a team sheet available. I know Daniel's Pokemon are choice locked into Heat Wave and Shadow Ball. Now I know what he has to click every turn.
And at this point, too, the Amoonguss does go down, but you still have access to that Iron Hands that you can go ahead and just stop that Chi-Yu in its tracks, or you can bring out your 4th and final Pokemon. If it is something like Urshifu, it could have done a lot of damage, but no, instead, it will be the Regidrago making an appearance. So we're talking about something that has the potential of doing a lot of damage to spread damage. That is it, but it would be doing less damage depending on how much it's taken before it gets the opportunity to attack if it does want to eye up something like that Dragon Energy.
Right, that Dragon Energy similarly working the way Eruption or Water Spout, if you're familiar how those work, the more HP you have, the more damage it does. And Regidrago does absolutely output a lot of damage with that Life Orb Dragon Energy, but you would be resisting Heat Wave, so it's not like Heat Wave would be doing too much damage affecting your Dragon Energy at first. Calyrex hangs on as a fire type that's resisted. Golden Go goes for the Shadow Ball into Calyrex for the KO. Doesn't want any of those +2 attacks to hit the field, so now Nils is down to his final 2 Pokemon, and it's up to what Regidrago has locked in this turn. It's a Draco Meteor connecting onto Chi-Yu, and that's a 1-hit KO.
Chi-Yu is gone and down for the count, and Daniel, only 1 Pokemon remaining. It is going to be the Golden Go, and it is locked in to a Shadow Ball. Iron Hands rejoins in. Nils does have that 2-1. Iron Hands has taken a lot of damage at this point, though.
The Iron Hands on the field can't go for the fake out like you mentioned. The Golden Go does have Terra Normal, so that could be a factor in future games since he's already used the Terra. So that's something to look forward to in a potential Game 2 and Game 3. But you know that this Golden Go is locked in to Shadow Ball, kind of. You know it's going to be a lot of strong damage output that the Golden Go can go for. Iron Hands hangs on, though. It's not enough for the knockout. Wild Charge into Golden Go, bringing it down to half HP. And that's going to be recoil damage as well, meaning Iron Hands knocks itself out. This Regidrago is -2 special attack into a steel type. Golden Go hangs on. Now Regidrago's -4 and always has the chance of missing the Draco anyway. This got a lot closer.
Yeah, this Golden Go, I mean, since it's going for the Shadow Balls and it is choice backs, this is a lot of damage fired back, and this Regidrago's taken so much. And Daniel to take the first game of the first match. What an incredible way to kick this off.
Daniel effectively 2v4ing that match because of how rough the first couple of turns went, as they were very clearly in Neil's favor. But the power of choice-based items, you lose your flexibility, Sierra, but your damage output, it just becomes massively strong. And by not letting the Calyrex get an attack off, remember, it gets 2 boosts to its attack. Then it protects, then it gets knocked out by Shadow Ball. It never actually got to take advantage of that as one ability.
I mean, I'm even looking back at the one turn where there was the protect over onto the Calyrex and the Amoonguss, which was something that could be redirecting a Shadow Ball. All of a sudden, it just goes for an attack on that turn, and it gets KO before it even gets the opportunity to do anything because of this heat wave. But it's still then a tough situation. The Calyrex stays around that, but then the final Pokemon you had in the back, unable to quite make that momentum. And yeah, these were 2 Pokemon that Daniel right away was forced to be the only 2 things. But I'm looking at that Regidrago, and I don't know if that was necessarily the proper last one to bring into this. Sure, you dealt a lot of damage with the Draco Meteor the first time around. I can't say that about the other time.
Yeah, definitely not into a steel type at -2. But the choice scarf on Chi-Yu is just making it so difficult because there are so many Pokemon in similar speed tiers that it makes the Chi-Yu faster than Regidrago. It makes it faster than some of the other Pokemon Nils might have. And of course, you're naturally lowering the opponent's special defense on the field thanks to the Beads of Ruin ability. So I think Nils might have kept the Regidrago in the back as kind of that check, because you know Draco Meteor is always going to be able to one-hit KO. But the choice scarf just meant that the Chi-Yu was getting so much damage off.
Where we go into the second game is I'm looking at that Regidrago, and it's like it did deal a good amount, but if that was something like the Urshifu in the back, that could have been just, I mean, the Chi-Yu just eliminated because you had the choice scarf to go for that choice scarf. So when I'm looking at adjustments, that's potentially it. And it's really interesting to see how Daniel is able to kind of like bounce back through that with those 2 ends, and just how much pressure they were able to put on, because right away, this Koraidon, it set the stage, it set the sun, got a little bit of damage, and then the Calyrex was able to deal with it. So going into this game number 2, get to see some adjustments coming out.
All right, Nil's going to swap it up here, starting with the Amoonguss next to his Calyrex Ice Rider at the beginning of Game 2 instead of bringing it in the back. And hey, it worked out for Daniel. Maybe these 2 Pokemon weren't the ones that gave him the W in Game 1, but if he won Game 1 with this lead, might as well go Fluttermane Koraidon yet again.
I feel like this is really important as well, because at the same time, this Fluttermane, you had that in prison to make sure the Calyrex isn't getting the speed dimension that it wants, is it can't click that Trick Room if you're able to be shutting that down. So being able to right away, yet again, okay, well, your Fluttermane, you can't go for an attack essentially on this turn because you're forced to in prison while I go ahead and fire off a Glacial Lance, is absolutely massive. And since you do have the Amoonguss next to the Calyrex, the Koraidon, if you do want to be firing off a Collision Course, it won't necessarily do the most. You do have the opportunity, of course, to go for that Flare Blitz, but the Amoonguss on the opposing end can try and just Terrasilize out of that weakness.
All right, so let's get into our first turn of Game 2 with Koraidon Terrasilizing into a Fire type yet again, just like we saw in Game 1. It seems like these 2 Pokemon in the Calyrex and Koraidon, they can't stand their original typing. They just way prefer to be Fire types.
It's like the one you see, it's like anything you can do, I can do better. You're a Terrifier? Oh, I can do that too. And this makes a lot of sense because you have to make sure right away that you're not going to get too pressured from the opposing end of things, especially too, that's not going to be redirection from the Amoonguss, instead just the protect. In Prison, we're keeping things honest around here.
There it is, and Prison means that any shared moves between Fluttermane and the Pokemon on the other side, they cannot click. So if Nils went for a Trick Room on this turn, it would not be able to click it. Instead, Glacial Lance is the choice, and it brings Fluttermane down to its Focus Sash.
So now you know that this Koraidon, yeah, you've gotten the Terra out, and the Flare Blitz pressure is very real into the Amoonguss. It will not appreciate a Terra Fire Sun boosted Flare Blitz whatsoever, but a decent amount of damage into it, and the Fluttermane just being on a sliver of health puts a lot of pressure on, but this is where we get a little adjustment and no redirection.
No Rage Powder, exactly. So Amoonguss is up to some tricks, but will the Koraidon let it go for anything? That's a Sun boosted Flare Blitz, and Amoonguss is down. One hit KO. 2 games in a row where Nils has gotten hardly any value out of the mushroom.
Roasted mushrooms for dinner over here. That Amoonguss is absolutely done for. Another round of Glacial Lance, and she didn't take the most amount, and that is again going to be a double KO. So you lose one, but I think this is a pretty decent trade. This is where it did get tricky last time with that trade, considering the back. But since your Amoonguss does get fainted this turn, you can now bring out a supportive Pokemon to try and deal with what you have to assume is that Chiyu in the Golden Go.
Yeah, Chilling Neigh boosting its attack by 2 stages on Nils' end, just like we saw in Game 1. So if Calyrex is ever able to actually successfully land an attack, it's going to be massive amounts of damage output. But because it's such a slow Pokemon, and Daniel, we saw in Game 1, those really fast, hard-hitting Pokemon in the back didn't really allow Calyrex to get any attacks.
Well, that's the thing about the Calyrex. When you weren't able to get that Trick Room to get the situation that you wanted, sure, you go out on the offense, but if you're not making it to your point in the turn to be able to fire off with that +2 boost you got, what's it really going to be doing for you? But this is where I'm curious if we get to see an adjustment coming out from Nils, because last time that we saw, it was the Iron Hands and then the Regidrago that he had in the back. And an adjustment into everything else could be really good, and the Urshifu is the one I wanted to see. So this one, sure, at this point, your Surging Strikes aren't necessarily doing the most, but a close combat into that Chiyu could be devastating.
Well, we actually see on Daniel's end, we have the benefit of his perspective with Power Gem as one of Golden Go's choice specs, choice locked attacks that would be super effective into this Cower. So you wonder if Nils is going to anticipate that, smartly protecting on this turn, knowing that Daniel has to lock both of his attacks from his 2 Pokemon here, so you can't just see what they lock in. The Dark Pulse does not get the flinch. Daniel going for it. Close combat for the 1-hit KO. In response, this Chiyu can no longer create any shenanigans for the rest of this game. No more Beads of Ruin either.
Some fish to go with that side of Mushroom, I guess. And now Golden Goat will be the lock into the Power Gem, hitting into the Protect. Sure, you have the move that's going to be that super effective amount of damage, but you now have the 1 to 3 Pokemon advantage. One thing to note, the Urshifu as well is that Choice Scarf locked, so you do need to be swapping it out on this turn since you wouldn't be able to hit the Golden Go otherwise. So an opportunity to see last, it is in fact the Iron Hands.
Right, and Daniel at least knows he's going to have to swap there, so you can just freely target down the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other end. Important to know that without the Beads of Ruin on the field, that is not enough for the knockout. So Golden Go goes down, and it looks scary for Nils at the start, but I don't know how this matchup is turning out. We are somehow in a Game 3 where I felt like the winners of Game 1 and Game 2 could have been opposite. We'd still be in the same spot.
I've never seen so many. There hasn't been as many Okos today as there has been in this match. Absolutely so fitting. But I love that Pokemon adjustment that Nils did. The Regidrago wasn't it for me, but that Urshifu being able to instantly just fire off a close combat was so important. You make sure that all of a sudden you don't have the Beads of Ruin, great call out, with that Golden Go, and that you can't get this Chiyu turn after turn to just kind of slowly but surely pick off your team when you do have a team that is a little bit slower, where you would maybe like that Trick Room, but a great way to kind of just go around that. And even though the Amoonguss, it didn't really do much, it was the greatest little distraction there on the field while this Calyrex was able to just fire off a couple of Glacial Lances to be picking up this double KO to kind of just have that attack boost that you could take advantage of.
Now, I'm trying to look at Daniel's team here, and he's brought the same 4 Pokemon. You kind of understand the strategy. Have the lead, have your Sun Core at the beginning, and then let Chi-Yu and Golden Go handle the rest. But I'm wondering if you can make an adjustment, especially if Urshifu's going to cause your Chi-Yu so many problems, right? It resists Heat Wave, Dark Pulse, you're just going for the flinch on, right? Maybe there's like a Raging Bolt adjustment with that Thunderclap, having an answer into Urshifu.
I mean, I'm eyeing up this. It is going to be just, I don't know.
Because you have Chi-Yu as a dark
There's
type.
a redirection,
you have 2 Terra Normals on Daniel's end too, so the close combat just feels really strong into Daniel's team.
It could be cool. And then as well, the one thing I would worry about is if you're not terastallizing it, it is something that later in the turn you would be taking a Glacial Lance. That's a little bit tough.
Right.
You have a couple of Pokemon on your team that do not appreciate the Glacial Lances whatsoever. Though I don't necessarily think that I would mind that considering the Koraidon. It's going in there, setting up the Sun. But the damage that it did in that game too wasn't necessarily the most significant in comparison to what it was dealing in return. But an adjustment to that Raging Bolt, it definitely would be a pretty big choice going on into that.
All right, this is an exciting round 7 we have here at the World Championships on day 1. Daniel Zicko and Nils Dunlop are certainly putting on a show for the audience. We hope everybody's appreciating it at home. The winner of this game 3 will have a guaranteed slot tomorrow in Swiss day 2 in this win-and-in situation. So a lot on the line for Nils and Daniel. Daniel's actually going to swap it up this time. Instead of bringing them in the back, he's going to lead Golden Go and his fish of hope, and pretty much got all of his knockouts in these first 2 games versus Nils Calyrex and Amoonguss yet again.
This is a lot of offensive pressure to be starting with from Daniel's end. And from Nils with 2 slower Pokemon, not really a best way to be kind of ending that. And if you do go ahead and terastallize, well, that could be a little bit of tough. I do think that we're going to see Protect coming on out. Since it is 2 choice items, that's where Daniel loses a little bit of advantage going on into this. Now Chi-Yu, the Heat Wave seems kind of obvious, but you can kind of start to play around that and be able to Terra next turn with the proper information.
And it's so crucial that while these 2 Pokemon are choice locked on the field, neither of them are the Fluttermane that has Imprison, which is one way to stop Calyrex setting up Trick Room. So if you try to swap out on this turn, this could be the turn Nils sets up Trick Room. You might be 1 turn too late.
Yeah, and if you're all of a sudden getting dimensions in your favor, that could be huge. At this point, there hasn't been Sun, so the Chi-Yu damage with that Heat Wave is going to be smaller, and since it is the Choice Scarf as opposed to the Choice Specs, that's a little bit less of the damage capabilities. And the Amoonguss on the other end, obviously, one of them's going to be terastallizing. You don't want to leave the Calyrex out to dry, so we will see that one go ahead and lock it in, not wanting to take the super effective from that Heat Wave. I'm eyeing up whether the Amoonguss makes it on through, because if the Amoonguss can't redirect that secondary hit from the Golden Go, this can get dangerous.
All right, so Amoonguss is going to be able to redirect the single target. Heat Wave, Calyrex avoids. That's not the crucial one. Amoonguss hangs on with no Sun. Amoonguss is able to survive the turn. It will get burned, so it's going to take more damage, but Golden Go's Power Gem goes into the Amoonguss instead.
The miss, it's fine. The Amoonguss survival is not okay. You wanted that hit into the Calyrex.
Right.
You needed that damage, and now Trick Room has been set. It took until game 3, but Nils has finally gotten the dimensions that he wants in his favor. And now this Calyrex is free to be firing off first with these Glacial Lances, and the Iron Hand joining the fray is only going to be adding to it. And you have this turn where you can go for the Fake Out to be kicking things off, or even just go for pure damage, considering this Chi-Yu wouldn't appreciate either of your attacks anyways.
Daniel has tried so hard to stop Nils' game plan of setting Trick Room up, whether that be knocking out the threats before they can even, get started rolling, or literally with Imprison on their Fluttermane. And here we are in game 3 with Trick Room and 2 really slow Pokemon on Nils' side.
And what's also a little bit difficult is sometimes to survive the Trick Room situations, you might go for Protects and kind of space them out and just kind of survive past some turns. But Daniel has such an offensive team, and out of the 4 Pokemon that he brought, only one of them has Protect, since the Fluttermane did forego that to have this Trick Room and Imprison combination. Bringing the Fluttermane out, there could have been the potential of maybe trying to reverse a Trick Room, but the Glacial Lance bringing it down to a Focus Sash is making that a very moot dream real fast. Sure, you get past this Drain Punch, but you have to go on from there.
And Power Gem, remember, there's no Beads of Ruin on the field anymore, so Calyrex is able to take that comfortably, even though it's super effective as a fire type. Two Ghost types means they don't care about the Drain Punch, but any amount of damage is going to be able to pick up the KO on Fluttermane. So Glacial Lance picks that up. Brings going to go down to under. This is the first time Nils has not gotten a double KO. He's only going to get one boost off of Chillinay, but looks like he's in such a strong spot that you don't need two boosts anyway. Wild Charge taking out Golden Go.
We can share the wealth a little bit here. The ones that left behind by the Golden Go as it exits the field. And with that double KO on this turn, Daniel down to final two Pokemon. Koraidon, Chi-Yu, you're going to bring the sun, but I think you're going to get burnt from this one. Koraidon, the only one able to protect. And already this Calyrex with an attack boost.
Yeah, there should be 2 turns of Trick Room remaining. Calyrex, if it wants to go for a strong attack here with its a boost, as well as the Chi-Yu is very much threatened from a Drain Punch on the Iron Hands on the other spot. So as long as Trick Room is up, a Choice Scarf, that's your worst nightmare is Trick Room.
And you haven't used Terrestrialization for Daniel, but I feel like we have to see the same situation that we've gotten to see in the other matches, to where it's spent onto this Koraidon, because again, you're staring down this Calyrex Ice Rider on the other end, and that does not look great. So here's going to make it official, get it this beautiful little crown above the Koraidon's head.
Yeah, anyway, the Chi-Yu's Terra type is grass anyway, so it doesn't help you against the Glacial Lance.
Nah.
Calyrex Ice Rider on the other end, so Daniel going 3 for 3, Terra Fire Koraidon in this series. Chi-Yu takes a lot of damage. The follow-up hit from Drain Punch is going to be more than enough for Nils to get that KO, bringing Iron Hands back up effectively to full HP. And it's just the Koraidon versus the rest of Nils' team here in Game 3. Sun boosted Terra Fire on the other end, but this Calyrex is going to be able to go down, but the question is, what is that last Pokemon on Nils' side?
And if this Koraidon can do enough, because you are still staring down this Iron Hand that can deal a really good amount of damage back with something like that low kick. The Urshifu is going to be the fourth and final Pokemon in this equation. It is the Choice Scarf, so again, we talk about maybe the Scarf isn't the greatest thing in this Trick Room situation, but both of these Pokemon are at full health, and even if you're able to take on one, you're going to get hit hard by the other. You live past the first hit, though.
Yeah, he gets to hang on through the low kick. Collision Course into Nils' Urshifu. Not enough for the knockout there. And Urshifu takes the glory in the last turn of the game here in round 7. Our EUIC champion Nils Dunlop will continue his run tomorrow in day 2 of Honolulu.
Daniel might have set up the sun, but it's only shining on Nils after that set. Such a strong Game 3 performance to secure his spot in day 2. I mean, you saw an aggressive start coming out from Daniel, and sometimes, just got to go for it. You saw how much pressure those two Pokemon can put, but unfortunately, that Trick Room came back to bite you.
Right, I think it's so crucial when you see it's not just what your opponent's win conditions are, but what you're able to do. And if you have Pokemon that are super fast and they're also locked into one attack, it's so detrimental when your opponent can play flexibly and twist the dimensions and find multiple avenues to victory, where it seems Daniel's team is very much more connected to the same road of victory than potentially Nils' is.
I mean, for Daniel, there's still another opportunity to win a match and try and make his way into day 2. And I love to see the smiles from both of our competitors on the stage. Even a little chair spin as well coming up from Daniel. And I mean, that's what it is about. That's that spirit. So best of luck to Daniel in that next one, because this team definitely, I mean, you saw I made quick work in that first game. Like, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, poor Amogus just being absolutely destroyed every single game, but crucially hanging on through the heat wave there so that the Power Gem was able to target it down instead of Calyrex. Now that Trick Room is up, Nils, that was a strategy. Get Trick Room up with Calyrex Ice Rider in a good position, and you got to give credit to Daniel for swapping up the strategy instead of just committing to the same 4 in the same order. All 3 games, he decided to lead Golden Go Chi-Yu instead. So I love trying to catch your opponent off guard, but Nils was ready for it.
I mean, it's one of those things that seeing the adjustment is nice and cool, but unfortunately it's still, okay, well, there's this Trick Room on the opposing end. So maybe one Pokemon could have swapped I don't know if I like the double swap into it, but it's one of those things that, hey, you live and you learn, and if you play the matchup again, well, you know next time.
Yeah, for sure. If you face each other in Top Cut for the World Championships later on this weekend, that's going to be more information that Daniel will have on his end. But I'm really happy with how that set came, kind of showcased. We got a lot of action, a lot of OCOs, a lot of back and forth, but we got to see our first Koraidon. We got to see some Oceania representation as well. I think that was a really fun matchup. And we got to see an EUIC champion proving why they're such a great trainer.
Yeah, securing spot in day 2. This starts getting to be the heartbreaking part of the days, as the next round is going to be where some of our competitors' dreams get shattered. But for Nils, at least you can rest easy tonight. You still want to win the next one. You want to make sure you're setting yourself in the best possible spot here for day 2. But hey, this was the first big hurdle, so congratulations there.
Yeah, and he had Nils running the Terra Fire Calyrex Ice Rider. We've seen that's been pretty strong, or pretty prevalent, I should say, throughout day 1 here in Honolulu, compared to the Terra Grass versions that are more anti-Amoonguss, or Terra Water versions, which are anti-Calyrex, because now you resist the Glacial Lance. So where do you fall on the Calyrex Ice Rider terrestrialization conversation? If you were playing the World Championships today and you were running the Ice Rider, what would your Terra be?
I mean, maybe it's a little recency bias, but the Terra Fire just seems so strong, but I'd have to look into that. But hey, if an EUIC champion is using the Terra Fire, I kind of just feel like it's the right choice. He's smarter than I am, so.
Yeah, but then the next round somebody has Terra Water, and they're also, we have a million IC champions and world champions here. We're at the World Championships, so all of the players are really smart, really intelligent, great team builders, have friends help them team build. I actually saw a tweet where Ryota, world champion Ryota Atsubo, was rooting for Hirofumi to win his match, not just because they're both Japanese and they're friends, but because Ryota lent him his Raging Bolt. So it was like he was rooting for, it's like if Hirofumi wins, essentially Ryota's winning.
I mean, I've definitely lent to a Pokemon hoping that maybe the Pokemon gets a world champion title before I do. Because, like, I don't know, you got your bets right?
Yeah, you got the world champion Joy-Con, or the IC champion Joy-Cons from a few years ago. Hopefully you can get a world champion Pokemon with your ribbons and everything there. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we've been having a great day so far, Sierra. We have one more match remaining. It's like the action's kind of been flowing by super quickly.
It's been absolutely crazy with only 8 rounds on the very first day. It's going by so fast. Players have been working all throughout the summer to be ready for this moment, and it's the moment out in the field where a lot of players' dreams, I mean, they've either started to be realized or GG go next year.
Yeah, they're either excited for tomorrow because they'll be playing, or they're excited for Sunday to find out where Worlds is next year. But for now, we're gonna head over to the stage with our winner interview from round 7. So Rosemary, take it away.
Playing tomorrow. That is Nils Dunlop. Congratulations. You have secured a spot to play in day 2 tomorrow. How does that feel after the season you've had so far?
It feels crazy. I'm just super proud of what I've accomplished, and looking at myself from yesterday, I was a bit doubtful in my team. But from the play today, I was happy with how I played, and I look forward to it tomorrow. It's just going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, you made a fantastic adjustment after that first game to be able to bring it back 2-1. What was the turning point for you that was kind of like, okay, I know what to do now for the second game?
I knew with his team, which is very offensive and forces me to not play Trick Room, I had to be smart with like what pieces I gave him and what damage I got. So I sort of had to be smart in what... like for example, game 2, the protect play on Amoonguss, being able to get every sliver of damage on him matters, and needing that end game because Golden Goo Chi-Yu wasn't really what I expected in like the end game. So then I adjusted and I found a way to handle that essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was after we ended up seeing the Regidrago come in, maybe a little lackluster for you, but you spotted it immediately. And then you ended up making the transition to the Urshifu for that second game. Were you feeling a bit more confident with the Urshifu in the back?
Yeah, I wanted to give like Regidrago a bit of a show because he's been amazing this weekend. And but I felt that with his Golden Goo Chi-Yu, Regidrago couldn't really do that much. So I felt Urshifu would be able to counter his Chi-Yu, which then would allow Hans to beat Golden Goo essentially.
Awesome. Well, that ended up getting you this at 2-1, but as we take a look maybe to your preparation for this event, we were getting a chance to, you just told me maybe a little bit nervous after the first couple of days before the event. And so kind of walk me through a bit of your process and how you team built for Worlds.
I think this year it was a bit difficult, I felt like, because it was very hard to find a team that was good into Chi-Yu, Calyrex G and Calyrex Ice, but also not losing to Miraidon, which was very hard, and I think I managed to find some type of balance. I had originally played a lot with Miraidon, but I just felt that it couldn't beat Incineroar Cali G, so I moved over to Cali Ice, which I felt has been very nice.
I mean, I just want to give the viewers at home a little bit of context to some of your 2024 accomplishments. Not only are you the European International Champion for this year, which is so exciting, you're able to bring it home for Europe, but you've also been an incredible team builder. I think very few players can say that they've played with multiple different teams or archetypes this season, and you got a top 8 at Stockholm with Terrapagos, and a top 64 at North American International Championships not too long ago with the Miraidon you said you had a lot of practice with. So what's been fun for you for this season? Is it been playing around with all these different teams?
I can say that essentially why I had Regidrago on this team was in the Stockholm tournament. I felt that my restricted was essentially Regidrago. In some games I didn't even bring Terrapagos and he swept, which then I sort of knew that, okay, I want Regidrago on the Worlds team, and it's been hard to sort of make it work, but I felt it could actually work on like a Trick Room team. And I mean, it's worked out so far, so I feel it's pretty good.
I know. I'm hoping we get a chance to see a little bit more of the Regidrago tomorrow, but we know that you have that to look forward to, as well as one more round of Swiss today. So we're going to go ahead and let you get ready for that. But before we do that, any shout-outs you'd like to make to the people supporting you?
I would like to shout out to my mom and my brother that's here and supporting me as always. And then as well, just my friends back at Sweden and all over the world. I just super appreciate you. And I hope I did a reasonable show, and hope to see you guys tomorrow then.
That'll be amazing. Thank you so much, Nils, for your time. Congratulations again. Best of luck for your last round. And viewers at home, we will be right back with all of the Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
Hello again, I'm Anna Prosser here with Evolutions Cosplay and Sarah. Evolutions Cosplay, who are you cosplaying today?
Today I am cosplaying as Vaporeon from Pokemon, of course.
And I heard you say Princess Vaporeon.
Yeah, I wanted to do more cottagecore, but it ended up looking more princess, and I really wanted to try to use local prints here on the island. So today I have like this nice ulu print, or the breadfruit, because not only has it an island feel, but also kind of reminds me of like water ripples.
That's so cool. And you are local to Hawaii, right?
Yep, born and raised.
Can we see the tail? It looks
right here.
And Sarah, you are cosplaying as a cosplay handler. Can we see the back of your shirt? Amazing, amazing. And how does that partnership work?
Well, we are sisters, so she puts up with a lot of things. So while I'm the crafting and making all my evolution cosplays, she's there as my support. I wouldn't be able to do this without her, not only behind the scenes, but when we're at conventions and events like this.
Do you go to a lot of conventions and events?
Oh yes, since coming back from lockdown, we've had so many conventions and events. I've been able to do more cosplays and continue to do all the evolution cosplays that I love.
Is it fun to be here with people that definitely recognize what you're cosplaying in a dress like this?
Oh my gosh, this experience is out of this world. Being my first Worlds here, seeing the love of Pokemon, and being able to see the children being happy to see me, seeing adults, it's just wonderful.
That's so cool. And what made you choose Evolutions as your main focus for cosplay?
I kind of just stumbled on it. I first started doing the Evolutions in 2016 as a closet cosplay. So something really simple just to have fun at the convention. And then later on, I learned how to do sewing and crafting, and found like really so much joy in making my own cosplays and doing just keep doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Eevee is my favorite, so I think that's a great theme. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And thanks, Sarah. And now back to the Pokémon World Championship.
I got into Pokemon because a local grocery store sold packs of the trading cards, and, you know, I really got into collecting them watching the TV series and only started playing the game years after that. I love Mudkip. When I was a little kid, my friend told me Swampert was the strongest of the Hoenn starters. I went with him, and I find the line really cute, too. I first heard about the regional series from a fan site, and I found out that there was going to be one in Newark, New Jersey. It was relatively easy to attend. My dad was super supportive, took me there on the bus. I honestly had a great time for my first event, even though I didn't have the strongest team yet. It was very straightforward. And after that, found myself just wanting to go to a few more events until, while I was still in the seniors division, I got a surprise victory in one of my first few events. And after that, just like, wait, maybe I have what it takes to succeed after this.
Shuffle Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America.
I'm an immensely competitive person. I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Take a bow, Shuffle Cross!
I think getting a trophy at an international is really my next step. Last season, I was able to finish top 8 at 2 different internationals and lose, you know, good sets in top 8. But I really want to move on to top 4 and get that trophy.
One of the most accomplished players that we have out here without ever getting that championship title.
Something that I've learned, I think going with your gut is immensely important in Pokemon. If you think your opponent's going to do something particular, you have to respond to it. You can't second guess yourself. Going with your gut in as smart a way as possible is really important, and you don't want to fall into your opponent's trap when you know they're setting it for you.
Set it up! It is! Jump across gets the knockout!
One of the people that helped motivate me to chase this result is my good friend Simone Sanvito, who won an event in Europe a week ago with the same team that I was using today, and for a long time I've seen him as somebody that's around my skill level, give or take a little bit. So being able to like watch him win his first regional, I'm going to do the same thing a week later.
beautiful day here in Honolulu, Hawaii, and the perfect stage for the Pokémon World Championships for 2024. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Scott Glaza and Gabby Snyder to give you a little bit more of a rundown on some of the players that we have competing here at the World Championships. First and foremost, let's go ahead and give him a couple more props and round of applause. Nils Dunlap, our EYC 2024 champion. What a fantastic performance he just had for that last match.
Yeah, I mean, we see why he's a champion there, right? I mean, a great set there. Wound up being, I think, a little more difficult a match than maybe some of us watching the match thought it was going to be, but played really well, figured out the right way to do it, and it has a really neat team, too.
Yeah, and really sticking with the Trick Room strategy that got him his win at the European International Championships earlier on this year. Telling you, Calyrex Ice Rider, it's out there. It's also right here on the screen alongside of his other Pokemon and some very notable achievements from Nils.
I was talking to him about some of those, right? He ended up getting that top 8 at Stockholm, and he also got a top 64 at the North America International Championships. Both of those accomplishments, mind you, were with different restricteds than he's actually using here at the World Championships. That's so special.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of a lot of flexibility, right? It seems like I think we've checked a lot of players where they've kind of stuck to the same restricted Pokemon, at least one or two over the course of the season, and really mastered their archetype. But he's shown he can kind of do whatever he wants.
And really innovating on Calyrex Ice Rider. You still have that very strong Trick Room core with the Iron Hands, with the Amoonguss, and the Farigiraf. But Regidrago is a very unique adaptation that he's made, and I'm glad that we got to see at least a little bit of it in that previous round.
Very unfortunate that the Golden Go ended up being faster than that Regidrago, but nonetheless, very cool to see it. And as Nils was saying in that interview, Regidrago has been such a powerful Pokemon for him throughout the World Championships and even prior to that it felt right to have it on the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see it, right? I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, again, so many players have prepared for the most common versions of these compositions. And yeah, Regidrago being in this team is a big curveball, right? The lines of play you're expecting to use against Ice Rider don't quite work sometimes if you're just getting, blown up by Regidrago.
Yeah, it does what it does best, and I think Grant Weldon as well doing very well with that Pokemon, and I think one of them has locked their way into Day 2 tomorrow, so I'm sure we'll be seeing more Regidrago soon.
I hope so. I definitely love that Pokemon, and it definitely took a backseat to Regieleki on the Sword and Shield days, but as we look at Nils Dunlop locking in that spot in Day 2 of competition, we have several other players that are doing that, and maybe more. As we look at our standings, these were the Swiss rankings as we headed into that 7th round of Swiss. So this isn't updated right now as we get into that final round of competition. We're still waiting for some more matches, but let's walk through a couple of these because especially looking at the undefeated records of 6-0, there are a lot of players that people should know.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully players they've enjoyed watching on the stream in the past, right? We've got Wolf Glick, we talked about him earlier, doing a little too well to show up at the stream so far, but nice 6-0 start. Michael Kellish, last year's World Championships runner-up. Hopefully at some point we'll get to see the reigning Japan national champion, Huma, there in 2nd place. Some of the players we expected to do really well is showing why they had those sterling reputations coming into the tournament.
Yeah, and some newer names as well. Shout outs to Navjeet, Keanu Inosanto. We also have Carlos Cabal. It's not just these tried and true trainers who've made it undefeated up until round 6 of this tournament. And I don't know, I still feel like it's anybody's game, but then at the same time, you think about just how little of a margin these trainers have. Like, yes, if you make it undefeated today, you get to go into tomorrow, but you still need to maintain that record better than X and 2 in order to make it into our asymmetrical top cut. So it still feels really close here, even though we're starting to wind down our day.
But if you do have an undefeated record, then you have a very, very good shot of being able to maintain that and then some. We only have 3 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, so we'll have to take another look at how all of these trainers are doing as we enter into that final round of Swiss for today. But what about some of the other players that are jumping out to you on this graphic? For me, we got a chance to see Eric Rios a little bit earlier on. He has maintained that undefeated record. And another player that I look at as very creative and also very flexible when it comes down to the types of teams that he can run.
I mean, I feel like he's been great forever, right? And kind of another one of those players where it just feels like it's a matter of time until he's the winner of one of these huge tournaments. Super fun to watch. And I always appreciate those players, too, where it just seems like you kind of pencil them in for the top 32 or so. He's on pace to do that once again.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see how the rest of them are going to do. But, you know, you viewers at home, we have loved having you as a part of the stream so far. And I hope you've been enjoying these wonderful rewards, because we do have some available for you for all of the games that you're tuning into. But my personal favorite is the drop for the video game. You can celebrate the 2024 Pokémon World Championships with us by getting Tomoya Ogawa, the 2023 World Champion in the Seniors Division, his Sylveon that he was able to win that with.
I love these distributions so much. They come in a Cherish Ball, which is a Pokeball that you normally cannot obtain. They're usually competitively trained, like the trainer used for the tournament itself. And you really don't have to do much to redeem them, which is the best possible part. And I don't know about you, Rose, but I have been looking at Sylveon a little bit for the year up ahead. And I think this is a great way to jumpstart your season and get a powerful Pokemon for Regulation H.
Oh, you bet I have. I was even using Sylveon when Sylveon wasn't very good. Listen, I am ready for the world where Sylveon is one of the best Pokemon in the game. So definitely get your hands on this one. This one was particularly special because, as you can see from the code that it has, Sleep Talk Worlds, this Sylveon did have Sleep Talk as a part of its moveset, alongside Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, and of course, just rounding out that moveset.
Yeah, kind of like a weird theme in both directions, right? Very hyper, but also very sleepy.
Like me sometimes.
I was going to say,
both of those.
That's me after a few coffees, honestly. So,
yeah, so I think we're definitely still on the hype train, though, as we get towards the end of our day. But, okay, can we talk about Sylveon just a little bit longer? Please, 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 please. I got to talk about the Sylveon Regulation H. That is going to be the next format. Gas her up. Please, please gas her up.
Well, I know you can soon get a Sylveon plush on the Pokemon Center, trying to tie this all together. The Gen 6 Sitting Cuties are going to be released soon. You can sign up for email updates if you scan that QR code there. I have not determined, scientifically speaking, if there is an advantage to having a Sylveon there with you as your partner Pokemon.
It is.
When you're competing.
It is scientifically proven that it is an advantage to have a Sylveon sitting next to you.
So there you go. If you want to be just a little bit extra lucky, I guess, question mark.
Hit those hyper beams, baby.
Maybe it can help you read the emails. I don't know.
I mean, you never know. Sylveon can be your daily life helper.
I like that. I do that in my general life. But no, I'm so excited. I think that, looking just at the distribution, really hope you guys are able to grab it and train up your own Sylveon for competitive play next season.
Can somebody remind me to actually grab it before the end of the weekend?
Me too.
Because I always forget.
Yeah, I was going to ask both of you to remind me. And now I'm realizing why none of us ever get these Pokemon.
Yeah, I missed out on a couple of years. So please don't let us forget. I will be very sad and very disappointed in myself if I don't get the Sylveon myself. But I did use that team for actually after the World Championships. I did play competitively with this team. It was very, very cool balance core, not just with the Sylveon. Lou would have me if I didn't mention the Gastrodon also on the team. But there were some other really key pieces to that as well. Hisuian Arcanine, I missed that Pokemon. The Zapdos as well. Very cool to round it out.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool, right? It's kind of like the best of the Pokemon World Championships, where I was like, almost all of the Pokemon on that team were not quite what we were expecting to do well, but it was really clever. They played really well together, and yeah, kind of another one of those teams that I think everyone competing just would love to create something like that and get their own Pokemon distribution.
Yeah, and if you think about it with Regulation H around the corner as well, I mean, Hisuian Arcanine probably going to come back into favor. Sylveon, we've already discussed. Gastrodon clearly isn't going anywhere, question mark. So I think we're building a good team here. I think we got to revisit Tomoyo's match from last year and take some notes.
I do have a question for you guys, though. Speaking of Pokemon distributions, we had a lot of them over the last couple of years. What is your bucket list item for a competitive Pokemon you feel like would be a really great distribution, or kind of on your checklist of that one? I want that one.
You said competitive, and then I lost my answer.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I know you want Bidoof to happen, Gabby.
I know.
I could trade you one in Pokemon GO.
I'm going to take you up on that. But honestly, I would love to see a Pokemon that has done consistently well throughout the tournaments that hasn't gotten a distribution yet, because I feel like it's always the elephant in the room. There's some great synergy there with the coloring of the Cherish Ball and the Pokemon. It's a fire-type Pokemon. I know. Actually, yes, I would also love to see a Chi-Yu distribution and or Shifu
It
while
actually
we're at
works.
that. But I do think that Incineroar has earned its time in the sun. I think that this would also discourage people from running shiny Incineroar, and I think that is a boon to humanity.
Yeah, I wasn't with you until that last point, and I think I've been convinced. I guess for me, I'm picky, I think is the polite word for the match between my Pokemon and the coloring of the Pokeball that they are contained in.
I'm so picky.
And I think for me, I want the Cherish Ball for Pokemon that I don't think there's a match I like. I think one Pokemon we saw today, we're like, I guess Heavy Ball's okay. But I want a Gotti to go all the way and get me the Iron Treads Cherish Ball distribution.
Oh.
Like it sort of matches its goofy like LED face.
It's perfect.
I like that actually. That would be really sick.
And it curls up in a ball after it gets knocked out.
That's just sad though. It like powers down and
It's like
curls up.
us sometimes.
Actually, yeah. Yeah.
It never gets defeated though. It just
it
wins
always
heroically.
gets back up again. Right?
Yeah. What about you? What would be your ideal distribution that's not Sylveon? Because we have that now.
Man,
You stole my answer. I steal yours.
Okay. For me, actually, I'm trying to think of like the red theme, right? So I like actual serious answer. Chi-Yu, I thought would be very, very good. But maybe I speak for the people here. Somebody do well with Blood Moon or Saluna, please.
That would also be very, very good.
I like Blood Moon or Saluna.
Yeah, I'm always happy to get more. And it's like kind of matches like the Blood Moon part of it.
That's what I mean, right? Because like the Cherish Ball looks like the Blood Moon. I don't know. It's aesthetically very pleasing. What else? Like the shiny Zamazenta would actually look pretty good in a Cherish Ball.
That exists. You just have to go back in time a few years.
I've got that in my Pokemon home right now.
That one. So like, I don't know.
Can someone in the audience please find Rose the Zamazenta?
I will say though, there is a Pokemon museum here on site at the World Championships. How cool would it be if you could go up there with your 3DS or with your Game Boy and just actually download some of the distributions from past events?
That is a free idea. That is a good free idea. Please think about this. I'm asking nicely.
And then you could get your shiny Zamazenta and everything's fine.
I would be so happy.
Lou could get one of the 8 Gastrodon that we've done. Yeah.
It's wild to me that Gastrodon has been distributed that many times. It's a great Pokemon. It is a great Pokemon. It has been distributed a lot. Yeah, I think I can make a whole team actually out of all of the Gastrodons.
All the Gastrodon. They go to an epic battle with all the Arcanine?
Oh my
that
god.
would actually be really fun to watch.
Listen, I love Hisuian Arcanine though. I've really missed that Pokemon. It's been an absolute treat. I'm ready for Hisuian Electrode to make an appearance. Yes, no. I'm getting some like very mixed reviews from the people sitting next to me.
Mixed review for it trying to battle. I love its vibe.
I think that there's an opportunity for every Pokemon out there. It just may not be in VG, so maybe Pokemon Go.
Okay, Pokemon Go's meta is actually kind of phenomenal. If you are waiting for the next battle to start here, I understand that. We're trying. But there's also several other games that you can enjoy for the 2024 Pokémon World Championships. So I hope you do that. We've got Pokemon Unite. Their crowd's been going absolutely wild over there. Pokemon Go, you can actually see some really unique picks like Frigibax. Yes.
Yeah.
Frigibax.
The middle one. It's intentional. It's actually more powerful than Baxcalibur because of how the attack stats are all calculated in that game.
That makes no sense.
It's okay. That's why we're here on the video game.
And that's why you're all here watching the video game as well. Because while you could go check out the action in the other games, we do have the next match ready for you. So let's go ahead and kick it back over to our casters for the 8th and final Swiss round of the day.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. You're back on the desk, Pokemon trainers. This time, myself, Lee Provost. I have the pleasure to be joined by my old buddy, old pal, partner, Lou Actroscomi. How are you doing, Lou?
I am great. I cannot believe we're here.
almost to the end of day one of another incredible Pokemon World Championships. The action has been so intense, and there's only one more round for our trainers to battle out. Some players have already made it through to day 2 with 7-0 or X and 1 records, but there are a lot of players right now at X and 2, and this is where things get very, very dicey.
Yeah, this is crunch time for a lot of our players. Like you say, a lot of players have already kind of progressed, done what they need to do today to get into tomorrow's tournament, but there's still a lot to do for some of the others. Here we go, we're starting off with our 7-0 records. Incredible run from a lot of these players. You've got Diego Vieira there, maybe a player not so well known, but some really familiar names in there. Michelle Kelsch, of course, runner-up from last year's World Championships. Of course, Wolf Glick as well, one of those names amongst the undefeated players that we've got in that 7-0. And Hirofumi as well, who we did actually feature earlier on in the broadcast.
Honestly, Michelle Couch is on a tear at the moment. You know, like you said, runner-up last year, this year trying to go all the way and get that #1 spot. But there are a bunch of amazing X and 1 players as well. Sebastian Escalante from Argentina, one of my personal favorite trainers to watch, and I'm so glad to see them back on form here on the Pokemon World stage. Some other incredible players. We had Adam Shafui, who actually was on the broadcast at the very beginning of today. As you can see, took 1 loss, but has been able to be so consistent ever since. Some other notable trainers, Antonio Sanchez and Eric Rios, names we are very familiar with from the European side of things, really making a statement here in Hawaii.
Yeah, and Keanu as well, another player I'd just like to mention there. I know we've got a lot of players on this 6-1 kind of bracket, and this isn't I don't think this is all of them, but another player I really do like, I think kind of cultivated the birth of that Zamazenta kind of team back when Regulation G kicked off, and having really good success in this tournament. Great to see. They will be featuring tomorrow, and hopefully their run continues.
I mean, this is the thing. Day 1, everybody gets to compete, but you have to make sure that you have that consistency to advance through into the next day and keep your dream alive to become the world champion. You cannot afford to take too many losses, particularly at this stage where things are so critical. Tournament lifelines on the line for these X and 2 players.
Yeah, you've almost got to have that electric touch in this sort of tournament, and I'm not really talking about Mariah on there, but you do have to be very careful in every single step of this tournament. Of course, the caliber of this tournament is so high. You can see it's a timeless thing that we've had at World Championships, where players have had to come in and be really at this moment where the kind of the crunch time where it really matters. Not letting things slip, not letting all the work that you've done up to this point be unwound. And of course, you're going up against another opponent that is just as determined as you. So that's what makes it a great spectacle, but that's what makes the World Championships such a great place to see this exhibition of Pokemon.
And as you can imagine, picking the match for this particular final round was incredibly difficult. There are so many notable matches out there, but we will be bringing you Aaron Traylor versus Kieran Singh at X and 2. Such an incredible match. There were so many out there, it was so hard to choose. So you might be looking at the pairings and being like, oh, I wish I could have seen this, I wish I could have seen that. We wish we could have seen it too, but we can only pick one, and this is where the dice fell. There are, however, some incredible 7-0 matches. Although they're already safe going through, they want to make sure that they still win and have the undefeated record to carry over to tomorrow. But I mean, I wish that we could be on the sidelines and watch these too.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if the consolation is these players that are in the other notable matches that we aren't featuring will be continuing into the tournament tomorrow. So for those of you home watching the broadcast, we've got a lot to look forward to. But more important things pressing right now, and it is those players on the verge of either progressing into the tournament tomorrow or it being the end of the tournament, unfortunately for them. So Aaron Traylor, very well-known player, going up against Kieran Singh as well, player from Australia. Very good match, good teams as well. I think it's going to be a really good one for us to finish off the day today with.
Oh, definitely. 2 trainers that, you know, come from different parts of the globe, but have managed to, at the World Championships, face down in this tantalizing final match here. I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly what their teams are going to be, and we'll be able to bring them to you very shortly. And there has been, I think, throughout this entire tournament so far, not too many surprises in the restricteds. We've seen a lot of Shadow Rider Calyrex. The one thing I do maybe find a bit surprising was the amount of Terapagos.
Yeah, I'm exactly with you on that. I really thought Terapagos was just going to be one of those Pokemon that it's had its time maybe. Trainers aren't feeling that confident with it, so we'll probably not see too much of it at the World Championships, but we've seen a lot more than what I ever expected to see, and a lot of players are having a lot of success with it as well, which is really surprising. Great to see, because going into tomorrow's tournament, it's just going to get more exciting when things do heat up that little bit further.
I I mean, as well, the supportive Pokemon that are coming through. I've seen a lot of Ogerpon running around, and if I think back to kind of Regulation E, back to December when it was released, that's when, you know, everyone was like, I want an Ogerpon on my team, and it was all about the Wellspring Mask and the half-flame form. But actually, it's been Cornerstone Ogerpon that's really risen to dominance here at the World Championships.
Yeah, it's almost like the Superman of the tournament for me today. Because I feel like it's the one Ogerpon. I was expecting to see a lot more Hearthflame Mask.
Me too.
But it seems every round, every time I'm catching, if I'm backstage doing something else and then I catch a bit of the stream, it always seems to be the Cornerstone Mask. And for good reason, I think it's got that sturdy ability, it's got Follow Me, it's got Ivy Cudgel, Rock type attack. So it's a very strong Pokemon and offers a kind of a different slant to what some of the other Ogerpon masks offer trainers. So yeah, really great to see players utilizing it. It has picked up a lot on usage recently as well. So no surprise to see it really shining at this World Championships.
That's very true. And of course, as well, it wouldn't be Lee and I behind the broadcast if we didn't mention Gastrodon, how it's doing in the tournament. There is currently a Gastrodon at X and 2 going into this final round, so we'll be wishing it the very best of luck. And hopefully, we won't be having to write a Dear John letter and break up with Gastrodon anytime soon in this World Championships. I'm hoping we see it in day 2. But very soon, you guys at home will be able to see the incredible match between Aaron and Kieran. I mean, you're a competitive player yourself here, Lee. You're now in your winning in position at the World Championships. What is going to be going through your mind at this point, other than panic?
It's hard because the pressure is really on here. Like we've already mentioned, it's this stage where if I do something wrong or if I don't do exactly what I should in this match, it doesn't go the right way, I get a bad matchup. All these things are naturally going through your head. How am I going to approach this Pokemon? How am I best dealing with this? Am I going to use this aspect of my team, the speed controller? Am I going to rely on a bit more of the balance side of my team? And you know, you're having a million and one things going through your head all at once because of how important this match is. And I think it's easier said than done, but I think you've really got to just put that pressure aside and just really look at, okay, what's my opponent got? How can I best deal with it? Let's try and take all the noise away and just concentrate on the here and now and trying to get over the line rather than thinking about anything else. And like I say, really difficult to do because you see it when players are new onto, you know, the stage.
Yeah,
it's
a whole
added
new
pressure.
experience, right?
Yeah. And then you've already got the pressure of it being the round which will allow you to play tomorrow, which is, no, everyone here wants to play as much Pokemon as possible. Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
It's the pressure, but I think that's the difference maker, isn't it? That's what makes the difference between a world champion and those players that are still chasing that title, you know?
And particularly in a single restricted format, you know, one wrong move can really cost you the match. Because we have seen previously when things are maybe a little bit more balanced, I want to say, not that you can afford to make a misplay here or there, but it's not necessarily game ending. You can kind of try and come back with the moves and counter moves kind of synergy that you have with Pokemon and maybe try and come back into the match, identify a different win condition. But particularly if you're restricted, if it's something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider or Ice Rider, and you enable it to get a KO against your team, then you see the Grim or Chilling Neigh boost go up, it's very, very difficult to come back for that, particularly in such a fast meta. Like, Trick Room I haven't really seen a lot of so far in this tournament. It's really been about the need for speed, whether it's Miraidon, Calyrex Shadow Rider, or even a cheeky Tailwind here or there. And speaking of Miraidon, we've got one here on Aaron Trailer's side of the house.
We do indeed. It is going to bring that electric terrain to the field to boost things like that Quark Drive on the Iron Hands and support some of the other options on the team as well. Over on Kieran's side, we do have a very familiar restricted that we have seen already on the broadcast today, and that is that Calyrex Ice Rider. And that, when we're talking about Trick Room, has the ability to set the Trick Room up. Another really good supporting option with that is going to be the Cornerstone Ogerpon as well, that has the ability to redirect, has that sturdy as well.
And Aaron as well doing incredibly well in the 2024 season. Pittsburgh Regionals was able to get top 4, top 8 at Indianapolis, as well as some other good finishes in Vancouver and Knoxville. So already a good record coming into this, but wants to try and go all the way. And with a really interesting team as well. Taking a closer look, you've got this interesting Firewater Grass Core in the form of the Ogerpon Half-Flame Mask that you were just saying, Lee, you wanted to see more of, as well as Whimsicott and then the classic Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, it's an interesting take on that Firewater Grass Core, but a very effective one nonetheless, a very offensive one here where you've got that Heartflame Ogerpon. They can offer that huge damage from the get-go. You know, if you commit the Terastallization to that Pokemon, it's going to get an attack boost. It can throw out some big Ivy Cudgels, do some very big damage early on in the game, and kind of take away some of those problematic Pokemon on the other side of the field. Then you've got the Urshifu, of course. We know all about Urshifu. This one, interestingly, has the Stellar Terrestrialization and not another maybe defensive Terra type or a more offensive Terra typing. So Aaron going down that route for the Focus Sash as we'd normally see. But the big thing there is the Whimsicott, the Light Screen, the Tailwind support that can be utilized by Aaron and unleash those big physical and special threats that he's got on his side of the field.
Well, this is where things get very interesting as well. On Kieran's side, not only do you have a little switch in momentum, you've got some slower Pokemon on there in the form of the Calyrex Ice Rider, but you also have the Iron Crown, a Pokemon we haven't seen in a hot minute here, rocking that Life Orb as well, so going to be nice and offensive, as well as having the capability to go for Terra Ground, Terra Blast. That is something that can hit hard into opposing Pokemon like the Iron Hands on the opposing side and the Miraidon as well for Aaron, so you have to watch out for that potential terrestrialization.
Yeah, that's a really big one there. I think Aaron's going to have to play around quite carefully, because I think if you are Kieran here and you do commit to something, it's likely going to be that terrestrialization on the Iron Crown. It gives you nice immunity to those big, powerful electric type attacks that can be coming out from the Miraidon that are boosted off that electric terrain, and return with some probably knockout potential in damage with that Terra Blast when it's boosted by the Life Orb as well.
And Kieran does know what it takes to win, getting the #1 spot in Melbourne in the 2024 season as well, with a 14-3 record, no less as well. So really looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to bring that expertise to the main stage. The Quark Drive as well, I think, is really interesting on the Iron Crown, because there is not a Miraidon setting that electric terrain with the Hadron Engine to help boost that up on Iron Crown side, but considering it's so dominant in the meta right now, it looks like Aaron might be helping out and setting that up there for Kieran.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. I think it's like a conflict when you're bringing your restricted, which you have to these matches. But the one thing that you don't want to be giving the free boost to is the thing that's kind of there to counter your Pokemon. It's like a perfect play here from Kieran. So Aaron got a lot to do here. We are going to see that lead out, Lou.
Win and in time here at Day 1 Pokémon World Championships. On Aaron Trailer's side, you've got the Iron Hands and the Urshifu, and on the opposing side for Kieran, the Clefairy, the friend that is there to help out the Iron Crown.
Yeah, a nice play here from Kieran. Got that friend guard, going to support that Iron Crown. The first task, though, is getting around this Urshifu, especially when it's paired up with that Iron Hands. Has got the fake out, so it is going to be disrupting with that. And then you've got the Unseen Fist ability. It can get through Protect, so you can't quite as freely just go for that Protect here. I mean, the fake out into the Clefairy could be an option. You stop that Follow Me, but then you do open yourself up to potentially taking some big damage from the Iron Crown in return. But is it worth it if you can get maybe a Surgeon Strikes off into that Pokemon?
I was going to say, Clefairy is going to be an annoying Pokemon for Aaron to deal with here, so you might want to get it off the field nice and quick, but it looks like Kieran's been able to do that for you by retreating it in the favor of this Raging Bolt. That's going to have its Photosynthesis activated by the booster energy and get a special attack boost, meaning it is one of these more offensive variants. Iron Hands actually goes for the fake out into the Iron Crown, stops it in its tracks from going for any damage, allowing the Urshifu to be able to get that on the board with the Surging Strikes. A fantastic switch in. These critical hits are not doing too much at all to the Raging Bolt switch in.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Aaron, kind of identifying that the Clefairy could be the thing under threat there. So just faking out into the Iron Crown, it's the most threatening offensive thing on Kieran's side of the field, and going after that Clefairy smartly with the Surgeon Strikes. Unfortunately for Kieran, makes a very nice play there. Defensive play, bringing the Raging Bolt in, not only getting that booster energy activated, it's really going to threaten that Urshifu this next turn. It resists pretty much most things that the Iron Hands can throw out, and the Iron Crown's in a decent position as well to maybe follow up a knockout onto the Urshifu if the double up is into that slot. But Aaron can react to that. He has got two Pokemon in the back, can switch that out, maybe save that for a little bit later, utilize the Iron Hands a little bit more in this position. It isn't as threatened, of course. You do need to watch out for that Psychic that the Iron Crown does have access to, and it is holding that Life Orb. So
I mean, we could see a double up into the Urshifu here. Something like the Thunderclap and the Psychic would break the Focus Sash and remove it from play. That's why Farigiraf is on the field, bringing its ability to make sure that none of this priority can go on the field. So Thunderclap will be null and void if that is what Kieran has gone for. But first of all, we're going to see some beautiful shining on the field in the form of the Terra Stellar Urshifu. Like you were saying earlier, Lee, we'll be able to give a boost to the different attacks here on their first usage.
yeah, and here we go. We are going to see that Psychic, a really nice defensive switch here from Aaron. Going to soak up that Psychic, still taking quite a lot of damage for a resisted attack here. But all the same, we are seeing that Stellar Terrestrialization on the Urshifu. Going to get the boost to the Surgeon Strikes this turn. It is doing big damage, guaranteed critical hits. And this third one looks like it probably will be enough to take this big threat down. giving Aaron freedom a little bit more now that's gone with that Miraidon if it is in the back.
Yes, really nice to remove that Iron Crown from play and just free up a little bit more flexibility on Aaron's side of the field, as well as getting a nice early KO. The Thunderbolt comes through though, Urshifu taken right down to its focus sash, so in a very vulnerable position going forward, but at least it has the protection of the Farigiraf with Armor Tail to stop the priority coming through, but the paralysis, that's not able to be stopped here. That not only slows down this Urshifu, but also means that it has the chance to be paralyzed and not move at all.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Aaron. Really probably not wanting to see that here, where you are now going to be susceptible to getting knocked out by the Raging Bolt. The paralysis is going to put your speed way, way down there. Farigiraf not the fastest thing anyway, so it's not really in a position where, yeah, you can stop that Thunderclap, but Raging Bolt in this position probably doesn't need that, so you're going to have to maybe readjust. Does Aaron switch in something like the Iron Hands here? They can soak up those electric attacks a little bit better, and then you can start threatening the Calyrex as well. Switching around though in front of a Calyrex Ice Rider is not the thing that you really want to be doing, because if you're moving and positioning your Pokemon around the board and this Glacial Lance is being continually fired out and you're not doing anything in response to that, it's not going to end very well for you. So I'm sure that Aaron's got that in the back of his mind, that he probably wants to sort of try and get some damage off if he can. Of course, the Farigiraf on the field does have that foul play that could be a bit more potent into that Pokemon.
Exactly, and we're going to see some adaptations on the field here as well. I think the Farigiraf, knowing that it doesn't have the capability here, Iron Hands, as you mentioned, going to be able to take those electric type attacks a little bit better from the Raging Bolt that was there, particularly as it is rocking that Assault Vest, but that does not help you out against a physical attacker like the Calyrex Ice Rider. That is actually going to go for its terrestrialization here, going to be the normal Terra type as well. Very interesting, leaves it susceptible to this Urshifu if it's able to go for something like a close combat.
Yeah, the big risk here is, I think, the Trick Room being set up, but not wanting to go for that. Kieran just going for the damage, wants to remove that Urshifu from the field. Probably a smart thing after going for that normal terrestrialization. Removes that Pokemon, doing some nice damage as well to that Iron Hands. At the same time, going to activate that ability, the Chill-In-Nair boost, going to give you a +1. The Clear Amulet as well, it's going to protect that boost and make sure that you can kind of keep that for the rest of the battle. And with the Clefairy out on the field now, the Friend Guard, going to have that kind of extra defensive layer as well to help it get through these next 3 turns.
And the paralysis, I think, really helping out there, lowering that speed to enable that Calyrex Ice Rider to be able to go faster and get the knockout on that Urshifu. You can see the attack being raised thanks to the the Quark Drive on the Iron Hands here. But as you've mentioned, it's going to be a little bit difficult here to get through this Calyrex. It's already got 1 Grimnay boost up. It's able to hit both these partner Pokemon, and Miraidon does not want to have to take an Ice-type attack.
No, it definitely doesn't, and I think that's the big thing here. You've already committed your terrestrialization to that Urshifu, unfortunately getting paralyzed part of that. So you kind of have to work around some other ways. You do have the Volt Switch, though, where you can go into that, the Calyrex on the opposite side of the field, get some respectable damage there, but you've got the Clefairy to think about as well, because the Follow Me's there going to protect that Calyrex and kind of free up that Glacial Lance. It's already on +1. It's making it very difficult for Aaron to kind of get any sort of position. You can get the Farigiraf onto the field now. That Psychic, the Electric Seed boost, going to be very important, but can you have enough in the tank to take at least 1 Glacial Lance and then potentially get that foul play off the next turn?
I mean, if you ever needed a defense boost, it was now. It's not going to be enough for Iron Hands. That goes down, but Farigiraf, thanks to the Electric Seed boost, will be able to hang around, but not for much longer, particularly considering Calyrex gets another Chilling-Nair boost. It's going to be in such a formidable spot, and Clefairy is still on the field. We did just see it go for that Follow Me. That's what it does best, and considering Miraidon's coming in now as well, it doesn't really have the utility to deal with both the Clefairy and this Calyrex in 1 turn. It's going to be very difficult for Aaron to come back here, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. The Clefairy being preserved so well by Kieran, even if you could get the foul play off this turn, which you're probably not likely because you're going to go down to a Glacial Lance, it's going to be redirected anyway. And does Miraidon have enough in the tank to be able to take down the Clefairy? Questionably, maybe yes, probably with that Electro Drift, but then you've got to outspeed the Calyrex, and you're not going to be able to do that, unfortunately. And even if you have got the foul play, you've got the normal terrestrialization there. So yeah, Kieran doing a really nice job here, and with that Raging Bolt in the back still to come in, potentially threaten, close out this game, making it difficult for Aaron, but not over just yet.
Yeah, Miraidon, the Clefairy just has to go for the Follow Me, and Miraidon only really has single target attacks. It does have the Dazzling Gleam. That's not going to be able to get a KO here. The Electro Dress is really the biggest damage it can deal. It does get the 1-hit KO on the opposing Clefairy, but of course the Calyrex Ice Rider is yet to move, and a +2 Glacial Lance is going to be so destructive. We know it'll definitely get the Farigiraf, and Farigiraf able to go for the foul play though. It is able to move first, but not going to be able to get the knockout. Calyrex getting the Glacial Lance. Pretty sure it's going to be a double KO here, Lee.
Yeah, big knockout here, and Kieran taking game one. And yeah, like you say, I think that normal terrestrialization is so key here, because if you weren't terrestrialized there, I think the foul play coming out with the
much more.
chilling near boost that you already had, be doing a lot more damage, wouldn't it? So I think quite happy, quite well played there by Kieran, preserving that Clefairy to the point where it made it very difficult for Aaron to have a way to close out that match with the big kind of powerhouse attacking Pokemon that he had access to.
I mean, it has Frengard as its ability as well to allow that defensive support to the partner Pokemon. But the one thing I really like about Clefairy is the utility it's able to have at any point in the battle, whether it's using the Helping Hand to draw an attack, the Follow Me to draw an attack, or using the Helping Hand to boost attacks. It has a lot of flexibility depending on what you need it to do in this position. Really, really great play by both players. I think it was unfortunate for Aaron to get the paralysis onto that Urshifu and not enable it to be able to have the speed it needed to use all of its stellar potential and get more damage on the field. You can see here taken right down to its focus sash, and the subsequent paralysis did just mean it was a bit more difficult for Aaron to get his foot back in the match.
Yeah, it is a very difficult match when you look at it on paper for Aaron, because you bring the Miraidon. I think you have to, if the Iron Crown and the Raging Bolt are coming to the match from Kieran, which is exactly what he did, you have to remove those from the field before you can really bring the Miraidon onto the field, because not only are you activating the Cork Drive onto the Iron Crown, but you're boosting the electric type attacks on the Raging Bolt that's already got a booster energy anyway. So it is very tricky. Can you remove those Pokemon? And I think a little bit unfortunate for Aaron in that first game with the paralysis. If that didn't happen, maybe I think you would be in a lot better position to maybe preserve that for later on, to bring back in to deal, or better deal with that Calyrex that was so problematic in the end game.
I mean, taking a closer look at Aaron's team now, kind of looking into game 2, do you think there'll be any adjustments here, Lee? Because I feel like the Miraidon you kind of have to bring. It's your big powerhouse Pokemon, and you can then enable the electric terrain to help out something like the Iron Hands if you were bringing it. Farigiraf, I think, is important to stop any potential priority on Kieran's side, because you also still have things like Aqua Jet on Urshifu. We know about the potential Thunderclap that can come through from the Raging Bolt, for example. But do you think there's going to be an adaptation in the other Pokemon? Is Urshifu still going to be a key part here?
I feel like Urshifu does give you the ability to really threaten a lot of these Pokemon, right? Especially after you do Terrestrialize. You saw the damage it did to the Iron Crown. And with the kind of little extra security that you've got with that Focus Sash as well, it means that you've got the ability to get at least one attack off onto one of these big threats, potentially pick up a knockout. The other Pokemon I would say is probably what you want to lean on a little bit more is that Iron Hands, and get a bit more out of the Iron Hands than Aaron really got in that first game, because I think with the utility of the Fake Out there, you really take advantage of that, which he did in that first game. But as an offensive threat, he really wasn't able to get much return there, and I think maybe that is the Pokemon to have on the field if you can. It's awkward though when you've got a Clefairy on the field from Kieran, and how well Kieran played that in game 1.
Very true, but game 2 here of Swiss Round A at the Pokémon World Championships. We're going to see Aaron Traylor going with the Miraidon, setting the Hadron engine out on the field here, and enabling it with this Urshifu to apply a lot of offensive pressure straight out of the blocks into Clefairy and Calyrex.
Yeah, this is a perfect lead from Aaron, really, because now we know the Electro Drift from game 1 picks up the knockout into the Clefairy, so it's not as safe. You've got an easy target into that slot with the Electro Drift, and then you can follow up with the Close Combat or Surging Strikes into the Calyrex to get some big damage there. And like we've already mentioned, yes, you might lose your Miraidon in that situation, but you could almost scout out the Protect from the Clefairy and just double target into the Calyrex here, because is the Clefairy really threatening anything offensively? Probably not anything that you're worried about. So if the Calyrex does Protect, it's risky because of the Unseen Fist ability, and it can't really freely Terrestrialize either. So you've got to go for that Follow Me with the Clefairy. You pick it up with the Electro Drift, and then you can follow it up with that Urshifu. Really great lead here from Aaron. Kieran got a lot to do to kind of get out of this sticky situation.
And Miraidon trying to find a way to get around the fact that it's weak to ice type attacks here, going for its Terra Fairy here. We're also going to see some beautiful sparks on the field here, as the Bejewel Pokemon on Kieran's side of the field as well is going to be that Clefairy. So we're going to see a terrestrialization of ground type onto Clefairy here.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that you don't want to see if you're Aaron, and clicking in with that Electro Drift. Yeah, we are seeing the Follow Me here. The Surgeon Strike's going to be great into that slot, but are we going to see it? We are going to see that Volt Switch. It is going to be blocked. Great terrestrialization here from Kieran, but the Surging Strikes following up Aaron covering bases here, not locking in with that close combat that would have been the most obvious thing. And like you say, is it enough? It is enough to get rid of that pesky little Clefairy.
Masterful play here by Aaron. Yes, they could have seen that Terra Ground coming, and of course that's going to be detrimental for the Miraidon, but Urshifu's got its back. Being able to deal some very significant damage and remove it from play now means that this Calyrex is going to be a lot more vulnerable going forward without Frengar by its side. As you can see, the Glacial Lance not going to be threatening that Miraidon now that it is Terra Fairy, and Urshifu has had his Focus Sash broken, but it's still very much in the game.
Yeah, the thing here is that the Raging Bolt can come onto the field now for Kieran and really threaten the Miraidon. Now it has Terrasilize. You're going to have that booster energy activated. You're going to have the Electric Train boosting that Thunderclap, and knowing that it's locked into that Volt switch, it's an easy thing for you to do. And then maybe because you know it's an easy slot and Aaron's forced to potentially switch that out, you can play into that a little bit more, maybe target that with a Thunderbolt instead of going for the Thunderclap. The Urshifu is also really threatened here, but like we can see, Aaron has got that Farigiraf in the back. The Armatil can come in. It's going to be really nice at this point as well, where the Calyrex hasn't had that Chilling Neigh boost.
Yes.
So with that Electric Seed coming in, it can get that boost quite happily, block any potential Thunderclap coming out, and then get some kind of return with whatever Pokemon you decide to leave onto the field.
I think as well, if you're Aaron now, you have to be careful not to enable the Calyrex on Kieran's side to start getting those Chilling Neigh boosts, because that's when it can start steamrolling through your team. Miraidon going to get out of there knowing that it would be a null and knockout if a Glacial Lance was able to come its way, and Farigiraf is able to join the field. Perfect way to prevent a potential Thunderclap coming through and allowing this Urshifu that's in a position where it can still be speedy to get some damage out here on the field. As the defense boost comes up on Farigiraf, very, very useful, and blocking this Thunderclap.
Yeah, really nice block, and the close combat targeted into the Raging Bolt here, doing some nice respectable damage, taking a little bit of a defense and a special defense drop for its trouble. Glacial Lance coming out, going to be not as effective because of that Electric Seed, but a huge knockout onto that Urshifu. Critical hit, would it have been enough even with those defense drops? You're probably saying maybe not.
It would have been difficult to tell, but all I can say is Calyrex has got the Chilling Neigh boost 1 on the board. It's going to be very, very dicey for Aaron here. You do not want to lose another Pokemon and allow this Calyrex to really take over the match. Miraidon comes back in, and I think this is a really good position for it to come into because it can apply some good damage. It just depends which move it wants to lock in with, because it is choice spec, so whichever move Aaron chooses, you have to stay in with. Something like the Dazzling Gleam could be nice to get the damage across onto the opposing Raging Bolt, maybe get a little bit of chip onto the Calyrex, but I don't know how Farigiraf is able to finish up against it, so you're going to have to put all your eggs in the basket and channel down against Calyrex if you're me.
Yeah, and do you lock in against the Calyrex with that Draco Meteor? That Focus Sash. So you're going to have to really commit into this Pokemon twice to be able to remove it from the field, and have you got enough in the tank to be able to take at least one attack from it in the meantime?
This is the thing, Farigiraf with the foul play should be able to get a huge amount of damage onto that opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, and thanks to the Electric Seed defense boost, might be able to take another one of the Glacial Lances, so you have that potential to work with. The issue is the speed of this Urshifu, because it's able to come through, clean up, and also go through any potential protect Farigiraf might want to do to avoid a Glacial Lance. So it really comes down to Miraidon here. It's able to go for a Dazzling Gleam. That will take the Urshifu down to its Focus Sash, but not do too much to the opposing Calyrex.
Yeah, and Aaron does still have a Pokemon in the back as well, so taking that Urshifu down to its Sash, but like you mentioned, something on Aaron's side of the field is going to have to take some big damage here, and it is going to be that Farigiraf. It is going to be the close combat, taking it probably into what will be Glacial Lance range here for Kieran to take maybe a double knockout.
Oh, but the Farigiraf is able to move first, able to get the KO. Calyrex is down and out of here. You do not have to worry about Glacial Lance.
Yeah, really nice turn here for Aaron, picking up on the speed ties from that game 1. The Farigiraf outspeeding that Calyrex. Quite confident in being able to say, okay, well, whatever comes out, I lose the Miraidon potentially to a close combat, or Farigiraf, it has had its Electric Seed boost, so it's got a bit more of a bolster to its defense. It's going to be able to soak that up quite easily like we just saw it do, and then return with that foul play. And because the Terastallization wasn't a thing here, that is doing super effective damage, especially with the Chilling Neigh boost that it's had, kind of falling in your favor a bit to allow you to close things out. And now it is the lone sashed Urshifu against 3 Pokemon on Aaron's side of the field.
This is exactly what Aaron needs to be able to pull into a game 3. Miraidon able to shine brightly and go for a Dazzling Gleam to take the score 1-1 going into the final game of the set. The winning in. Does it get more exciting than this, Lee?
No, going right down to a game 3, and really well played here from Aaron. And what is a very difficult matchup. I think the way that he was very brave in that first turn, when we were just talking about how hard it is to bring that Miraidon to this match, but saying, no, actually, I need the damage. Identifying that from game one, how much it threatens that Clefairy. It's probably the only thing that you've got to be able to remove that Pokemon from the field in one hit. So let's bring it, and let's bring something next to it, like the Urshifu. We saw how much that pressured the Calyrex Ice Rider, and almost in that situation as well, ate up that Terastallization, which was so useful for that late game. Kieran had to commit to that ground Terastallization, and you don't mind going for potentially a Volt Switch into it, especially if the Calyrex isn't really doing much that turn anyway.
But I honestly think Aaron was in so much command this whole game right from the beginning, even with that Clefairy, thinking, yes, it could go for the ground terror, and if it does, well, that's tough for my Miraidon. But covering it so beautifully with the Urshifu just meant that he was constantly making Kieran have to adapt to his style here. Yes, we even had the critical hit come through on that Urshifu later in the game, but being able to have the Terastallization on the Miraidon, boosting up this Dazzling Gleam so it could deal a huge amount of damage to the Urshifu, and actually significant to the Calyrex to ensure the KO with the foul play, does just show how in command he was in this game too.
Yeah, and I think that speed kind of tearing there between the Farigiraf and the Calyrex, it makes such a difference there, because if your Farigiraf is slow for whatever reason, if it's maybe on Kieran's side a faster Calyrex, then things get a little bit more complicated. And you wouldn't say it's out of the realms of possibility looking at the team. There's not really any sort of trick room anywhere on Kieran's side of the field. So I think going down a similar sort of line is what Aaron did in that first game is probably the right thing to do here, and it's all for Kieran to adjust now. Does he go down the route with that Cornerstone Ogapon, where you do have that sturdy ability, where you can almost guarantee taking 2 attacks to allow something like maybe your Iron Crown to come back into play, utilize that Terastallization? Because I think if you are looking at it from an offensive perspective, yeah, it's great, like Terastallizing your Clefairy, but you're not really getting an offensive benefit there. And we saw how offensive Kieran's playstyle was in that first game. I think he really needs to revert back to that and start putting pressure onto Aaron, which Aaron was so well at dealing with in that game too. So coming right down to the wire here, we're going into game 3, the decider which one of these amazing players will be advancing into day 2 here, the 2024 World Championships.
And it's going to be the dynamic duo once again of Urshifu and the Miraidon versus down against the Clefairy and the Calyrex Ice Rider. Now, we saw in game 2 how in control Aaron was of this turn 1. Hadron Engine on the field, setting that electric terrain. The key thing here is going to be, what is this Clefairy going to do? What support is it going to be providing? And is it going to allow Calyrex to shine?
Yeah, and that's the thing. And I think, are you going to commit to that Terastallization once again? We just talked about that. I don't think you do this time around. I think you probably allow the Clefairy to go down, if anything. You've got the Friend Guard. You've got the Follow Me. You can definitely pull in 2 attacks. But the problem is, if you do see that Miraidon lock into the Electro Drift and not the Volt Switch, if you don't Terastallize, you are going to lose your Clefairy and probably take a lot of damage for your trouble with the Calyrex, maybe putting you too far behind this battle. So it's very risky not going for that.
Well, this was the winning combination for Aaron in that game too, Terastallizing up the Miraidon, dropping its weakness to Ice-type attacks and allowing Dazzling Gleam to be even more formidable. Clefairy not Terastallizing this time, going for the Follow Me as Miraidon goes for the Electro Drift. Not seeing the Ground Terror here, going to be able to do huge damage. One-hit KO, Clefairy is out of this championship.
Yeah, the castles are crumbling here, and Aaron taking a huge lead in this turn 1. Following up with these Surgeon Strikes into the Calyrex. Kieran not committing to that Terastallization and really costing him here. The Glacial Lance, probably the option here. Maybe a Trick Room though, but the Terastallization on that Miraidon, taking away that Ice weakness. So going to be able to cushion it up nice and safely. Focus Sash on the Urshifu as well. Not taking much damage from it in a commanding position.
If the turn 1 of game 2 was perfect, this was sublime. Being able to not only get the knockout on that Clefairy once again, but some damage on the board against this Calyrex does put Aaron into a great position. You have to talk about the Iron Crown, however, it's come onto the field and been able to benefit from that electric terrain.
Yeah, and it is getting the speed boost. I think that's the thing to note here. It's going to get the jump on the Miraidon. Going to be able to attack that before it can move. It's got the Tachyon Cutter, steel type attack. It's going to do super effective damage into that Pokemon. And you can also choose to go for a Psychic into the Urshifu. The sash has been broken there, so you've got your choice here. I mean, the easy one is going for the Miraidon. You know it's choice locked. It hasn't got Protect. The Urshifu has got Protect, so it can easily just kind of get around any threat this turn. Do you want to lose your Miraidon? That's the question. Or could you switch it out for something else?
Looks like it's staying in play for now. Urshifu going defensive with the detect as Iron Crown went for the Psychic. Fantastic defensive play by Aaron here, calling this perfectly from the Iron Crown, enabling the Miraidon to get the edge, go for the Electro Drift down into this opposing Calyrex, and with so much damage on the board, able to get the knockout.
That is a huge knockout once again. A really great play here from Aaron, identifying that probably the Miraidon was the thing at threat here, but not breaking. He's just going, the pressure here, and committing to getting rid of that big restricted threat on Kieran's side of the field. And now the Raging Ball, the other thing that's going to take advantage from this electric train, getting that booster energy activated, boosting that special attack. You've got the Iron Crown, still a threat here, so you can't really take anything for granted, but you do have 2 Pokemon in the back if you're Aaron. Maybe you switch in something like the Iron Hands, although it is risky. If you switch it in on a Psychic, you're going to take a lot of damage for it. But the Iron Hands is a great Pokemon to be able to bring into this situation, because if you get it right, land on something like the Raging Ball, throwing out a Thunderbolt, you're going to be able to soak that up so well, right?
Exactly. It's so interesting now where the state of play is, because this Iron Crown is so fast on the field as well, but you have to watch out for that Raging Bolt as well. It has the potential to go for a Thunderclap, but if Aaron has that Farigiraf in the back and brings it in, that can be so detrimental for Kieran. And it is not going to be scared, going for the Thunderclap, not even thinking, hey, Farigiraf could switch in here. The Bold and Brave play in Game 3 is necessary to get the knockout. Not only does that get the priority, but now the Iron Crown can go for that Psychic thanks to its speed and get the KO on the Urshifu.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here, and it may be one that Aaron's just thinking, okay, I've got 2 Pokemon in the back. I don't want to take any risks. I don't want to switch anything in. 2 Pokemon I've got out, probably going to get knocked out. That's fine. I've got a game plan. We've got the Farigiraf and the Iron Hands in the back. You can bring them in a much more healthy position. You're going to get that Psychic Seed activated. Not really going to be that helpful in this situation, unfortunately. You do have the Fake Out from the Iron Hands, of course. That's going to at least give you 1 turn. But could Kieran's Pokemon just protect here? And the Iron Hand's going to be threatened by the Psychic. The Raging Bolt going to threaten the Farigiraf with that Thunderbolt. It's looking pretty tough here for Aaron, but
honestly,
not over.
With that 1 turn, the momentum has completely swung into Kieran's favor. It's heartbreak to see as well the Farigiraf that was indeed in the back. Aaron could have brought it in, but based on the way he played games 1 and 2, I think his playstyle enough would have been such a threat, but Kieran actually just completely going through that masterful play. And now once again, you have this Iron Crown in the position where it can go for just something like a Psychic, get some damage down on the board, and I believe as well Kieran still has Terrestrialization, or am I making that up?
Still has Terrestrialization.
I think it's still in play, right?
Has not committed to it, because didn't go for it on the Clefairy. The Clefairy went down to the Electro Drift, and then the Calyrex took a lot of damage that turn from
well, there we go.
And here's our answer, Luke. Kieran locking in with the Terrestrialization now, and it is onto that Raging Bolt.
Yep.
So we will see this Paradox Pokemon turn into an electric type, boosting further those big damaging attacks.
Yeah, not for this turn though. Fake Out comes through, going to slow it down in its tracks as the Tachyon Cutter comes through from Iron Crown. This is going to be able to connect a couple of times here into the Farigiraf, and it's not going to be able to hang on to another one of those in the following turn. Life Orb Recall coming through as well as Raging Bolt not able to move. Farigiraf, however, taking advantage of the speed on the opposing side and switching things up with a Trick Room. I like this here from Aaron. You still can kind of get around any priority thanks to the ability on the Farigiraf, but does Iron Hands have enough to be able to get 2 knockouts here?
You've probably got enough to get the Iron Crown if you double up into it, because is the foul play going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto it? Maybe not. Maybe, though. It's going to be very close. The Raging Bolt's a different question, though. Do you have enough with the Iron Hands to deal with the Raging Bolt, especially after it has Terrestrialized, after it has had this booster energy boost, after the Electric Train is still active on the field? I don't know if you're going to be able to really remove it so easily, but here we go. Aaron going all in with a helping hand.
Yeah, let's see if it can do it. You have to call the protect correctly. Iron Crown is going to be protecting if Aaron has talked it down into this. And he has. The low kick comes down. It's gone. Raging Bolt falls down. It's a tall Pokemon. It weighs a lot. The low kick is going to be detrimental to it. And it is down and out here in this match.
That is a huge turn from Aaron, identifying that the Raging Bolt is the big threat here, because the Iron Crown is in that position where it's a little bit awkward, right? You've got the Terrestrialization locked in on that Raging Bolt, so you think, let's take advantage of that. The Farigiraf's Armor Tail blocking the Thunderclap, taking full advantage of the helping hand, the low kick, not something that we commonly see.
Yes.
Really great choice here from Aaron, based on the weight of the Pokemon, and because Raging Bolt is a heavy Pokemon, Aaron Trailer has won 1, and we'll be progressing into day 2 of the World Championships here in Hawaii.
The doctor is in the house and with a full, clean bill of health is able to advance into day 2. Oh my goodness, honestly, I mean, my heart rate is up. I have 0 chill in those last couple of turns, calling that protect, but Aaron Trailer calm, cool and collected, showing what an awesome competitor he is.
Yeah, I think the turn where we called the momentum swing.
Yeah.
Aaron losing the Miraidon, losing the Urshifu, and you're staring down at the Iron Crown. It's got the speed boost.
Yeah.
The Raging Bolt got its boost to its special attack. It's about to Terastallize. You think, oh, all you've got is Farigiraf and Iron Hands. How am I going to get out of this? But Aaron knew all the time, he's like, if I can get up this trick room, I've got the play. Hopefully, the low kick's going to be enough. And I think it comes down to knowing your calculations, knowing your game plan. Accepting that if I switch anything out in this position, I'm going to probably lose this match. There's no need to. I've got enough kind of out of the Miraidon. I've been able to deal with that Calyrex. It's dealt with the Clefairy. Now it's down to the last 2 Pokemon that can come in clean and close this up.
And I can see you thinking right at the beginning of this match how commanding a fashion Aaron was in, getting big damage with that Miraidon. And I think you made a really good point later in this match where it was like, do you let the Miraidon go down? That's where Farigiraf was able to come in and set that trick room up, which did so much momentum swinging for Aaron in this game. The Thunderclap here, this was a little bit of a dicey turn, I'm not going to lie. Knowing the Farigiraf was in the back for Aaron as well, you always felt for him that this was a misplay. That, you know, not bringing it in and allowing that Pokemon to go down was going to be ending his run. But it was not to be. Farigiraf comes in and says, I'm not just here for my ability, I also can change up the speed and allow Iron Hands and the low kick to shine. Iron Hands, Iron Feet, I would say.
Yeah, big Iron Feet. I think that's the big play there, where, like predicting the protect on the Iron Crown because it feels so threatened because it is naturally had that speed boost, so it's really out of place in a Trick Room environment, whereas the Raging Bolt feels a little bit more sturdy, so you're feeling a little bit safer with it. You don't really feel as threatened by maybe a Drain Punch, a Wild Charge for sure, or maybe even a low kick, thinking, well, I don't see that often, and I'm probably not going to get knocked out even if it comes out, so I'm going to be able to get rid of the Farigiraf this turn, and I think that might have been the thinking from Kieran, but Aaron knowing that, okay, if you allow me to get this low kick off, then it's going to be over, and it really was. The Iron Crown then in a position where there was just no way to get any utility from it. As threatening as a Pokemon it is in that position, Aaron doing all the right plays and shown why he's such a high-quality player, being able to kind of just get over the line at this really important point of the tournament.
I mean, the low kick did completely wipe out the opposing Raging Ball, but I think it also wiped us out behind the desk here. I think it's time to go hear from our winner, Aaron Trailer, on the stage with Sierra.
Hey everyone, I am here with the winner of our final round of Swiss here, day 1 of World, Aaron Trailer. Congratulations. What a set. How are you feeling after that?
Tired. Just very, do I hold this? Very tired. Yeah, oh, okay, I'm gonna hold it. Yeah, I'm just really tired. You know, that was a really intense set, and I'm really just grateful to be the one who ended up coming out on top, you know?
I want to start at the end of that series because it was an electrifying, literally, turn 1 of that game number 3 there. Electro Drift into this Clefairy. It has the Terra Ground that could have been potentially devastating. I'd love to know what's going through your head on that.
Yeah, so I knew from the first couple of games that Kieran is just likes to think very carefully about what the opponent is going to do, and so I thought there's no way he expects me to go for this twice, you know? Like, nobody really wants to Electro Drift into Terra Ground twice, and I thought that by adding that structure to my play, that's how I could get around, you know, his play.
Well, then I want to know, too, had that gone a little bit differently, had there been that Terra Ground, how you kind of expect to bounce back from that in that match, or you were just so confident in this play and that the read you had that you felt good in it?
Yeah, I think I would have figured it out, you know, the iron, like, that was kind of my game plan. I was like, you know, I just committed to that, like, twice in a row, and I was like, you know, because when a player like that is thinking so hard about what you're going to do, there's almost no way to really tell how they're going to try and take advantage of you. And also in the second game, you know, with the Terra Ground, I think going for that Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam and just taking as much damage as possible would have been a totally natural adaptation. And so by not doing that, I put myself in a really good spot, because if I had gone for that and taken out the Clefairy, then Iron Crown was just waiting to come in and get that that big Tachyon cutter off or mess up Urshifu's day. Yeah.
All right. Well, you definitely had it worked out here, and especially too looking at this Miraidon. This is something from the get-go in this regulation that you've kind of adapted towards. And I want to know, when you're going ahead, you're looking at the World Championships, you're kind of prepping ahead. Were you kind of like set from the get-go, like this is the pick to bring?
Actually, no. So I tried a whole bunch of different stuff. Like going into NAIC, I had a really okay, I'm gonna consider these restricted Pokemon, and I'm gonna, and then I whittled them down one by one. I played Lunala at NAIC, and I still really like that. Lunala, I tried some Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then I was just like, I can be who I want to be with Miraidon. I can play how I want to play, and that just felt like the strongest way to go into Worlds. And so I spent, I just looked at all the different Miraidon variants, and then I spent a little time in Japan before this tournament, and I had a chance to sit down and get dinner with a Japanese player named Arubega, and he later published an article, and I was just like, this is the best one. It's got to be this Miraidon. And so I just really focused on that after. Yeah, and so, yeah.
I love it. I mean, it definitely paid off because now it took you to the last one, so you had all the nerves for it, but you are going to be competing. You're going to be right here tomorrow early. So how are you feeling now that you get to compete a little bit further? You made it officially day 2.
I'm going to go straight to bed, Sierra. I went to bed at 9 o'clock, I think, last night, and I think we can beat that tonight if we really try.
All right, we'll wrap this up then real quick. But before I let you go, any final words?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks everyone out there. I'm really grateful, and I worked really hard with my friend Trista. She contributed to this team, and my understanding just as much as I did. So, yeah, I just want to do it for the team.
Well, best of luck. Definitely made them proud of that performance so far for today. As for us, day 1 officially done, but we do have to wrap things up and head on over to the lounge.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. It is time for one last deep dive with the Beach Vibe here. Rose was trying to make it happen, so I'm going to make it happen. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Scott Glaza and Joe Brown, and I just want to steal something I heard a really good friend say once. It has been a long day.
Long day indeed.
But we can almost end it if we go to bed before 9 o'clock.
I mean, I feel like that's almost a speedrun strat at this point. We're all just going to be running back to our hotels to go to bed. But it has been truly an exciting day of competition. And now there's only our day 2 players who remain. And for those of you who may be tuning in for the first time, this is anybody who has currently gone either undefeated, lost 1 round, or lost 2 rounds in the competition. And while we only have 12 trainers here on screen currently, these are some really big 12 players to be featuring already to keep your eyes on for tomorrow.
And it matters a ton to be, I assume these are, at least the players I'm looking at, I think we know are ones with 0 or 1 loss mostly. I think that matters more than ever, right?
Yes.
I think there's a lot of past formats where you kind of squeak it at 7-2 and like, oh, I can just, maybe have a 4-1 day 2 and be fine. Definitely not going to be the case this time. You need to keep at 2 losses or fewer this time. These players are the ones who have the best odds of doing that. I think particular shout out to Wolf Glick. We weren't able to get him on stream today, but apparently hasn't dropped a single game, not just 8-0, but also 16-0. Unfortunately for Wolf, that does not get you anything extra, but pretty impressive all the same.
It'll get you extra high fives from your friends.
I was going to say, gives yourself some extra high fives, but also I think gives yourself a very confident mindset to have going into tomorrow, as you need to win those 3 rounds of Swiss we'll be featuring tomorrow in order to ensure your position in Top Cut. And if you want to watch all of that action, you'll have to tune in at 9 a.m. Hawaiian Standard Time. I believe that's 3 hours to the Pacific time, 6 hours to the East Coast. If you're in any other time zones, I apologize. Those are just the 2 conversions I've been doing myself all weekend. But you're not going to want to miss any of the action for sure.
Yeah, if you're in Europe, we're sorry, because, please stay up.
Don't do math on stream. That's rule number 1 commentary. Don't figure it out. Let everyone figure it out at home.
You can follow our channel, though, and spoiler alert, if you turn on notifications for when we go live, you don't even have to do time zone conversions. You can just look at your phone, realize, oh, shoot, I got to go watch the Pokemon stream, and then go run away to your computer or your TV or wherever. You can also check out some of our incredible co-streamers who are featuring this event, and also check out the VODs as well if you cannot watch live.
Yeah, and we just expect you to wait patiently at your computer until that notification comes. So Start now.
Just continuing to refresh it, just pressing the refresh button.
Anytime now.
Don't run home to go to bed. Run home to start refreshing your browser. But you're going to be there for a little bit of time, not going to lie. So while you're there, why don't you sign up for our email updates? For those of you who haven't seen this already, you can get news about Pokemon events, live streams, and new releases at the Pokemon Center all in your inbox, hand delivered by the Porygon that live in the internet wires that power society by scanning that QR code. You can also head to Pokemon.com if you don't have a QR code scanner handy.
I mean, she knows a lot about programming and stuff, so I'm just going to assume that's true. I had to become a marketer because I couldn't do math.
Well, this is a pretty big deal for us, Gabby, as pin collectors. Getting those notifications right when the new pins get dropped on the Pokemon Center website, that's a game changer for us.
It's true. Honestly, like there have been so many times where I get the email, I rush, I check out, and then I post to y'all because Gabby has to get her pins first, of course. But not only that, if you want to do something else while you're waiting for the stream to come back, you can go ahead and power on Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet on your Nintendo Switch and download the champion Sylveon from last year's World Championships. Tomoya Ogawa used this Sylveon in his seniors finals last year in the video game, and it can be yours by using Sleep Talk Worlds.
Could be pretty relevant in Regulation H, as some of the big fairy types and big legendaries are not going to be around, so Sylveon might be a little bit more prevalent again.
Yeah, and you probably feel like we just told you about this distribution, but we're going to keep telling you until you download it, so just do it.
And also you will remind us to download it because I think this is more for our sake at this point. We also are giving away items in TCG Live. That is the computer and phone application that you can play the Pokemon trading card game with. You can get a beautiful special illustration rare Pecharunt EX in-game using Outburst World 24. Now, admittedly, I am a little bit unfamiliar with Pecharunt from the trading card game, but I do remember the Mochi Mayhem that hit the video game at the end of the story of Scarlet and Violet, and yeah, that was crazy. I imagine this looks crazy too.
Yeah, it is also a poison type weak to fighting, but of course the trading card game is it's a darkness Pokemon, and fighting has ground a part of it, so it makes a little bit more sense when you think about it.
It does, and I also love to collect those special illustrations, so make sure to add that to your collection alongside of some of the Twitch drops we have going on this weekend. This is super, super exciting for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. If you watch the stream live at twitch.tv/PokemonTCG, you can get Twitch drops for an exclusive deck box, for some card sleeves, for coin, for booster packs, and more. All as easy as watching along at home.
Yeah, great time to boost your Pokemon trading card deck. Between that and the Pecharunt, hopefully you'll pull something and it'll kind of fit together.
I hope that y'all get great pulls with those booster packs, as I know there's a lot of really cool cards in the latest trading card game set that just dropped. Pokemon Go is also getting in on the Twitch drop action. Now, for those, you'll have to watch at Pokemon Go. However, today you could have gotten some special research for a Sableye XL candy, which is very important in Go, but also an Elite TM.
Yeah, I think it's actually backwards. So hopefully you enjoyed your day 2 rewards during day 1. And tomorrow, if you tune in during day 2, you'll get your day 1 rewards, which I think that's how numbers work, yeah.
They finally added Trick Room to Pokemon Go! They twisted the dimensions. No, but seriously, these are some really incredible Pokemon that are going to be very powerful in the Go Battle League, and some of them also could potentially be shiny. So you are going to want to have the opportunity to get your hands on those. And I'm glad I didn't miss the Elite TM drop because I need those in my life. So thank you, Scott. That was very helpful.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? But wait, there's more.
More?
We're also giving away Twitch drops over at Pokemon Unite. So if you are watching throughout the earlier rounds today or tomorrow, you can have an opportunity to earn some coins. But during the finals, they will be distributing via Twitch drops a Unite license box. And I believe that allows you to pick one from several options that in the game that you don't have yet, and it's just yours.
I believe it's one of 20 that are selectable, so if you don't own some of them, it saves you on spending some of your resources to gain new Pokemon. And I think I'm going to talk to production. I think I'm going to take an hour off tomorrow just to try to get my drops ready for Unite.
I actually have great news. So the Unite finals will be after all the other games wrap tomorrow, so you can still watch all the VG action
and do my job
and do your job and play Pokemon Unite and watch the finals to get in on that. If you're watching today, though, you can also get a special Gengar Platinum emblem. Now, for those of you who don't know, these emblems give your stats a bit of a boost in the game. Gengar is a really cool Pokemon, obviously, so you want to add him to your emblem collection, and you can go ahead and redeem that via the gift code displayed on screen.
Zoink said it was good during the pre-show, so I'm going to assume he was telling us the truth.
And don't be like me, who I still regret 2 years later not putting the code in on the Zacian free emblem.
Oh, I
still
just
lose sleep
realized
over
I
it at night,
forgot
Gabby.
something.
Oh, and now I can't queue with either of them.
Well, we can work our stuff out. Maybe we'll just do the Tinkaton mode or whatever if that's still around. But what? Oh, what?
Oh, we have a surprise!
I think it's somebody's birthday.
Oh my God! Thank you.
Happy birthday from Pokemon.
We got that?
Oh my God, guys, thank you so much.
Happy birthday to Gabby Snyder. Blow out the imaginary candles.
I made a wish, yeah.
There you go.
Thank you all so much. This is really special. Thank you. All right, I'm going to maybe take this from Lou so she's not stuck holding it. And that's going to be it from us all here tonight. I think we have some cake to go eat. So thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for day 2 of the World Championships.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! This is Pedro. The matches at NAIC 2024 were out of this world. Let's take a look back at the competition in New Orleans. NAIC saw trainers from all around the globe battle for championship points, world invites, and the title of North America International Champion. Ashton Ash displayed a masterful performance with his always trustworthy core of Mantine and Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Ashton Ash is going to win this game in stunning fashion.
Out of Pocket played out of his mind and rocked the competition with his Shadow Quagsire's Stone Edge.
Stone Edge is going to be super effective against the bug-type Charjabug.
And LNDS Stainer soared to the sky with his unyielding Mandibus.
Another Sky Attack or Brave Bird taking out the Skarmory.
Going into Championship Sunday, we had a heated match between Ashton Ash and Out of Pocket in the winners finals. After Out of Pocket's heart-stopping win, Ashton Ash was up against the unstoppable Brazilian trainer LNDS Steinar, who defeated some of the toughest trainers in Day 2. In a dominant set of battles, Ashton Ash rose victorious and earned a rematch against Out of Pocket.
But we see the Volt Switch go through. Both Pokemon go down, but Ashton Ash has a Pokemon in the back. Claims victory 3-0 over Steinar.
The energy in the audience before the grand finals could only be described as the calm before the storm. After a set of 3 really close battles that kept the audience at the edge of their seats, Out of Pocket seized the title of North America International Champion with the help of his signature Feraligatr and Shadow Quagsire.
Here comes Out of Pocket. Volt switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of Pocket, your NAIC 2024 champion.
Don't miss the epic conclusion of the season in Honolulu, Hawaii, where the best trainers in the world come together to decide once and for all who is the very best. Be sure to tune in and check out Pokemon.com/compete to jump straight into the action.
NAIC 2024 was one of a kind. The biggest international to date with over 3,100 competitors and the first and only competition in the Twilight Masquerade format. In the junior division finals, Jose Cruz, piloting the new Raging Bolt Ogerpon, faced off against Edison Chen with his Goldengo EX jet. Early pressure and key Pokemon catchers led Jose to a quick Game 1 win. Edison responded by making it rain back-to-back to bring the pair to a Game 3, where Jose was able to chain big attacks to earn an even bigger IC win.
We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage, and Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division.
In the senior divisions, Daniel Snorlax tried to lock down Game 1, but Nathan's key supporters helped break him free and leave Daniel with a lone Mimikyu who couldn't deal with Dragapult. For Game 2, Nathan put on the pressure with Dracloak and evolved it at the perfect time to take the win and the coveted IC title.
Here we go, Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh, Neo Upper Energy on the Pit Shot, KO with Blustery win, and Nathan Ostergatz is your North American International Champion in the Seniors division.
The Masters Finals lineup guaranteed it would be one for the history books. Stefan Ivanov, the two-time NAIC champion, found himself in the finals once again, playing Gardevoir EX. But in his way, playing Lost Box was Andrew Hedrick, a repeat regional champion. In Game 1, Stefan locked down the Lost Zone with his Klefki and Fluttermane. But Andrew was able to take back momentum with a dreaded Iron Hands EX. Stefan's only defense was to confuse it with Monkey Dory. But one risky roll later, Iron Hands attacked and Andrew won the game. Stefan's Fluttermane locked Andrew down again in Game 2, but this time it gave no quarter and led Stefan to a commanding win and Game 3. In Game 3, time was short and pressure was high. Stefan led with the lock once more, but Andrew found a boss's orders for the first important prize. In the final turn, Andrew, with a single flower selecting, found his prime catcher and closed out the set, becoming the 2024 NAIC champion.
There it is! The prime catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Legends were made here at NAIC, so make sure you continue to tune in at Pokemon.com/compete, and maybe you could be part of Pokemon history.
NAIC was home to not one, but two tournaments. The top 8 North American Regional Finals and the Final Stretch Open. Day 1 was the North American Regional Finals, and 3 teams forged their way to the top. Luminosity, Nemesis, and Orange Juicers. With all 3 of these teams being qualified for the World Championships, the tournament was a stage to prove who was the best of the best. The final matchup was between recent champs Orange Juicers and EUIC top 4 team Nemesis. Nemesis started hot by resetting the bracket from the loser's side.
Nemesis, cool as a cucumber.
But in the end, Nemesis could not take down Orange Juicers and their powerful Phalanx compositions.
Orange Juicers become your North American champions!
Day 2 was the final stretch. The last chance for teams to earn a spot at the World Championships. 3 teams from the open bracket faced the 5 unqualified teams from day 1. Excitement was in the air from the beginning. The first game of the day ended with a nail-biter finish. DOL Kittens won the game by just 2 points.
There was an attempt to score from the other direction. I just want to be sure. What? 2 points for DOL Kittens!
The best-of-5 set went the distance, but the final game was a test of countermeasures. Phalanx was a dominant Pokemon in both tournaments, and this finals was no exception. In all 4 games leading up to the last, Phalanx did not lose a single time. However, top path player for G, OG, locked in the Lucario for the final game, and it worked flawlessly. The final stretch came to an end with G taking the crown and a spot at the World Championships in Hawaii.
G, they are your final stretch champions! Free hot dog!
Think you have what it takes? Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
The North American International Championships had arrived in New Orleans, and so naturally, a parade of excited players followed, vying for that coveted trophy. Calyrex Shadow Rider had just won back-to-back regional-level events in the 2 weeks prior, and its cool counterpart, Ice Rider, was never far behind. So the pressure was on every player to find a way to topple the Jockey King from its steeds. In the final of the Juniors division, Damon Zhao brought a hard-hitting Miraidon team into Kevin Hahn's bulky Calyrex Ice Rider. Despite the mega charge hits from Miraidon, Kevin's team was still able to use Trick Room and flip the matchup on its head, taking the win in a convincing 2-0.
And with this Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championships.
The senior finals was the battle of both riders. Adam Coulson with Calyrex Ice Rider piled on the pressure alongside Urshifu. However, Joshua Robinson utilized his Calyrex Shadow Rider to weather the blizzard, stall out Trick Room, and take a multitude of KOs with powerful Astral Barrages.
So the Calyrex, with this Astral Barrage, able to move before this Urshifu, is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game, Josh! The honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your Senior Division 2024 North America International Champion!
And in the Masters Division, we had French player Aurélien Soula, an incredibly strong player with countless top cuts in large events, and their opponent, Patrick Connors from Florida. With just a couple of day 2 finishes to his name, he was certainly the underdog coming into this EU versus NA face-off. Patrick took game 1, but Aurélien took game 2. And in the final game, Patrick was able to position Pelipper to lock down Aurelian's Terrapagos with Wide Guard and sweep with Glacial Lance of the Calyrex Ice Rider.
The support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion!
So the North American region reigned supreme this weekend, with all champions riding their Calyrex to victory. Will you be our next champion? Settle on over to Pokemon.com/compete and show the world what you and your Pokemon can achieve.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokémon World Championships.
Hello everyone and welcome in. I'm so excited to have you join us today. This is the World Championships preview show. We're going to help set the stage as best we can to get you prepared to enjoy this competition to its fullest. My name is Adam Watson and I am joined by, of course,
Rachel, aka Seltzer, and our job is to hype you up for what is to come next week at Worlds, but the preview for this show hyped me up, so I'm so excited seeing the level of play that is ahead of us, seeing how many great trainers have earned this path. And Adam, I'm so excited to talk to our guests today who are going to take us through the action in their individual games. But before we get into that, how's your year in Pokemon been?
it has been up and down with Pokemon TCG. It feels like the meta's shifting left and right. It's been a massive improvement, I think, has been the overall sentiment, which I'm glad to see. A few of my underdog favorite decks have risen to prominence. Dialga, of course, but have since fallen off, so I'll take that certainly to my grave. But it's not just about Pokemon TCG. We've got so many games to cover here, but what about your year with Pokemon?
I was gonna say, do you think Dialga has had its time? I'll be be here all show, folks. I did get a chance after our last show, though. We were hyping up Lugia. I've gone on TCG Live. I've been playing the Lugia deck. It is phenomenal. If you're way down at the bottom ranks and you're placed up against someone who just ate a whole bottle of ketchup, that's me. I'll see you on there. But we're talking about much higher level of play here today, Adam.
And in order to understand all of those levels and complexity that is at play, we do have an expert panel of our casters from the scene that are going to be calling in and helping us break things down. We're going to kick it off with Pokemon GO, a fan favorite, and we've got Martine on the line to help us get into the world's mindset. How are you feeling, Martine?
Thank you, Adam and Rachel. I'm feeling great. I'm super excited to be here. And as you just said, those previews, they just made me so excited for what is to come, right? These past few days and the upcoming days are just breathing Pokemon. And yeah, there's just so much to come in Pokemon GO. This is going to be the third World Championships for Pokemon GO, and it's been exponentially growing. The first time in London 2022, we had 64 competitors. Last season in Japan, Yokohama, we had 108 competitors, and this time we have over 200 competitors in Hawaii, Honolulu. And over the past seasons, players have been becoming better and better. So stakes are high. It's going to be super exciting.
I'm glad that the scene has continued to grow. The hype from all of the fans of Pokemon GO has translated directly into this game, seeing so much success. And as you already noted, the caliber of play reaching that next level. And I know that you also picked out some individual trainers that we want to keep an eye on as we head into the World Championship. So I'll let you take it away there, Martine.
Let's start with the player from North America. He is inevitable. Doonbug. He has won 3 regional championships this season, and he got to the 2nd place at the Europe International Championships. The Europeans were like, no, there's no way an American is going to win this tournament. Well, he got really close. So there you see him do his eagle dance, just celebrating for the Americans here. And he is one of the names to look out for at the World Championships. Last season, It's Axon won the World Championships. It's a fellow American, and the Americans are looking very strong. Doombug winning 3 regional championships, but also Lyle Jeffs winning 2 regional championships this season. Out of Pocket winning the North American International Championship. North America is looking very strong this season. I think Doombug is going to be the one player from North America to look out for. And then if we take a look... Sorry?
Yeah, I was going to say, how do we feel about EU compared to NA's current dominance?
Yeah, EU has a couple very good players here as well. I have here Paulasha. Paulasha is a player who came from the grassroots tournaments. Her first competition was at the EUIC 2023, which didn't go super strong, but here you see her competing in Turin, which was a first-time women's grand final, and she took it all there. She won here versus Andres, another very good player, also from Spain. Yeah, that was a very good tournament there. And then where she really stole the spotlight was at the European International Championship 2024, because that's where she used a Shadow Magnezone. And Shadow Magnezone was a pick that was not used very frequently. It actually really became globally well known from there. So yeah, Paulasha is a player to look out for. Another player to look out for, Colin Six, has won 2 regional championships this season as well. There you see me, there's a slightly inception. I also casted that tournament, and here we see Paulasha with that Magnezone taking out Poliwrath in one attack. You know, it was an amazing moment, a one-hit knockout. It was not an amazing moment for Onion Frank, but that's competition that we have here. Magnezone has become so popular that the following tournament in LATAM actually won the tournament with Magnezone, Lindos Canon. So really made a huge impact. And what I love about Paulasha as well is that she used this fame to become a content creator with it as well and become a role model for players all over the globe. So that is the player that I have noted here for Europe, an absolute role model, and definitely one of the players to look out for in Europe. Now,
yeah,
if we
that's
move
very
over
exciting to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. If we move over to LATAM, this player is incredible. He started the season incredible because, you know, the Latin American International Championship also was at the start of the season. The tournament before that, Lindos Rajev won a tournament. He swept everything and everyone. And I'm not talking about best of threes. He didn't drop a single battle going into the Latin America International Championships.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, dominant.
It is. It's very dominant. Last season, LATAM didn't do very well at the World Championships. They got one player in the top 32, I believe. And I think Lindos Rajev is the player, the showcase, to show that LATAM wants to come back and take it all this season. And I think they have a very good chance at this as well, with him winning the Latin America International Championship and also getting at the top 8 in the North America International Championship. LATAM is one of the most passionate regions in the world. And
I definitely agree there.
Yeah.
It
and
was an
one of the
incredible
most exciting
showcase.
Crowds. Got to be great playing at that event.
I agree. Yeah, you just see him cheering here with the crowd and with his friends. It's amazing to see. He went to North America with his friend, as you see on the left, Lindos trainer Steinar, and they both got to top 8. They flew together from Brazil to North America and both got to top 8. An amazing showcase of LATAM. And Lindos Rajev is one of the players to really look out for at the World Championships.
Not just gameplay from these players, but the celebration, the energy they bring to the stage. I love watching Go for so many reasons, that being a big one.
Yeah, it's great that we have these broadcasts in Latin America to see like the crowds, right? You see them there just being so passionate and they're so loud. I love that so much about that.
Yeah, they always bring the hype, and we can bring things around, I think, as well to the OC region. I know you have a key pick from there as well.
Yeah, we see here the name Valiant Fish, but the key pick that I have is his opponent, Jakobovic. He's the first player to have won 2 regional championships in one season. In fact, he has only played 2 championships this season, and he won them both. So that's like a really impressive showcase of his gameplay. The player that we saw earlier, Valiant Fish, is also one of the bigger Australian players who will also be competing again at the World Championships. He got to top 16 last season as well. And then we also have a player that I like to name, Rocket Claire, has got to top 8 twice this season as well in Oceania, and she is an amazing player. I believe that will be her first time at the World Championships, so that'll be really cool to see.
I cheer for Rockets.
Yeah.
Good luck to them.
Yeah. The final player and final region that we take a look at is APAC, and there we have Crescent Angels. He's the only Japanese player who has competed, or he will still compete, in all 3 World Championships. He made a big name for himself at the 2022 World Championships. It's not in this showcase here, but he made an insane play in the winners final of the World Championships. Like out of every moment in the World Championships, to do that there is crazy. So Crescent Angels, one of those players to look out for, one of the best players of Japan, and other players from the region APAC that I like to name are Beelzeboy. We don't see a lot of gameplay from those players. He's from India, will be competing in Hawaii as well, a player who makes very few mistakes. And another player that I'd like to name is someone who doesn't live up to his name. His in-game name is Sir Panic a lot, and he has won 2... he has won the Indonesia qualifiers twice. So either Panic is a superpower, or he just doesn't do that at all. So yeah, those are the players that I have to look out for. But there's obviously going to be... I honestly could put 60 more names on this list. Everyone going there is just so talented.
Yeah, every name that you list, I'm certain that they would have their own dedicated fans in the chat right now. So let us know which Pokemon Go players you're looking forward to seeing as well, certainly.
And not just the players to look out for, but some incredible plays as well. You put together some of the best plays from the year for us to check out. I'm sure a lot more to come at Worlds, but what have you got for us, Martijn?
The first one that we have is from the Europe International Championship. PvP David versus StatStan, 2 friends. And what you see here is StatStan throwing a bait attack. This is an attack that costs less energy, takes less time to get there. And the purpose of a bait is to get a shield and expend less energy. But PvP David calls the bait. You see StatStan just laughing through the pain here. He's not liking that. And guess what? he's going to do that again. He's going to throw the flying attack here, resist it into the Lantern, hoping to get a shield. While the other attack, the ground type charge attack, would knock out. And you see him no shield again! He no shields again! It's a crazy call.
Oh my goodness. Was he just in his head? Was this a regional meta difference? What was going on there, do you think?
Well, looking at the backlines here, I think that PvP David saw the Gligar here, which was one of the very few answers to the Annihilate. And PvP David was like, well, I'm just going to keep my shields for Annihilate. I don't need to shield anything here. And so he did, because he still had the Skarmory. Skarmory is a hard answer to Gligar. So he just was like, oh, I'm just going to play my own game. And StatStan's game plan didn't exactly line up with that.
Wow. Yeah, letting him take the hits there, and then they're not that bad of a hit. So why wouldn't you do it again? So much to learn from these players, especially zooming in on these very particular moments that you brought for us.
If it doesn't work once, you just try it again, right? That's
absolutely.
what happened here.
The definition of sanity.
The second gameplay that we have here was a crazy one from the Los Angeles Regional Championship. Lunatone on the right is a Pokemon you never see currently in Pokemon GO. And I think Battle Bill didn't really exactly know the pacing of it. So here comes a Moonblast, which is super effective. And Battle Bill actually doesn't put up a Protect Shield, and boom! Sablei's gone! It actually is taken out in one attack there.
Amazing. To take that Silver Bullet, that complete off-meta pick, and find its success for such a devastating moment. Great clip here.
Yeah, and the lack of fear against the Lunatone. Like, I won't shield that. What can it bring to the battle? Well, a whole lot, apparently.
Yeah, it's the cruise ship, his signature Pokemon, Lunatone. And when everyone thought, there's no way he brings that to our regional championship, well, he showed up with one and didn't put up a show. I don't know if Battle Bill was like, you know, we need some content here, or he lost track of the energy, but it was phenomenal to see, I'll say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can take one Moonblast, famous last words, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a Sableye on the screen and then it was gone. Then the next showcase that we have here is Zweilous. This is a very technical play, because Zweilous does 11 Dragon Breaths here. And then he proceeds to swap into Skeledirge and catch an attack here. Now, Magnezone has two different attacks, a bait attack and Wild Charge. He catches the resisted Mirror Shot here, and that doesn't do a lot of damage to the Skeledirge, right? So the technical play that Zweilous made there, we're going to see it again in a second. Zweilous' display was incredible that he made. The 11 Dragon Breaths that he did translates to 11 turns. One turn in Pokemon GO is half a second. So swapping on that exact last second allowed him to sneak another attack through. Here we go again. Zweilous versus Bopper. You see here the Dragonite versus the Magnezone. He's going to do 11 Dragon Breaths and then swap in the Skeledirge. Incinerate will go through, and that is a 5-turn attack, which means that Zweilous basically gains 2.5 seconds here, plus Bopper cannot even stay in this matchup because another Incinerate would knock out the Magnezone. That is what makes this play so phenomenal and allows Zweilous to win this matchup, as you can see here, by just one attack. And that's where the celebration comes from. There's some, how do I say it? Relief when your play, when a plan comes together. I love it when a plan comes together. It was incredible to see.
Oh, and the physical control and the precision, too. I think that's one of the things that gets lost when we're watching all these gameplay, but they're executing this on their screens. It's so impressive what the players can bring to bear in these tournament events.
The mind games, the timing, the meta knowledge all comes to a head in the finals. And when we come around to the Pokemon World Championships, I know that our viewers at home have a lot of questions as well about this high-level Pokemon GO play. And we have a couple questions coming from social media. And the first one I'll throw at you. Is Lantern still good? The people want to know, Martine.
Yeah, I think Lantern is still a very good Pokemon. It has won the previous World Championship, and it recently got a nerf to its Electric type fast attack, meaning that the Electric type damage output is now less. And that means that it now resorts to more Water type damage output. And it allows other Water type to have a little bit more play, like Azumarill, Feraligatr are now a little bit more usable in the current meta. However, the counter to Lantern, Whiscash, also has been nerfed. And that means that Lantern, with more water damage output, it has the fast attack Water Gun now. it has less weak spots. Basically, there's only really Dragon-type Pokemon, and there aren't really Grass-type Pokemon in the current meta, but there is a Pseudo-Grass-type Pokemon, which is Cresselia. It has the attack Grass Knot, which Lantern does not like, because it's super effective. So for that reason, if there's neither of those Pokemon on a team, Lantern is kind of unchecked. And that's why I think Lantern is still very good.
You know, and that does set us up for our next question, also from Soft Tough. Is Shadow Cresselia going to be good? I think they're mining for some information here, perhaps planning to compete. Let's see what you have to say about Shadow Cresselia.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because I did a big deep dive into how Shadow Cresselia works as opposed to the regular Cresselia. Let me explain real quick that there's currently an event going on in Pokemon GO, which released Shadow Cresselia. It's now for the first time in the game, just right before the World Championships as well. So that's why this question. And Shadow Cresselia is known, regular Cresselia is known for its bulk. But a Shadow Pokemon gives up some attack, some defense, and gains more attack. So you kind of give up your main trait there to have that bulk and just take a lot of attacks as Cresselia, while Shadow Cresselia can do that less. The thing is, though, because Shadow Cresselia is or has high coverage, has very good coverage in Grass Knot and Moonblast, so you cover in a Grass typing and a Fairy typing, you can take out some Pokemon such as Quagsire in one attack. Azumarill from full health doesn't go down into Grass Knot. Now it does. However, because you have less bulk, some important matchups that it will drop are Altaria, for example. And I believe Feraligatr also becomes a little bit iffy simply because Feraligatr also can deal super effective damage back with Shadow Claw, and you have less bulk to take that now. I personally think that Shadow Cresselia is worth getting. It can be good, it can be niche, but I think that non-Shadow Cresselia might be just a little bit better because it takes the charge text just so well.
Well, you mentioned that we've just got our hands on Shadow Cresselia. We've had some changes with Whiscash and, of course, with Lantern. So all of this has had a big effect on the meta going into this event. Can you give us a little bit more of a top-down of what that might look like for next week?
Absolutely. So this is what I think could be a top meta team, but also these 6 Pokemon could be in the top 6 usage at the World Championships. So the top Pokemon could all be basically combined together. The 2 Pokemon that likely will be the most common here are Charjabug and Lickitung. Both Pokemon have such unique coverage. Charjabug with its bug and electric typing, and Lickitung is just a normal type, so only has 1 weakness, but deals back ghost type damage and has coverage in Power Whip with grass typing. Another thing that I want to explain here, by the way, why our meta sometimes looks a little bit goofy compared to like VGC is we play the championship series in the Great League. And the Great League, you can compare this kind of, if you compare it to like the VGC, it's like a level 30 league, but defense and HP is valued more. And that's why a Pokemon like Charjabug is better here than is Evolution. And so is Lickitung. It's better than Licky in the Great League. And that's why we have a lot of unevolved forms, right? We have also Gligar.
That is fascinating.
Annihilate. Yeah, I think that makes it so unique, right? We look at VGC and you see like a Landorus or something, and then we're like, well, we have Charjabug.
That's what makes Go amazing. The middle evolutions get play sometime.
I think it's rather cool. The other picks to go through real quick, Annihilate is one of the main fighters, the other one being Vigoroth, but I think Annihilate is a little bit of a better closer because of a very strong moveset in counter, one of the best fighting type attacks, and Shadow Ball, one of the best ghost type attacks. Skarmory has 10 resistances defensively, has good bulk, a good moveset, is a very good Pokemon to use in general. Azumarill is like also inevitable. It has been around since the start of PvP. It's just so good, has good bulk, versatile moveset. And Gligar is a Pokemon that's like very difficult to check. its attacks are hardly resisted by everything. The only thing that really counters Gligar besides Ice-type Pokemon is that Skarmory that you see here. On this team, everything checks each other a little bit, but also has unique coverage.
And with Azumarill being around for so long, has that received any significant buffs or nerfs, or just does it keep coming back? It's just such a solid Pokemon overall.
It has a very unique typing in Water and Fairy, and that just allows it to do what a Water type needs to do, right? But also keeps Dragon types in check. I didn't put one here, but Goodra has received a new charge stack during the North American International Championship, which gives it more coverage into a Pokemon like Azumarill or Skarmory. And Azumarill is very good to keep those dragons in check. If you don't have a Dragon type counter, if you don't have a counter to Dragon types, it might just run through your team. So that's why a Pokemon like Azumarill is just kind of necessary.
And we talked a little bit about Magnezone coming into relevance and being taken up across, but not quite here in the meta picks. So what would it need to kind of get itself into this top 6 choice, or has its moment already been eclipsed?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Magnezone, because I actually have it here for the Spice picks as well. 3 Spice picks that I consider very useful for the World Championships. Goodra already mentioned, might be the top Dragon type to use right now next to Altaria. Magnezone is a very fragile Pokemon, but has 12 typing resistances, and also has the attack Wild Charge, which hits everything hard. In Pokemon Go, we have no immunity in attacks, so a Wild Charge can actually hit a ground type. If this is single resisted to, for example, a Quagsire, it will still do about half its HP, just to put in perspective how strong Wild Charge can be from Magnezone. It's such an excitement to look at, right? Pokemon that can just run through teams, and yeah, I love to see that. The last one is a personal favorite, Wigglytuff. It's unique coverage and its looks. I love the way it looks and just attacks. But it shuts down many cores. It's very good into a Pokemon like Lickitung, like Annihilate, Dragon type Pokemon, and that's usually that's sometimes half of the team. You can shut down half a team with Wigglytuff. That's why I think it can have a really strong impact. There's also, of course, going to be Skarmory all over the place, so Wigglytuff is not safe, but maybe that's what Magnezone can do.
Very interesting. Very spicy, Martine. Very spicy indeed. And I do love the Wigglytuff in there at the end. Now, a personal favorite of yours competing? Someone you like to run with?
Ooh, I am a Wigglytuff fan, so that is what I like to use. Magnezone's also on my list, but my personal favorite would be Giratina. It is one of my favorite legendary Pokemon. It has very unique coverage. The problem is Lickitung being the most common Pokemon, and Ghost is double resisted by normal. So if you have your Giratina on Lickitung, it's kind of game over. We call that rock, paper, scissors concept in Pokemon Go. And that's kind of something you often want to avoid, right? You want to develop a strategy, try to play it a little bit safe. But my playstyle is usually the rock, paper, scissors method. So I love to bring Giratina, bring in your Lickitung. That's honestly the mind games that come with it sometimes, right? I like that about team building in Pokemon Go, where you can put bench pressure Pokemon as well. Pokemon you might not even consider using, but because they shut down like 3 or 4 Pokemon from the other team, it's kind of risky for others to run the strategies they are usually comfortable with. And for that reason, I'm like, well, bring in your Lickitung, and then I have like a Wigglytuff to counter it. So in that regard, everything can just work in Pokemon Go.
Well, I do love the variety that players are constantly bringing to competition, and I appreciate so much you taking us through the meta picks and these spicy picks as well. Now, we also have something special if you're going to be watching the Pokemon Go competition this upcoming week. What do we got as far as Twitch drops?
Yeah, we have different Twitch drops every day. So day 1, we have rewards that you can get based on the last year's champion. It's Axon. He used a purified Sableye in his team to win the World Championships, and you can get that with the day 1 Twitch drop. You also get an Elite TM, which are pretty rare and you can use those to get unique attacks on your Pokemon that you usually cannot get. On day 2, these Pokemon are very interesting. At first glance, you might be like, are these useful? They are going to be useful for the next season. So these might actually be Pokemon that you want to look out for and get a good one off. You will receive those during the day 2 Twitch drops, and then we have on day 3, you will get a Pikachu with what was it? The scuba glasses. You get the scuba glasses Pikachu from the day 3 Twitch drop. So that will be
Nice.
I believe the first time in Pokemon GO during the World Championships, and it can be shiny, so very unique.
I'm glad that they are taking the time to make sure that our viewers and our competitors are already prepped for the next season of competition, but we want to try to keep the focus on this Worlds in Honolulu, Seltzer.
We do, and you have brought us spice and you have brought us heat, and now, Martine, it is time to ask you for your hot take for Pokemon GO in this upcoming event.
Oh, you're not ready for this one. It's very hot, warm, spicy.
There's no seatbelts on this couch. Be careful.
We've talked about water Pokemon. We've talked about normal type Pokemon, but no one's talked about fire type Pokemon. I think a fire type Pokemon is going to steal the show during the World Championships. They have very unique coverage, and they also some of the meta fire type Pokemon such as Skeledirge, Talonflame, and some even run Typhlosion. They have the best fast attack in the game, Incinerate, and it can actually do so much damage on about anything. Even sometimes when resisted, it will deal more damage than a neutral attack. So that is my hot take. I think a fire type Pokemon might take it all in Hawaii just because people don't see it coming. Well, unless now that I talked about it, but that's up to competitors.
Martin, coming literally with the hot take there, the fire types. Now, you shouted out some great Pokemon that might make this come true if we do see this. Any particular supports that we'd want to add onto a team if we're really trying to, build around a fire?
Cresselia generally pairs very well into it. It's like I said, we don't really have grass type Pokemon in the current meta, but Cresselia serves as a Pokemon to counter water type and dragon type Pokemon, which happen to counter or to defend Typhlosion, right? Typhlosion is weak to those typing. So yeah, Cresselia might be a main Pokemon you want to bring with your Talonflame, with your Typhlosion, with your Skeledirge. Players like to opt for Feraligatr as well, going for the double alligator or double crocodile strategy with the Skeledirge and Feraligatr. Those are very, very attack-weighted options to bring for the World Championships as well. Some players like to take the charge stacks, think about the strategies, and other players have a little bit more of an aggressive play style and just fire off hard-hitting charge attacks. So that is a little bit of a composition that you might expect with a fire-type Pokemon. I would think Feraligatr and Cresselia would pair really well with those.
Well, thank you so much. Martin, you have been a well of resources and information, and I appreciate so much you coming on to share that with us. We are not letting you go forever. You're coming back at the end of the show when we do our large group Q&A with all the casters, so sit tight. We'll hear from you in just a little bit, but anything you want to say on your way out this time?
Yeah, I just want to say, make sure that you watch the World Championships for those Twitch drops. Not only the World Championships will be exciting, but everything that will be on there, such as the upcoming season, right? That's something that everyone really wants to see. And yeah, I'm definitely want to know from everyone who you think is going to win the World Championships, because I think anyone can take it.
Oh, well, they should tweet that at you personally, right?
Go for it. Yeah, I'm up for it.
Excellent. Well, thank you once again. We'll hear from you in just a little bit. But up next, it's time to bring in our next caster. We've got Joe Bernard covering the TCG.
Wow, Joe Bernard joining us from across the pond to set the stage for Pokemon TCG. It seems that whenever we get a big tournament, we've got a big meta shakeup to go along with it. But what are your thoughts, Joe, about the overall season so far?
Well, it's been another incredible season for the Pokemon trading card game. I remember sitting in the venue, hearing the announcement of Hawaii, and the place literally erupted. And I think throughout that entire season, we've seen over and over again record-breaking attendance numbers in the Pokemon trading card game. These tournaments are getting absolutely monstrous, and the level of play is also just completely rising this year. So I think it's been an incredible season. no more so than at the NAIC, where we saw a really surprising showing for Gardevoir, actually making 6 of the top 8 placements. We did respect the archetype, we all knew it was good, but we didn't quite think that so many high-level players would take it that far into the tournament. And as you say, Adam, there is a whole new expansion coming out for our players for the World Championships. The Shrouded Fable set, only 64 cards, but there are some really, really powerful ones in there as well. So there's going to be a little bit of metagaming going on, looking at the NAIC data and how decks have been performing, but also they have to contend with all these brand new inclusions and seeing how those cards stack up in the new format.
The new cards from Shrouded Fable are going to really shake up what our players are thinking about bringing, what they're testing, and we're going to dig into that a little bit later on, Joe. But for now, I would love to hear you break down your top picks for players to watch from all over the world that are going to be joining us in Honolulu.
Absolutely. I think the perfect place to start will be our NAIC champion this season, Andrew Hedrick. I think we've known that he's been a great player for a number of seasons. He'd already won 2 regionals before this one, but I think he really stepped up the play just another level this year, where he's gone from this very good regional winner to a true great of our game right now, because I know you're a massive fan. He did get a win in the regionals with Dialga V-Star, close to your heart, no doubt. And he innovated that archetype. He made it his own, completely changed the engine, and changed the fortunes of that deck to actually create that regional win, which is absolutely exceptional. But also, of course, how could we forget the NAIC run that he had, playing the Lost Zone box variant, and again, innovating the deck list. I think that's what really sets Andrew apart. Right now, we're seeing a lot of players who are trying to make those cuts, those tweaks for tech inclusions, whereas Andrew, he has a completely different philosophy around deck building. He's all about maximizing 4-off counts in his deck list, making sure his core strategy is always online in the game. And I think his Lost Zone build really epitomizes that by having a very aggressive Pokestop engine, rather than having the Artisan Stadium, which was commonly within the deck, going all gas instead, and really popping off with those Mirage Gate turns. And I think that really set Andrew apart. For me, I was there sort of jaw-dropping in the finals. I mean, we had to have a coin flip in game 1 to decide the victor, but for Andrew to even get into that position was absolutely astounding, because it looked like his back was completely against the wall against another top player in Stefan Ivanov, of course. So yeah, Andrew is definitely one to watch for me for the NI region, but also looking towards my home turf, the EU region. I'm going to be highlighting Juho Kalama next. He's also been one of these players that's been very, very strong for a number of seasons, but I think he really found his footing and his rhythm with one card that was released in particular this format, and that was Iron Hands EX. It's a polarizing card. I know a lot of people love it, a lot of people hate that card, but Juho has taken that and got a huge amount of championship points under his belt with Iron Hands in any which way possible. He's our LAIC champion this season. He was piloting that Iron Hands when it was a brand new card in a Miraidon-style archetype. He played quite a number of different Lightning-type toolbox attackers in that instance and played Miraidon for a few more months. But then he jumped on to different variants for the EUIC, where he got a top 8, the sort of future-style box, where he included a different Miraidon, a future-style one, as well as an Iron Crown. So he's basically made a way for Iron Hands to be very good in any situation, and I have an inkling that he's probably going to be bringing Iron Hands to Worlds as well, and that's no bad thing at all. And of course, if we're mentioning EU, we probably have to mention Tord Reklev as well. He's had a bit of an understated season. He only won 1 IC, which is really a testament to how strong of a player he actually is. And we know how close he came last year at the World Championships, losing out to Vance Kelly in those final turns of time with Gardevoir EX. So I know that he's hungry to get that World's win. It's the last thing on his resume that he's missing. He wants to solidify himself as the best of all time, not just the best in the current era. So I also have to give a shout out to Tord. You know he's going to be bringing his A game to this tournament. Let's shift gears over to the LATAM region then, where we have William Azevedo. You can see he's actually up against Tord here in these clips, where this was the EUIC, this was in top 4, where they were both piloting Charizard EX. And William has actually kind of created the blueprint for Charizard this season, where he was the first regional winner with Charizard over in Curitiba early on in the season, where before this, Charizard hadn't even made top 8. William not only brought a new list and really created that blueprint with Arven and Forest Seal Stone and Rotom in the deck list, but he also then continued to pilot it the entire season to ridiculous results. very, very consistent performer. Again, has been around for many years. And Charizard was his baby, and he's continued on. He even got that top 4 you can see here at the EYC, and losing to Tord Reklev is no bad thing, to be honest with you, in a mirror match. And that was also a very, very close game. So William is a player that I certainly have on my radar. Charizard will be talking more about it when we discuss the meta a little bit more. It seems to have a lot of cards, a whole trove of cards from Shrouded Fable that could be included. So I'm certain that William will be able to identify which the best ones are to make Charizard a top performer going into the World Championships. Let's have a look at the Oceania region next, where I've highlighted Natalie Miller as a very, very strong player and pilot of Gardevoir EX. That's kind of been her deck in the back end of this season. She's, of course, a player of great pedigree. She is capable of making very bold meta calls. She got a Players' Cup win with Luke Metal that also had a Bronzong tech in there just to beat some fire archetypes. She's played Risky at Worlds in the past before as well, with Buzzwole, Garbodor, and Shrine, like a single prize archetype. So she and her testing group around the Oceania region, very, very strong, capable players. They collectively had by far the best performing Gardevoir archetype, and Natalie, of course, made it into the top 8 with her deck list. And I honestly feel like you could play the exact same list that Natalie piloted to the NAIC and have a very good showing at the World Championships, just because how it was constructed. It has answers with a number of single copies of Pokemon, and the tool suite that it has is absolutely phenomenal. So she's part of a fantastic testing group. You know that they'll be putting a lot of hours in, and she is such a great in-game player. Even though she lost in that top 8 at the NAIC, she was in a very awful position and brought it to being one turn away from winning, again, from just a completely out of this world situation where she was able to claw back prize cards without submitting anymore. So that was absolutely exceptional. Then also discussing the Oceania region, Brent Tonneson, he's literally been on a world tour all season. He did win in his home turf, but he's been over in Europe playing tournaments to great effect. He's been going over to NA as well, and he's just had a ridiculous amount of placements. Brent Tonneson was the highest championship point earner for us this season, and he's epitomized, going around the world playing the game non-stop. And it's incredible that even hailing from Oceania, he's been able to sustain himself just from placements this year alone, which is just a phenomenal thing to see and a great thing that I hope can continue for more players to come into the future. And I think Brent and Natalie will be testing together and at least discussing decks together, and that's two great minds in one room, and I think they'll be able to come up with a fantastic list together. Let's finally touch on the Asia Pacific region then, where we have Hikaru Kobayama, who of course won the Japan Championships. You can see them there. And this tournament is an over 2,000 player tournament, a monster tournament in Japan. And it really did feel like this was a breakout performance. Rachel, I know you mentioned that Lugia is your favorite, and well, here we are. Hikaru got the dub with Lugia V-Star in this occasion. But isn't just like this one-trick pony. They did play Snorlax in day 1 of the tournament, and then was able to make that change and play a different deck, because it's a slightly different structure that we have in a lot of our Western events. So it really seems like Hikaru has his finger on the pulse in terms of metagame calls, and is going to be jumping on which deck he feels is right at the right moment, which I think is something that we have a big testament here. We've seen a lot of the names I mentioned, they've stuck to their guns and stuck with an archetype for large portions of the season, whereas you can also get great results and go deep in tournaments by really getting deep into your metagaming and having the right call for the tournament. And that feels like what Hikaru did in this instance, which is fantastic. And I think that's even more important, actually, because, of course, over in Japan, they've already been able to play in the Shrouded Fable formats. They've had some of these cards and had access to them for some local events, not larger events, of course, but it might mean that the Asia Pacific players might have a better grasp on this metagame, and it might allow Hikaru to make another great call for this tournament.
I'm really, really looking forward to that. I love some anti-meta picks. You know me, especially going back to the Dialga, not to harp on it too much, but I think there is an audio clip of me watching Andrew Hedrick play that deck, and he took a line that I didn't see, or I wasn't going to take if I were in that position, and I said, I'm so mad, but I have to respect it. And I think that really shows the gap when the high-level player is just teaching you just by watching them play. And that is what I'm certainly looking forward to at the World Championships, is tune in, enjoy the games, but also learn. And that is what our audience at home is trying to do right now, because they sent us a couple questions from social media. So let me lay this one on you first, Joe. What are the chances that Mew VMAX wins back-to-back World Championships? This is from Maddox TCG. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
Maddox, you gotta let it go. I know this is a deck that was close to your heart, but no, we can't play Mew VMAX for the World Championships. I think we had the perfect send-off for the deck, honestly. It took rotation to beat Mew VMAX because we kept seeing new counters come out time and time again, and it wasn't enough. So I think Mew had the perfect send-off, and I'm happy that we can move on with other decks into this Worlds.
Well, speaking of moving on, Simply Average Gamer has a question about the new expansion. What decks might be strengthened most by Shrouded Fable?
I think that has to go to Regidrago V-Star. Now, it did get a nice top 16 finish by Jacob I at the NAIC, and not many people expected that. The meta was a little bit tricky for Regidrago. There was the expectation of lots of Lugia V-Star and Raging Bolts. Those decks could still show up at Worlds, but they were very popular heading into the NAIC, which made Regidrago more of a risky pick. But now, I think Regidrago, with some new inclusions from Shrouded Fable, just gains so many new cards. I think, of course, there are some new Dragon Pokemon. The Kiram stands out, adding a fantastic Trifrost attack that can spread onto different Pokemon, really making Regidrago capable of dealing with so many evolving decks just incredibly well, and even have catch-up strategies with multi-prize turns if you're able to chain this attack possibly, or prep some damage on certain Pokemon, then do a board wipe all in one go. So the fact that Regidrago V-Star copies dragons, whenever you see new dragons come out, that's always something that you have to think about, and it seems like it's pole vaulting Regidrago up into those high places. But also there's the Pheasantipity EX, which is just a powerful card that I'm trying to shove into every deck in the format right now, to be honest with you. But it works really nicely in an aggressive combo style deck like Regidrago, because you're constantly fishing for more pieces. You need to